One and all, welcome back to the road to Red Bull Wololo qualifiers. We have cut it down to this. 4 spots remain, and by the end of the day, those 4 will be filled. I'm, of course, KP. Joining me is Wama to see who is going to be having tears of joy and who will be filled with tears of sadness as the day goes on.
And I mean, today is stacked, guys. So today is just going to be full of action. I mean, we're starting it off here with someone I think a lot of people are rooting for. Seeing Corvinus's name here. We saw last week he did not make it all the way through to those qualifying rounds, but this week he's coming in strong and he looks ready for this. But we've seen Scarlet Devil. This man can take down the best of the best and then all of a sudden lose to someone not all the way up there. So I'm wondering if Scarlet Devil has found his footing to actually solidify a little seat on the table of the top 16 on the road to Wololo. So, yes, KP, we have our first matchup here, and since we're going to be hopping in pretty soon, we see a little bit of a Rus versus French and a Golden Horde snipe.
Yeah.
Definitely not on my bingo card.
Well, that's because Corvinus's brain isn't on anyone's bingo card. This guy, he just whipped out this play yesterday with a anti-Dark Age Rush strat into a 2 TC boom to boot Lash out on the first day of the second qualifier. So, yeah, he's vicious. You have to think different when you think Corvinus because you can just see it by his draft. Like, he just takes every single new civ right now. It's very unorthodox. He doesn't look to toe the line like everyone else does, and that's a very scary advantage to have at this skill level, going into the unknown, going into a critical qualifier like this, as we go into game number 1. Corvinus will be on that Rus, but on Borderland, it can mean something else. While Scarlet Devil takes the French, if he took his eyeballs across to Corvinus' series yesterday, he needs to be a little bit aware of the possibility of a Rus proxy base right next to it.
KP, you're so lucky you got to cast these ones live already to understand exactly what Corvinus is cooking. For a second there, the UI was showing that Corvinus was going for Wheelbarrow in Dark Age, and for a second I was just like, what? Is he completely reinventing everything? But luckily, for our mental sake, it was just Scarlet Devil on a standard old French. But seeing Rus making a bit of a comeback in a little bit of an unorthodox way is quite refreshing, because we remember the time when Rus was all about Horse Archer spam and then all about 2TC Knight spam into Horse Archer spam again. We have seen a lot of sides of the Rus, but we haven't seen a lot of success with Rus for quite a bit now. So at this level, I think Corvinus can definitely throw anyone off their game when he gets into his zone.
Yeah, I think it's like an interesting one to see how he's going to develop this, because the matchup I was referencing, it was against Lash, I believe. It was Byzantines versus Rus, and it was insane. He just walked over, Wooden Fortress dropped at the start of the age. French is a little bit different, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go that way. In fact, he's already gone for a more greedy opening. You saw the triple hunting cabin beginning. Cool thing about the hunting cabin change, it actually felt like a buff on this map, because Borderland has these intentionally smaller tree lines, ergo you should get less bang for buck out of them. Ergo you want more cabins to kind of get the similar value you would on a map like Dry Arabia. So yeah, it's a pretty nice kind of pivot that we're seeing ever since the cost got reduced from 100 to 75 wood.
I'm honestly surprised to see that triple hunting cabin opening. And is this something you've seen from the other players as well? Or is this just something Corvinus is?
This is a little bit rarer. I think it depends on the map, because if you think of Dry Arabia, the schematic of that, like you've got 2 tree lines, one's further away. Here, usually the 3 tree lines are fairly clustered, with just one being slightly further off. So it doesn't feel as inefficient, especially when you consider just how much you can minimize the walk distance by garrisoning in and out of the TC.
Now, that's pretty interesting, because I think, again, this is one of those crazy things that Corvinus will just sit down with this little book and calculate and say, is this worth it? And if Corvinus builds it, you know there is some truth to it. So, standard little Golden Age, or Golden Gate coming up with School of Cavalry from the side of Scarlet Devil. Now, we want to think about what this looks like in the early game, how this plays out between the two. Now, Corvinus is playing a civ that has knights themselves, so usually when you're up against knight versus knight, French reigns supreme in the long run, but Corvinus still has a pretty good answer in that early stages of the game, if he decides to go for the stable build instantly, especially considering all the gold he's getting is going to be passive.
It's true, but at the end of the day, the problem you run into there is if you never have a way of pinning your opponent, those French knights are going to heal up, you're not, right? Like, that's the tricky predicament. That's why whenever I watch Rus French, if I just see raw knights, it just feels like you're giving a win over the French, especially with their scaling economy on top of that. It just lights a fire under your ass, which is why it usually feels better to do things like, racks opening, and then maybe go for stables, or maybe go for a full infantry type comp. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see some knights, but I would be surprised if it's his primary focus. It also comes down to whether he wants pro scouts here. With triple hunting cabin, there is the potential for those knights, but it also just makes the achievement of cracking pro scouts all that much easier.
Yeah, that's usually the question that French has for themselves on this map as well. How quickly do I get to go for pro scouts? Because usually you open with that first knight into pro scouts, and Scarlet Devil is going to be able to have that type of presence. But now there's a Civ against you that also likes to do the same. Although Corvinus is not on the side of having a lot of resources to be able to do so. Right now, we see a majority of his villagers moving over there to wood and trying to secure that area there a bit. Is that a tower that they're placing down there?
It's not a hunting cabin, isn't it? That placement? Okay, no, it is a tower really far. I was about to say, I don't think it needs a hunting cabin. That tower is very far up, which is weird because now his east side tree line feels very exposed.
Yeah, at the same time, that tower is just going to ensure that the villagers do have a safe place to garrison themselves in when the first night lands. And him building it with 4 shows you how aware he is of this timing. Now, usually the timing is a lot scarier because French will usually go for that night instantly. But in this case, Scarlet Devil, he gave Corvinus that little bit of breathing room by just going for that scout investment. We see that pro scouts almost finishing up, and Scarlet Devil is standing in position to already deal with this. The thing is, Corvinus is nowhere near even thinking about going for a pro scouts. So he needs to find an answer to shutting down all these free deer going to the base of Scarlet Devil.
It should be spear spam, but it's going to feel really slow. But interesting thought. I think Corvinus is trying to be pretty crafty here. Like that wooden fortress placement, I think he's intentionally placed it in the least likely position to get scouted. The idea being when that first night comes in, you're going to hug around the tree line, right? The negative of these tree lines, they're very small, so you get ambushed very easily. But the positive here is as your opponent circulates in, he's already going to be in the outpost range, and it allows you to bait him all the way in. So I think that was part of the idea of the placement, because why else would you place it on the backside of an exposed tree line that's solo instead of placing it on the forward to receive the knights harassing sooner?
Makes a lot of sense. And we can see here this little bit of pressure that Scarlet Devil is putting on with just that scout attacking. He's forcing a villager to move out, and that's exactly what French likes to have, because villagers too far away from the base is just going to mean someone who takes a lance to the face. So these two now just burning the hunting cabin, knowing that they're possibly not going to be charging in anywhere without losing too much HP. Corvinus getting a lot of spears out here, but Scarlet, what I like about this, he's not over-investing into the scouts too much. He's making a ton of knights as quickly as he can, and look at that beautiful micro. Just baiting out the brace and pulling back out.
It should just be raw French scaling into knights here, right? Like with pro scouts behind it. I mean, the onus really is on Corvinus to do something. And the problem is you can't rush out to stop pro scouts because it's knights. So what are you going to do? You're going to guard maybe one deer pack, but then your base could get dove. Or you need to find a way of guarding your base and multiple deer packs. Like, it's just too much for a small counter spearman to do. So he's really just kind of stuck here watching. However, he did go for that sneak to the north side. Walls are coming up, so he's taking advantage of the fact that Scarlet Devil will want the central deer first, considering you lose less food walking those back, and there's also more deer in the center than there are in the corners.
Well, we have to keep in mind, this wall is going to take a pretty long time to erect. Yeah. And we can see some yellow or red dots moving their way towards the top here. Now, knights don't have a lot of vision, but they are going to be able to run into them if he decides to go check all his deer packs that are supposed to be just for him. But now these knight numbers are increasing, and the spearman numbers have slowed down. So we see Corvinus already edging himself towards a different style of play here, going for the castle age. And I'm a little worried, because when you are up against this many knights, how are you going to stop that with just 6 spears?
Castle turrets would be the answer out here, but he hasn't gone for it. He saved no stone at all. Abbey's Trinity's coming in. This is the way that Corvinus likes to play this. A lot of juiced value in those warrior monks. Very tanky on the 120 resources, but you see the problem here. He doesn't have enough workers out in this area. He doesn't have castle turrets. He hasn't purchased across. So the DPS out of this, not that threatening. He's going to have to be clutch with his repair timing He's kind of relying on the fact that maybe Scarlet Devil won't be paying attention for it.
And this is usually where you can outmaneuver against these knights when you are hiding in a tower. And these guys hiding deep inside, we see a knight running by a villager building a wall, not noticing a thing. So Scarlet Devil's attention is going to be a little bit split as he hears that castle age coming up. First thing Corvinus does with the age up is absolutely nothing because the resources were just not in the bank for it. But the spears are moving into position. They are going to push these knights off for now. We'll see if this is going to be enough.
He finds the quick wall attempt. He snipes out the other workers. So -2 workers trying to get those walls up. And these knights happy to contest this. Is only 6 hardened spears against more in French knights. You're never winning that fight. And look at this. There was no attempt to repair the outpost through all of that from Corvinus. He's not going to find the food. He's not going to find a damn thing. That's a pre-10-minute GG. And Scarlet Devil reminds you that going Castle Age is never that easy.
I have not seen such a quick surrender in such an important match in a very long time, KP.
I mean, it's crazy.
He knew once he lost those 4 villagers, there's no coming back because French is already so far ahead with their villagers they have on their list. We do see a little bit of a different score chart here, so if you guys see those names, don't get confused. We're still here with Scarlet Devil and Corvinus. Right now, we're just seeing the glorious names of the others for now. And there we go, popping right out. Corvinus, not able to take Scarlet down with his ruse, but he still has a lot more firepower in his draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to start unloading it fast, though. Like, he needs to be careful of the momentum logic here, right? Like, sometimes when you just get stuck in a rut, it gets worse and worse type thing. In Scarlet, he's got to be feeling very confident after a win like that. He just made it look so clean and easy, and just kind of proved to Corvinus that these creative attempts he takes at civs aren't going to be taken for free, right? Like, who moves out into the Northern Deer like that? It's more of a rare choice. Roost out of those two would have been the expected party to be going pro scouts. You would have thought Scarlet would be reacting to it, but his reaction was perfect. He didn't waste any time at all. And, well, when you look at that again, I'm starting to see what Scarlet's strategy is here. He's banning away the new civs intentionally. He's trying to keep the game as orderly as possible. That's why he banned out Golden Horde, but allowed Rus on a map like Borderland of all things. And he's doing the same now, allowing the Byzantines, something he would have had a lot more practices versus.
And with Byzantines, a lot of players have been saying, no, we are not letting Byzantines out on any draft. So banning Golden Horde yet again is, I guess, just going against what Corvinus would want. So Scarlet Devil reading him like a book here, but at the same time, Corvinus is a spicy boy. He might have a plan up his sleeve here too. Now, you have to consider he's playing against an HRE. Sniping out the English, which, I mean, I haven't seen an English sniped in a pretty long time, but now we're seeing a little bit more play of English on a select few maps. But HRE, I'm kind of excited to see what this looks like on front range. So if you do get out of that early game economy and actually are able to punish Byzantines, I don't know what this looks like 1-to-1 anymore. This used to be a pretty common matchup, but with the snipe system, we're not seeing that so much anymore. What have you seen in your events?
It's on this map, I think it's a bit of a rarer dabbling, but like the reality is the way you should be playing this is mine work, right? Like H3 mine work is incredible. This is probably one of the best maps for mine work they have in the entire game. For a start, the board in the center means that you don't really want to keep your economy at home. There's not much food, so an Arden's already devalued. The tree lines are really small, and the gold veins are incredibly small, right? So, like, there isn't this pristine Aachen, like, for example, when you play Prairie, a comparative map when you think about the tree lines, you've got an 8k gold there, you know you could get 20 sheep. Here, you're going to get 3 deer, 9 sheep, and a 1600 gold. That's not great, but mine work allows you to play upfield into your opponent's face, utilizing the boar as you go. And the beautiful thing about this map, it rewards aggression because the whole idea is you are linearizing the process of defending and attacking. So, you just think of it as like a power line, right? It's a tug of war. And if I'm pushing further up, my economy is on that line as well. It means I don't have to worry about sending 5 spearmen to the north side of the map to guard or an outpost up there. I just have everyone close by, and especially with H3's marching drills, they're always able to react.
That is probably the most interesting way I've ever heard someone talking about front range, and it makes a lot of sense. I think for a lot of players, they see a map like front range, you see the boar, and you're like, well, that's a bit risky. It's right there at my opponent's base. But yeah, so are you. And now you're just going to be able to reinforce everything from a very short distance. And I think in this case, you're up against a civilization that doesn't necessarily have the mobility in the early game anyway. They want to get a little bit greedy in their base. They want to get that cistern level up to make sure that the economy is absolutely busted. So, HRE, though, a civilization that has done pretty well at shutting down Byzantines. Do we see any barracks openings on a map like Front Range, usually?
Definitely. Because it's exposed resources. Also, it just leans into the idea that I'm going to have units to be present so I can go for the valuable boar, right? So, like an outpost rush here, definitely not off the tables. I wouldn't be surprised for Corvinus to be going Hippodrome strats here, just to kind of change things around and get those berries early on. Because if you can't get access to the initial berries, means you're not going to have a counter to mass archers, right? So, like, you need to get up to the 8 Jav count to really feel confident. That's easier said than done. And the other thing that makes the outpost rushes and just overall aggro feel really good, that point I made about the resources at the start being small, that strips the defenders advantage because it means you have to come out sooner. And the Byzantines are also predictable because the berries always spawn on the south side of this map, right? So you have your starting berries, and then everything else hugs the southeastern side of the map. There's no variance there, right? It's not like you can walk up north and wall off and then be safe. You're in like very open territory. So yeah, aggression wins for these type of reasons about like 9 times out of 10.
Well, Corvinus is definitely someone who is good at aggression and in unorthodox ways. Like you said, with the Hippodrome opening, we're not seeing a lot of it. And I think on a small map like this, you also wouldn't expect it clearly. But when you're up against a civilization that would benefit from being out there and then has that initial advantage with the mine work, and the mine work, it just saves you so many resources. So just the fact that you don't need to invest in a blacksmith, your upgrades are cheaper, it already puts you into such a good spot to being the aggressor. I'm excited to see a little bit of feudal HRE play and someone actually shutting down Byzantines and all their mighty little cisterns spreading around the map. But as we're going to be going in a little bit deeper, I want to just take a look at the draft for a second, because we actually have a little bit of a different priority of a ban here. Scarlet Devil instantly going for the Malians and the Ottoman ban against... Oh, sorry, those are the ones that are banned against him. So Corvin is banning those two first, and Malians, it's been banned, but it hasn't been a first pick ban in a while. So Scarlet Devil, I mean, Corvinus respects what this man can do on Malians, because we've seen what he can do with knights.
Yeah, I mean, Malian's just been rising constantly. I don't think this Civ has felt like they're on a downslope at all. Even with the recent slight adjustments around, like, the cow, it didn't seem to hit them at all. The Sofa are just too good, right? And they can make sense even on maps like Front Range. Weirdly enough, despite all this talk about boar, the exception has really usually been Malians. Some people try English 2TC. I think that's why Corvinus banned that from Scarlet, by the way. I think last time we saw him, might have been against Baltoon. He tried a 2TC build and died to a knight. I think we were casting that one. So
yes, it was lovely. It was a great experience. Thanks for taking me back.
I don't think he wants to go back. So this is probably a good thing for him. But, you know, he probably felt more confident because he had Japan. So that couldn't have been a threat point for him at all. So yeah, but like Corvinus is... I'm also curious about his Knights Templar pit because he won't necessarily pick on Frisian. He might throw it out on Dry Arabia.
He didn't pick Ottomans. That was the biggest shock for me. The Ottomans is not banned against Corvinus, and you see the maps we have in front of us. These ones are very friendly towards something like the Ottomans, but we do have a sheep noise clinging at the back, and ladies and gents, let's go on in. Scarlet Devil, he's out on a mission, and he's going straight for the food.
It's Pumba time, baby. Everyone wants that pig, but please tell me Corvinus is dancing with him here. He is. No, hear me out. System. Build the system. Because here's the thought, right? If you have the system here, you have Akratoys and Ace up your sleeve. I was wondering if he's going to do this because we never see it. So he's going to let him park himself at the mill. Numbers are on his side, but the problem is the prelate. So you really do need the system here to make this work.
Oh, Corvinus is just standing still thinking about this.
He's waiting for the commitment. Like he's waiting for the commitment and maybe like a lull of security, but goes in with the sheaves straight off the prelate. It's the only thing you can go for here that makes sense. But the problem is you're not very fast.
Oh, those villagers are running their little legs empty, and these poor guys are losing HP along the way. The problem is this is going to be 6 villagers, sure, but 5 full HP villagers against 6 is going to fare pretty well. The prelate does get chased away, but this just means Corvinus is completely idle in his eco, except for the new villagers coming out of the TC.
He's trying to body block. He can't body block it though. Like this, Scarlet has just unraveled this perfectly in 2 minutes. This is a huge advantage.
And Corvinus knows this. He needs this to work. You know, Scarlet Devil might lose a little bit of focus there for a second, but Scarlet is busy snacking on them deer. He's just eating, knowing that his villagers are full HP. He's not going to have to worry about all of this. Corvinus does have 1 on stone. And is this still going to be a cistern play?
It's going to be an outpost. I mean, it's too late for the cistern. The idea of the cistern is Akratorn, you brawl, and you get a slight advantage. He doesn't have that. If he had the Akratorn, maybe he would have like absorbed a lot more damage here, so he could have brawled 6v5. But now, it's 6v5. Even if the Prelate wasn't here, you're going to lose this fight, right? Unless you micro like a god and Scarlet's mouse disconnects. And it's happening again, Warman.
It is, and one of his villagers is already so close to dying. The scout is just hammering away at him too. Now getting that surround on the scout, but the scout, with all its legs, is able to run away. The scout does take a few more hits, but the Prelate, he's eating up.
Okay, this is... At this point, just put him out of his misery. Oh my god.
What's the Prelate's movement speed? More than 1.12, definitely. That thing has run away so many times.
I think it's exactly 1.12 if I remember correctly. It's
just
and
like here we go.
You don't have a charge with villages, right? But so it doesn't. The Prelate can't be gap closed, basically. Yeah.
But there are more coming, and now the villagers are going to be full HP ready. Akrator is chosen, but the problem is
it's too late.
So low. They're so low, and it does look like he's pulling the Prelate here. He's going to be able to heal his villagers up. KP, this is going to be a destruction. Villagers need to retreat here, and this is...
How has he only lost 1 so far? Look at that. Look, oh my god, it's a double down. This is getting ridiculous. The Akrator is still running. The scout, he could try to snipe the Prelate.
But the
Scarlet
scout is so low.
Yeah, wait. Gotta be careful with the formation shuffle here because it puts the Prelate at the back. So you just gotta keep moving him. I think he says, fine, you can have this, but would you care to take a look at the economy right now? Because there is a teensy tiny problem for Corvinus.
Oh no. Scarlet, he's gotten quite a bit of food here between all of the chaos, and it was just enough to actually get the value he needs. The thing is, Corvinus is snacking on the food, but he doesn't have even... He didn't have resources to build even a mill. But now he gets the mill, but at what cost? A cost of a mind work that is going to just make your life absolutely miserable when the units start pouring out.
I mean, at this point, I can only assume that Corvinus saw holy written in the title. Is like, oh, that must be their king. Because that... I don't think I've ever seen someone so hyper-fixated on killing an old bald man since I watched Kilyadi try and beat Dimmu. Gee, look at God. I mean, how do you come back from this?
Well, he's got a little bit of food now in the bank. Some of these villagers, low HP ones, will be making their way back to the base. Most likely to try and get a bit of gold once he hears that age up. And he's going to know it's about to come. Scarlet Devil didn't have his full eco here, like Corvinus did for a significant amount of time. So these full HP villagers are going to need to be the ones that carries this through. At least all of these villagers are inspired by a cistern. So that must feel nice.
Yeah, but Scarlet's ones are inspired by God, so I don't know. Water, God, there's some metaphor in there about getting through a desert, but I mean, it's starting to feel like it might turn into a dry streak here for Corvinus. He just began the Hippodrome, but Mind Work already in effect, and Scarlet is just going to send 1 minute arms out to push them all the way back home.
Now, he is going to have to leave this food behind, but we have to look at what this looks like behind all of this. There's a base he's still got to fall back on. He hasn't touched his berries, so we still have a bit of berries these villagers can be thinking about as well. He pulls all of them back, knowing that there is going to be a pretty decent timing here. It doesn't really matter what unit Scarlet Devil decides to go for. He didn't scout whether this is going to be a horseman. He doesn't know if this is a spear or a men-at-arm, but he plays it safe and pulls it back. Now, he's got a lot of sheep here under the TC. A lot, I say, but not something that you are going to feel too happy about in the long run here. Corvinus now, he does have enough gold to be able to get a little bit of a wheelbarrow too, to get those villagers to run further away. There's movement on the map, and Scarlet Devil is going for the boar next. He says, dear, nah, we can get the boar.
That's the thing, right? Like, if the boar was involved in the equation, Corvinus could have tried to be cheeky with it a little bit. You know, baited aggro and then switched it over, but that's a part of the reason why Scarlet didn't rush onto it when he saw the play coming, just went deer first. Outposting and coming to secure this. And another funny thing is, like, Corvinus, the way he's set up here, his Hippodrome isn't actually safe. He's built it far out of his base, so it looks like he's trying to hide what he's doing here, but I feel like it's very easy for Scarlet. He just has to look, see there's no one on berries, no building on berries, and say, yeah, it's a Hippodrome game.
Now the question is just whether this men-at-arms composition, now 5 men-at-arms, this feels pretty strong. Byzantines does not have an answer to this, at least in the early game. So what Corvinus is going to need to do here is with that horseman, he needs to find damage on the villagers and keep those men-at-arms busy. Because these guys are going to start pouring into the base, and we've all played against an HRE with mass men-at-arms. If you are a civ without men-at-arms yourself, or at least 60 archers, you are going to have a pretty hard time. Corvinus now going out towards his berries, getting that second cistern in his base as well, trying to make a little bit of a Wi-Fi connection so these boys can start bringing in resources. Now, the question is, what unit is the follow-up here? How are you even going to withstand this heavy men-at-arms push that's about to hit your base?
Keshiks might be a decent operative to go towards. Just gives you a little bit more burst damage against the armor. I mean, alternatively, javelins can keep their distance, but you're going to struggle when you know it's going to likely be a spear horseman switch down the line. Lombos is usually seen as like the anchor point if you're trying to play around castle. My concern with like some of these choices like Lombos, if Scarlet's already scaling men at arms, there's a Burgrave build to be had here. With double boar, the deer in the corner, like you can realistically go 20, 25 men at arms and just Burgrave rush simply to get the veterancy in 6 seconds.
And that's definitely not off the table. As we see with that villager split, he's got decisions. 16 on food just tells us this man is going to be snacking. Already starting a little bit of that farm transition with the extra wood that he has. Means he's not investing in any military extra buildings for now. He is just going to most likely slow down and do exactly what KP has been sniffing out. We do see that we finally are going to get some mercenaries. But those mercenaries need a little bit more oil before they can get recruited. Corvin is now going for a horticulture upgrade, spending that bit of gold that he would need to try and get the +1 damage to do some actual damage to these men-at-arms. One more horseman in queue here, but now 10 on gold, and Scarlet Devil says he has castle on his mind.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he actually didn't add in the spears sooner. They're now coming through. He should have been a little bit suspicious when he scouted out the berries and saw that there was no Grand Winery here at all. So it definitely gives a little bit of a boon to Corvinus, because it means there's not going to be any spears to guard your offensive and defend your base. But as we can see, this looks like a feigned assault. Right, Scarlet just wants to idle him out a little bit, because the reality of what's coming is a castle age, and it's not going to take very long.
And Corvinus quickly clicking up with those Keshiks. He needs to get a little bit of firepower on his front lines, because those horsemen, they are going to do fine for now, but not against the castle age ones. So Corvin is making more horses himself. He's just doubling down and going for the base because he knows he needs to find damage, and he's not going to find damage with a big chunky army standing in front of him. Going straight for the food source because that is where it could hurt. Problem is just, if this food source is idled, it doesn't matter. He's just got the deer at the back. He's not even going to flinch about this.
Yeah, there are 3 excess villages here, though, so Corvinus can just try to strike in. Does go for Triumph activation. A steer by Scarlet to try and dodge the damage, but not easily done. He's going to lose 1 worker already. But this is buying time. Like, this idle is a little bit annoying, but the tech up is underway. Better to be dove here than to be dove where you're going Castle Age.
3 dead villagers does feel pretty tough here, and 1 more going down for Corvinus as well. It doesn't look like Scarlet is letting this little attack misdirect him. He knows what he needs to do, and the burger is in queue as well. This man is going to be eating well tonight. The other horses trying to join this as well, but the Keshiks actually doing okay against this, but the problem is there's only 2. They are not strong enough for this. Burgrave now almost done, which is just going to mean a very quick upgrade for him. The spears do chase them off, and a few more horses fall, which Corvinus just cannot replenish. I would not be surprised if he just forfeits the moment he sees that burger.
I think when he confirms there's more men at arms, the veteran scene, yeah, there you go. It's gone. GG. Another game finishing around the same time. Ironically, last time it was Corvinus trying to go castle. This time it's Scarlet. But the outcome, always the same. The devil keeps taking the dubs.
Scarlet Devil just looking like he was ready for anything Corvinus could throw at him. I just love that early game shenanigans we got there in the middle. We have a best of 5 in front of us. So there's one more, possibly 3 more games in front of us here. But Corvinus is going to need to find his inner Chad and take down Scarlet Devil in, I guess, in a more unique way that actually works. Because Scarlet Devil seems like he's ready for the meta. He's ready for Corvinus's plays. But Corvinus is the one that gets to choose this map as well. So you can be sure he's got something planned for situations like these.
Yeah, I think the problem here for Corvinus is actually playstyle more than anything else. Scarlet Devil, I wouldn't really align him as a totally greedy player. I think he's just very good reactionarily, and he's willing to play aggressive. And but what Corvinus has in mind, we saw in the last series yesterday, I think he likes people that are maybe a little bit less chaotic, a little bit more orderly, or more prone to the idea of just looking to scale the economy rather than just all-out aggression. So, these ideas that he has, they're really cool, but there is that element of, okay, it does kind of require your opponent not doing something, right? Like yesterday when he done a proxy base, it's like after an outpost rush, it's like, okay, there is this element that your opponent didn't do anything but agreed to do that. And in this game, I think he was kind of trying to flex that he'd maybe just be able to outskill Scarlet, but props to Scarlet, man. Like, he was on point. He min-maxed that prelate to the bitter end.
Now, what's interesting to me is also we have to consider Scarlet is from China. And when we think about China as a country representing AoE, it's full of shenanigans. These guys are not known for, hey, we're just going to do something standard and take you down. He's played against the craziest of the crazies, and he knows what to expect and how to respond to something that might be unorthodox. So Scarlet Devil, he is ready for this type of playstyle. Other players might have had a little bit of a harder time because you just never get to practice against any of these. Now, Frisian Marshes is chosen here, and we see Macedonians and Taklak being his choices, but getting sniped out with that Taklak, and we have finally him on a brand new civilization, and let's see if that is going to be the answer to his prayers, because Mongols also taken out for Scarlet here. I haven't seen a lot of China on this map, though.
No, it's a little bit unusual, right? Like, it just has so many other maps where it makes more sense. So China just kind of got deranked on this map because it just feels like a waste, right? Like, it's when you go, oh, yeah, Japan is good on this map too. And then people go, yeah, but there's like several other civs that are pretty good, and Japan is good everywhere. So why would I burn the pick here? But, looking at his draft, I mean, Scarlet, he could have tried Ibids, but the likelihood of it being Macedonians or Tuklak, I wouldn't have liked his chances there. I feel like Ibids can actually struggle against both those civs on this map in particular. English would have been an interesting way for Scarlet to go, but remember, he's got Socotra, so he wants to keep strong variants there. So the idea is, like, you draft Mongols, China here, and in the case that Mongols have now been banned, that keeps flexibility on Socotra to go English or Mongols, which are both desirable picks. And then that still leaves Ibids as a variance pick sometimes seen there. And then finally, like, Dry Arabia can easily be, if China wasn't picked here, it would have been that or Japan. So, like, his draft, he's kept it quite open, which is really important to remember with the snipes. But the interesting thing, like you were saying there about, China having their own tricks and their own little parlor tricks to show off at the last moment. The interesting thing is, like, Corvinus, I think part of these ideas that he's coming up with new civs like Macedonians, Tuklak, it's all coming from, I think, all that time in free-for-alls partially, and then the switch over to 1v1s. Is like his approach and how he initially would play the civs very different to what Marine Lord or Puppy Paw would be doing because they're playing a 1v1 environment. What we have to remember is Scarlet comes at it from that angle as well. This is a proficient team player. China loves their team games more than any other country in the world by far. And it's led to some really crafty strategies. I mean, it was a very big part of how CSO really started to break onto the scene in the 1v1s last year.
I think with them also being able to practice against these players who are also big 1v1ers, like Louis, for example, they're just prepared for most things in front of them. But we've seen Macedonians do some pretty crazy things. I know a lot of players say that Macedonians are a little bit hard to deal with if played correctly and if given a little bit of time. We don't typically see China doing China things anymore. When I say China things, I mean going for that Song dynasty, getting ahead, just living their best life. In this case, we wouldn't be seeing much of a pro scouting either. This is something that you need to go out and play the map too. But China is good at playing the map. Macedonians, they're just a little bit better, especially with access to that Rodari if given the time. And like I said, China is just not a civ that we see put too much pressure in that early stage of the game, like Macedonians has the choice to with their free units as well.
See, what I'm trying to figure out in my brain is who's going to build their base in the other player's base first.
Are we getting a Barbican drop?
We could be. I mean, Puppy Paw used to always do it on this map, even when other people stopped doing it. The interesting thought here is like both players have this capacity, right? Barbican is vicious, but just as vicious is the Varangian Stronghold Rush. You rush across, you drop one right next to their gold, and then you start spamming out units. It is less effective usually against like Shushi because they have an imp official opening. More effective against China because they don't like building an Imperial official.
And if you can cut off their gold early enough, that just means they are going to be suffering for days on end. Now, this also depends a little bit on that spawn, right? Because sometimes the map spawns with the 2 golds next to one another, and sometimes it spawns with a stone between the 2 golds. So usually you can get a little bit lucky with that, especially when you're getting rushed. You might have a little bit of an opening to get what you need, especially with China getting taxes. They are going to be able to recover from that eventually. We'll just see how hard this is going to go for Corvinus. And now, as you're saying it, these guys, they're both just people who would do something crazy like Barbican drop and rush from either side. I'm honestly sitting here thinking, are we seeing anything standard? Are we seeing a castle age from either of these guys, or are we just going to be forever feudal? I don't even feel like we can count the other games as castle, because it's been castle into GG every single time. So, do we get that?
I think Scarlet would want to get to castle if the feudal starts to drag a bit and he hasn't got a Barbican rush, right? Because then you start talking about the Varangian scaling, you start talking about all those arsenal upgrades, right? The silver accruement is very dangerous. Whereas like for China, name of the game is still, I'm a heavy cav civ secretly. Ha ha ha. Can I get knights out? Can I win with that? What I'm curious about is like whether Corvinus would even try the Varangian stronghold rush, knowing that China can build outposts so quickly. Like, you would be forcing a reaction out of them, but at the same time, what is your stronghold then doing, right? Like, it kind of changes the narrative a bit. And to your point, like split golds, that piece at least isn't as threatening for Corvinus, because if it is split golds, just build more strongholds, right? It's 200 wood. It has an outpost in placement. Or seriously, well, it's that simple. You want to win? Just build a trillion like strongholds. Just make them walls around their base.
Stronghold around the base in their face, and we'll see if Corvinus is going to be spicy. He is the villager moving across the map already. But Scarlet Devil, if we take a look at his scout, now going directly through the stealth forest. Ooh, wait a second. Corvinus is not being that spicy, and he's just going for a little dock. Wow.
Inflate the eco, yeah. I like this.
Who is this?
So he's still thinking about how can I be a cheeky mother ducker in Age 2, because the thing you have to remember is China, we said at the start, they do not want to build an Imperial official, which means they aren't going fishing. So, if you can go feudal first, you start building Adgir Matha. And Adgir Matha, especially if you've got fishing already in line, will easily brawl against Chinese spearmen. So it makes it much harder for Scarlet to get out on a delay.
So why are their spears just better? Because I think a lot of people also don't know how that works.
Oh, so they've got, what, more health? They also have the scaling attack speed, with more of them being closer, right? They have the ape strong abilities, I like to call it. And if you unfortunately manage to die a few too many times to them, they start getting runestone drops, right? So it's a very potent play, and also the type of unit that isn't terribly scaled into if you think China's trying to go fast tech on you, because you'll need them against lancers. The thought is like, okay, just get Chuknu to counter. But do you remember when they first introduced Shushi, and these Chuknu masters got hard countered by Lombos because they couldn't reach anything? Macedonians is kind of similar there, because the Bogmather can be very fast and get additional range. So it's a little bit of a tricky one for Scarlet. If he gets baited into a prolonged feudal and he doesn't have a clear fishing advantage, I'd be pretty worried for him here.
Okay, so Macedonians just has an answer to everything that China possibly could do. Except now we see Scarlet Devil ready to age up almost there. And this is just going to mean that he gets to then dictate if this is going to be a little bit more aggressive, or are we going to let Corvinus expand on all this fishing? So I wanted to see for a second here whether Corvinus is going to invest into more fishing ships before going on to gold. Because now I just saw him spending some of that wood as well. And it is still just mining on wood. He's already got 3 fishing ships, I think a 4th in queue already. So is he going for a 5 fishing ship opening that we've seen only from a handful of players? A lot of players play it safe. They try to get the 3 so it lasts them a pretty long time. But people with the 5, they just mean business. They want to get as much food.
I think you take the burst because like look at the sheep count right now. So Corvinus, he's got a huge abundance of sheep in his favor. Scarlet has practically none. The idea of just like only sticking in one dock and blowing up a bit to get a better ROI, it does mean that the pond's going to last less time overall, but it gives you holistically a clearer plan in feudal. You'll hit feudal faster and you'll be able to push out faster with it. That's a problem for Scarlet because of what we just saw in the sheep count. 7 sheep at 3 minutes in is a grim look for any civ. And it's not like he's got berries hidden at the back of his base to rely on.
Yeah, Scarlet Devil is going to have to be out on the map. And like you said, with Macedonians, they just have a lot of answers to whatever China would like to do. But most importantly, they have a pretty good answer to someone who tries to go out on the map when you get horses for free. We'll see if that is going to be the answer for Corvinus, with him almost getting ready for that castle age. Oh my goodness, KP. It's just different when you see them. When you see them getting delivered.
We had a conveyor belt ready for this. It might actually jam up with them. Maybe we just do multi-batch. Like, the interesting part, by the way, is that Corvinus went for an outpost on his gold, which is starting to make me think that he might just go for a classic Radari rush.
Oh.
Yeah. So like you open with 2 horsemen, and then the scout comes out at the same time, and then you can just poke harass. So like, for example, if Scarlet wants to go more than 1 pond, you'll kill his villager for that. And at the same time, it gives you just burn damage in on the docks anyway.
So with you already having that little bit of food boost, you can afford something like this. 2 horsemen without it hurting your economy too much. And with 5 still on gold, that does seem to be a pretty good possibility here. Radari just have... It doesn't seem like they have an answer just yet. A lot of players still struggling with, once those Radaris arrive, things just spiral out of control so quickly. Now, Scarlet Devil has 11 on wood here, so now starting that fishing eco himself, 12 on wood, excuse me, just staying in the game. And I don't know if this is going to be a safe play for him, especially when those Radari start arriving.
Yeah, like, what else could you do? I mean, the Barbican idea still works, right? Look at the golds. It's actually an insane Barbican game. If he Barbican rushes, then Corvinus wouldn't have gold access for Radari rush. But the problem is going to be these initial horsemen. Like, this is where Macedonians are built a bit diff compared to other civs trying to do this against. Those horsemen are pretty damn vicious, especially the champions that go with them, because the champion scout has the same health as a Castle Age Knight. Right? He doesn't have the effective HP due to his armor being lower, but he heals. He doesn't die easily. So, like, how are you now meant to be able to afford, say, 6 spearmen and the Barbican to go along with it on time? You can't easily do that.
Now we do see the second dock coming out for Scarlet Devil as well, and this just tells us he's going to need a lot more time to actually match the Castle Age if Corvinus decides to go for it. But now we have 1 horseman, and we have one of our champion scouts out here on the map, and this is going to cause Scarlet Devil a little bit of havoc, as he was hoping to expand onto more fishing boats as time went on. Still with 13 on wood. Is this going to be a signal when he sees that first horseman that he actually needs to make more units? He gets a few spearmen now, trying to have a little bit of map presence when those horsemen arrives. And for him, he doesn't know how many that will be.
Villager. Horseman's going to be able to charge in onto that. The spearman is on the way, so I think he gets away with this. It's just unfortunate for Corvinus the damage was done to his scout already. Otherwise, he could have contested this, but what was that for? Nice movements. Actually does stick on top of him. Thought that was going to be a little bit tricky with a double spear. Corvinus gets that kill. I mean, this is the thing. When you're this far out the base, if you don't have a spearman on the way, it's definitely death. But the spears, I mean, the crazy thing is that despite the fact he's playing a civ that can pump them out super fast, Scarlet wasn't able to keep that worker alive. And he does at least have 2 pond play now. But look at what Corvinus' reaction has been. 3 pond now.
And going into the Varangian gods as well. And now going for that military upgrade that is for our infantry. So this means the ground units, or the 2-legged ground units, are going to be very happy with these upgrades, especially with those Varangians in the mix. And the spearmen from Scarlet Devil are just not going to be able to handle that level of pressure. But this does give Corvinus a lot of options here. With 15 on wood, he has a lot of docks to still put down and get food from. Now, doesn't look like he is thinking about castle whatsoever, because why would he need to? He knows that his opponent has already invested himself into getting those spears. Now, as we can see, archers. So this is going to feel pretty good for him, with those Varangians at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's already starting to get the Varangian techs in, right? So he just got the armor upgrade. These archers aren't going to feel that impactful, this pacing. Has to be aware of that and trying to find a way of striking in. Second champion now arriving, and I really wasn't kidding with the health bars on these things. Like, they just don't die easily. And we have to remember that long feudal feels great for Macedonians. We highlighted one of the big points around this. It's the champions, the funnel champion in particular. Where this Varangian really become a problem is when you give them that movement speed buff from the Radari champion.
Now, with Scarlet Devil's army, this is still a significant amount. So, Corvinus, he has the mobility behind all of this, but he still has to be careful not to start losing these units, because the mass can still make a significant difference. We do have our first upgrade there, but now these horsemen, we can see he's just trying to use this one horse to get a little bit of damage. Spearmen are going to pick up both the scout and the horseman, but the champion scout does pull back for a second. You have Varangian guards on the front line now, destroying quite a bit of these spears.
And the scout,
actions.
look at the scout.
Scout is going to go down, but he took so many hits before doing so.
Yeah, he takes the worker with him was the important part. Probably could have been micro just about getting away with that, scout alive, but this is a hilarious trade, right? Like, yes, it's going to end up bad for Corvus at the end because he kind of jumps the gun, but the concept is there, and you see how filthy it is. That many spearmen brawling, and they still struggle to look good against the Varangian. What's interesting is Corvinus, it feels like there's been a big eco slowdown, and it is because he's trying to front aggression while simultaneously being greedy. He's now entering his 4th and 5th dock before he's filled out the first 3.
Now, him losing his champions is actually pretty massive here. This puts Scarlet in a pretty good position to keep making units and to now do the counter-aggression. With 20 military supply, you are going to feel a lot more confident pushing out and doing something crazy like a barbican drop, like you mentioned earlier. Because earlier there was that presence of the horsemen that you had to be careful of. You can't send your villagers out, but now you have support. So all of a sudden, Scarlet Devil has choices, and Corvinus is not going to be able to just get this for free. Now, he has moved more villagers over there to the food and only has a 1 on gold.
What? Why is... Okay, thank God it was a misclick. He queued up a droman. I was so confused for a second there. It's just going to be an archer ship, but this is interesting, right? Can we click on the strongholds? I'm pretty sure he already has the arrow slip tag. No, he does. Oh my God, he doesn't. Corvinus delayed here.
Greedy, definitely.
I mean, you built 4 of these. You definitely had time to get the stone ahead of time, man.
I don't think he expected this army to be able to push into him at this point already. Because for him, this was like, oh, I'm the one who's being aggressive. I have the horsemen. I have the champions. What is he going to do? But he hasn't been careful enough with those. Those things just falling like flies as the army pushes forward. But Scarlet Devil has slowed down with production. And KP, he's doing what you said. He wants to go to those beautiful lances and just become the knight civilization they were meant to be.
Yeah, but his food income is kind of underwhelming here, right? Like, he needs a way of starving gold or stopping the fishing. Because if they do tech up simultaneously, which is what's happening, Corvinus's unit outlook, much better. With this income and the fact that Radari are just better than Lancers, I don't like to think about how this will go for China. Like, I think he might even feel obligated to go towards, like, spear crossbows straight away because of it.
And getting through that Golden Horn Tower is not like we see with Byzantines. It's not just a building that produces units. It's a building that shoots the demon crossbow shots at everything. So that's just an issue that a lot of people are struggling with breaking through. So that means the gold is pretty safe for him. This means that Scarlet Devil isn't going to need to find damage elsewhere with these units, especially now that he is going for his lancers. He needs to find a spot where he can constantly be able to attack. Now the guy's going all the way here to the back now. And Corvinus getting his Varangian guards very shortly going to be able to get their upgrades as well. They're actually going to do pretty well against these units at the back.
Yeah, it's really nice when you've got slow-moving units, your opponent comes to you like this, really. What a nice guy. Yeah, it's also... Sorry, go ahead.
I got coached recently and was told, do not go behind your opponent's base unless you want to lose all your units. But I was going to say, could pick off a villager there, but those bad boys did absolutely nothing and will all just be sitting ducks if Corvinus decides to turn it around. But we do see more red dots coming this way. And
That's gonna be the
those red
Lancers.
dots.
Yeah. Ascon as well, interesting enough. Yeah, like your point, that there is a big irony in the whole idea of going around the back of the base gets you killed, when you consider that in the early days of AoE4, going around the back of the base was fine for English longbow mass. So really weird if you like follow the whole history of AoE4, but this is an ambitious fight. Let's maybe just not do that. He's going to run the spears past under Radari. This is the thing you want to keep down and count. The Varangian are just a big fat distraction.
The real heroes are going to be the Radari. The Radari champion here needs to stay alive for Corvinus' sake, but that man is very happy walking forward. He does pull him back now. He realizes, I cannot lose this man. He's expensive to remake, but these Varangians are going to be able to chase down, and now with Radari in the mix and another one following suit, he's going to be able to pick off quite a few of these units if given the chance.
Keep in mind, Corvinus' fishing lead isn't as big as it seems, because I think it's 5 fishing boats in the first pond in the end, right? That's now idled out. He's not one of those people that deletes them, he just patrols them. So the economy advantage isn't as crazy. What's curious to me is, like, on raw count, Scarlet Devil's food income is quite frankly abysmal. Yeah, I thought so. He's going for a farm transition. But remember, he doesn't have song, so it's poor man's China.
This is not the China we fear or make Reddit posts about. This is the China that's desperate for a little bit of income. But now you can see the composition here from Corvinus is going to start to become an issue for Scarlet, as he just doesn't have the units to handle this. He's getting a lot of crossbows, which is going to be sublime to have. But the crossbows are going to need a front line, and the Lancers, they are just not... say just not going to be the answer we need here. As we can see, he doesn't want to run those forward. The Varangian guards absolutely slicing through them. A handful of crossbows are just not it.
No, I mean, he stepped up while trying to essentially eco up at the same time. While on the backside of things, Radari should get the clap of the cheeks just in the nick of time there. That would have been a huge boon getting the champion if he could. But now, look at this. The Lancers, the second wave coming through, munching down on the Varangian, who did go into berserk mode. Mistakes made there. Corvinus, a misread of the situation. Forced back with his tail between his legs, and not much army left to counter that.
And I am honestly surprised. Activating that just means that these units can die so much quicker. With all the reinforcements coming from Scarlet's side, he's just pumping out those crossbows that he needed. And now going to be making a lot more plays for the relics. We see Corvinus being able to drag one of them slowly back to base, but Scarlet is the man in charge here, and he's making more monks to try and secure the rest of them too. The Radari numbers are still quite scary though, and I'm still thinking about that front line. We need a few more spears to be able to handle this, boys.
I mean, the crossbows are the more important thing for Scarlet, right? Just get that pure burst. I like that Corvinus is switching into mass spears because it counts Lancer plus crossbowman. Got to be a little bit careful. If you overcommit into Atgian Maffa, it does open up a Springald strategy. Not one that's going to feel giga strong by default for China, because remember, this was an Imperial Palace game. They don't really do Clock Tower anymore. But Barbican, by the way, is down the way. So we're finally going to reach a point where poor man's farming can become rich man's.
And just in time. Beautifully placed. Love this for him.
So if he deletes one farm, he actually has a perfect granary drop there.
That is going to be quite juicy to have. Now, this feels pretty good though, because you having your farms in a great position around your Barbican just means that Corvinus is just not going to be able to march in and take down. Then we just have to consider that he has an army of Radari, and those things won't mind a few Barbican shots if given the chance. You do see another horse upgrade coming on in, and the Lancer's taking a bit of damage here. Now, Corvinus, I feel like he's the one who needs to keep this pressure going, because of course your opponent is now in Song Dynasty. This means China makes more villages, the farm transition is already set up, and Corvinus doesn't have that food longevity for himself just yet. We can already see that with the difference of the food income, with Scarlet Devil being at 1.3k, sometimes 1.4k per minute, and Corvinus slowly plummeting to zero, I would say, as those fishing boats will expire very soon. And I say very soon, but that should be about 5 minutes. And 5 minutes is not a long time when you're playing against China.
Well, you have to make it work, though. You're going to have to move fast. And definitely a Civ that can move fast. With the Radari champion still there, the full composition has some speed behind it. So it's just going to be pumping forward. I think, Scarlet, you could just kind of sack this pond, maybe even sack 2 ponds here, considering you have got the farms. So you've got an everlasting economy here, right? Like, the worst thing you can do right now is get baited into a fight before he's allowed himself to fully scale.
Now, he is going straight for that dock, and this is a good sacrifice. You want to keep this army engaged. The more time you give China now, the better. You have the food eco. You're just going to have more units as time goes on, but for now, Corvinus's army is really scary, KP. I'd still want to be in Corvinus's shoes here with the amount of units we see and that composition we have. What are you seeing?
Maybe you won't want to be Corvinus for long. Nesta Beast production has begun for Scarlet. With Palace Guard, it's a pretty slick combo. Corvinus, like, if you think about it, his Bogmouth or his crossbow count, they won't be able to hang around long against just 2 Nesta Bees. And the Palace Guard in choke points don't fall fast either. Corvinus is, if you look at it, the backbone of it really is spears. So PG is kind of his worst nightmare.
And with him having Radari, that's great, but he just doesn't have the numbers to get onto the backline if given the shot. And we do see the Lancers now frontlining here into the Spears, which means a lot of damage going down. Nesta Bees getting a decent shot here at the front, but the horses are going to be able to get on top. Villagers now running a little bit too far out, and crossbows need to back off. But honestly, I still think this is an okay trade here.
It's pretty decent. The way that played out was odd for Scarlet. He idled his villages. His Nesta Bees were exposed. He actually left his crossbowmen to guard them, but they didn't guard them at all. So Corvinus just gets to surround in the entry with the Radari and the Horseman, gets exactly what he needs, and now follows it up by shutting down the crossbows, which will then give him access to the farming source of Scarlet. Big mistakes made on positioning and good exploitation by Corvinus as he now dives in to shut down the reliable food for China.
And he knows exactly what units are going to cause havoc, and those are just the crossbows. So focusing those out between all of them, ensuring that his archers are the ones to take them down. And Scarlet Devil forfeiting, and luckily this means there's not a 3-0. Corvinus still has a fighting chance here, and I'm excited to see what he picks up next.
Turns up with his Macedonian, shows you what he's cooking with when he gets his hands on these new civs. And Scarlet, just experiencing the pain of that Nesta Beast transition. You get a little bit more time. You get up to a count of 4. It's a completely different ball game. But, the big problem here for Scarlet is, he's trying to do too many things, right? He's trying to get the core crossbow count up. Then he thinks he needs Nesta Bees. But at the heart of it, you highlighted early on, where's the front line? And that was the continuous story here. He had the idea of Palace Guard, but what Corvinus understood so well is you don't give time for ideas to flourish. Macedonians is king amongst tempo civs. Once they start to stick it to you, they can keep that going non-stop. And Corvinus, he found that succinct timing, and you'd expect him to. With the amount of games he's been grinding in Macedonians on the ladder, this man has definitely got more than one trick up his sleeve.
Now, the question is whether Scarlet is going to allow those through, and he says, yes, you may have Golden Horde on Dry Arabia, as Malians is a little bit more feared than the Golden Horde. And honestly, I'm so happy we get to see this, because Golden Horde has not been getting the airtime we would like from it to understand really where they're fitting into the meta, what they're good at, and where they fall just a little bit short. But Malians is a civ that, like you said, is kind of in a very rough spot to play against because of that cow nerf not really doing what we thought it would, not really getting them under control. But up against Japan, who is also a civ with a lot of choices, I think this is going to be a pretty fun game to watch. I think we finally might get to see a really solid castle one. Not that this one fell short at all, but I would love to see a little bit of that Japan action and whether they can actually handle something like the Golden Horde.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because Japan versus Golden Horde, Corvinus had this exact matchup yesterday at the end of the day. And it was the 2TC strat that he was able to come and win with Golden Horde. What's interesting is the way the game began. It began the same way most Golden Horde games do begin at the highest level, which is with you getting Dark Age rushed. And he handled that phenomenally well. Denied the tower going up, killed multiple workers in the brawls, and it shows you the value of the Karash in even the Dark Age alongside a few spearmen. The challenge, of course, is the synchronicity of your timings there. Like, you do not have the same tempo that Japan does. Japan, who has a 75 wood cost for their racks, and then only pays 80, whereas you pay 150 wood into a bulk payment of 160, and then you have to wait longer, right? And And on top of that, remember where all this problem comes from for Golden Horde. The reason a lot of people have been struggling with Civ, if you think about them like Mongols too much, it doesn't work. Because Mongols get this guarantee of safety that allows them to do reckless things. Oh, look, gold is on the tree line. My TC is there. Nothing is exposed. If you get Dark Age rushed with Golden Horde, everything that matters to you is exposed. Your stone is exposed. Your gold is exposed, right? Like, and you don't feel secure. You feel about as secure as someone living in a cardboard box in the street, right? The only thing you really have, maybe more than the street pass there, is food safe and wood. So the idea of going Dark Age aggression sounds good until you then remember that all that stone you've been accruing has literally got no use for you other than building an outpost in the Dark Age.
Now, Japan is really good at also doing that Dark Age aggression, which I think makes this so much harder. Because Golden Horde, a lot like Aeobids and Avacid, they don't really get that fast age up. You have to give it time. And by the time you get denied with a small little rush, your opponent might already be on his way to castle the moment you hit your feudal age timing. So this does feel like a pretty tough game to be fighting up against Japan, especially considering they're so good at those Dark Age rushes that we've been seeing a lot from players here. Now, there's only Socotra left after this, and I know we might be a little bit stepbrother stuck here on the timer. So I want to take just a second to look at Socotra and say, okay, we still have a lot of good Civ for either player here. But with that 0-0-0, I'm hoping we're about to jump right in. This just means that Socotra, we might still get a decider here, but I feel like this is a pretty tough time for Corvinus.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, if we go there, what is the idea here for Corvinus? Is this like a Knights Templar fast tech into Hospitalaire strat?
Now, I see that we lost a little bit of a voice there, but KP is trying his best at getting that beautiful voice back online. And as we're waiting for this to come in, I do want to say that Dry Arabia, this is usually our question of skill. Who's going to outplay the other one? But now we'll see if that is going to be enough here. I do believe we're on our way in. But Japan, spaghetti. We got KP back. Nice. Ah, no, never mind. We are getting teased. No, you're not. I'm just face palming at something I said. Don't worry. You're still good.
I don't trust them. All right, there we go. Now I'm definitely here. All right, there we go. They should be able to hear me now. They better be able to hear me now. So,
yeah, they are.
Basically, all of the Corvinus's ideas on Socotra are like funky and out of the box. You could do like a Knights Hospitalaire rush. You could do a Tuklak Elephant push on short distance, or you could go for like some really weird ass Yatai strat. The Yatai strat I find intriguing because it kind of reminds me of when the Canadian bros discovered that Shu Shi was good on Socotra because of the meditation garden.
Okay, well, KP, that was a great speech. I just want to take a moment here and say that I confused the Sengoku and the Malian flag with one another.
Oh, yeah. And, no, I was just trying to be a bro and just glaze over that and just not even focus on it.
Oh, no. Guys, that is Sengoku flag, just so everyone knows we're not getting Malians. Oh my goodness, I'm just looking at the draft, I'm like, what? Wait, what? Oh yes, this is a situation.
If you really, do you want me to be honest?
Yes.
You've done this last week as well, I just glazed over it then.
Really? No! KP,
I was like, it's fine, we'll just steer it away. We'll just steer it away. It's like, yeah, the Sengoku here is really
So, as a Sengoku enjoyer, maybe that's the only thing I see in front of me. I understand the Malians will not see the light of day. And the thing is, when you ban out Sengoku, I get it. As a Sengoku player, I see how forgiving the civilization is. You just get to sit back, relax, and let the passive eco do the work. But yes, that would also now explain a lot more tactics. Never mind, guys. I'm going to need a second here while I'm like, whoa, did I just do things wrong for 2 weeks in a row? Wonderful. Oh. Twitch chat,
It's
though.
fine. You know, just people are talking about 60 civs in the game eventually. Look forward to that, right? Like, like AO2 usually has like different shaped shields, doesn't it, to try and help that a little bit. Whereas we're very much it's a rectangle or a circle, and they're all the same.
So we'll get there. We'll get there. Big speculation on what red and yellow flag we're gonna get for one of our next civilizations, right? Maybe we can spice it up even more.
Burgundy. I think Burgundy would like have a flag that's appropriate for that. No, actually no.
Where's
They're
Burgundy
they're red and white. Actually, no crap.
Where's Burgundy from?
They're French. The Burgundians.
Are we getting another French variant? Is
I mean,
this
why
confirmed by
not,
KP?
right? Like, I mean,
They don't have enough.
you really have to draw the lines, right? Because Relic is a Canadian studio, and you have French Canadian. So, like, I mean, they already done Jean in French, so you know, it just
Might
kind of
as well get another one.
like I'm trying actually like red and white, red and yellow flags. You could kind of stretch it with like the English flag of like the 14th century because it had, but that's like this blue checkered as well. But there is like the Angevin, literally the one that the Knights Templar has, the Angevin Empire flag. Because it's
Is
like
this fun with flags?
Huh?
By KP. Is this fun?
Yeah, it's fun with flags.
By KP.
We're going to
Okay.
like dive down the holes, but the problem is like that red and white, like the red and yellow, doesn't look like a red and then a yellow circle. I don't know. I think I think they just teased you big time with this specific civ.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's any other ones in the game that overlap this much. Probably not.
Not yet. Not yet, KP. Not
Maybe
yet.
like HRE and Iobids if you've got low res on and you're colorblind.
There's a lot of variants we're getting now. But since we're still waiting for the next game to start, I can see we're a little bit stuck here. I want to break down the fact that we are going to get some action if they allow us. If Corvinus allows us, we get some action on Socotra. So Scarlet Devil still has a lot up his sleeve here. We still have a Mongols, we still have Japan, we still have English. But like you said before, or not Japan, Mongols and English, and Ayyubids. But like you said before, Mongols and English both do pretty well on this. Is this something that Ayyubid would ever stand a chance of?
Well, on Socotra, yeah, they have like
Yes.
an interesting Gulam build that was theorycrafted a long time ago. Because like the weakness of Gulam is distance, right? And Socotra is a very, very small place. It's like, you know, it's like when you're already the fourth sibling and you all share the same room, and then your parents have a fifth, and like they're going in with you. It's like there's no room in here. That's how Socotra can feel. So Gulams did make a lot of sense. Very hit and miss strategy though. Like a lot of people discovered that's very gold dense. So if I just stick a boat on your back gold, you're not having a good
Pretty
time.
good.
I would assume that he would be looking at Mongols or English as his prior picks, especially considering what Corvinus has.
Is there an opening for Tuklak here to make any plays on a small map like that? Tuklak?
Without water, the Tuklak is because it's the fishing, right? The fishing's what makes them insane. I think they're kind of controllable otherwise. The Raider Elephants can be annoying, but you know the cool thing about this map is you trivialize it, or the next map's Socotra, you trivialize it if you just build a wall between the two tree lines.
And then elephants are not passing.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know what would have been ironic? Corvinus could have used Golden Horde there instead and built a wall, because Golden Horde can do that. Oh, damn, the mistricks here.
And then you have a nice little fun delay if you need one to make sure that you get that eco up and running and not get rushed by Japan spearmen. But yeah, no, I think Socotra is definitely a map where Corvinus shenanigans can pay off. Because we've seen some pretty spicy play here, all from the sides of the water too. So no, I can attest to being a big fan of seeing someone like Corvinus on Socotra.
I want him to KT. I want him to KT, but at the same time, I know Corvinus really likes his 2TC builds. Like, there's some cool ideas in there, though. Like, with the Hospitalet, you get the healing, you get the bulkiness in your villages. And, like, it's a small enough map that, like, Archer Mass can win. I don't know. It's definitely an interesting map to think about. Like, there's a lot of obvious plays we'd highlight with different people, like we just did with Scarlet. Whereas Corvinus is just an enigma. Like, his biggest advantage is you not knowing what punch he's going to throw. But I think the negative of that can be that if you don't have a never-ending bag of parlor tricks, an infinite bag of holding, as you get deeper in a qualifier, especially when you go from day 1 to day 2, now your opponent has time to review the VODs. So you have to keep pulling out new tricks, or it's like, oh, I've seen this one. The coin's behind the ear. Yes, well done. It was in your hand all along, right? It loses that c'est la vie, that reveal factor of it.
Mm-hmm. And this is probably something that Corvinus might be the weakness of Corvinus, is the fact that when you know your opponent's doing something crazy, usually you go and see what it is. And Socotra makes that quite simple with, the wonders of it being so tiny. But while we're waiting for the rest of it, guys, let's take a moment to just talk about what we're expecting for the rest of the day as well. After this match, we do have MSN and Mio Micah going to be fighting their best of 5 for that second spot as well. And MSN, we've seen this man. He has grown a significant amount, and I don't mean that in his height, very tall lad, but also his gameplay. He's been an absolute monster in a lot of these matchups. And MSN, what have you been seeing out of him? Especially, does he play KPMM as well?
He hasn't been playing that many in a while now, actually. I think maybe he's just worried that, bedtime's going to be a little bit too early in the evening. I think that's why he put him on the second set. But Mia Micah as an opponent's going to be an interesting one. Like, MSN has some de homage ways of playing the game, He very much loves his camels. I feel like when he was a little child and only, 5'6" tall, he was probably taken to a zoo where he pet a camel and became a little bit too attached there. So usually we expect an Iabid, a Bassid prize there, whereas Mia Micah historically has been Japan, Shushi, Mongols are his bread and butter, House of Lancaster more recently, with these almost cheesy builds. But like when Mia Micah is switched on, the way he cheeses goes beyond just cheesing. You know what I mean? Like, when someone's like, okay, I've seen this 100 times. Oh my god! Like you StarCraft people be like, oh my god, it's a Protoss cannon rush. Wow, we've done this before. Why is there 15 cannons in my base? He's that type of player. He takes it a step too far and usually breaks his opponents because of it. But I think we're just working to get in the game. By the way, guys, like I think we have a small tech issue, so we should be able to resolve that eventually. I mean, where else would you get a podcast though? So hang around.
So. Now we actually need to start bringing up questions, ask the heavy hitting things.
Oh, is this like agony aunt stuff from the chat?
No, Twitch chat, this is now your AMA. Ask KP anything. But
KP, what do I do about hair loss? Just shave your dog's hair and then super glue it to your head. There you go. Next question.
Is that what you have over there? Labrador Retriever? Wait!
wait.
Scarlet Devil? Is this
real?
Corvinus?
I think it's happening. I think it's actually happening. Oh my god. We're finally underway. Corvinus is about to get the taste of Japanese pain again. It's a Dark Age rush against one of the most vulnerable civs in the game to Dark Age play. But let's see how Corvinus navigates the Dark Age minefield.
Now, with the first spearman already out there, but Corvinus not really aware of what's coming towards him just yet. But if we take a quick look at the spawns, we'll see how vulnerable he's going to be. Like you said, he has that forward gold, but everything else seems to be pretty fairly split around. Scarlet Devil not investing too much into this rush, though. He just wants to make sure that he denies the gold, and then he will go and get his age up. And that's what we can expect from Japanese. Because with Japan, you have a civ that, again, loves to go fast castle. This is not a problem for them to just do a little bit of a rush, get that bit of a presence down here, and then go for a play they're very comfortable with. Corvin is responding with Spearman, though.
Yeah, I think Corvinus may have just gotten baited here. Because last time when he'd done this strat, it looked really good because his opponent went, I think, 6 spears last, was going for the outpost rush. Scarlet has no interest whatsoever. I think Corvinus needs to turn this into a counteroffensive because one interesting thought that should be in the back of his mind, Scarlet's one of the players that likes fast castle builds. And you can tell it's going to be one. Just look at that Kura Storehouse. One worker. He's going lean, fast castle fighting machine.
And this seems to be a pretty standard play out of here from Japan. We've seen this a lot from people. They take their time to age up because the moment you age up, you're ready to click up. And that feels pretty amazing in this regard. Now, he, luckily for Corvinus, didn't overinvest into getting that counter push going. But now he has to ask himself, do I have a response to him going fast castle? Is this where I go fast castle myself, do I have the same type of firepower when I hit castle compared to when my opponent does? And also, KP, we have no game sound, I believe. I
We
don't know
don't
if
have
that's the case.
audio because this is just
But
deafness
I could
awareness.
just make the
we're used to doing
noises,
this.
don't
And
worry.
wait, oh my god, he's doing it again. It's an outpost rush. It's a back gold.
but-
Okay, no, okay, it's not. Okay, thank God. I was so worried because like Scarlet has a back gold. This is a lot tamer. Thank goodness.
I was ready for us to just see more shenanigans, but this is a safe level of shenanigans, of course. So, as they're building the buildings and villages just gathering all around. Oh, I love when the sound doesn't work, so I just get to make all the awkward sound effects.
Yeah, you
while the
just
other
make them
person
for
casts.
you. Yeah, like when the deer goes down, can you make that noise?
Okay, don't worry, I'm on it. I will definitely.
You're going to
I'll do it
research
next
that
time.
noise now. You can't remember it straight away, can you? It's more like it's like a weird sort of thing. It's really weird. It's almost like the deer had a pig inside it when it died.
KP, fun with flags into fun with deer noises. Love that. But
wait until you find out the noise a fox makes.
Now, we do have the little bit of units also moving out to try and slow down the Scarlet Devil shenanigans that has been going on. But he's got a tower himself, so he's not too worried about this. And the scout just slapping down that uwu. Now, we have to wonder if Corvinus is now also just going to respond by getting... I was going to say to get
an outpost. He's not like if you thought he was going to go castle for a second, you have to remember this is Golden Horde. They don't win castle rushes, to be honest. But their outposts are pretty big.
That is a massive outpost. KP, those spearmen are no match for this outpost, and there are some reinforcements here as well. They're not looking too good against that tower though, and it is perfectly safe for at least 5 villagers. But now, what is Corvinus going to be able to do with this? And we can see he's going to be able to push off these villagers. Can we check the range on this pretty quickly?
It's not going to hit by default, no. So it needs to get arrow slits in, which is coming momentarily. Then Scott's kind of a wee little bit of a problem here. But Corv, he's committing hard, right? He's gone for the archers here. You're up against Mount Samurai. There's an overconfidence that he's going to stop Golden Tally. Does snipe a worker on the farms. And remember, the secondary gold option isn't great here for Scarlet. The third is very far out to the west side. And Corv isn't done. It's another outpost.
No. Corvinus is just playing his best game he could. Getting this type of anti-rush is exactly what we would expect from this man. Absolutely looking so scary, but already stopping this mounted samurai spam by cutting off the gold. This spawn definitely making that a lot simpler for him to do so. But now him already picking off 2 villagers, this feels pretty good.
I do wonder if he could have just clicked the villages there, though. I mean, these are mounted samurai. There was only 6 spearmen max. I think actually 2 of them aren't here yet. So it's not the craziest thought to say mounted samurai could have actually just sniped the workers there. Because Tordaku don't do much damage. They're just very tanky. So yeah, weird choice by Scarlet, just sacking his own farming area. And now, Corvinus, I mean, is this good enough to tech with? You've stopped the gold. Although your opponent's not going to stop there, right? Like, he's going to make a move out. In fact, if you look at the mini-map, Scarlet is heading for the west gold now. So, Corvinus, we may need one more outpost here, sir.
And it looks like he is planning on doing Ooh, never mind. He's just sending the horses here. And that is a pretty good move now, because with those guys, he's going to be able to get reinforced pretty quickly, move back to where the rest are. And we see a lot of idle villagers here from Scarlet trying to find a way to get to a gold resource. But he's just pulling all the boys. All the boys realize we need to get out here and make something happen. Puts a tower down here all the way at the front. And Corvinus does play it safe, pulls back, but 2 villagers will go down. Oh my goodness, we're already at 5, and this feels pretty good. But the back line is getting attacked here. The villagers are running for their lives, getting to those spears, but there's not a lot of them.
Mount Samurai, though, look what they're doing. They're cleaning up right now. So Tordaku are going to come back to try and assist, but the spearmen have caught up. They have not been vetted. Scarlet Devil has got 0 gold income. His Mountain Samurai need to be careful not to get secluded here. Over time, he can heal them up if he gets more monks out. Workers rushing the tower up as Corvinus dives in for additional finds. Will strike down another worker. and shift away. Now, he has lost the majority of his infantry. He's only cavalry based here. And it does seem like Corvinus, is he doing that 2TC strat again? Because that is a lot of wood.
Getting that amount of wood opens up a few options, at least for them. But he's not in a position where he has a lot of options, because even though he's shut down all of this, he still has to keep in mind that he's playing against someone with a lot of mounted samurais. And apparently those mounted samurais are staying right in the base. I was going to say they can be an absolute menace when they get onto that wood line. But they are here to react. They are here to react to a very spicy army here from Corvinus. And honestly, I love this map presence from him. I think this is exactly what he needs to force Scarlet Devil into this awkward position for even longer. And he's going for a few more kills onto the wood line, but he needs to be careful because those mounted samurai, they're not raiding. They're right at home.
Yeah, the problem here for Corvinus is the problem Gornhorde always has is like teching is not easy. And it's very obvious when you choose to do it. It's very obvious when you put 1,800 resources into something else with a Civ. So you kind of need a big win on the fights. And, you know, there are some wins to be talked about and had here, but realistically, Scarlet now does have food. He has gold. He will start just surging out mass mount samurai pretty swift here. So the idea of like Scarlet waiting his base, I don't mind it. I do hate that he's not healing the samurai because I think you want to be ready to roll pretty fast here. Essentially, the classic catch them with the hand in a cookie jar moment. Because by the time Corvinus is teching up and maybe a minute away, you could be 10 samurai deep easily.
Oof, but he gets yet another kill, and he'll get more, as only 5 of those villagers fit in that tower. These guys will be paying the price. 10 villagers already going down here. And this is looking sublime for Corvinus. Honestly, I am so impressed with this man just shutting down his opponent that was initially in that driving seat. So, beautiful play here by Corvinus already. I am getting so excited. Are we going to get a 2-2?
It's looking pretty good right now. I like that Corvinus reinvested there. Like, there's kind of a choice to be made, and he saw that there's more blood to be spilled. So doubles down, adding in the Keshiks to go alongside the Torgud. So this changes the damage dynamics. Before he had a tanky front line, now he's got a tanky front line with good DPS as well. And the Mountain Samurai do need to be careful about getting outnumbered. Great little snipe there, and then just pulls away. And he is now finally topping off the injured Samurai. So I think he's looking for a go time soon. I don't know if he's suspecting that Corvinus fully reinvested, however. I mean, you see the archers being produced, which should be a giant red flag for him.
But has he completely reinvested, or is the UI just bugged to see the age up? Because this is that's a pretty common thing in a lot of cases.
He added in a lot of Keshiks.
Full investment.
Yeah, yes, there's no doubt about it. He added he's double pumping Keshiks, which remember they're 200 normal, so you're paying 400 like toll. Like your economy just disappears straight away with this. So
apparently, it's fine. With all those horses, apparently you can just deal with the mounted samurais in the numbers. I love the reinforcements here from the spearman as well, KP. He's just ensuring that he has an answer to anything Scarlet Devil is pushing out. The problem is just Scarlet Devil also has a lot of spears in his arsenal. Luckily for Corvinus, he cannot just produce so many because the berries are running out. Now he's going out onto the deer, so the food should skyrocket in a little bit. In theory, but unfortunately, Corvinus is right on top.
Again.
He knows where the man is going to be heading, and
they pull
villagers
away.
are still overstacked yet again. Too many villages for a tower, but this time they are just running for their lives.
Knights are there to receive this time around, though, so won't get smashed down the same way. We're kind of shocked that he just left that wide open. And now the 1-2 tap switcheroo. Corvinus comes in on the east side. It's about to turn into a game of tug and pull. And Scarlet's going to have to stretch himself thin here. Corvinus going in for the bow on the outpost. Does surround the workers. Going to be -5 there. And now the Samurai outnumbered on the west side. Up against the Keshik and Torgud with the buff damage. They'll clear him up there. Few of the Samurai do come across the east side. But there's plenty of spears remaining. And a lot of other time. I don't see how Scarlet is meant to weather the storm at this pacing. Corvinus' choice to double down and double again in the feudal, 100% the right call, as he will book himself that game 5.
And honestly, he did this with confidence. I cannot believe that early defense that he did with the spears, it was effective, but he stopped the spears and then he followed it up, made sure that he made ensured that they go to the back, slow down a little bit of that gold, and just keep doubling down. The towers, absolutely sublime, and Corvinus just showing us he deserves to be here. And now I'm actually so excited to see a 2-2 for this final qualification spot for them. They need to make sure that they give it their all. And Socotra is not the kind of map you want to be giving it your all. This is usually the map you want to use to get one ahead. But now it is the decider, and I am so excited to see what this looks like with the civilizations that they could be having on the board. So we'll be hopping into that one in a second to see exactly what was chosen here.
Really impressive game still, though. Like, Corvinus, I think he just kind of educated us like, hey, there are some things that are very similar to OG Mongols with this Civ. The outpost rush is a little bit funky, a little bit different, but has value. I think Scarlet Devil, in hindsight, is going to be looking back at that one like, trying to burn down the outpost, very difficult to do because they're a lot tankier. It did feel like there should have been a way of stopping the creep a bit. It's definitely a game both players going to be reviewing curiously, I imagine. But I called it. It's the Knights Templar Took choice. So Scarlet, he'll snipe out the Tuklak. We will be seeing Knights Templar. And Scarlet himself is going to have the English for this deciding game.
And I'm honestly so shocked to see the Tuklak getting sniped out. Because as you were analyzing it, it just made a lot of sense. You're not dealing with fishing Tuklak. You're just dealing with Tuklak. It's not a civilization that feels as scary without those advantages. But still, Scarlet Devil says it's a new Civ. I don't know what to expect out of this man. Let's just ban it. We know what to expect out of KT. It just feels a little bit easier. But now, English has been so powerful on this map. And that's something we just cannot scoff at. English has a lot of answers. And a lot of it centers around the boar pretty early on as well. A lot of civilizations just cannot shut that down. But KT has a pretty fast age up to be able to respond to something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought here. It's very interesting dynamics, right? Like, to the Tuklak, the Ibid bans, I think they're trying to minimize the healing potency on both sides. Because, fun little fact, if you look at all these Civ picks, every single one of them has feudal healing. That's a very interesting dynamic to consider on a map like Socotra that's all about aggression and how good people have gotten at utilizing early game healing efficiency to win games in less than 10 minutes. So, you take the Tuklak out because the elephants are insanely strong there. You take Ibids out because the dervishes are nuts. And that leaves, like, walk back home in healing versus I have weird Gandalf in Aragon armor healing. And you don't really want to build those healers as Knights Templar because you're against English. And Lombos, like, they snipe the Hospitaller quite well because the lower armor. So, yeah, a little bit of an interesting thought here. Like, maybe instead we just see French commandery. So then you have a French knight, because on this map, like, there is a concern that English could easily go Council Hall.
Yeah, and the Council Hall, we haven't seen it a lot, but it still shows us a lot of that early aggression that it's pretty much unmatched for a lot of civs. And especially with KT, if they were to respond to this, they are going to have to spend a lot of resources to catch up on that. When English has a safe wood line, in this case, might even have a safe boar. And that's exactly what we see early game here. The fight around the boar. And the villagers are coming in hard. Corvinus, though, he needs to be careful. These are short bows, and they are...
Oh, he's already dead on one. Oh. Like, he's legit already dead on one, right? Like, I mean, you got to get that. Yeah, like, on the entry, you're going to lose one. So we need to flip the colors around. Yellow is going to be English. This is Corvinus pushing in the red, trying to shiv him down. It's not going to work. I was like, wait a second. This doesn't make sense. Now it does. Corvinus in a bit of a sticky situation, really. He's going to go for a wall off. Why?
Those short bows are going to be very happily firing around. And they fire yet at another villager. 2 villagers already down this early on in the game.
Yeah, he has enough to kill.
Third villager.
He can literally kill you here. It's crazy, actually, that he even tried to wall that. Reload. One more down. Oh, no!
I don't really know if we have to keep casting KP. This is...
I'm just, like, the color switch at the beginning just made it a mind fudge. Because, like, on approach, there was something really important happening there that would have been better otherwise. And it's the fact that when it looks like yellow is the English shortbow rusher and secondary to do so, yellow was going to lose his scout. Which meant that stealth forest would have allowed Knights Templar to fight English villagers because they can't see anything, right? They're like me when I take my glasses off. So that differential, for a moment, made that look mind-bogglingly different on the opening. Like, until you saw the shortbows fight, like, oh no, this is simple. Okay, it's just English doing English things. what does Knights Templar do now? Because congrats, your 4 workers down, and when you tech, you're going to be more down.
Yeah, now this is going to be Corvinus having to perform miracles, because we already talked about the fact that English has that huge power spike on in Feudal with just having usually control of the map, usually having a much better vision, because if you reinforce your English army with the towers, you just have such a nice little advantage with all of this. Safe wood, you don't get to actually do damage against them. Corvinus is going to need to age up here with a miracle. I have no idea what this man could do unless he gets a horse on top of a ton of villagers, Scarlet Devil DCs. This is going to be a very tough game for Scarlet Devil to lose.
I mean, you want a miracle. He's playing Knights Templars, basically an entire holy order. So, you know, technically made up of miracles. They got plenty of trinkets round about. And wait, what the No, no.
Oh, no.
What? Wait, why?
Oh, no.
Why is this version of Socotra so weird? Actually, this is ladder Socotra.
We just got whispered by our producer here at the back and asking where the gold was. But so this is a bugged spawn for Scarlet Devil. But you guys need to keep in mind when you get a bugged spawn, you usually want to remake. After you've killed 4 villagers, you do not want to remake. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You just take it.
It look at his tree line. It looks like Marshall from How I Met Your Mother after he just shaved down the center of his head. Like what? Where is it? He has so little wood in his base. Actually, it's pretty tilting to realize after an insane opening like that this is your spawn.
Now, he does go for the Abbey of Kings on that gold, but Corvinus realizes, hey, you're all the way out here. We talked about a miracle, KP. The gold being this far out might be that miracle that he would need to actually do the damage. But still, it's still a far stretch.
Could you imagine just like Corvinus just all chat typing, are you sure you don't want to re? Because
yes, if you donate 4 villagers to me.
Yeah, he's like, I'm totally game for remake if you want a remake. It's like, I know he's maybe considering 2TC, so maybe it's a good deal for me. In fact, is he not already on the... He is. Corvinus is on the stone.
He is. Already going onto the stone. It makes a lot of sense. This man, he needs the villagers back. And if, by some miracle, Scarlet Devil does not find a way to do damage with him going for the stone, this could be okay in the long run. Corvinus now getting 5 on the stone here, and this is pretty standard for a lot of civs, but we do see some of them just going 4, but you know that there's a king coming eventually. Knights Hospitalier being the choice here, and you mentioned earlier, this is not something that they usually want to go for. More on stone to resume.
Yeah, I mean, Hospitalier, like, the idea is kind of cool here, right? It just makes your villagers more tanky. For the men-at-arms themselves, not really that desirable with the threat of Lombos, but I think, genuinely, we're just going to see 2TC on 2TC. I don't think this is going to be a very fast game of Socotra.
And you would expect it to be a very fast game on Socotra after 4 villager kills, but no. These guys, spicy as ever. Let's go see where those villagers go. Going right back to the gold here. They do have the choice of redirecting themselves onto the stone, but we do see an archery range also being plopped down. Ladies and gents, that is going to be aggression from Mr. Scarlet Devil here. Is English going to be the Devil civilization yet again? Oh, yes. If your opponent lost 4 villagers to you in the early game, definitely.
Hey, but you know, like, may have lost 4 villagers, but at least I know where my gold is, okay? So, swings and roundabouts, I'm afraid, here. So it looks like Corvinus is probably... Is he going to secure the deer? It would make sense to try and secure a deer with a TC drop here.
With a second TC against English longbows, it doesn't feel like a free secure for you, at least. Because they still outrange that second TC, don't they?
Longbows, yeah. But the thing is, if you push the TC further forward, you can hide behind it. He hasn't done that, though. He's actually left himself exposed here on the gold.
So, doing this, although it is exposed from the water side, as we can see there, this could be just shut down with a few ships. And Scarlet Devil can opt that way. He's got 10 on wood. This could just turn into a ton of longbows. But at the same time, you could put pressure on your opponent from the other side too. Especially when he sees now there's no way he's going to be able to attack, at least for now. So Corvinus getting that second TC there means that that wood line is quite secure for a bit. So there might be a method to this madness.
Cute campfire idea there. Lombos are starting to arrive, Spimmin as well. I mean, the idea here is that Lombos shouldn't be able to get kills easily. You have 15 more HP. You're basically a Gilded Villager on HP. And he is at least concaving the tree line, so it's not like you can easily see in if you're Scarlet. He's going to try to approach. The king can dive and give that vision. That's the only trade-off I'd say here that's awkward. And, like, you'd think just build spears, lol. But against Lombos, you never want to build spears.
So what is the unit that Corvinus potentially could make to handle this? And I mean, right now, nothing. The poor guy cannot afford a single thing.
Archers.
He says archers.
Yeah. It has to be, right? It's like your only good friend. Yeah, but look, Scarlet. Just get men at arms, lol. He's already thinking about it.
Getting that first upgrade for them already is going to mean that he's going to need a lot of archers to deal with this. But when you are diving your fellow opponent here, you want to have those chunky boys to tank most of the TC shots. And with those guys, that is exactly what he's going to be able to manage to do. We see the longbows trying to pivot towards another space where they could potentially do some damage. But right now, Corvinus is making sure that he just produces as much as he can. No villagers on gold. He doesn't need it right now. He says, I just need resources to make sure I have the archer numbers to handle this.
Does he have the food numbers, though?
Ooh. But hold on. Scarlet Devil is going for a fast castle?
It
Medium
looks
castle?
like it.
Oh, never mind.
Maybe more medium rare. Okay, like, because he hasn't dropped a blacksmith yet, no? Like, that would explain the gold right now. Yeah, no blacksmiths. And you're against archers, so you kind of want it yesterday. Especially considering it's 2 TC plus archer mass.
And now Corbin is equalizing that villager count, but now he gets to start playing the game. And this is where you have such a big disadvantage already. You now finally get to that even playing field. I say even, but you have a slightly elevated playing field for English right now. Because he's still got that farm transition up and running, so this is not a concern for him at all. And that king can't just sneak by here. He needs to be careful of this TC fire. This is going to be critical to ensure he keeps control of something like that gold.
I feel like there's usually more room to run around the back of the TCs on this map. Maybe I'm just imagining it, but
Oh no.
It does feel a bit huggy. So, like, longbowing to try and dive much more difficult. I would have expected Scarlet to maybe try and sneak an archer ship, but considering it's only archer mass, doesn't really help him at all. We do have a gate now coming in, and this is the value transition point, right? It was expensive for Corvinus to do this, but now you see the upside of getting that wall up. It's such a Benny Hills advantage. Like, oh, you're about to backstab me? Walk through wall. Oh, you're about to hit me from your base? Walk through wall.
And him having all these archers here means he might be able to snipe a villager or two, but no, the villagers do make it out with that wheelbarrow. They're running at the speed of light, trying to get back to safety. And he will lose all of these archers. He does take a villager as a victim, though. But losing all these archers is not the end of the world for him. He's got the resources behind this. We can see he's spending every bit of resource he has to just make units. And what he's doing is he's forcing his opponent to chase him instead of putting pressure on that TC that he just needs to start doing the talking.
Tech up time. Age tree about to be on the agenda for Scarlet. Question is he going to mirror the value of the TC, or do we see something a little bit more aggressive, like a white tower drop towards the center?
Now, the white tower would make a lot of sense on a villager now moving out here. That villager is still running back, technically. But he's got his villagers out here to try and make that decision for him. With this amount of vills, though, you feel pretty good about the white tower rush, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Drop it in his face. You know, maybe not too deep because the archer count, but like just think about the logic here. There's only one landmark, and you can build trebuchets out of a white tower. He goes into the stealth forest, but Corvinus does seem straight away. Scarlet, that was a little bit greedy. His archers are catching up, so he will be able to return to his duties here. And Corvinus, he is at least playing a civ that can fast tech. Remember, it doesn't take Knights Templar long to mirror the play if they can just get the resources together.
Now, he pulls the king back, but the king is not going to be enough because the rest of that army is still there standing at the front. So the king might be a little bit engaged, but it's maybe... Ooh, oh my goodness. Is this the
what?
play we've been looking for? The villagers are ready to fight this, but they're fighting against men-at-arms. They're going straight for the villagers, trying to get us around here. And now
my God.
they're going to be fighting against so much. But that wall, KP, the wall came in clutch. And he's just killing every single villager.
He needed to pull more than this. This is not working. This is ridiculous. Shiv's out. The longbos, the A-clicks are all over the place. They're not doing the trades they're looking for. And that is going to be a doubtful tower for Scarlet. That's
I am
game.
speechless.
That's game. There's nothing left. Come on.
More villagers have been pulled, and they are going to be fighting against these others, but there's archers, and the longbow numbers are just not matched here. The villagers need to start burning that. Oh, but they build a tower, and the burns have come in, so he cannot even get the full refund here. And even if he does... Oh, no. He did get quite a bit of resources back here, though.
I mean, he did, but he left quite a few things behind as well, most notably villages. Villages are kind of important to most things in Age of Empires 4. Oh, my God.
And you guys might be saying, yeah, they killed almost equal amounts of villagers, but you have to keep in mind, Corvinus, he's the man on 2TC. And KP, I asked for a miracle. Corvinus, you received the gold spawn all the way out there.
Yeah.
Secondly, you received the gift of a bunch of villagers just dropping a white tower on his archers. And that was exactly what this man needed to stay in this game and just run away with it.
I mean, you just imagine, like, just in Corvinus's room in prep for this game is loading in. Dear God, I don't really ask for much. And he's just got, like, soundtracks playing in the background, like, just to really set the mood. But if you give me this one win to qualify for the road to Red Bull Wololo, I'll go to church every Saturday. I won't ask anything else of you. And it's looking like the prayers may be paying off. I mean, sure, the tech up has happened for Scarlet, but Corvinus, he can just mirror the timing now.
Now, Scarlet realizes he's got the timing here. He needs to do something with this. Instantly queues up those 2 knights. He doesn't have any other gold in his vision and arsenal because Corvinus, he secured that gold all the way from the back, ensuring that the villagers have no other recourse. And where's the second gold? You may ask, what second gold? It's all the way on the other side.
That's the second gold. Up here, that makes sense. That's good balance to get people to play up onto the map, you know? And I mean, at this stage, is there just a chance that there's some sort of like messaging loophole where you can argue that your remake question mark was 15 minutes delayed in-game chatting? Because it can be very slow sometimes, you know?
I didn't realize what my spawn looked like. I only saw that after I lost all my villagers to the White Tower. Where am I gonna get my second gold?
He's like, sorry, I was playing the game on 4:3 ratio, so it actually kind of looked like a circle.
No gold on the side of this map. And we did, by the way, guys, this might be a bug spawn, but we do have confirmation that there will be an EGC version by the main event next weekend. So for all the pros in the chat sitting here thinking, oh my goodness, what if this happens to me? Do not fear, EGC custom maps are near.
This is like your marketing. Like we create the map in the future. It's like the marketing move here. It's like the equivalent of trying to sell someone life insurance and them going, I don't need life insurance. And then you're just shooting the person next to them. Like, you probably need life insurance. I mean, pro players, if you download the wrong Socotra, this could be you.
Good luck, have fun. I see there's a little bit of a meme there in the chat as both players on the EGC version spawn without gold. So it is going to be even. Now, I want you guys to notice here that Corvinus, he doesn't have a lot of food here. He's got everything on gold. And is that just because of the spearmen that we are going to need to afford? Are they very expensive?
They're pretty food demanding. Like, whenever you want a melee blob, it's a very high price to pay on food. Like, even the crossbows as well, that's pretty food dense, right? So everything he needs really revolves around the idea of food. But, you know, the interesting part here is, like, this game should be over, but Corvinus doesn't have much food. And the trebuchets, like Scarlet has said to hell with this, I may be down almost 25 workers, but you still only have one landmark.
And that landmark looks pretty juicy here with one ram just hammering away now slowly at the houses. Corvinus does not have access to the wood like he did before. You can see the villagers now, they were getting food, passive food from this wood as well, but the farming eco that he's trying to set up is taking quite a while. He does have these heavy spearmen, And the numbers are looking decent, but the crossbow follow-up is coming in pretty quickly. Scarlet Devil now already having 3 in queue there. He needs to try and find a way to kill as much as possible before this 2TC economy shows him exactly what he's been missing. That's so many villages on gold, KP.
Treb's ready to roll. Gonna be a pop-lock situation to slow down Corvinus. I mean, it's just weird looking at this game. This should have been over. When the White Tower failed, it should have been done. But, Corvinus doesn't have the army yet. And it's one thing to have an economy lead, it's another to use it. He's struggling to find ways of using these workers.
We do see a few Knights Hospitalier coming in now, and that might just be so he can try and heal up anything that tries to take some damage. But the crossbow numbers from him, is this going to be just sniped down pretty quickly by... Oh, never mind, I was going to say by the longbows, but they're still fuel age. He's not going to be making anything else like this, yeah. Longbows are just not going to be part of this fight whatsoever. We do see the boys now moving in closer to the food. We do see us around, and a few of the villages will go down. But even if they do go down, it feels okay.
The bigger problem here is not okay is the amount of time he keeps losing houses. Corvinus is sick and tired of this crap, so he pulls out now to try and deal with the trebuchets. Scarlet overextended. Sacked his own siege. 1 treb down. Second one running away. And this is unfortunate for him. Like, look at the vision. Corvinus, he hid the rest of the houses behind the tree line. So Scarlet didn't have that consistent population denial.
And he did a pretty good job at that for a while, but the problem is now with the houses being rebuilt, you have to consider he doesn't have a lot of wood. So with the trebuchets, if they stayed alive, this could have been so critical for Corvinus, because Corvinus was not going to be able to afford repairing that 1 TC he's had and rebuilding houses at the same time. Now, a lot of units died here. We see all the villagers going straight for the gold. He is just using that market and exchanging as needed. Mangonel now firing here too, which is going to mean the villagers need to back off, and that wood denial is still pretty heavy here.
And that gold, look how fast he's trying to harvest through that. This doesn't feel like a comfortable position to find yourself in right now. Second mango out for Corvinus. There's not much in the way of anti-siege here for Scarlet is the problem, right? Like his only way of easily dealing with them is to have more siege, which the numbers aren't really supporting currently.
The problem is Corvinus might have this ability to have more villagers now, but they don't have anything to do. All of these villagers are just standing around waiting for better days. If you see a lot of them going idle, did you see them standing there at the back just thinking about what are these possibilities?
Planning a coup.
Now firing, getting an okay shot here, but the second shot hits a few longbows, but that's not when you want to be killing just yet. He does get another one off, and now you actually got a few victims out there, KP.
Yeah, but the problem here is you need kills, right? Because remember, as soon as you stop fighting, oh look, every damaged piece gets healed off. So that's why Corvinus is now double downing. He needs enough mangoes to secure guaranteed kills. The interesting thing though is like Corvinus, there is a weird play you could try to attempt here to get out of your base. He has already got a dock. What's a transport ship between friends? I mean, there's no way Scarlet sees literally every piece of this map. Right?
He's trying to do... Ooh, and he's trying to do a little bit of damage to this tower before the emplacement comes. You can't see when that is about to hit, but hallelujah, you shouldn't see the moment... Oh, that's about to finish, and this tower is going to take a little bit longer to die.
He's diving Aura.
We'll know.
Like, this... Oh my god.
Forward.
Guys, calm down. That's a stockpile you can't really afford right now. The mango does get paid under the wrong unit, though. But this is the thing, even if he gets rid of this outpost, Warman, there's still an attack speed aura to fight into here.
And the villagers are going straight for the trebuchet. He says, I have 2 TC, I can replace these. It's fine. I'm just going to get rid of this. I don't have the wood. I'd rather sacrifice some of these bills.
King.
Anything else, though?
Can you get the
have a front line.
Okay, you gotta fit. The healing is still going to be there for Scarlet.
Villagers apparently the strongest army that this man has right now, and the wood just constantly getting denied, and that's just the beauty of English here. With that king, you can just constantly heal up, run around, and now all of a sudden that gold you had to go for all the way on the side of Corvinus' base feels pretty okay, because your villagers are right there ready to rebuild everything and anything they need to.
Same mentality we had early in the series of Front Range, the design of that map, right? Socotra can play similar at times, but the woodlands are meant to push you left and right. But from Scarlet's position, doesn't really feel that threatened, that impacted. Corvinus is quickly running out of anything to harvest here. He's on his final trees. He's actually starting to creep out to the east side unnoticed. Our ship is going to be a nuisance here. There isn't a gold in the base to harass, but there are farms. And the scout, yes, he does have vision here. So you could actually just send a few horsemen over here to be a right nuisance. Scarlet is even going for veterancy on the ponies, so he will have a counter solution to Corvinus's mechanical army.
Now, this is starting to become a very scary army with a lot of horsemen in the mix as well. There's just no response here from Corvinus. We do see the siege trying to fire away at the front line. He has lots of springles, but is this going to be enough? Apparently it is. Villagers absorbing so much of the damage, and there is more to come. This 2TC is just pumping further away. Now the tower getting shut down here at the front, and Scarlet Devil, he's starting to take these trades very badly.
This is getting a little bit red flaggy. Corvinus is being allowed to spread wider and wider. I'm surprised Scarlet is just, there we go, peeling the cavalry and going. Because, like, he has the wall now to fall behind if he gets pushed on the center. Yeah, the interesting thing with this game right now is Archer, like, he hasn't got an easy way of reacting to it. And he set up all his farms defensively. So critical that he gets this denial of field on the other side. There's a full dive come. Oh my dear God, where is the army? Wasting a lot of time on 1 minute arms. The Springalds are bulking in force, by the way. Corvinus about to crack double digits to try and deal with anything that isn't on horseback here.
Now, he's doubling down on these units because he doesn't have the food to sustain anything. But apparently, he has enough to make all the siege in the world. The villagers now, the boys are pulled, KP, and yet again, another triple ship pays the price.
And Mango as well.
Mangonel, rest in pieces.
Scarlet is just trusting the auto pathing out on newly freshly spawned units. However, look at this. There's no front line. He pulled the villagers so far away that now you can access the siege. So goes in on the Springles and the Mangoes. Shivs are now going to come out. There's only one Mango to try and return fire against the cluster of workers. I love that. He stops shivving them. He just sticks them to default formation, so he gets more body block effect here. Throws the torches at the Mango. Who needs an army when you can just have workers?
And he's got so many of them to go around. He just says, I need more food, guys. Let's just get on the deer. I need this. So on the other side, though, Corvinus, it just seems like he is on wood as much as he can. No gold left, but it's fine. He's going to keep moving out. Now, going onto the stone means that he might even be able to get his second landmark, which, you know, at this point, might be a bit of a game changer.
It does make Knights Templar sound a bit crap, doesn't it? When you say at 24 minutes, they might get their second landmark. Wait, there's still a Mango?
That Mango now,
okay, he does realize. Because one Mango could change it all, man. These villagers are obnoxiously tanky, by the way. Remember, it's Knights Hospitalaire, and I'm pretty sure Corvinus got textiles. Yeah, gilded villager health right there. That's why this is working, by the way. Without that extra health, I don't think it's anywhere near as effective.
Scarlet Devil, he is just relying on the fact that this white tower is going to be great at producing things, but the problem is he doesn't have the numbers anymore. This is now, he's bleeding villagers, even here at the back on the farms. It is just a constant onslaught. And now his gold is about to be denied as well. Not that Corvinus is in a much better gold position himself. Nobody has relics, do they? No, nobody has relics.
They haven't been picked up.
I haven't thought about that yet, but the boys...
That'll give you goals. Get your short bows out. They're all injured. Oh my God, this game.
Scarlet Devil being as ignorant as a man without an eye. Oh, wait, never mind. He put on his little glasses and he sees it's over. He sees it's over. Corvinus, well deserved. Welcome, Corvinus, to the top 16. You deserved it. You gave us the show we didn't know we needed. 4 villagers down in the first few minutes and already brings back the most deadly of victories.
And a man who looked dead at the start of the series as well. I mean, this is the thing. You have to remember Corvinus. He thrives in the comfort. The further off the beaten path we go, the better and better he feels. You saw that when he brought out the brand spanking new civs. You see even here on a map like Socotra, just thinking 2CC Knights Templar. Not your normal aligned strategies, let alone the villager army conscription. But yeah, props to him. Congratulations. He will be the first player from qualifier number 2 to make it to the Road to Red Bull Wololo event. Scarlet Devil, there has to be a bitter taste in this one, man. These games made no freaking sense.
Honestly, I feel like most players will sit there after a game and analyze and say, hey, why I lost this? I didn't do X, Y, and Z. Scarlet's gonna sit there and be like, I have no idea how to play this game. And Corvinus, same thing. He's just gonna look at this and be like, huh, interesting. On to the next one. What will the new civilization bring me? And apparently Katie is just new enough to bring out the best of Corvinus, as we know. So guys, I'm so glad we got to sit through all of this. I was so worried this was going to be a 3-0, but Corvinus, he brought this back in the most fashionable way. So hats off. After
Like,
this, though. Yeah?
Well, after this, it could get weirder. I mean, the best way to summarize that, like, write out the plans, by the way, is more like, you know, Scarlett's there with a pen. He's writing, like, a little diagram of how things went. And then as the series goes on, it's just him frustratingly scribbling on the paper, right? More and more pented frustration building up. I think that's the primer for Corvinus. I think that game 3, just kind of pulling a tooth out there and switching things up really was what he needed. Because we mentioned the whole idea of tempo and momentum, but I think we still have crazy ahead of us, man. I think we've got plenty to come. Because remember, folks, we've got names like Scatterbrain Sass, Myriad Gully Deckle, but up next is a series with at least one participant that can deliver crazy on par with that we see out of a Corvinus. Because after a short break, we'll be returning for MSN DK up against me and Micah to see who will be the second player to qualify from the final qualifier for Road to Red Bull Wololo. Welcome to EGC's Fun Clown Circus. We're back for the second series of the day. In Hong Kong, there's more fun to be had. MSN versus Miyamaika. Can they make it past this to the ultimate clown showdown? I think that's what we're qualifying people for here, Warman, at least based on what we saw in the first series.
I think people, for those of you who are new to the scene and you don't remember the days of MSN and his little clown car, so this man, he used to... Was it not just him? It was also Dragovan. Oh, it was like a whole thing where they just make the clown car ram and they put the arches in and they put the arches out. And MSN was also a big enjoyer of these types of things. So the circus is on the road and I feel like MSN has the civilization picked to do so. We have an Abbasid on Dry Arabia. And from what I've been experiencing with Abbasid recently, it's been a lot of villages, a lot of TCs, and a lot of not dying again. And it feels like we're thrown back a few seasons to when they just got those cheap farms and things went crazy. But you're up against Delhi. You can't just do that all for free.
You got to be mindful of the player that we're watching. There is like probably about a 57.8% likelihood that even against Delhi, MSN is just going to try to sneak horsemen, like a lot of horsemen. Like,
makes sense.
An ungodly number of horsemen. This guy, I said he hadn't been in my KPMMs for a while. The last one he was in last year, I feel bad for bringing it up now. He lost because he went mass horsemen and then hid them in the TC and forgot about them. So sometimes he's a little bit too MLP crazy. But Abbasid is definitely like an absolute comfort pick for him. Same with the idea of Ibids, but Miyamaika yoinked that straight away.
And honestly, with the rest of this draft, we see something that we haven't seen in a very long time. A Zushi ban. I say very long, but last season that was prominent. But now, seeing this out from these two, I haven't seen one single player ban this, but both of them felt very strongly about this. Is it just because of
They're both
Kawasan?
specialists. No, it's the players. Kawasan's an element, but it's literally the players. Like, MSN loves Shushi. It's another horseman civ. And Miyamaika absolutely adores Shushi. It's Juganung civ for him. Like, he was very good at that type of build. He's also probably the only person I can think of that would build a meditation garden up with like 12 villages. That's a thing. So, very unorthodox player. But, the other interesting thing here, Japan ban. Like, that one, Miyamaika covets it too much when MSN knows that Miyamaika wants it. And it's a very good time to ban out Japanese. In terms of signature picks, the main ones for Miyamaika he got were Mongols, and John is a pretty comfortable one for him. House of Lancaster ban is also just another beneficial, it should be banned, and also Miyamaika really likes this civ. So, yeah, it's kind of a bad time to be Miyamaika when you think about what viable bans look like.
It's very crazy to me that we have someone who actually picks JD over French. So, what a time to be alive. And no French pick out of all of these, even with the maps we have in front of us. So, guys, we are ready to hop on in, but I hope you're ready for a lot of shenanigans as them horses are gonna get built this game. Hell yeah. And we see the driest of Arabias in front of us.
The more I think about these two players, the more I realize that I just looked straight at the Civ draft and didn't even care about the map draft. Like, there's just some people, they're going to pick the thing no matter what maps get selected. And MSN, this really is his signature, his piece de résistance, the thing that he looks for the most. It is, of course, the Abbasid dynasty. But Miyamaika, Delhi, in this matchup, I feel like there's ways that Abbasids can pose a threat, but you have to be playing Abba like a god. Like a dancing queen.
I feel like MSN might just pull that off. So, now in this case, with MSN's whole spawn, this is what I like to look at, especially when we're playing against a civilization like Delhi that is very raid heavy, and MSN being the possible raider himself. We want to look at the fact that his gold and his berries are on two so opposite sides, but they're still in line of the same raid. So once you do slit into that wood line on the sides, you should be able to go and rotate quite easily between those two. Luckily for him, this does mean that they're not going to be instantly raided the whole time. The wood line will still make this easy enough for him to gather from. But this does beg the question to, would that second TC be safe? Now, Abbasid, you're playing against Delhi, right? So, of course, you need to deal with the Ghazi Raiders. But is this still a matchup where you will see that 2TC type of play from these people?
I think it has to be earned, not just taken, right? Like we're talking about Delhi, Ghazi massing, a play into Sacred Sites. And usually what ends up happening there is the Bastards, they build a lead and they don't really see a point in the 2TC versus just actually pressing the advantage. Opening wise, I'm wholly expecting military wing here. Just the idea is that, you can try to force your opponent maybe off of his Ghazi timing initially. And there you go. He does lock in the melee wing.
And military wing, oh, I love this. I absolutely love this against something like the Delhi, where you do need to put that heavy pressure onto your opponent and respond to that early, like I said, Ghazi, pretty early on too. Now, this still gives you the option of being able to go for that second TC. That's the beauty of Avocet. You do have a bit more breathing room, but at the same time, we would be seeing some villagers move over to Stone by now, and it does not look to be the case here. So military wing all the way, and now I cannot wait for that horse-on-horse action, because between these two, I think this is going to be a lot of dead cavalry all around.
Yeah, I mean, he's already gathering up some gold, which does indicate he'll be prepping for the hardened on the spearman. In conjunction with, I wouldn't be surprised to see him going melee tech on blacksmiths after, opening stables, right? So you get spear, stables. It's not a bad comp in the current meta. The whole idea is you overwhelm your opponent because it's much harder to micro with archers when contesting that. And it's not like your archers on the Delhi side are going to be buffed, right? This isn't a Tower of Victory build where they have that extra little bit of oomph to deal with melee blobs.
Now, with your tower, the Dome of the Faith, you are going to have a lot of things that you need to cover, especially when you get onto the sacred sites, and then you start splitting up your units, which is where Abbasid is going to flourish here. And with all that wood he's already got in his bank, he's going to be ready to drop down that stable the moment he hits feudal. Now, 6 on food also tells us he's going to have just enough to start producing himself a horseman the moment that is done too. So we see instantly getting that upgrade. But let's go take a look at the military buildings for a second to see what he popped down. Is that going to be a double
prod,
stable
right?
or an archery range in a stable?
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
So he's going. So interesting enough, after we highlight melee blob very strong, he's actually just going for the archer composition anyway. It is kind of nice though. I get the idea for MSN. Delhi have better cavalry and they have healing, so melee blobs can be a bit weird. And the other thing we have to remember is military boot camp. It buffs infantry HP. So if you want to get the most bang for buck out of it, archer plus something else makes a lot of sense. It just makes your boys very bulky on the backside. I wouldn't be surprised to see this become 1-1-1 if Micah does the expected though and drops stables for Ghazi.
The first horseman is also in queue, and we see another archer being queued up as well. This is just going to mean the action is about to begin, and I honestly believe that MSN might be able to out-aggress Micah here, just because of the fact that he's already got so many units on the map, and he's already trying to get him from multiple sides. So even if Micah starts producing, he's going to need to split his units well, and spears, they are not going to mind fighting that off against a Ghazi, and we do see a stable being dropped down, so that's going to be the choice here. But MSN needs to be careful. Those spears are so important to just keep alive, at least the first while, because he's not making any more.
Yeah, I think MSN was focusing on how do I stop him from fighting me from inside of his base versus how do I just deny the most likely comp coming out. He's now fixing that by adding the racks, but this does mean the Ghazi can actually bully you away, which is why MSN's backing up so much, showing a bit of respect here, because the initial Ghazi are a problem. 2 or 3 of those bad boys with skulls behind them, you're not really going to be able to stand your ground as MSN, not until you've got the full 1-1-1 comp.
I'm honestly a little surprised at how long it took for Micah to actually get that stable down. It felt like it took a little bit longer than we see out of most delis here. And now with the Ghazi Raiders being out, he does need to be careful not to take too much damage on them initially, and that's exactly what happens there, but he does get a victim. These bad boys will be backing off, and they should be able to get healed up pretty quickly. He's only got 3 scholars right now, so this is going to take a while, and he does need to be careful of that in the future too. MSN investing in a lot more spears as well, as Micah has not double or went into the direction of any other units, so he knows he needs to make spears to handle the Ghazi numbers, but the horsemen, they are increasing as well.
I'd suspect the reason why the Ghazi timing took a little bit longer than you'd like to see, I'd have to replay check, but I wouldn't be surprised if me and Micah had his woodworkers building the Dome of Faith, i.e. when they completed that task, they went to wood afterwards because he wanted to gather food. Like, me and Micah he's very linear in his approach to how he likes to construct things. That's why you kind of get those me and Micah memes about teching up with 20 workers or whatever. Or like I said earlier, teching the feudal with 12 villages. Like, this is the guy that would do it. Like, it's weird and it sounds really inefficient, but he seems to be comfortable with the style, and it has actually netted him quite a few wins in the past.
Now, the spearmen were Dark Age up until this point, which makes sense to those spearmen not being able to kill the Ghazis who got on top of them. But now they will be feudal variety, meaning they will actually be able to do some damage. We do see no villagers going down here as the villagers pull back just in time, and MSM not optimizing those attacks just yet. And usually this is where things differ from the usual games that we watch. We are now getting into the point where these people are qualifying for the top 16. The games that we've seen before against the players from the top 8 might look very, very different, with them always optimizing every single attack they can. Micah, though, he's looking for some blood. He's trying to make this work with the Ghazis, apparently going right past because he knows where the majority of the army is. But does this mean MSN chases behind or just goes for a counterattack?
Well, he actually gets baited into a fight here. I don't know, me and Micah maybe wasn't expecting the whole army to be chasing. I mean, he has the scout, so he knew it. The good news is it's a case where MSN is not actually contesting with the archers in me and Micah's base. Like, unless there's a group of them hiding underneath all the scribbles on the map. I think there's like maybe 2 horsemen hiding there, but there's no archers that can easily just creep in and find worker kills now while the Ghazi aren't there.
With the reinforcements now coming straight from the base, it means that this horse pack is going to need to turn around and go back to the base, with the archers going for a little bit of aggression there onto the side of Micah. But Micah is now switching to his own archers. The problem is just MSN has a lot of them, and now adding a camel archer in the mix too.
I do love how you can see MSN's indicate plans here just by the scouting pan. Just a giant red circle just drawn around me and Micah's base. Like, we must contain him here. Problem is, it's not fully working. Like, me and Micah doing this dance in the mid-map, as long as he doesn't lose troops here, it's just buying vital time for the next step. Like a double up, like Archer plus Ghazi versus this 1-1-1 type composition. Defensively, I see the plan for me and Micah. For MSN, he is at least doing a good job by denying these sacred sites where he can. Like, that is really where the Delhi's economy gets out of control. Whereas for MSN, his cool upside, of course, is that 15% eco gathering from the Golden Age, which is online now.
And this feels okay for MSN. Now, usually with Avocet, by this point, you feel a little bit of pressure from your opponent, but MSN, he's the one putting on the pressure. He does need to be careful here. With Micah now having 12 archers already, this is going to start being an instance where those spears get sniped pretty quickly. You do see blacksmith upgrades coming in from both of these players, and bootcamp as well.
With undermatched, I mean, the timings look really good. Me and Micah did get blacksmith in pretty early, but like, he wasn't prioritizing range tech, so he has been caught off guard by this.
Now, the problem is those Ghazis, they keep taking fights, they keep picking off a unit, and then they go back and heal up to full. So all of a sudden, this army that Micah has, they're just gonna constantly be reinforced without losing any. And he's making sure that his engagements really matter. MSN is going to struggle after a while, but now the Ghazis are going to look for yet another attack. And the berries is going to be exactly where their target is. Let's go see. Those villagers are sitting ducks, or 1 spear to defend them all. Oh,
2
now
spears.
2.
Oh, whoa. I'm sure they will do well against 12 Ghazi. Actually,
And
sorry,
those-
11. They're not that powerful, right? Oh my god, the villagers. I mean, the thing is, MSN knew this was going to be a problem. The Ghazi ran by here earlier. They saw this. So the ultimate punishment coming in. Me and Micah now with a worker lead, and no counter-offensive out of MSN. Neo's even just going to hang around to trade out against the spears.
That's the beauty of having so many Ghazis as well. He can just now force that army back, and MSN is in a tough spot where he needs to make a decision about making something happen. So he knows, I just lost villagers. I can't just go and chase. But he says, let me go and chase. That's exactly what's happening here now. Trying to make a little bit of a circle around to intercept those Ghazis if they dare step back. But we do see red dots moving over to the
they're going
deer. So
again.
this just means but the Gazis are
Yeah.
going to get more kills.
Oh, the outpost, MSN. The timing could not be worse. Mio finds another strike in. There is a counteroffensive underway. A dive into the base. The archer positioning Mio Micah. A bit too focused on his Ghazi there. The archers didn't pull away quickly, so the horsemen got some great value in there. And it should lead to some work, because, I mean, this type of army size, you've got to be considering the fully fledged dive.
Now that TC is firing away and doing a really good job at picking off some of these units. We do see that the unit difference is... Oh, he's attacking more.
Wait,
10
shivs?
villages.
Oh, the shivs. Wait. Has he got textiles? Because they can stand there for a long time if so. He's targeting down the archers. No textiles from Mio Micah, but MSN lost additional workers on that berry raid. Another 2 down. He finally gets the first worker kill. But the army size is not looking that impressive. The problem is striking towards the tree line. It's dense. A lot of workers there, so a lot more shiving value. Should be a few archers left to try and maybe eke out an even exchange here. There's a lot of low HP bars. So after all that hoo-ha about a lot, it amounts to nothing, as both players will reset at practically the same work count if it wasn't for the fact that Mio just went in to get the last laugh on MSN's gold.
Now, a lot more villagers falling like flies here, but this feels like MSN could possibly have saved himself, at least for a while here. Now, these camels are trying to make their way back to the base, but keep in mind, these are archers. We don't want to be fighting those Ghazi raiders just yet. The problem is, he's hungry, he's desperate, and the Ghazi raiders, they know it. He doesn't have the spearmen to actually try and defend this, and replacing these horsemen is proving to be very difficult because he just does not have the food to make anything.
Yeah, this seems like a race to 0 villages between the two, man. And that's where Ghazi thrive. It's really hard to outshine them. It's crazy as well. If me and Micah just remember textile on that dive, I think he's probably 10 eco ahead at this stage. And MSN just has no chance to stand up. I mean, his spawn is still meant to be really good, right? He played Fort Berries, but if you think about the deers, if you can just wall them in, raid shouldn't be variable here. He never chose to. Instead, he thought he could just take the berries. And I understand the thought process. MSN was fully pushing. So this is once again the idea of like reinforcements will be coming by here, right? But with the way it played out, me and Micah avoided the fragile state of his early Ghazi scaling to get to this point. This is the break point for so many people against Delhi. When there's this many ponies, what the hell do you do?
And the answer is going to be make units here, because clearly, but MSN is looking for a little bit of blood here too. He did pepper up some villagers before, so he knows that these are still going to be low, at least for a little while, because they killed a ton of these scholars as well. So they're not able to heal up as much. But again, he caps the sacred sites, looking absolutely fantastic with all of his presence on the map. But the problem is, Mio Micah's presence is just as overwhelming. Now, he is going to that forward pack of deer. We see a red dot right there on the forward pack of deer, but we do need a little bit of a tower to ensure everything doesn't just fall and die.
Wonder. That's just the point where Mio can start securing sacred sites permanently. I mean, he's got 20 archers. Wall-ins seem quite easy here. And MSN also just doesn't have much burn power to do anything about it realistically. Also, the fact that he hasn't been going back to horsemen means the flank sacred sites are uncontestable for him.
He's got his one horse to go decap when he can, but the villagers, again, just so many here, and it shows the sign of desperation. He needs food, and he knows that the villagers standing there waiting for better days, tower firing at the Ghazis, trying to at least get some damage done, but the Ghazis realize, hey, we're made of steel. Let's actually shut this down. Spearmen not daring stepping forward, and more villagers may just fall because of it.
And looks for the snipes now. We'll at least target fire down one. Archer is just going to forward. Sacred sites are now locked in, so me and Mike is going to have plenty of bread in the basket to feed the family with. The archers, they're still just front-lining here. I love this move. Just bogging down the spearmen so the Ghazi aren't getting struck. MSN will start to pull back a bit, but maybe a bit too far there as he does reveal his archers. Neo just willing to trade this down now. But the state of things is a 5-worker lead and a huge abundance of gold coming. 375 gold a minute with the triple sacred site cap. A move that MSN currently has no clear answer to.
Now, he does have 2 horsemen in the queue to try and get that map presence back to shut down, but he uses this full army to push the middle one. He just wants to ensure that he influences this gold trickle at least a bit. But the problem is, with the army standing on top of the sacred site, it opens up MSN's base for yet another raid. Ghazi Raiders decide against it though, not going to be going too deep, not risking any of these lives. But we do see more villagers on deer standing all around. Ghazis may have changed their mind just a bit, and they do see the horse going to decap. But that just means they know exactly where to go. The base where there are no defenses.
It's also Mio Micah's macro. Macro Micah today. Or Mio Macro. He's getting ready for castle, which makes sense. Like, MSN does have a decent number of spears, but nothing a war elephant couldn't easily consume. Those Ghazi are going to start forcing some idle time at the back of the base. I mean, the problem for MSN is, like, you can't really attack and defend with the way you configured your base currently. You've got no walls, limited outposts, and a lot of exposed workers.
And it looks like MSN learned from his last experience and said, I killed workers. I was able to get back into it by just pushing. Let's just do that again. So the spears now pushing backwards towards the Ghazis, while the archers were edging forward, but decided to change their minds here. MSN now having no food in the bank. This poor guy is spending every bit of resource he has. But 30 archers does feel quite scary here, especially considering these do have boot camp.
And that's why Mio Mike is going to take the opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge. House of Learning now on the way in 45. MSN a little bit hesitant to step up. You notice what happened there. The archers around the central sacred site were thinking about it, but without any horsemen or spearmen nearby, he was reluctant. Nice little snipe here on the east side berries. We'll be able to find and cut down 3 workers. So shrinks the lead that Mio had been working hard to build up. The House of Learning, I mean, MSN, he needs to be a bit further forward to feel in an advantageous position here, because Mio, with his current economy, could just straight up go into queuing up a war elephant.
And then those upgrades won't even matter. The problem is just he does not have any gold just yet, so did not prepare for this. But the Ghazis get surrounded and the archers are peppering them up. We just see Ghazis falling like flies, but this just solidifies the idea that he doesn't need to upgrade those. Instantly going for the archer upgrade instead, and going to queue up a lancer for himself. Now those armored units are going to be quite difficult to handle, especially with no camels, but spearman numbers, and as I say that, Emerson's like, oh, I'm probably going to need camels for these. Don't you worry.
The debuff is quite nice, and he's nice and plump here. 42 archers. It's going to be lancers coming out. MSN has still got a decent amount of space to deal with that quite well. The veterancy for archers should not take long, however, for me and Micah. The weird part is that the veterancy on archers versus bulk feudal archers, it doesn't perform as well as you'd think, because the whole idea is that your vet archers will just overkill a lot. So kind of what's more important, actually, is things like the Undermesh 2, Steeled Arrow 2, which he has at least got the Steeled queued up. No double blacksmith play, however. Mio hasn't picked up a single relic, though.
And this is something we expect to see from Delhi pretty quickly. MSN, though, he's picking up villagers, and just like that, almost equalizing that villager count. But this, those shivs are poking hard, these poor horses. But they are going to go in for a second attack, trying to get yet one more villager. Villagers, again, fighting back, and they will not be dying there today. But the Ghazi Raiders, they are the ones being aggressive right now. But keep in mind, those are still feudal age Ghazis. They're not really going to make that much of a difference against the horses just yet. But we do have a significant portion of archers here from MSN, and he is thinking about Castle himself right now.
It's not easy to achieve. Needs some sort of win in the fight while he can. Holding the choke point. He has got the mass range advantage, but the problem is there's now Ghazi plus Lancers upgraded, ready to brawl. I mean, the veterancy for Ghazi, actually, he hasn't even queued it. He missed that entirely. There's not that many of them. On top of that, just a few Lancers with chain healing can actually hold their own for quite some time. MSN, still in a staggered retreat. He's about ready to start a tech up, but it is going to come at a cost. Think about all the units you could have right now, and all the heavily armored units you're worried that Mio could be building into.
And he is able to snipe out a few of these horses, but the Lancers are barely taking any damage. As he's kiting backwards, Economic Wing is taking ages, and he's just not making any more units here. These archers, they're retreating, but how many is going to be left when he hits that castle age? We see more camels being queued up, and he needs the spears to try and impale all these horses, but Mio is overcommitting a little bit.
He's overcommitting to that house. The archers got stuck on it,
If he was moving in tandem with them, I don't think MSN even tries to trade there. But MSN has got big problems. You know, the plan of playing out into the map is feeling about as outdated as the instant messaging service here. He's going to try to creep away, but I think maybe the Scholar saw the mill, and if he saw the mill, you start to get a bit suspicious here.
Scholar is going... Yeah. But him now straight going for that relic. You know he's got one thing on his mind. And Miyamika, it does seem like with this type of play, he's trying to focus on one side at a time. And this might be MSN's saving grace, with him being all the way out there. And the Scholar realizing, hey, there are no villagers here. This is not going to be something too crazy. But the villagers themselves, from Miyamika, as the resources are getting more and more depleted, they are moving a little bit inwards. Miyamika, though, floating a lot of resources here. And usually when you have that much food, you don't mind making some elephants.
I mean, I'm not sure what he's planning to make here. Like, for a second, it almost looks like fast imp, but you don't really have that many scholars for a fast imp.
And no gold. He's not focused on the gold whatsoever. He hasn't moved towards the back gold yet. He is still just putting a ton on wood. He realizes I need some use out of these, out of this food, but I guess the best answer for him will be archers. The problem is just, he's up against a lot of archers himself. And aren't they just going to be better?
They should be, with composite bows especially. The problem here as well is, like, this is kind of a classic Mio macro. He's a very big gatherer of one resource at a time. Like, we've seen it a lot in the past. Like, I think that's what happened to food, and then he shifts all of them across into wood, right? Like, some people like to keep this very methodical approach to their economy, whereas me and Mike is very much a believer of move one spot, move one spot, move one spot. And it has served him well in the past, but it does feel like it's been burdensome here, considering, like, Mass Knight should be your bread and butter now that Home Blades is complete. But the gold has been slow to catch up.
Now, the composite bows has been clicked up, so it does look like this is going to be an okay fight from the Spearmen. Not noticing... Ooh, but they get us around, and the archers are going to be able to pepper some of these. Another one falling. 3 down. Our 4th should be falling, and that is a pretty massive pickup, especially with the amount of gold Miyamika does not have. Oh, well, he's got 5 relics, though. It's not going to be too long, right? He doesn't need to gather
he'll fix
gold.
Himself. And also he'll have the food soon. So this will be a farm transition to begin soon. He's not going for any stones, so we're not going to get any cheeky keep drops. MSN, of course, already clustered in the corner. That's going to be the value of the things like the eco wing, just to land and get the agriculture tech eventually, as he gets into a farming transition. So, like, his economy should be better down the line. But for now, me and Micah, especially with the 5 relic pull, then you consider all the free techs he gets in a happy position within reason, because, like, he hasn't actually answered this yet. Composite bows is something that's very easy to forget about when we rarely see a Basset anymore.
Now, this feels so strange to look at, to see 700 gold per minute, knowing it is all from passive resources. And I don't know if MSN is aware of how urgent this could be. He needs to actually be the one to force Miyamika to stay in castle or do something about this economy. Because sure, you do have equal villages, but do you realize how tough this is going to be once you let the time continue ticking? Now, Scout is being remade from MSN as well, as he realizes that vision is super important, but the Lancers are trying to find their way around. Composite bows should be able to deal with these pretty well, but it's still going to be a tough fight, especially with about 80 archers going to be raining down upon them.
And the push-up timing does make sense here, right? Home plates, actually, weirdly enough, wasn't queued. So this Lancer wave, it's not really that big, but it's definitely DPS missed out on. These choke point fights, though, I mean, 20 archer lead. You gotta feel to some degree it should be good enough. We'll see as the trades do begin. The Lancers need to forward to bait out the Spearmen. Damage pretty good into them, actually. The heavy cavalry just kind of struggling to stand their ground against this much arrow fire. And MSN starting to push forward a bit further. The Lancers are now going to shuffle in. There's not many Spearmen left over here. They've been intentionally target fired down to remove the threat. It looks like Miyamika may have him bent over the barrel here.
And this is the beauty of having Lancers in your composition. The fact that they can absorb just a few shots of these archers just means that your archers can push back as well. We have to keep in mind, though, Ghulams are now joining this party, and MSN should be able to slowly wear down a few of these. Miyamaika still investing into the archers, and he does push them back, but we have to keep in mind the reinforcements are coming.
Second wave.
Miyamaika just needs to be careful to overcommit here, because now MSN is also the one transitioning to farms, and he's doing a pretty good job at that at the back. And we see another TC as well. Very nice.
Okay.
MSN, he recognizes, I do need to find a way to get ahead. My opponent has everything. What am I going to do?
Yeah, I think that's like realistically as good of a fight as MSN could ask for. But like you mentioned, the farm detail on the backside is the problem, right? Miyamaka have been stockpiling like crazy for that. I think if he actually had his troops rallied in, just a trickle line, we'd probably see MSN with practically no army left over, right? Because you have to remember, at the end of that fight, we saw like 15 walk away, and he had something like 40 archers total, 50 archers total. So there will be kind of a stopgap here, but like the one thing that does concern me a bit is it's almost like MSN doesn't think Miyamika has farms. Because he's building Ghulams, which are great against archers, but resumed Lancer production, they're going to really struggle against.
The problem is, MSN is also now on a 3 TC. So, oh, is that 4 TC actually? Now that I look at it. That looks like
Wait,
a 4.
that is actually 40s.
So he's really trying to get control of this. The thing is, he still hasn't invested into walls, and he's seen the Lancers several times on top of his villagers. So if a few Lancers just make their way to the back of those farms, he's absolutely cooked, and he still hasn't been able to catch up with this army mass from Miyamaika. But keeping in mind, a major proportion of this army mass is just a healing unit. So it doesn't really make that big of an impact when you're busy pushing out without those. So Miyamaika running around now, not realizing how much there is actually to try and attack.
It's actually crazy. Like, if Emerson wins this game, it's wholly because of that tree line on the left side. It's crazy. Remember, the berries were about to get raided. He shifted away. Miyamaika didn't send anything over to find what happened there. And then it developed into a TC strat. It's now developing into a farm area. It's now going to begin the walling for him. Like, it's all coming together from that point. And if you think back to the amount of workers out there, if that had been discovered, MSN would have nothing to try and stay alive with here. It's crazy how much of this game could be, like, kind of analyzed and decided by what's happening on that left side of the map.
Now, Miyamaika is nearing pop cap, and you have to consider that once this man hits pop cap, what happens next? Of course, you're just going to get to a position where you get to go Imperial, and with those only healer units, you get to research as well. And now in Castle, you've reached that point where there are no more things to research, so we might as well just research fast into the next stage. But Miyamaika actually says, nah, let's attack. And he's going again for the front of the base. He spots that second, or for him, this might be the second TC. And gonna get a signal that, hey, I probably need to shut down this economy.
He's like, oh, okay, you went 2 TC. And I'm just looking forward to the part where he dies doing it. Oh, it's 3 TC. He'll never know it's 4 TC. Crossbow switch also from Miyamaika now. Interesting. I mean, the Lancers would have been good enough on their own, but the thing you have to remember is at this stage, if you're pop capped, then actually it becomes about efficiency for population, right? And crossbows per pop slot should feel a lot better than archer per pop slot.
Now, it does seem like this army is now trying to gather to the back as this next is pushing in. Miyamaika probably feeling very good about destroying that second TC, knowing that he's going to keep MSN under control in that village account. But MSN rallying all his units backwards to try and take the most optimal fight.
That's it.
Doubling down. Yeah.
He stopped the worker production advantage. He now has control of the day. There's no way a Bastards would build several town centers. It's unheard of.
That'd be crazy. But he's also going to be able to idle this eco here. But we do see the prelates now. They are here to support, and they should be able to help heal here. The Ghulams now coming to the front lines. Prelates standing at their, or scholars, standing at the ready to just heal up anything and everything. The dares hit their units, and the Ghulams is providing that beautiful front line here. The archers trying to get rid of these lances, but there are so many of them, and more coming as we see the red dots just rallied right forward here.
I mean, Miyamaka can hit the farms now. He's pushed him far enough away. The Ghulams do not contend against these lancers well at all.
It's just all about positioning. Mimika, I think the biggest problem he's got here, the thing he's going to like take away from this is practice fighting around buildings. He just keeps getting griefed by the infrastructure with the A-clicks. His archers keep stopping. Lancers, where did they go? They went for the workers, but the trade-off does mean your archers are now getting sacked. They do not deal with golems well at all. You're seeing how much shots it takes just to bring one down. The scholars are making a decent difference here. And we have to remember Miyamika has got reserves to just pump a new army, but for a man who's up at 200, he just tossed away the pop lead entirely.
And doing this, he might have thought to himself, hey, I need to kill a few villagers to really make this worth it. But at the same time, if you're killing the villagers, you're not busy killing the army. And you have to ask yourself, is that the time to do so? But the scholar is now dying. It tells him very clearly, no. More villagers falling like flies. And he might feel okay with this. But the army mass from MSN is just going to keep increasing with this farm economy absolutely booming. From Jamaica, 2.1k food per minute. He's not in a bad spot either. MSN is still not at that level just yet.
Yeah, but it's not really far off. I think Miyamika's mindset is that he killed enough economy because there's not that many TCs. But there is. There's that many town centers that MSN doesn't care that you shut down the farms temporarily. Like, Mio's got to switch to Ghazi, which I wholeheartedly agree with here. Like, it's 77 archers. He's really been struggling to deal with this. We have to remember that it's a rare sight to see the Abbasids with the increased attack speed, right? Like, the archers are S tier, or bare minimum A tier. We just never see them, so it's easy to forget. And I feel like maybe for Mio, it skipped from his mind. Lancers have finally discovered this TC, by the way. It has existed peacefully for about 15 minutes, of this area for economy gathering. And a castle drop now coming in that will be successful. I don't know, unless Mio techs in the next 2 minutes, I'm starting to feel pretty MSN favored here.
Now, MSN is going to be losing most likely losing that TC now that it's this far out and he knows about it. Oh, I guess Miyamika needs to make the decision now. Am I going to go for those farms or am I just going to go and shut down this economic lead that he's still building? And he's been very set on the economic lead up until now, but he says, let's push forward, let's go straight for the base, and let's see what we can do with the landmarks instead, as that army is still pretty scary here. Those AS tier archers are going to be very necessary, but they do not move as fast as they need to. And right now, they need to move forward quickly.
Yeah, MSN, he thought that was going to be his tech opportunity. You just saw him reinvest. Crossbows, Gulam on the way. If he can get just like 15, 20 Gulams out, the Ghazi shouldn't really be that much of a threat. And finally, Miyamika is making the move. It doesn't look like a Miyamika move, though, because there's only 9 workers building a landmark.
And it does feel like this is just him trying to do that natural progression of the game, but at the same time, natural progression, we've also might have been able to see an elephant or two, or spending of the resources to get to max population, but now he's attacking while going for Imperial at the same time, and this is the problem. This could be so risky for him. But he's got a lot of horses here, and they could do devastating damage here to MSN. But MSN is in position. He gets to make a choice now. Am I going to go for these horses, or am I just going to rotate towards the archers that are right under the TC? Villagers running for their lives right now, but the archers firing away, enticing MSN to split these up himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of a ride by and a back up here, and a lot of upgrades now on the way. Like, the urgency is in MSN's court. He needs to reach max pop, then start triggering a tech up. Can't be left in the dust long here. We have to remember the advantage for Delhi comes in fast in Imperial. They pay nothing. All those elite upgrades, all those things that they're getting queued up on the right side, free.
Especially with 24 scholars, that does not feel like something that MSN has a lot of time for. And he's got 4 on gold right now, so going to go Imperial pretty soon as we see the food stacking up too. But at the same time, the economy count is pretty even here, and he needs to be very careful to not just constantly lose out on units. The archers, though, they should be able to pick off a few of these horses, but they are just running for their lives as he's trying to save the lives of these units with the reinforcements from the back. And now these horses are going to be falling like flies, but we do see a lot more Ghazi Raiders in queue.
I think you're still happy with these trades, though, right? Like, it's just mainly mass archers, only a few Gulams coming, and at the same time, it's keeping them away from your base. Miyamika's next wave should be able to just kind of cut down this split force here. And it is just more and more Ghazi. Ghazi that are about to get elited, remember. That's a big problem here. MSN only has 1 unit in his 73 army that can contest Ghazi. And it won't be able to contest him on it. Now it's none. No units in his army that deal with Ghazi.
Not in the current state. And he is going to take a very long time to get to Imperial himself. And he's not making units while at the same time. He is just aging up. We can see nothing in the queue. There's no front line being created. He is just waiting for Imperial. And I think this is usually where the small differences are going to start coming in. We do see the archers eventually killing a Ghazi after 1 million arrow shots. And the Lancers dying faster than the Ghazis.
Not so sure about dealing with those guys. Big wave of cavalry coming in. Remember, MSN, he's in big trouble here. He's down to 150 pop. His economy consistently being kept in check here. And Miyamika is looking to checkmate it. Where do you run? A castle is not going to protect you against this much cavalry. And he's still a whole minute out on the culture wing. And a minute beyond that from getting elite techs. He tries to switch into camel riders. 10 get queued up. They take a long time to produce, though. And the farms are about to get shut down.
And the problem is not just all of that. It's the fact that there is going to be no more production alive. Because, or on the go, because there's no resources to do so. The villagers, the archers, everything in shambles right now. So we see 18 idle, an equal economy between the two. When an Abbasid has 4 TC, that's not a sight we get to see too much. We see everything being idled here. The camel riders now, they are out here ready to support, but the problem is just this archer mass has completely disappeared, and he was going to need those in Imperial to actually handle any semblance of this army.
Yeah, I mean, he was even kind of camping here with the archers in anticipation of it. So just ring of rosies. Tech up does complete. Miyamaka just really needs to send a small group over to start hitting the economy on the flanks. Like, he knows it's over there. It's really the only safe functional part of MSN's base, if you think about it.
And MSN having nothing but a handful of camels left. He's trying to keep this army engaged for as long as possible with him.
Raw camels.
And he's trying to get that technology research as well to ensure that his tech can be so much cheaper, but it is going to take too long. It is what it is. MSN tapping out. Miyamika looking pretty strong here, but MSN, at some point, it looked like he had this. And that's the reality of it. These guys are so closely matched. Miyamika is not going to underestimate MSN next game.
Oh, man. I mean, I just love the fact that some civs, right? The whole idea of going Imperial can recover your game. So it's like, okay, now what? And then you just have a Bass like, all right, we reached Imperial Age. So, where's the advantage to be had here? Yeah, let's just call it. Miyamika, though, I got to give him props, man. 4 TC, and he made sure it never really felt like it. You can see the amount of kills coming through here, right? 102. I love how it mirrored Max Vills perfectly, the amount that he killed. Just kind of constantly keeping that lead within, like, what, 20 eco, maybe 30 maximum, which when you add in the 5 relics, the fact that you've got all that free technology doesn't really make Delhi feel that far behind. So, sick plays by him to strip MSN of one of his most potent picks here in G1 and get a win on the board early.
And that's a slight bit more villagers killed from Miyamika, as we can see there on Eco killed. Definitely trying to fight his way all the way through. We do see the upcoming game on the side, guys. I hope you're ready for that. But before we get to it, we want to look at these clear moments at the start of the game where things changed up. And that are this Ghazi raid was just constant, relentless, and it really solidified Miyamika's position for a while. The timing on all these food sources, he pushed them off the berries and instantly knew, hey, you're going to need some other food, so where will you be next? Seeing those villagers on the deer, taking them down.
Like, the big advantage really you're looking for with Abbasids in this matchup is forcing your opponent off of Ghazi and making them dance in that early game. Miyamika resisted that very well. His opening looked a bit weird on the timing, but he just straight up goes Ghazi, and then he gets these key raids in that shuts down MSN's clear all-in timing he had in mind. Like, that's the key to it. Like, I've seen Delhi, they can lose this matchup, but it really requires that MSN on the Abbasids is allowed to dictate terms. And Miyamika, we talked about this funky, over-the-top guy that doubles down in the weirdest times. It's not always that easy to dictate terms against.
Now, these surrounds were gorgeous here by MSN, and he definitely showed us he knows where and when to land. But for the next games, he needs to be so careful with these raids. He allowed them in over and over again just by keeping the walls open, by going out without protection. And this is just the problem when you are constantly pressured by a cavalry civ, which is possibly a problem here as Miomaika gets Mongols for the next game. So we do see Macedonians being sniped out and Mongols going through, while HRE is the one being sniped out and Ottomans being let through. And honestly, that's the first time I can imagine that happening this whole tournament.
I mean, it's very weird on multiple angles. Frisian Marshes is a decent map for Mongols, but not what it used to be. So that one's not too shocking. But, you know, allowing Ottomans through, I think Miomaika thought he might be allowed Macedonians because, like, the idea there of like Otto versus Macedonians, I think you can kind of bait Ottomans into a false sense of security with their Sipahi, with their melee armor, and then you just kind of can potentially Varangian up because they get so bulky, or you just straight up to the Radari. And, you know, you'd think at that point, oh, wow, Janissary is great counter Radari. Well, everything that's meant to counter Radari doesn't seem to, so I wouldn't really trust Janissary to be, you know, the god to finally slay the angry Vikings.
Now, Frisian Marshes is, again, a map we see a lot of Dark Age aggression on, where both of these civilizations, they were kind of spicy in the Dark Age, KP. So, are we seeing barracks opening from both? Or is this something where Mongols is usually like, hey, I know the risks, let me just play it safe? Because with these guys, I don't think we can predict it. But go on.
I think Mongols might just try to bait you, thinking that they're going to Rax Rush, and then just go fishing. Right, that's a big win for them. Like that's the idea on these type of maps. The implied logic, like same with maps like Kawasan to a certain extent, but more obvious ones would be something like Himiyama. Hey, you know that pond in the center with the fish that we both want? Well, I'm Mongols, so I can Dark Age rush you. You don't want to do anything about that. So usually people say, yep, that's a fair point. I'll take instead. Ottomans is like a weird alternative, though, because of the fact that long Dark Ages are really good for them. So for me and Micah to feel good about like going for a spear rush instead, he'd need to really outflex our micro early on. I think he's going to take the safer option of just like fishing. And then if MSN gets overly Dark Age-ish, he'll then try to react with his own spears. At which point, he would have accrued a lot of stone passively to keep double pumping.
Well, I absolutely love to see you believing in the more standard, safer play from someone like Miomaika. We can all have goals and dreams, KP. And
no.
really aspire out there.
It won't be standard once you get to Feudal Age. When you get to Feudal Age, he'll only build Keshiks. Like literally nothing else. I'm calling that right now. But the Dark Age, he'll want the food for it, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, on a map like this, it is quite... Dark Age aggression is quite dependent on how much food you do have access to. So you can potentially get into a spot where you can out-sustain. You do have a fishing ship or two or three hanging in there while you're producing your spears. But, I mean, this also depends on how heavily MSN invests. We've seen some Ottomans also go for fishing in the Dark Age themselves, but they already have such a good tempo. Why would you go and ruin that by going for fishing instead? You can easily get control of the gold, you can easily just tower rush usual civilizations, but yeah, with Mongols, it does get a little bit harder. Now, I am absolutely ready for this, as the rest of the series could consist of Front Range, Kawasan, Hill and Dale, oh my goodness. And with MSN being in Vest, we know this man is getting the coaching he needs. Is it going to be enough to take down legendary Miomaika? And wood being gathered from the get-go.
He's going straight for MSN. Gold. Yeah, so MSN's not interested in hanging around. Doesn't even look like he's interested in necessarily going for fishing. So aggressive agency may lie in the purview of Miomaika. He is gathering up additional wood, and he's not moving out towards a dock location. So looks like we might be getting some Rax play out of the Vietnamese player.
And usually the question is, how do I respond to a tower rush? And the answer is very easily just putting a tower on your gold, right? But the thing is, when Mongols goes for a follow-up on that, it can very easily result in you having 2 towers on your gold and a lot of panic in your heart. But MSN, he's got the wood for it, so he gets to make that decision at a point when he scouts exactly what is coming his way. But this is probably what he expects.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he went out to gold so early does indicate that he was anticipating a rush. It also supports the idea that he didn't go fishing at all, right? So, with this in mind, Miyamika, I don't know if he's going to achieve what he's looking to with this Dark Age timing. The gold is already going to be accrued before you get in place. You can outpost block double gold, but like at the same time, I don't think MSN's going to care, right? Because you just scale Sipahi and then blow up the outpost.
And especially when you do see this coming, it's quite easy to just grab every bit of gold you need for those initial upgrades to just start outscaling. But you have to consider here, we talked about this map before in a previous series, where when you look at the spawns, you have to always consider, hey, and he destroys, oh my goodness, KP, this man, he didn't even get enough gold to get his spearman upgraded. He was just like, nah, dude, I don't need this. I am going to go. I was actually going to say, is this the instance where you don't go for the Madries? But he says, no, I need the food. I'm just going to be making a lot more units. I don't need a drop of gold.
Yeah, absolutely. You go for the Madrasa here, right? Because like your goal is just to get Sipahi. Yeah, there's going to be a few spearmen. You can answer of archers if necessary, but if it's only a few spearmen, you just do Sipahi. Just because they will still kill them. And the whole idea is Madrasa gives you that extra food injection. Sipahi also feels good for shutting down any dock play, if that's the idea for Miyamika. It just gives overarching presence on the map. And the crazy thing that's made this so good these days is not just the Sipahi themselves being so efficient in trades, it's also the healing that comes afterwards. Healing that Mongols would not have access to.
Now, I'm expecting Miyamika to also be very conservative about this when he does see the fact, oh my god, okay, guys, I'm wrong. I give up. Look at those two villages. I was going to say conservative about his investment as he's already on gold. But no, he doesn't go like that. He says, no conservatism here. I believe in the pump. And the pump is coming right your way, ladies and gentlemen. Two villagers going to be plopping down that tower at the speed of light. And spearmen just going to be putting themselves inside for good days and better days. But the age up is complete. And Emerson probably feels pretty good about himself because he's got all the wood in the world that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound logic, me and Micah. Like, this stage, you might as well take the punt at it. The good news is MSN's opening archery range, right? Like, it's not stable as beginning, so you won't have the quick burn through on an outpost. It does buy some time. Curious to see what's going to buy time for. Could me and Micah be the crazy man that does a silver tree build? Because that would be complete back shirt crazy if he does.
Honestly, it would make a little bit of sense, especially... Ooh, no, never mind. I was going to say, especially if he's not going to be the one who's constantly aggressive. But no, the man plays it standard. And he's going for a barracks next. Now, keep in mind, that barracks is going to produce Dark Age Spearmen. So, it does feel a little strange to be in that position where you're forced to go for the Dark Age variety thereof. But the archers now coming out, not going to be able to stop the tower. But the numbers are already there to shut down any spears who dares cross this land.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a move out. Yeah, there is. He's going for the docks. I was about to say, if the goal here is map dominance, you might as well be present. It's not like me and Micah can do anything where there's already archers here. So he'll just have to hide in his tower and watch you get the goodies.
Now, with the golds being right there next to each other, it just means that MSN is not in a position to just sneak in and grab some gold like you would if it was in that stone position. And this feels pretty tough with him now having to go for spears, because when you're playing against Mongols, you know what's coming. You've played against Mongols, you know Keshiks will eventually follow and absolutely overwhelm you, and Miyamika would not shy away from going a majority of a Keshik composition. So those three archers ensuring that that dock goes up, but now we'll see what Miyamika decides is the follow-up to this. 8 on food tells me he needs a lot of food for a lot of production pretty quickly. And
Keshik time, right? I think that would be the most obvious play here. If it is, MSN's a crafty son of a gun, because I don't think he made the racks apparent, right? Like, I think it's a subtle detail of his base layout.
yeah, it does look like it's a little bit back, but the tower could possibly have a little glimpse of it there. We'll see if we go take a look at over there in a second. But Miyamika now not making any more spearmen. Oh, yeah. No, it's...
I don't think he sees that. That should just be short. Oh, no. He just about has vision. Okay, so Miyamika has the info. But he's keeping, 10 food, 7 wood. He did drop a second building on the Uvu. We're just not seeing anything yet. Yeah, so he is actually committing to Keshiks. Okay, yeah.
So the UI doesn't show the double produced Keshiks from the stable. So a lot of times when those are being built, we will miss them for the initial moments. But as they now join the board, we can now see 2 Keshiks joining all of that. And those Dark Age Spearman numbers are looking healthy. Problem is just they are not that great at dealing with the right amount of Keshik numbers. And now getting archers into the mix as well. Miyamaika is looking to be aggressive without making a single dock.
That does sound like a me and Micah thing. Yeah, so Khan goes down. Imams are the problem here. So me and Micah needs like enough archers to deal with that. He has diversified to a 1-1-1 comp. I'm a little bit confused at the fact that MSN is not building literally the best unit that Ottomans have.
Which is Sabahis, right?
Yeah.
I would assume, yes.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely nothing else they want in this age. I mean, it's the thing that can just win a game on its own. You know, Sapahi with the right micro has kind of reached French Knight only levels of power.
And now with no Mercer, that's the thing, right? He doesn't have a single military school. And this is what from Ottomans, this is what Ottoman loves. They love having a bit of a military school just to get those passive units. But he says, it's not worth it. I need to invest every bit of resource I've got into getting docks, into making units. So at what point do we say, hey, let's go for the stone, get our 2 military schools up and start pumping out these units for free? The investment is pretty large though, and that's why he's holding off on this. He knows he just needs numbers right now. But the Keshiks, they do look around, they do get poked a little bit, but they will be forced back off. And now these guys are going to need to be a bit careful, at least until they get an opportunity to heal up. And I don't know if there's going to be a lot of opportunity for that. With no Q displayed for us on Mongol's side, I'm assuming there's more Keshiks in Q. And a stable being added for MSN. So, KP, your wishes
Finally.
is... Oh, yeah, he's putting it in just for you.
Okay. It's a bit of a weird build, though. Like, the more I look at this, this is a bit of an outdated approach of Ottomans. You know, no military schools you highlighted. Even back then, though, I think... Oh, no, we did see a lot of spear spam with the Dark Age timings. It just feels like MSN has kind of gone really off the beaten path of what you'd expect here. And maybe that was, like, the intent, is to catch me and Micah off guard. Then again, like, I think even if he didn't build Sapahi and he didn't build military schools, I do not see how Mia Micah is meant to win with the way he's approached his economy in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, this guy, I don't know, man. I thought Vietnamese people love fish in their diet, but this guy seems to be completely resistant to it.
Pescatarian, no, that's too wild for him. We're getting vegan all the way. Only berries for us, and no deer, of course, either, because... wait. We had sheep at the start,
sheep,
but
right?
nobody talks about
sheep
that.
are a
It is what it
vegetable.
is.
I must have missed
vegetable.
that. They're so fluffy. Like, you know, they have like this furry type thing that grows on them, almost like cotton on a plant. They're definitely vegetables.
We still have to keep in mind, MSN is going to fight this with Dark Age spears. And those archers that were made to deal with the number of spears that we have here. The thing is, they are going to melt once they make a connection. And the scout now going down is massive, because MSN not having vision here is going to be the difference between Miyamaika being able to flank quite easily and actually finding a little bit of damage here. No military school still. He's just doubling down on this. Has a lot of food in the bank, though. Is that a market? Please tell me that's a market. Are we getting some gold finally?
Yeah,
yes.
okay, thank God. Like, no spear upgrade, no blacksmiths. You at least want undermesh here, considering your opponent's going mass archers. Like, undermesh is probably your #1 priority here. Maybe even so more than the hardened status on spears.
Do you see that second vizier point, though? We got Mechter. We got Mechter.
Whoa.
Yes. MSN. What's that? Brother.
I think it's because of the yam. So the yam from the outpost makes it very easy for Mio to kite, so he's just offsetting that advantage.
And
you know, what's the alternative?
Yeah?
Like, well, because normally you might think Atolia Hills or Military School Plus, but, you know, if you've got 0 out of 2 military schools, getting an extra military school would be cool, but you still haven't built the first 2 yet. So, yeah, I think it pretty much aligns the choice itself, really, at that point. Yeah.
I like that he went and got the market, and the only upgrade he got was for his spears. He realized, okay, we need to fix this. This is not going to be acceptable in the long run. Not using any other resource to get more gold. He says, I just need these spears to be upgraded. While on the other hand, Miomaika has his upgrades. He's got +1 ranged attack and +1 ranged defense coming in soon. Almost losing that scout from NSM's side. He needs to be careful with that guy, because he is very much overextended. He needs to be quite careful with those imams as well, because the archers should be able to snipe them out pretty fast.
Moving in onto the dock. MSN just actually backing up, giving a wide berth here. He's waiting for Undermesh. Undermesh should be like #1 go point. Still there would be nice to have here, but like honestly, this is now about Sipahi. Because me and Micah, you know, I thought we were going to get mass Keshik only. It's pretty much mass Archer only.
But you realize Miomaika doesn't know about these Sipahi. He doesn't realize there's 17 Sipahis on the board. And you can tell this by the fact that he has 35 archers and nothing else. That's exactly what's going on here. We have a surprise Sipahi attack, and he might know that Sipahis are the natural answer. But,
Imams?
does he know?
Well, the Imams are gone, so no more healing. I feel like he should know at this stage. Right? Like, you know your opponent has fishing. You haven't really shut it down. You've got to be suspicious of this. Sipahi.
This is a surprise for him.
He does see it
coming
now.
on in.
He's actually diving in. He's trying to address this side of the fight. The Kesh are going to peel off to deal with the backside, so Sipahi held back temporarily. But they can actually win that engagement. And he's actually running into the Sipahi now. He gets brute force back by the spears, and the GG gets called. Unorthodox Ottomans are going to be more than good enough to score for MSN.
And this should tell me, Micah, hey, maybe people have been banning Ottomans for a reason, and maybe it's just because of those horses with the longest of sticks that are taking down absolutely everything. And it showed there. Those archers were absolutely sitting ducks, and his overinvestment into them means that there was no logical answer for him to go into here. Military value lead very quickly switching to, I would say, to MSN's side, as we saw those Sipahi numbers just increase so fast.
Yeah, just really well played. An unusual strategy, but I think like just a game simply won by raw economy in the end, right? Like it kind of got to the point when you saw that fishing coming up that MSN could close to build anything you wanted to. And me and Micah just didn't really have any clear kill plan as that game trended on. I don't know. I want to always been practicing for this to make sense. And then again, I don't think Mio has been putting as much time into competitive tournament practice in recent months, so I wouldn't be surprised if his Frisian Marshes is a little bit rusty.
Frisian Marshes is definitely a map that requires you to constantly be on top of the meta and understand exactly how a game can evolve. But with MSN, you know he's been preparing. This is not something that he has any lack of. He's with a team that forces him to practice, and you have a constant environment of pro players. They're like, hey, MSN, my guy, you gotta practice.
Just
you know
a
what I
pump
mean.
a shotgun behind him is like, you better. Did you play 12 games today? I mean, I've done 11. Get back in the room.
You have not completed your required hours. Look at that moment. The Sipahis making you realize that horses can be a problem for archers. So, now we do see our next matchup, though. And this time, I can with confidence say that Malians was sniped out, KP. Malians. I repeat, where's Sengoku in this draft?
We do not.
French Sengoku?
Well,
Hello?
I'm guessing you probably thought that like Sengoku was in the draft originally, right?
Yes, because of the Malian flag, of course. But how are we getting of these two? No Ottoman ban.
Why?
Sushi ban. No French,
why?
no Mali. Oh, disgusting.
Why?
Disgusting.
I'm sorry, but MSN likes horses. How would you not pick Sengoku when it's available? It doesn't make sense to me.
MSN,
it's a good pick on 3 of the maps here.
Doesn't need a broken civilization to secure a spot, KP. How dare you imply that? This poor guy.
Excuse me, he drafted the Abbasids.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. He does abuse
I didn't say-
civilizations.
I didn't say which way it was broken, but you know. Also, just
No.
one with Ottomans. What are you on about, woman? Come on. Like, he's picking broken civs left, right, and center. He's got China on map number 3.
China. And on front range, that feels good because getting a nice little control on the food, like you said before, this seemed to have the biggest impact. Now, the problem is we're up here against Ayyubids. They're not going to be snacking on any boar. But we do have dervishes. And how do dervishes play out on a map like this?
Really annoyingly, it makes you feel like you urgently need to scale to deal with them. But the other problem is that when you start scaling archers to deal with dervishes, good Ibid players will just build an outpost and tech. So now MSN's got to try and figure out, is there an aggro timing? In theory, with China, there should be, right? China's very good for aggressively aligned strategies. They have great production rates with the archers because they're able to supervise production. Then they get the rush tech. So there is a breach point I think could work here. I'm curious to see whether MSN is going to open with a ball play, though. Like, technically, it's like a bit of a weird one because you wouldn't quickly have supervision upon age up if you take that approach.
Now, MSN, I feel like on China, you just have more choices with that opening then. But Ayyubids, they have an answer to, punish you for anything you dare do. But I just heard a nice sheep for us. So we might be rolling in pretty soon with these two on front range. Let's see that opening and no ball play at the start. So no crazy shenanigans here for us today. Oh, damn.
No, it's not worth the risk, right? Because like the dervish time will come in, you'll be pushed back anyway. And also, you just want to rush feudal. Technically, going on the ball slows you down because it would be worth it once you're a few hundred food in, but initially it's going to be a bit awkward. You just want to get your Imp Academy online immediately as China here to get the efficiency. But me and Micah, look at the spawn, man. That is... I don't know whether that's the best spawn or the worst spawn for gold imaginable here. Double gold forward, the deer as well. I mean, if there was a justifiable position for an outpost defense, this would be it.
And seeing those two little golds in front of each other should motivate you to want to get into that Song Dynasty if you ever decided, like, hey, Imperial officials are not the way to go. But now MSN just our normal early game China, wanting to see what happens with all of this. Now, this is not a map where I think a lot of players are just going to sit back and see what the other one does. But with Ayyubids, you feel like you need to constantly be on top of them, especially if they go for those dervishes. The other option your Micah has here is, of course, just trying to get eco and scaling or outscaling his opponent, trying to get a castle a little bit faster and letting those lances do the talking. But it feels like it could be a little bit risky here. So we haven't seen a fast castle Ayyubid in a while at the top level, but at this level, we're still at the top, but not top. We might see some sneaky shenanigans, but let's see what the man clicks up as we're almost there. And Twitch chat, this is your moment. What are we getting? Are we getting some dervishes? Or are we getting some eco?
It's
Or is
got
everyone wrong?
dervish, right?
It has to
Unless it's Mio, there might be desert raiders.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, no shenanigans for us today. Only the best of the best here for you.
Welcome to 2024. Just your standard Ibid experience in 2024. What do you mean it's 2026? I think you guys just don't know how to count. That is clearly a 2024 replay. Why else would you reinforcement wing in the feudal age?
One strong camel at a time, he says. Now, that thing could be annoying, of course, because you are China. You're not going to be able to, walk around the map and make units to deal with that early on. You actually need to be in your base. But in your base, we have some questionable things, such as a wood line that can be spotted and attacked from very, very easily. So all those wood lines, when you have a ranged unit standing there, it feels pretty tough to be able to grab all the wood that you need. So maybe there is method to his madness, and he is going to be able to shut down a man who just wants to chop some wood.
Marika, you just chose desert raiders against a prolific horseman spammer. Can you guess what's going to happen next?
Well, him going for a village means that there is time for the desert raider to make it there. So
Is
the
there?
horseman, I feel like it is.
We have to
Right.
remember that they don't spawn straight away anymore. Mm-hmm. So that's like
So
a
we
very
do-
big delay against China.
So what you're saying is he is going to shut down this horse before, or the camel before it even hits land.
I
Okay.
think so. Like you can either horseman or archer. Either one could work here. I think horseman just gives you like a better aggressive timing. Archer is more anchored, but you can see MSN is getting all the info right now. He sees the golds. He's weighing up like exactly what Mio's doing. So he'll know if this is a scale Desert Raider strat or if it's a fast castle.
Now, very quickly, he's going to spot it is definitely not a fast castle. With 9 on wood, we know things are heating up in a different way. And they are going to be in an aggressive one. Let's see if he spots that military wing. He probably did already. Just making sure that he knows exactly what's cooking. Is it going to be continued aggression? Or what are we expecting? He sees the Desert Raider. Desert Raider coming out there for the scout. Going to be slicing him in half. Scout very resistant to slices and runs away.
And
Not
being
dead.
shot in the face. He's resistant to a lot of things, really. It's kind of hilarious that the butter knife that other scouts carry is one of the more effective things.
But the archers from MSN now, horses, you said, KP. This man does not believe in a horse. He says horses are too good against desert raiders. I do not want to mess with that. I'm a respectable man. I
He's
will
going all
go
in.
for the ground units. Give me 2 legs all day.
Yeah, it's because Mia Micah isn't going fast castle, right? So like there isn't a rush now for MSN. So he's going for I actually think is one of China's more scary timings, actually. You know, this isn't just a greed civ anymore. It's a surprisingly effective aggro civ. It almost feels like Abbasids on Gokoina, you know? They have this extra vavavoom to them because they've got the supervision to produce fast. That also allows them to get their research techs into blacksmiths fast. And then they already have a good economy, right? Like, if you think about what imp officials do, they're an insane eco booster. Even on a map like this, where your food, your wood, they're usually quite limited, they just give you 20% more.
And he keeps investing into these archers. Not more spears just yet, but oh, there we go. But with the maximum of horseman composition here from Yamaika, he's switching over now to a barracks. Ooh, archery range instead, he says. Realizes maybe barracks is not the answer against a bunch of archers. And now this could be interesting. How does Ayubid archers do in the grand scheme of things? They're just archers, right?
Like mass archers plus spears, though, right? Like the worry here for Mio is he's kind of his economy is worse, and that's even the golden age. Like technically, that's a problem because I think also the other kind of thing to keep an eye on here is he should have to move out the base a bit quicker than China because of the fact that China's taking a limited resource and adding 20% in. So yeah, like Mio, the good news is because he went cavalry, he does allow himself to dictate terms on the map, so he should be able to play out. The bad news is the literal best thing about playing out on this map is boar, and you absolutely categorically can't do it. He does, however, have probably the most smushed berries I've seen on this map in a long time. Smushed berries
about
may
to
have been
say.
a wrong choice of words. There could have been some sort of analogy about doctors and testicles. We avoid it, though. We move beyond it.
Because this is a very mature past.
Like cheddar
where
cheese.
So, those berries, I was about to say, they look like they could be quite optimized there for an Ayubid player. And also gives you a little bit of control as you're moving out and keeping your army quite close to your villages. But this gold is being snacked on and being used, just not in a blacksmith kind of way. So I'm excited to see what he prioritizes here. But the villagers are moving out, and we see MSN has other food sources on his mind. And that food source is very chunky and going to be quite helpful for this economy. The thing is, he's also quite close to being able to think about getting Song Dynasty. So you could secure this pretty easily as well. Or just go drop the Barbican in his base, right? One of those two.
I don't know if we're at Barbican point yet. Like, maybe after he wins a fight. You know, let's not get too crazy here. We thought we were going to get one today in the last series, and they somehow didn't get to that point.
That's true. That's true. Maybe we're just too spoiled with the Barbicans we've seen in the past. I mean, that's what we're all hoping for, right, Twitch? We need to see a little bit of action there. Oof, look at all these villagers. One drop off, 213 food. That feels good. And the horses, they see what's going on. The camel sees what's going on. The other camel as well. Now, with all of these units having all this information, they might share it with the archers who have just arrived. And the tower being built at the speed of light, but the archers are standing forward. The spearmen, though, they do scare them off.
Yes, the blacksmith advantage. That's a big problem for me and Micah with this dive. Villagers will just have to shuffle away as there is excess there. The outpost starts to get harassed. I mean, MSN, this should have been his fight. Has he not got everything here?
Yeah, and it feels like this is the fight. He's trying to let this tower do the talking a little bit, but he's waiting a while, and it's going to be a sacrificial tower. Villagers popping out, popping right back in. He barely makes it out alive.
He doesn't manually on garrisons. They end up coming out on the east side of the tower instead of the west. So -1 there. A very unusual state of affairs here when you consider that me and Micah came at that from a sheer blacksmith disadvantage, and MSN did not feel like he was in any position to brawl it.
Now, MSN doesn't have anything in the bank to really reinforce this if he doesn't have that ball control. He's got the deer and the berries there at the bottom, so he can pivot, but by that point, there's so much idle time on not having the resources. He's going to be in a very, very tough spot here. Now, he's making more archers as time goes on, trying to get as much as possible. The villagers out here are trying to survive, but another one yet going down. Archers now pushing forward yet again. Imperial official backing off pretty quickly as he sees that this is not going to be an easy thing to survive through. But those camel numbers are really adding up after a while. But the archers now just taking all the fire from the tower. Disgusting.
Bit weird though, because like MSN has started investing in horsemen when the archer numbers are starting to shrink, right? So it kind of shifts the dynamics where you might wish you'd actually had more spears. It's kind of weird actually that the Ibids were allowed to have the archer advantage anyway. China is usually a sheer dominant force when it comes to bloating that archer count up, especially when you remember that MSN started with archers.
Now, MSN is investing in a bit more spears here. It makes sense when you're dealing with this many horses that it's going to be very, very necessary. But the problem is, Mio Micah is really good at the micro here. He's sniping out every spearman he can. His horses are waiting at the right moment to connect every single time. And he is doing the trades pretty effectively. The problem is, though, you're up against China, who has the ball right now, and your food is getting thinner and thinner. We see a red dot over there on the berries as well, so it does look like MSN is looking for a bit of a counterattack.
Yeah, horsemen do sneak in, just as me and Micah needs it. So -1, that shifts the army across, that relieves pressure towards like the ball type location. And I think MSN is also just creeping up with the main army. Yeah, archer spears. I think that would be a bit gung-ho at this stage. You know, show some respect. It only makes sense if Neo is teching for you to push that far forward.
Now, I'm wondering about this golden age, though. We do see it's 0 out of 20, but I'm not sure if that thing is actually showing for out yet. Never mind.
Yeah, it's got level 2, so it'll be the research as well as the gathering. But the gathering's only 10%. Research is kind of crap. I don't know. There was a time where it was way too good. Now it's like, oh, that's nice. You know, it's like when someone says, "Hey, I collect small Lord of the Rings figurines." Like, oh, that's nice.
Now, this army is going to be a little bit of an issue as it's pushing out, but at the same time, there's a big yellow blob running towards the south here. Difference is, there are secured villages here at the front, and Emerson is about to snack if given the opportunity. Instantly just rains down upon all these villages. He's just going to A-move, and he is going to get quite a few kills here as they're running back, but not fast enough. The horses need to find some damage.
I don't think they really are finding enough there. No, he's hesitant to dive here because there's a lot of Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders don't have ranged armor. So I'm saying, like, the worry here is now you are cut off. Remember what you said earlier in the day? Don't run around the back of the base. But sometimes, it's just like the offer is staring at you. It's just too good, right? Like 2-to-1 odds, I'll take that happily. Dives on in, finds a few of the workers, but the archers do get juked out. They were the real threat factor here. It's a good dodge there by Neo.
Now, there's an opening here. So let's say this whole army gets cleaned up. But no, never mind, it won't. Emerson, he's fast on his fingers, making sure he gets everything he can. Eventually, it will get cleaned up because he's behind his opponent's base. But if he suffers all these losses, is he still going to be okay when the counterattack lands? Sure, he killed extra villagers, but losing your whole army to this might actually not bode so well for him.
Needs to be careful with the horsemen, just not to overcommit and give those spears too good a value. Like, this should be a painful hit. I don't think it's one that MSN can't have time to recover from. The curious part is going to be where he can get his food sources, because the front side shouldn't feel safe. However, we have a backstab coming in. A second wave goes into the berries again. These really are starting to feel like crushed berries. Villagers have to run away for the second time. That type of idol really stings your ability to reblob, while MSN needs that reblob after the losses in that corner.
Now the counterattack is going to land, and sure, MSN does have a massive archers, but you need to know Miyamaika with all those horses, he should be okay. MSN just needs to take these fights in a little bit more of an optimal position here. He's making more spears, but those horses are getting their value. Problem is just, those are not villagers, and he really needs to find some kills to equalize this, or he's going to struggle as the time goes on. The boar should be about depleted right now, but this just means that MSN is going to be able to move out onto those south berries that he's got.
Just a rough one for MSN getting caught up field. I mean, the dive in with the archers looked like it was going to be good at first, but I believe Mio did actually get textiles. If he did, that's just such a sick read there, because it makes a world of difference against these type of dives. No, wait, he doesn't? Okay, these guys felt like they were doing plastic damage. They must have split damage or something, because he didn't get that many kills from the secondary dive.
I do see a lot of wood here for MSN. 1.1k wood at this point in the game tells you those villagers had nothing else to do. And now trying to chop down every bit of tree they can, making all the archers in the world. And another village coming on out. Still mostly untouched on the gold there.
MSN... This is like a tricky time right now, because being like with that food injection in the corner, the horseman count is quite threatening. 11 spearmen isn't going to last long against 42 archers either, so I'm kind of reluctant about MSN's ability to take a direct head-on fight here. The good news is Miyamaika is drifting over slowly. He actually hasn't urgently rushed his timing at all.
Problem is, with Miyamaika having 466 gold, he does have choices. And apparently those choices are signaling one thing and one thing only, and that's castle. Now, when he gets to castle here, he can very, very easily just slide right into those upgrades. Oh, I say that, and then 10 more horsemen are queued up, getting a little bit pop gap, rushing up that
Ironic
house.
against MSN to be blobbing horsemen like this.
Is he going to be able to respond to it, though? Because we saw how MSN was susceptible, and he realizes, hey, that first game, let's not do that again. I'm going to make some walls, and then we won't have those raids where all my villagers die one by one. So, MSN actually walling up this game, and probably the safest choice here for him, but he's not anywhere close to aging up himself.
Yeah, while Miyamaika is thinking about that trigger being pulled. Curious to see which way it's going to go. Industry Wing would make a lot of sense. Like, actually, the idea of trying to get fast into Manganiques here, a very strong play. MSN has got 69 archers. Is begging for mango play.
And especially with those little clumps that move so awkwardly when you try to split them up. So, Miyamaika about to click up, but he's pop capped again. Oh my goodness, I love seeing this because it means he's human, guys. This man is human. He goes for the Industry Wing KP. Are you a psychic?
It's more that I spend a questionable number of hours on Age of Empires 4.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I should probably get some, like, hobbies.
Yes. Outside this game, this time.
Like maybe paying Warhammer 40k figurines. No, that's expensive. Damn it. I need something that's free. I don't know, I guess we could I could train my older child to chuck my younger child, and we could play catch with the child. That's an option. I mean,
that's what
it works for dolphins and
baby
baby seals.
Pretty soon when they have Manganiques.
Yeah, and the funny thing about Manganiques is it's not just a tiny rock you can dodge. It's giant, flamey, scary sky falling upon us. When you have an army this big, Manganiques are just insanely valuable. They hit everything. They'll hit 30+ units.
Now, the question is just, is Miyamika going to have the gold for Manganese? Because now the villagers, again, very far forward. A few more will fall. They drop off and then decide they've had enough of this life. A handful more die. And this is okay for MSN. He's also going to be clicking in the age up pretty soon. Villagers back on gold, trying to get every drop of it so that they can afford to build at least 1 or 2 of them and get this army reinforced. Because right now, that villager difference is... Oh, wow. We're getting an astronomical clock tower.
That's an astronomical change. Yeah.
Welcome to 2024, like you said.
Yeah, we're back again. I think it's the map, though, because it's more linear. So, cavalry can be used on this map, but it's not the be-all, end-all. Infantry comms work pretty well, actually. So, and at the same time, to really justify it and hammer it home, your opponent has got 50 archers. Knobs feels pretty good. It also is a potential way to deal with Manganiques.
Now let's the horseman upgrade instantly being clicked up, and that is what I like to see. Horseman at least getting a little bit of priority. Let's go see that Manganique being placed down, if he even decides to go that way, because of the limited gold he's got right now. It feels like every little bit might be invested into getting the archer upgrade there too. Now we did see him getting a little bit of a boost there. Not sure if he just bought the gold or sold other resources to get the gold, but he does have a lot of wood in the bank, and this can very easily be turned into something else. That market coming in clutch at this point.
I do love the fact that Miyamika went castle age to just build feudal units. Archers and horsemen. This is why people go age 3, of course. Yeah, no armored units whatsoever, despite the fact both of them have built mass archers.
Do we not have camel raiders or lancers? Where are those bad boys? Imagine the problem is the lack of gold.
It's like that, and we get camels for free. Why would we ever pay for those things?
And
horsemen.
Barbican finally coming out. Love that. We do see a little bit of a connection here. The horsemen want to wait for their upgrades, but the thing is, the longer we wait, the closer this gets. Now, a few other units being made, but just more archers. More archers.com.
Yeah, I mean, well, there you go. Hey, we have a lancer coming in from MSN. One heavy cavalry unit amidst all this. These horsemen already vetted up means that he can't really do any damage with mass archers.
He does have +2 ranged attack already, but with Miyamika getting +2 ranged defense, there is not really much he can do about this. Barbican is down there on the other ball, so this does mean he is gonna have safe food, at least for now. And this fight is not something that Miyamika wants to take under something like a Barbican. Springald being the first unit of choice, which very surprising yet again.
I mean, it's mass archers, so yeah. Bit surprised we're not seeing Nesta Bees here. It's getting weirder and weirder. At this rate, MSN, he's going to be figuratively and literally eating rocks because the south side economy don't look safe at all. He has at least secured the gold for later on. I'm more keenly concerned about the farm transition that he only just began that Miyamika is objecting against. Wait, no. Oh, God, we're wasting time on the Barbican.
That Barbican
this takes a while.
It does. And the problem is, yes, you might kill some villagers. MSN already killed a ton of yours. Be out there raiding everything and shutting down the food, but the archers, they're fighting a pretty tough fight here against all those horsemen. Spearmen were not in position for this, but they do get through the front lines, and the horse numbers are going to be falling, but that one Springald is just not doing the work I think it would need to do. The Lancers finally looking like they are taking a majority of all these archer fires, and MSN, he holds.
Yeah, the archers are about even on count. There's still a few horsemen left over here. The Springald is just pretty much being ignored. And keep in mind, there's like idle time, a few worker kills coming in as well. Mio still has the numbers. He just needs to get them forward. He's got a lot of production waiting at home to pull up here. And that's why MSN is kind of edging out a defense. It's the Lancers that spawn and arrive for him versus the Camel Lancers that have only just been queued up.
Now, these Lancers are going to be able to clean up most of these archers here, so they do try to take a few casualties, with a few of the villagers going down, trying to run for their lives. This one Lancer waiting for reinforcements as they're going from both sides, and archers trying to focus fire one, and they do get one, but the next one has arrived, and the boys are going to be falling one by one, but the Camel Lancers are going to follow suit. We do see them streaming across the map. I just don't know if they're going to find the damage they need.
And they need worker kills right now. This is catastrophic. When you think about the eco difference, the song scaling, the overinvestment, really. He's rotated around the back of the base with no way of getting reinforcements through. MSN has also struck off any rotation north side. He's walled himself into the mountains, essentially colonizing 2 different areas of the map. And that farm transition, I mean, he's just come back for that now quite safely. Like, that was the strike point for me and Micah, the point that was meant to break the game. It did.
Or do you see... Oh, another Desert Raider falling down. But the Camel Lancers are nowhere to be seen. Is he waiting to surprise, KP?
Is it?
It's
I guess,
a surprise.
I mean, I want to say, is it surprise? But then again, me and Micah did go Castles just to build feudal units. So it might prove to be a surprise. The problem is, it's double damage upgrade. Like, archers, they may tickle, but they can still kill. And no, Mio, you can't eat that. Off you go. Only the wood. Don't even look at it.
I was thinking about the stone, though. That he was like, hey, I could use a keep. Yeah, you could. You honestly, you could use a keep because you're about to get raided with a lot of lancers. Honestly, he could use a little bit of everything right now. The problem is the golds in the base have been depleted. Everyone is out there building farms, building apparently walls, says MSN, and this is going to start getting harder and harder for Mio Micah as China is just going to keep exploding. We've all been in this position against China, and it's so hard to get back into a winning position after that. And just like that, we just got to pause. So now we might be... Oh no.
Oh no.
Do you have anyone who's stuck? Is someone stuck?
Yeah, there's an Iber playing game. Can we get a Manganique check on aisle 5? I think we're safe. Is the Springald stuck? And we need to know if the Springald is safe. Do we need to send a rescue dog? It's safe. Okay, it's fine. It is with its parents. The Springald will be safe.
So for those of you who don't know why we're asking about the siege specifically, last week we had an instance where poor little Mangonel got stuck in Myriad, was in a pretty rough position there with his Mangonel just being stuck inside a tree. So now we had a pretty long pause back then. We'll see what this one is for. But let's take a quick look at this composition here. We now still have Mio Micah with a ton of horsemen and a few camel lancers. But at the same time, MSN, he has a pretty solid army here. And I feel like the army of Mio Micah could theoretically beat this. The problem is just the eco. And I feel MSN just has a better sense of control on the rest of the map as well. And Mio Micah, his attacks points are so limited, while MSN could just take a lance or two and actually make things hurt.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering when Mio's gonna actually insulate himself properly. Because, like, the fact that he was just playing naked with no walls here, like, before it wasn't a problem when it's just raw archers and you just react. But, like, we can clearly tell it should be into cavalry point. Like, even the idea of just, like, scaling crossbows is not going to be easy, to your point. Like, as you reach this stage of the game, you just get full breadth. Also, interesting detail is that Mio isn't trying for relics at all, despite it historically being one of Ibid's best timings to align strategies around.
Now, 25 minutes into the game, we got notification that one of the players just needed a quick break, but is right back. So we will be resuming pretty shortly. Now, JP, where do people usually run dry? Is it on the wood line here when players start falling apart? Or is it the gold?
I'd say the gold isn't as worrisome as you think. You just need to be mindful of it, and if you wall ahead of time, you're fine. So, like, the tree lines are kind of an interesting one because, you know, to fix the food, you have to put it into farms. But, like, this game feels weirder because they need to put it into farms and they need to mass archers. It's like, for them, wood should be the real predicament as this game now drags on because of how reliant both of them were on that element. And, you know, how reliant they still could be when you think about the idea of things like siege. So, yeah, I'd say the wood might be the thing that screws it a little bit here for one player or the other. But props to him, MSN already has a decent number of farms up. Oh my god, did you see that? Full Looney Tunes mode as the race is underway. And now it's not again.
Yeah, we're stuck, we're back, and we're stuck. Never mind, we're just stuck in a wall. Guys, that wall is going to be a bride tonight. As we see all of those wooden planks is falling apart. A good little steak on top of that could be quite delicious, hey? That is how you know we are casting for the South African. Now, when I look at this army, I know myself, if I had this many units with all these legs, 4 legs per unit, I know what I want to do. I want to be raiding, I want to flank, I want to get on the resources. But every single time I try to A move, I turn around and I realize, hey, there's a wall in front of me. This is a problem. So now he's going to go, he's going to find those walls, and he's going to realize, hey, there's more walls. And remember what I said about those lances trying to find some damage? Exactly what happened.
No walls, no luck. I mean, even riding blind there, he just fished for it because there was multiple gold locations being harvested. Miyamika is trying for a counter raid on the other side, but if you have a look at MSN's situation, outside of these raids, the north side is a fail because this man right here has set up a maze. Oh my god.
MSN learning from that last game where he lost so many villagers to the absence of walls. Now he doubles down and gets all the walls in the world set up and a lot more villager kills alongside that.
A healthy lead, one that's only going to keep extending with the Song Dynasty effect. I mean, I'm not really seeing Miyamika's grand plan for longevity here. It feels like he's going to have to go soon.
Miyamika realizes this and he goes straight for that base, but the problem is that base is mostly empty KP. He is, those villagers are elsewhere. The only thing in that base is a bunch of spicy archers and spearmen to join the party as well. Now I like that he's also put a nest of bees in here, but now with the horseman and the camel transition, this is going to be a little bit harder. The archers are trying to fight back, but again, this unit composition counters it directly. So there is a little bit of a chance here for Miyamika, especially with this composition.
I mean, it's only one nest of bees. The archers aren't really that threatened. A little bit of trickle damage coming through. Tries a brute force with the concave. MSN going to be clutching at poles to try and hold on here. But, I mean, you're front lining with archers. This horseman wave, we said Miyamika needed to send it. And he full-on salutes and agrees. A break in the main army. He tries to village shuffle to get out the other side. That's not going to count for scratch, though, because who is now going to guard your only just finished farm transition?
And that is such... The whole thing of him being alive and well is this farm transition. We do hear a relic being used to shout into the skies. 2 horsemen getting converted, and finally MSN does have a little bit of an army again, but not for long, as the Barbican is also close to falling. Villagers falling like flies and very quickly catching up to that economy advantage he had when SBs. He's a lonesome warrior.
I mean, these are the type of games that people are going to use to get Nesta Bees buffed, I swear to God. Ring of Roses, there's nowhere safe to be. The entire eco lead that MSN had, it has evaporated. I don't see how this fails me. I mean, the Barbican that looked questionable before never got repaired, so he could siege it down. I don't think it's entirely necessary, but to get rid of the Springle threat, probably deems it as worthwhile. And the workers, I mean, we have 7 food workers total. MSN can't afford an army. Even if he stockpiles all of his pocket money from last year.
Now MSN hoping for a little bit of a Lancer answer, but he needs so much more than that. There is going to need to be miracles, and he's right now sitting here channeling his inner Corvinus, hoping for an answer to this madness in his base. Now the villagers, they did migrate north. It does look like we had the grand migration, but at the same time, we are paying the price with all of our buildings here at the back. These archers firing at those farms like they are completely non-resistant to arrows. Poor guys. But the camels doing some good work burning all of this down. And let's go take a quick look at that economy there at the top. I would love to see how MSN is positioning his villagers and keeping them alive. Farms. Very nice.
Well, he may have shut me down temporarily. But don't worry, we have backup farms in the mountains. Is MSN just going to migrate the whole base up there? I mean, he is playing China. It's technically possible.
Now, these horsemen that he keeps making, they work. That's the thing. MSN is not respecting the power of the legs. And every single time, we see that making an impact. So now, still making lances, saying, this is what I need to fight this. But with the composition, sure, this could work. He still has the 7 crossbows that are going to be able to snipe them out. Possibly not one by one, I would say, but now I see he doesn't have +2 range defense, so possibly 1 by 1. Yes, those 7 crossbows could be enough, and the horseman numbers are going to provide a pretty good front line if they ever manage to get their way through.
It's so expensive. Remember what we said about wood? Wood being a limiting factor. I mean, he hasn't actually got that much up in the mountains. Straggler trees adds a decent quantity in, but like long-term scope of things, kind of a grim tiding, right? And Neomyca, it's crazy. He's just reminding you, walls are only required when you're being attacked. When was the last time MSN was able to attack?
Oof, and Neomyca, look, doing the manor keep right in front of MSN. He might have to cancel this one, though. This is a little bit risky. Depends how many villages he's pulling.
This seems fine
Look
to
at all
me.
those lances.
Stop.
5 villages to rule them all.
That's all you need. Take his relics away so you can't have any more lancers. I mean, he's still got gold cavalry in the mountains, but it definitely stings a bit. I mean, this much cavalry, I don't feel like lancers should be able to break it. You could pretty much just stand on top of the workers, and they'd be safe.
And MSN, honestly, I can imagine where he's sitting at right now, feeling like, hey, maybe I should have made those spears for this composition. And just doubling down on the archers, realizing, hey, this next time we will switch it up. He learned from his previous mistakes. He learned from the fact I need walls, and it worked so well. This time, I think he's going to make a pretty big note to make the counter units as well.
Yeah, I mean, MSN back up against the wall, it feels like. Neomyca, like, this is an interesting build he's taken. I mean, the fact that we win this series, we warned that there'd be a lot of horsemen. I just didn't really think he'd be leading the pack by this much. You can technically build up more landmarks to try and drag the game longer here if you're MSN, but I don't really see it being feasible with this type of income.
He's making sure that he gets one more big fight, because of course we have God Vision. We know exactly how many units there is. But for MSN, this is his last hurrah. He wants to back off, make sure that he gets one good fight in before he calls it quits. Now, losing a second landmark does not feel too good when we know the Barbican is also quite low. Now, he is getting another stable, a little surprising there, as he's going to need that wood to repair, if anything. But going straight for the next landmark, and there's only 2 landmarks left. It looks like Neomyca realized this is how I win this.
Quick, gather for the Yuan. Gather now. I mean, he has got 25 lancers, and for some reason, Neomyca is building more archers. Still, the castle. I think the castle might be a problem here.
He might be able to take a decent trade, but not under that keep, and the one villager here is not going to be able to rebuild all of this. The lancers doing work now. The villagers quickly popping into that Barbican. Want to help with the fire, but
oh god, it's concave.
It's like falling like flies.
Yeah, it's also just like when you're surrounded like this, horsemen do beat lancers. This beefy warrior, you're swole, you brought all your armor, and then just a bunch of guys with shivs are super effective. GG, Neomyca moving on to match point. One more, and he will lock himself in for the road to Red Bull Wololo.
Now, this must feel pretty good here for Neomyca. He chose this map. He was like, hey, this is the map that I'm going to take you down on. And he was right. MSN now needs to take this 2 games in a row for him to stand a chance. And honestly, if I'm MSN, I feel that pressure. My whole Scandinavian team, every Scandinavian player qualified last week. This is the one he needs to join. He watches all his colleagues sit there in the main event, and right now he knows he's 2 games away from it. So honestly, really well played there by Neomyca, ensuring that he still stays on top of whatever MSN is not countering, and MSN improving his walling abilities very, very well.
So, with that out of the way, yeah, it's gonna be Golden Horde making it. Because like I was wondering when this is gonna come up, you know, because he had his go at the Mongols, didn't really make sense. I've been curious about Neomyca with his Golden Horde, considering for him, you know, Mongols was really where the journey began. He was super obsessed with this Civ when he started hopping into AoE4. Golden Horde is different, but there's gonna be like this expectation that he's been grinding the crap out of this Civ above all else of the new ones.
Now, we're finally getting to see what Golden Horde can look like on this map, because I don't know if we've seen a lot of Golden Horde, not at least in the EGC events. Has this been a pick
Nope.
at any point in KP? Okay, never mind.
It's weird.
Okay, reinventing the wheel. Welcome here, Micah. We are ready for a little bit of re-education here. Now, MSN on HRE, I feel like this is an olden pick that we have seen back in the day, but also not something that has seen the light of day too much, because usually with HRE, we're used to that arcane play. It takes a while to get going, but at the same time, now we know we don't need that. Arcane is just an added bonus if you decide to go for that on your wood line, making sure that you can take on the fishing plays. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's about the civilization winning that fishing war anymore. It's about the shenanigan and how well they've been executed.
Yeah, I think, thinking about this matchup, like, I'm curious to see what me and Mike can do, because like my instincts are saying HRE feel really good, right? Like you've got the Dark Age Rush, and if that doesn't happen, then you just arcane up and you just pom play. Golden Horde, their economies, they don't really get anything clearly advantageous on water, right? I'm pretty sure they don't even have the piracy system. I have to double check that one, but I don't think so. So there's not even resources for burning down boats.
So, in this case, HRE versus Golden Horde, brand new for us. It's something I think a lot of pro players haven't even practiced themselves. So MSN and me and Micah, maybe they are the experts here. But like you said before, Kawasan might be something that MSN is just a little bit more comfortable with. Because when you are part of a team that has a bunch of people you get to practice with, you're always going to do the tournament maps. And this is something he's probably played a million times. Just not in the matchup. I guess that's the big question mark that we have left on our heads. But before we just break Kawasan apart, let's just look at that last map and the possible choices that we might have as the lobby is still getting created.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, there is an interesting idea here around the Dark Age. I've been kind of cooking up my brain, and we have seen a little bit, which is the Karash. They are really immobile compared to Dark Age Spearmen, but they are really inexpensive. And their stat, they trade reasonably well considering their cost, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the idea Mio has in mind, is just spam Karash to outnumber the Spearmen.
And honestly, I would love to see that in action because I haven't. And could be quite nice and fresh, but we do have Malians and Byzantines for MSN as well in the next one. So if we eventually do get there, we might see some good choices for MSN. He just needs to survive this. I guess that's the biggest question mark here. Does he get to survive? Now, Kawasan, this is for a lot of you who watch these games. You usually think, okay, I see water. These are the good civilizations on water. But each civilization has their own little bit of gameplay when it comes to those Dark Age shenanigans, making the choice of, do I go water? Do I go spears to shut down the water of the other guy? And HRE is, in my opinion, just a civilization that has more choices in all of that. Golden Horde, like I said, there's a question mark. We don't really know what they do on water, how they look on water. But Kawasan, it's not your standard water experience. There's always something crazy going on.
Me and Micah is a little bit delayed here because he has to download the map.
So
he's very experienced on this map. Very, very experienced.
he's not playing water, is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's so experienced that he just uninstalled it because he kind of got bored of it, you know? That's clearly what's happened here, guys. He just played it more than anyone else.
He just decided, I don't even want to be tempted. Let's just remove it. Exactly.
He's like, I've done everything I need to on this map.
So, now that we are sitting in a moment where we're waiting for the round to get made, we still have Scatterbrain and Sass, and that is going to be a pretty tight one. I think Sassy, for a lot of people, is someone we want to see make it all the way through, because he always makes it just to that qualifying round, every now and again making it through, but not constantly. While Scatterbrained, He comes in, he takes down top players, and then all of a sudden disappears just for a little while. But Scatterbrain, we know he practices with the Russian boys, the Belarusian boys on the rise, so he is a pretty scary opponent to face.
Yeah, I think Sass has like been having a little bit of a rougher run of it recently. Like, I can't remember the last KPMM moves in, but like maybe it's just the opponents he's running into, you know, getting 3-0'd on occasions. I think, if I remember correctly, the previous qualifier was an abrupt end. I don't think he made it to one of the qualifying sets. I'll have to double check that. So, you know, it could be the big comeuppance. Maybe like someone's been figured out and someone's just like clicked. Getting a 3-1 over Mahodo is decent. Scatterbrain is like the more interesting one to me because, like you mentioned, he's part of that 3D clan cluster. They have interesting ideations on like how the game should be played, the way that they think is optimal, especially when you think people like B is that kind of hive mind type effect you have to worry about. The other side of the bracket, we still also have Myriad versus Gully Deckle. Honestly, going into this bracket, I was like, I think Myriad will do it pretty solid. But seeing Gully 3-1 Ayame, I think that's going to be a tight set. Like Ayame, he's still kind of a pub star type player, hasn't made that full transition into pro play and proven himself. But the strategies he employs on the ladder and also his scrim partner, like he's signed with Elephant or Team Elephant, right? So he works with Louis a lot. Very talented fella. Just maybe not there yet, or Gully has finally put all the pieces of the puzzle together and is looking the best he ever has.
Oh, we are of course a little bit biased here because seeing Myriad on that list, there is 2 outcomes for this. If Myriad qualifies, then he does not get to cast as much. If he does not qualify, who will we be seeing on the caster desk? Myriad. And
That's
Twitch chat,
true.
that's the question you gotta ask yourself. Do you want Myriad on the tournament or do you want him on the caster desk? And the best part is, if Myriad makes it onto the caster desk, he will make it further than most people because he might be casting all the way to the finals. You know?
That is the strategy. That's why I keep pointing out to people.
I used to meme Beastie about that. I was like, hey, I know this tournament didn't go well for you, but at least I made it all the way.
Same. Like my recent one has been like, hey, I mean, guys, I'm not saying I'm better than you at the game, but I do have more Red Bull flags than you.
Just goofing on the boys. Hell yeah. Now, I'm actually surprised we still haven't gotten our lobby yet. These boys are really taking their time just creating it. Okay, so KP, this is where the podcast begins. Okay. So KP. Okay, I was about to... Oh, sorry, I should put it this way. So KP, how are we feeling about the current horse meta? How are the people feeling about the current horse meta?
So it was interesting actually. I recently polled my chat on this, and I thought the ayes would have it, but it was more in favor of the nays.
Repeat that last sentence? I don't think I understood British.
So I put a vote on it on whether they thought like the horse meta is fun, and I thought the ayes would have
Yes.
it, but it was actually the nays.
Okay, I heard mayonnaise, and I was like,
Mayonnaise.
I was like the mayonnaise.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now this makes a lot more sense. Just so you know. Okay. So
Yeah,
people
it
will
was
not
just a
enjoy the horse
really
meta.
crap joke that has now been over-explained to the point that it's actually not good.
The horses or the mayonnaise here?
Like the horse is in mayonnaise, I guess. I don't know. I mean, when you buy from Tesco, you never know what you're going to unwrap.
Now, we do see that that game is about to begin 1 minute in. But this is something that I think a lot of players are asking. Like, what is the meta? How does this evolve? And we've just seeing like such a focus on cavalry. And cavalry, even today, it just constantly prevails. Now, this gives me a little bit of hope for Sassy as well against in a Scatterbrain series coming up. Because when you look at that personality right there, Sassy is known for his horses, so he better use those correctly. But Golden Horde at the same time, right in front of us here, they are just as known for their horses. So I would like to see Miyamaika downloading the map for the very first time. And I know what I do when I download a map for the very first time. I ignore water and I see how far the land's going to get me. So Miyamaika, just playing a good all land push and see how it goes from there. Hopefully overwhelming his opponent, even with Fishing Eco. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean,
I think we are finally ready, right? He has found the lobby. I'm just like the things we're seeing behind the scenes, like the names given to the lobby. Bless him, so you can find it. I wonder if me and Mike could like took an extra minute or two just to render the map a few times, like, or hear me out. This is the biggest, most genius bait, and now MSN thinks that me and Mike has no idea about this map when he's actually a master of it. Let's see as we hop in to Kawasan for game number 4.
So when I look at this little bit of a play style here from MSN, already going for our good old barracks, makes sense. We want to shut down whatever comes our way, and he will be able to burn down that, ooh, if that's what he desired. We see Miomaika not even thinking about water for a second. He's like, water? There's water on this map? I saw the blue dots, but I thought it was like decorative. And MSN now making units for something that is not even going to matter. I guess the Uwu burning down might be worth it. But is it worth it for Golden Horde?
It's a case of like whether you can burn it down fast enough, right? Like it'll always come down to that. Like if it takes you 3 or 4 minutes, less so. Me and Micah, the negative, of course, if you do lose your Uwu is, you know, Tortogud's not really on the menu, so that landmark choice feels a little bit flimsy, and the alternative feels really sucky. Like I've seen games where if someone will clearly not have stone access, they still choose Khan and Tortogud just because of how bad the alternative feels.
Now, when I look at my Golden Horde early game, am I going to be able to actually handle if my gold gets shut down? Now, MSN, he hasn't overinvested at all into spears, but he decides, hey, this man isn't going for water, maybe I should. And it's quite funny because he's already gotten so far into the game, making a barracks, making 2 spears. He's still in the Dark Age rodeo, now going for his dock finally. We do see the villager putting it down, but I fear that this is going to be delaying him so much. Is this not just a little bit too dangerous?
I mean, the idea that this is going to delay too much, right? Like for HRE, they can just inflate really quick. I think for me and Micah, you just need to rush the gold like yesterday. This is not looking pretty. Please tell me he's got enough in the drop-off. Okay, so he does bait him underneath the TC. Because like the awkward thing here that can usually happen is with HRE's extra movement speed, they can easily just shift away before you shift, which is why like 2 spearmen isn't crazy bad. This fishing idea afterwards, like I don't mind it as long as it's not too much fishing, right? Like if you're 20 plus workers on land, then you've lost too much efficiency on the prelate. So like the timings can make sense here. I think what's important for MSN is to just keep an eye out for which pawn me and Micah is going to be going for. Because realistically, Golden Horde don't have any clear advantage towards water play at the beginning.
Now he is going to be able to get that age up. I mean, I was going to say first, but at the same time, Golden Horde takes a very long time to age up. So when he starts clicking this up, it's still going to take quite a while to actually go on through. This gives MSN time to actually do that transition, and just like you predicted here, he doesn't invest too much onto the fishing, and he goes for the gold already. So Khan Torgood's a minute and a half from aging up. That means that MSN is just going to be a little bit behind.
Yeah, and he keeps his Uvu, because like 2 spears are never going to get through that quick enough for it to feel great. He's just going to focus on trying to intercept the worker when they come out. But me and Micah, you know, usually what helps you kind of gauge where you can move out quickly is a scout, which he does have. Right? Pretty sure. Yep. Okay, there we go. Well, this guy is so subtle and secretive. You will not even see him on the bar.
No, he needs to keep his identity secret for the Khan that will potentially follow. So the
No, stop looking at him. Stop looking at him. You're revealing his identity right now.
He might appear, who knows? Now the Arcane Chapel clicked up, and honestly at a pretty decent timing considering he went for barracks and for a dock. So Arcane Chapel coming in, which is literally just after Khan and the Torgood's gonna finish. That must feel pretty good. Miomaika now transitioning onto water himself, but he's going to be met with a little surprise, and that surprise gets spotted by a scout. So they do move up a little bit deeper, trying to put that down. MSN not going to be stopping those villagers too easily.
Yeah, I mean, that Spearman on his own was struggle against double worker here anyway. The other one, I think, is why me and Mike is showing respect, because it could move across, and he actually did see it.
Villagers fighting back. Shivs out. They get a shot off. And shivs out again. Another shot off. And that spearman is as good as cooked. But a villager is peppered up quite nicely.
Second spear is coming over now, so you might be able to just commit in for a dive to get at least one kill. First of the Thorgood have been queued up. Actually, I think it's going to be the Khan coming first. Usually is. These spears, I mean, there is a way you get a kill out of this, actually. Oh, like that. That would be exactly how you do. He actually says, fine, one-on-one, I don't mind that. No. Mio needs to be careful because this could actually just be a double. This is a double. Oh, God.
Oh, he gets a spearman, but it's
okay.
definitely not worth it. Villager needs to back off. And the Khan is out. So the Khan will be able to take down this one little... Never mind. You may live.
He has suffered enough.
A villager
I
pepping
only
them nasty,
challenge
I'll come back
worthy
for you.
opponents. No, he's like, I only challenge worthy opponents, like unarmed workers.
When they have big sticks, we are not going to be fighting any of those. Ooh, unfortunately, he right-clicked the dock, and a few of those shots just went all for nothing. More docks coming in from Jamaica. This man, he knows how to play water theoretically. He just needs to put it into practice now. Double Dow coming in. And,
She means
I'm
double down
very
on this.
surprised.
Yeah, are you surprised by the fact that he's trying to do both ponds at the same time?
That too, but also the fact that we have two of the same ship that doesn't really work too well, especially with the obvious follow-up of the Springhold following. And now that dock is getting a few arrows at a time, but it's not going to be enough, and quickly these ships are going to fall
Why
fast.
is he
And
not
now,
healing?
what then?
Why is it like? But he didn't even pull them back to heal. Is the weirder part.
He doesn't know about the healing.
He's
most
wait. He's
likely.
building in America. He's building another
Another
archer ship.
No. No!
He's building more archer ships.
I know he's going to lose villagers. One more going down.
What?
Cancelling the dock. Oh, he gets his Springhold ship. He gets his Springhold ship. He gets his Springhold ship. He's coming in, boys. Give him time. Give him time. He's cooking. And
We will
another,
eventually
and
kill
now
him.
we have some horses from the land going to be doing this. MSN. If he loses this, this is going to go on his... This is going to be as bad as when he stole my milkshake. I'm going to make memes about this one. So, yeah. MSN, for the sake of your milkshake reputation, I would suggest you win this one and do not lose against the man who made the double ship that you counter directly. But the Springhold ship against Springhold ship action, it is going to go down finally. And MSN is finally getting a little demo.
It should not really be necessary, but screw it. Archer ship does get taken out. Somehow, double downing an archer ships worked to the point that Emerson's brain got a little bit fried about what he was meant to be facing. However, the dock is still here, and we do have to remember that MSN has fishing. Miyamika has none.
Now, there's a lot more going on. There's horses being raiding at the back. So while we're watching this wonderful water game, we can also see that horses ran through. And I don't know if they killed anything or if those villagers were from somewhere else. But I assume they got some good loot. Now, the demo ship goes right into the face of MSN as his attention is a slight bit split here, trying to stay up to date to it all. Now he gets wheelbarrow, and this tells me that yes, he did lose a villager to these, because when you get wheelbarrow right after, that usually tells me, hey, there was a raid, the raid was successful, I'm going to try and learn from this. Because MSN, he knows what happens with Miyamika, he's just going to keep making horses, and it's going to keep being hard. So, these villagers now trying to get as much wood as they can, but well, how long until the horsemen just make this almost all... The cavalry makes this almost impossible.
I think the bigger problem here is like at this pacing, MSN should just start lobbing spears with ease. Like it's still 6 fishing on the other side. Okay, so we have got Mio finally getting his own fishing online, which is really what's been missing here. The Tortugud are in theory really good at taking down docks. They're very, very tanky. But like the problem is, you know, they don't sustain. You have to think of it as big health pool, but won't regenerate sort of logic, right? It's a bit like Ridari versus, you know, Camel Lancers. Like, one's going to get healed up, the other one's eventually going to die. It's just, it takes a long time to die and are pretty good. I do wonder if there's a better use than attacking docks, though. And it seems that Miyamike is feeling the same way. He's trying to shift towards the land eco. MSN isn't overextending with those spears.
Now it does look, these spears are going to be chasing. But the thing is, when your horses just run faster, they're going to keep being able to get a charge off on villagers. And that's exactly where they're going right now. Tower's not finished, so they might be able to get some damage. But luckily, the spears are close enough for them to run the other way. But we do see a lot more villagers now on the gold. And with MSN having all this water, he might feel pretty much okay with just going for castle from here and trying to go for a little bit of a... Yeah, the problem
This is interesting.
Miyamike.
Because Miyamike may have pulled the trigger, but think about how quick you can now gather for a tech for MSN. This is going to be a relic race.
Now, with the horses, though, it should be easier to take down anything in the dare steps near these relics. But again, the horses going for their charge because they can. We are just not able to shut them down every time, but he doesn't get too much here.
I don't think he got any kills there, right? Like, the health bar's low, but no bodies on the floor, so he'll just keep rotating around. Like, the auto time does matter here. You need it, because Golden Horde are really slowing their tech up. There's no way to actually amplify the speed at which they reach the next stage.
And it does look like these villagers are trying their best at just making this a little bit safer for themselves. But the problem is those horses are going to be so much harder to kill as the time goes on. Because now your gold at the back, it has one tower on it. You now need to be out on the map to try and get those relics. Is Miyamike even going to give him a little bit of breathing room to move out? We only have one prelate, so MSN, he's going to need to be very intentional about those movements.
Yeah, I think Amazon, like, it's a bit difficult to spread wide here. The good news is right now, Miyamike is making it simple for you. Just sends all of his cavalry into one location. But we can see he's starting to scale up a little bit higher. It's not going to remain that way for long. You have to start figuring out a way of lobbing spears fast. It almost seems like MSN instead just wants to try and mirror knights.
And mirroring knights, it feels okay in most instances, but I'm a little bit worried about that, just purely because of how well Miyamike has been able to control his. And just like this, he might just stop the age up at such a critical time. Oh, never mind. He wants to attack the house first.
Oh.
Villager finally going to go down. Another one getting a little stepsister stuck here. And a few more here at the back. They were chasing
spears? Yeah, but why were they chasing this wide? MSN, a disastrous moment. Oh my god.
I mean, he's got fishing to try and pad himself against this, but the Regnants are still not up. The workers are flopping dead. This is grim tidings. Look at what's happening. Miyamike is also now prepping relics. Double Monk has been queued up. You haven't even got the capacity to pick them up yet. He tries to sneak a few workers out. The villagers are finally going to have some protection from the spears, but this is the thing I think that people forget. Those Torgud, that card, they all automatically got their stats juiced up the moment Age 3 hit.
And MSN losing 12 villagers total. This doesn't feel good. Miyamike, he's turning the tables, having already a few roost tributes paying a visit here to the boys. Idle time galore coming out for MSN here. And he doesn't have the gold to even make anything except those 3 knights that he just queued up. But are they going to be enough? More villagers, more idle time. We just see constantly villagers running around. And now the question is, are there going to be any relics for MSN? But it doesn't look like Miyamike has picked up anything just yet.
It's going to take time to get out there, right? But there is a really cool strategy where you just insta-drop the relics to get the stone generation and go for deeper ones. The speed of going in deep. I mean, remember, these tributaries, they get bonus against knights. And it's also just a way of insulating yourself against the spears. So it's actually pretty effective. And Torgo just remaining against a handful of spearmen that just are not getting upgraded. I mean, he has at least brought 1 relic home. The damage is kind of insurmountable here, right? Remember, MSN, look at that fishing count. The count 21 to 8 fishing boats, and yet he's neck and neck on economy.
The problem with those fishing boats is he has too many fishing boats in that pond, and we know what that means. This just means those fishing boats are going to overfish, and they're going to go idle for a lot of it. So they're not even going to be as effective as having, 21 fishing boats. This is going to get more and more tough as the time goes on. Miyamike now he is in a good spot to decide what happens next. Let's just see if he decides he's gonna, pick up relics and make it work. But MSN now still only having one in the base. He does feel pretty good about himself here, but... Oh, Micah does, but he needs to be careful not to lose all his units as well. But we do see Golden Horde is going for a different type of cavalry from here on out.
What? Kipchak? I mean, this is not the first time we've seen them in this qualifier. They actually were leveraged by Corvinus in his series up against Lash yesterday, and they had some decent hits in there. It was kind of worth it just for the raiding potential. Like, that's the thing. You have to think of these units as not broken anymore. They fixed the splash damage, but they are still horseback Chugnu.
And they do get out of control at some point. In the right mass, very, very easily. The Kipchak, let's see them chasing down. They do want to get that scout, apparently. Oh, no, never mind. Those were just normal horses. Oh, my goodness. Hey, P, do all horses look the same?
I think that's a bit of prejudice against them, to be honest with you. I mean, I feel like horses have unique identities and personalities. But what I am noticing is that there's a lot
They're not
more.
on the UI.
Yeah, they were before, and then they disappeared, and then I think they came back, and then they disappeared again. It's best not to question these things, really. It
That's
keeps
why I
the
was like,
game
oh, the
in
Kipchak.
suspense, Never
Game
know what's
leaving
going to happen.
us. Yeah, it leaves us with a lot of surprises. But now, MSN has secured those 2 relics, so this being like 4 relics is great. The thing is just, I don't think it's enough to make up for the losses that he'd faced earlier. But luckily, with all these knights, he should be able to launch a pretty heavy counterattack. Now, the crossbows that we do see here from Micah, that's going to be great, but they do need a front line. And from what I can see in front of my screen and not on the UI, there is no front line.
It's because it's hiding from us. The night lead is pretty impressive. I mean, it's the type of game where you wish you'd actually found a way to get mine work instead, right? But Arhan was too critical to the early game. The archer detail is quite intriguing to me. Maybe he was just raw expecting spears, considering he had so many knights. It will be decent against Kipchak, so I just think once you see Kipchak, the way these two comps are playing, Micah is just all about constant pressure. So MSN has to take a more defensive alignment, and you see what happens earlier on when he doesn't take the defensive line. He does get punished.
And the problem is, if he loses water here, every bit of income that he has is also going to be under duress. He doesn't have the ships to even defend this if they do decide to commit. But luckily, the knights are in position, and now we do see some red dots there in the south. And is MSN doing some backdoor shenanigans? Down, down, down. Towards the deer pack.
Oh.
Backdoor shenanigans. I know this. I do this all the time, except it doesn't go as well for me as it might go for MSN here.
It's kind of interesting that you choose the stables there, though, right? Like the unit type that could actually get around there naturally anyway. Usually we see this with, for example, Rax play with HRE would be pretty sick. So maybe he'll kind of thicken it out and get multiple units in there. I like the thought process here. He needs to be careful what's happening over here. He's been over-gathering for a while, so you now see he's going to the shoreline fish. So eventually, the amount of fishing boats here is going to feel unsustainable, whereas Micah has been a bit more tame. 12 compared to the 21.
And 12 should work out pretty perfectly. When you usually have 1 deep sea fish, I believe the amount of boats you can have on it is 3, depending on how close it is. So it does work out perfectly here with the 4 deep sea fish. But now we have spearmen in Micah's mix. They're being added in now, but we'll see if that's going to be enough to deal with 22 knights. You have to keep in mind that MSN with its 31 archers, we still have to see how that plays out against the Kipchaks.
Uh-oh. Micah's a selectable army boy. He's not chasing that knight anymore.
Oh.
He's fully fixated on this. Now the Kipchaks, they need to be trading the squishy targets. I feel like they might actually just be hitting knights here, which isn't ideal. Then again, it's mostly just archers, so I guess if you're able to clear out the night line, the Tortugud will just win the game for you. His crossbows do shift away, far away from the archers, just to try and snipe down the heavily armored cavalry. But the west side of the fight, looking grim. Micah is going to need to retreat away. MSN should have the firepower to re-secure his base.
And this was massive for MSN, because this is most likely the last fight he's going to have without having his reinforced towers. Because now, slowly but surely, those towers are going to get upgraded. They're going to start expanding everywhere. And HRE gets to do something we all hate, and that's go Imperial and just get back up with all those villagers. But apparently, that's not even going to be needed. Neo Micah is starving, he says, being out here all the way with the villagers. He might be in a lot of danger to lose out a ton
God.
here and equalize the villager count. Oh, never mind, not too badly.
Yeah, he'll be able to shift
they wanna
away, Mio. A little bit slow on the reaction there. We'll force him to defend
Bait.
again. It's a bit weird to see this. I mean, yes, there's an expense to it, but most of the time, Golden Horn players just build all their stockyards. They don't do this. I get why he feels he needs to, but, you know, the safety, the security, the condensed economy, also the scaling is just so good on those stockyards.
But I feel like MSN is making the same mistake he did the previous game. He's just going into archers, again, against a very heavy cavalry composition. This feels so tough. He sees his opponent is an A-clicker and still decides to go for the archers, where MSN needs to micro a lot harder than the opponent. The tower here might be the reinforcement he needs, but this composition is very dangerous for MSN to stick to.
It's so awkward to try and actually get on top of the HRE, though, right? Due to that movement speed advantage. So Miyamiko just has to spend so long diving. He is prepping Karash to add into the formation. Would love to see him actually going towards Karash Edict. I wonder if he has, considering his stone numbers don't fully make sense. Like, he's got 5 Uvus. He should be having some big techs coming in soon, but the numbers aren't holding high on overall stone. So dive will reset. Seriously, what has he done with this stone? It can't just be Tortugud. Apparently it is. Pretty much just Tortugud.
Now, the issue here is, it feels like Miyamika had an opportunity here to win the game by just holding back and letting his eco do the talking. And instead, he's taking all these risks, diving deep, winning a fight, being able to push in, and then diving in yet again to lose all his units. So, MSN, as long as he plays it safe and keeps reinforcing, he might be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit another way. Say, let his eco do the talking. Instead, he chose the ego to do the talking. And, you know, the problem here is this comp. Think of it the same way and give it the same respect you would to Japan with Yumi and Mount Samurai, because it has the same movement speed. That's a critical ingredient. It doesn't give you much breathing room to kind of resecure if you start to falter or fail. I'm still wondering, like, how we didn't get towards some big techs, though. With, like, 400 stone income a minute. It should have been the bread and butter for me and Micah. Like, batch production here would have been insane.
Okay, but you know how he didn't play Kawa-san before this?
Yeah.
What if the Golden Horde text is something he's never researched?
I wondered if you were going to go there. So, you know, we scaled from never played Kawasan to never played Golden Horde.
No.
And
Play
MSN
Golden
has
Horde,
never fought DAOs before. What the hell? That's a bold trade, Colin. I think it mathematically works out okay, though.
Yes, definitely. Because now what he gets to do is he gets to dock. Because look at that south part of that pond. He wanted to get rid of all those military ships, pull them up, so that he gets to make the counterplay. And that's exactly what's happening here. MSN, the sneaky little goose, stealer of milkshakes, and also destroyer of fishing egos. His own included.
I mean, you know, you say stealer of milkshakes. You know, just like this pond, he's going to feel like he earned that milkshake.
Just like he earned putting that keep down.
What the hell is that castle? Oh, God. Oh, no.
That was expensive. That was so expensive. Him just sacrificing all of it. But it looks like there's going to be a fight here. And now Men-at-Arms being a pretty big part of this composition. The Knights are going to be enough to just try and kite backwards here. But all that stone being gone, this could have been a ton of emplacements.
And he's lucky it wasn't a complete butchering of all workers in the vicinity. MSN will just have to reset her off this one. Now, we do have mass Men-at-Arms strats coming in, but MSN is trying to contest this with crossbowmen, so he had the right idea. But we are also seeing Sarai Lancers coming in. This is going to give the Keshik healing effect to all of those chunky Turguds. So all of a sudden, an increase in DPS as well as sustain for Miyamika's bulky front line.
The problem is, it doesn't look like MSN is target firing those spears. He's just trying to keep the Knights back for now. The villagers, he's also trying to micro them, but they are going to be cooked if he does not manage this correctly. The Knights are the ones all the way to the back. Archers getting picked off one by one. He needs to find a way to get those on the front line to do the work. He's just trying to reinforce with crossbows.
This is difficult. Like the worker count, you have to remember, MSN's got what, 25 workers not working. His economy is crippled, and now the second wave comes in towards the farm area while the entire army is distracted over here. MSN's eco is nowhere near strong. This is getting worrisome. Mio Micah, when he just lost water, finds some sort of boon, a recovery arc on land to now try and strangle the Dane out.
He needs to find a way to snipe these spears, and he's just not attack moving here. Desperately trying to keep these knights alive, but it just is showing as a bit too much. And honestly, just that key placement may have been the one costing him the game finally. You see him trying to pull him out as far as possible. The relic being inside. Oh, he's trying to merge
I'll do one better.
There's so many. What?
This probably hurts his game more. Those villagers have been standing there for like 2 minutes. He has not microed them onto a tree line. He's a half eco, even though he's not being raided still. Like the castle was one thing, but this truly takes the cake.
Because with that, he just can't make units constantly. He's trying to pick off what he can. These roost tributes, I believe. Oh, no, those are men-at-arms. They do suck up quite a bit of damage here, but there's so many horses. They are going to be in a pretty tough spot. He's going to try to get a pretty good connection here, but the archers, they have one goal, and that's getting rid of the spears, so they don't just make sure that all these knights disappear. A little bit of a choke point here, and he should be able to get these focus fire pretty well, but the spearmen break through, and quickly again, MSN is the one struggling to micro.
He doesn't have any breathing room here. We're now like, what, 3-4 minutes with those villagers still not moving? He did raid the stockyards of Mio Micah temporarily, a little bit of frustration there, but he reacted accordingly and got back to gathering. Like, his economy is still fully active. And there you go. Look at the snoozer there. 42 out of 57 are not working. He now goes in for the burn on the fishing boats. Demo ship coming out, though. Mio, what? I don't know if that matters. Honestly, it's painful, but... the idle eco of MSN that is still not moving in that corner is a bigger deal than a demo wall up like that.
And MSN, being his own worst enemy this game, actually succumbs to Mio Micah, who's played this map for the first time in his life.
Ready to rub it in there. A 3-1 victory. Mio Micah will qualify to the road to Red Bull Wololo. MSN will have to wait another year and a half.
Oh, are you confirming the next date for Wololo?
Yeah. My dad works at Microsoft. I've got all the insights.
Now, this was a pretty back and forth one. Mio Micah clearly showing us, like, yes, this is not something he's comfortable with, but he knows how to play land and he knows how to raid. So I think with MSN this game, again, we're seeing the susceptibility to these horses. Every single time the opponent goes for horses, the raids can be overwhelming, and that's what a lot of people are experiencing. We'll see if that's going to be the case for the next series, as Mio Micah, he slid his way in all the way, and I'm so proud of seeing a Vietnamese player make it to the top 16 to face off against these top players for that spot in the UK.
Only 4 can emerge. Mio Micah, when he's on form, his style is so polarizing that he could do it, right? Like, you know, B isn't obviously playing in this Road to Red Bull Wololo. Mio Micah may be the shoe-in for that type of style. Like, the polarizing gameplay, that he just doesn't follow the script. It doesn't make sense. He catches you off guard. And, you know, we've seen that even the best can fall victim to that type of play. So, definitely excited to see it. If nothing else on the road to Red Bull Wololo, I'm sure he'll give us another memorable moment like the 120 night game.
And we are ready for it. But guys, that will mean we are done with Series 2. And next up, KP, who's going to be next up? Do you know?
Oh, that's a fun one. We've got Myriad versus Gully Deckle. So we're going to be able to confirm whether one of the youngest competing for will be able to be on the road to Red Bull Wololo. And as a result, whether we'll have an extra caster.
And Gully now needs to solidify a little bit of young presence as... How old is Gully right now? 17?
I think he might be 17, 16, 17. He's very, very young, yeah.
So he is 17, it has been confirmed. And MSN at 16. Those were our 2 youngest players here. And MSN, honestly, making it very far. Really amazing to see the kids these days among all of our boomers playing this video game at high levels, innit? So
Yeah.
very nice to see them make it all the way here to the top. But
I think
anyway.
he should blame his fellow Nordics, right? Because like 4 of them already qualified, so like a 5th one was a bit overkill. They had to kind of like had to peel that one back and balance it out. We need some Asian representation, right? Like Scarlett didn't make it. Miu Micah now has. I think like is that one total Asian player that's gonna be there in the road to Red Bull? I think it is. So yeah, at least they got some flag to wave over there, which is nice to see. Like, it was kind of shocking that Louis wasn't going to be playing in this, and then obviously Ayame wasn't able to deliver, and then Scarlett. You want them to have someone to cheer for. Like, I hate it when it's just European dominant, because Age of Empires is a beautiful global esports scene. But what we're going to do now, before we spin the globe a little bit more and then just arrive back on Europe, we're going to head to a short break. When we return, it'll be time to see if Miri Chad, new member of VES, can actually fill an extra slot for that team, or if Gully Deckle is here to slay. Stay tuned. And so we return to the road to Red Bull Wololo qualifiers, series number 3. And look at that, Myriad with his newly signed org. He is now a Volta esports member. Gully Deckle, teamless, but you know, he's like 17. Give him some time.
But Myriad also winning 3-0 apparently. That was a really fast series. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. I know
We're back on schedule.
What? They just disqualified some points?
Wait, what? You can't do that. You take 3 games from him. He worked very hard for that. He turned up to the lobby.
And he got Aopits banned against him, which is honestly,
my god.
Again, I'm loving these bans. Oh, now we're getting there. Hey, as them kids would say, yeah, 6-7, 6-7. Nice.
13 game series, baby. Whoop, whoop.
Can't take them anywhere. Okay. Can't take them
even
anywhere.
make it a 9. I mean, just seriously. Grow
That's
up.
our generation. Calm down, KP. Them Gen Zs don't know what they're talking about. But
Yeah, but we outnumber them, okay? The older people outnumber. So unless Gully Deckle can actually stomp Myriad out, that trend is going to remain the same. Old people got it, all right?
So guys, let's hop on in. It is Byzantines versus China. And let's see how this bad boy plays out as we have the two Chads against one another. Gully, the Chad of the 17-year-olds, as he's just had his birthday apparently. And Myriad, the best in all of the British lands. Sorry, KP. I'm rating Myriad above you. In-game, of course.
Why would you even do that? Like, literally every time on this broadcast that he's had the British flag, he's lost. Okay, so when he's the Hungarian flag, he wins. This is factually true. This happened, if you remember, the series that he almost qualified for last time. There were, I think, 2 games he lost, and both of them he was flying the Union Jack. And when he switched to the Hungarian flag, he started to win. So, he's figured that strategy out between Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2. How does Gully stop this from being a free-er?
Well, Gully, he's playing China, right? This is not a civ that usually struggles too much on a map where you need to secure resources yourself, and especially when you're up against someone who's not going to go for pro scouts, you have a little bit of breathing room. I guess that's my question. Where does Gully go here? Does he go for the pro scouts, or is this something where he's the one who's going to need to push to shut down Byzantines from, you know, overflowing in resources and oil? Because Myriad, the man, has 2 villages on stone. So this man is planning to build some cisterns and get that economy on the road. Gully, on the other hand, pretty standard China play here. As we can see, the 8-3. And I'm excited to see if this is actually going to be pro scouts. I love to see pro scouts these days because you actually need to be actively stopping it to... You need to put effort in. Not like before. You just A-click. That's what I like about it.
Yeah. It's a weird one because like you'd think it's really good on this map, and to a certain extent it is, but the flank Ds are so far away. Like Rocky River has the same problem where pro scouts feels really depressing when you pull a deer from like the east or the west side of the center of the map, and then you realize you lost half the food. It's like that's another impact point. But you know, China has been a bit more resilient against that change because of the 20% extra on drop off. Right? It's technically like yes, we've lost maybe 50% of what we should get for the deer. I'm still then getting 20% more. So like it's not as painful for them as it is for most other civs in the game.
Now, with the sheep, we do see them pretty evenly split. Still 2 up for grabs. And for Myriad, this doesn't matter too much, at least initially. He's not up against a civilization that is known for big raids. And that's going to be the key here on Boldland. And I think for a lot of players who are watching this, you might be like, okay, where do we go? What does each civilization do in this case? Your whole point of this map is raiding. So, do you find yourself in a position where Gully goes for something crazy, like a faster castle to get onto the lances? Or will Myriad actually be the one who is putting down the pressure with possibly Keshiks or just horsemen raiding all around? But raiding needs to happen. It just needs to. And especially with none extras on wood, I'm a little bit worried here. Because Gully, he still has a lot on food.
Yeah. I would have expected probably a horseman opening into maybe like an archer transition here. it really comes down to what Byzantines do. Like sometimes you just kind of want to delay a little bit because, you know, if it's javelins versus lombos, it really changes your outlook. China does have a really good aggro timing on a map like this with archer massing down the center, though. So, you know, we'll have to see. Like, with the gold gathering, he's got 3 there. It looks like it's going to be pro scouts. It's just a case of whether he just wants to rush greedy tech ups after that or go for a feudal all-in timing.
I'm actually so excited to see if he's just going to make scouts be greedy about this because he can, or if he's actually just going to make horsemen as well to do a bit of raiding. Now, Myriad, he gets to make this decision for himself in terms of also just going for a faster castle. Byzantines is really, really good at that. Now, he has 6 on wood, so with 8 on food still, we're expecting some production. There has to be... Ooh, hello, we're pulling off of gold, never mind. He's gotten what he needs, and he's going to go for his pro scouts, possibly from here on out. Now, gonna add everything to the wood and the food to make things happen.
Yeah, so probably horsemen plus archers here, because you're going to want to have the horsemen coming out after you've used it for the scouts play. It's just kind of complementary. And then the whole idea is that you need to do a limitane. This might change things, though, because Myriad has began ponies. So usually when this happens, it kind of pivots. I think the play the smart for Myriad here is he can now force Scully to go spears, and that just opens up lombos.
Problem is, with him going for that many scouts already, you know Gully is a greedy boy right now. Just making sure that spears are coming out. He is definitely going to lose a few, trying to get the deer back to the base. Now, this pro scouts is coming in at the speed of light, but the horseman does get spotted, and I would not be surprised if Gully slows down a little bit on the scouts, but he actually just says, more scouts, please. Some of you will die.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. There we go. 4 is enough, and he says horseman from here on out.
Can we check the neutral trade post on Myriad's side? I wonder if there's anything that you could utilize here. Nah,
Luckily
we're
not.
doing this.
Luckily not.
I was going to say, something like Knights, Sipahi, Chu can be surprisingly effective in the right environment.
Oh,
But yeah,
these
nothing
horses-
interesting.
These horses aren't going to be trading well forever, so we're going to see him switching over to the spears pretty quickly. And now they are going to try to deny as much of these pro scouts as they can. Oh, we do have a game pause.
I thought they were trying to deny a reasonable time to the end of the stream.
That is not going to be possible, KP. Tonight, you and I are going to be stuck here until 1 a.m. Cal, Vodka, they're getting ready themselves. I'm sure both scrolling Instagram Reels. Oh, sorry, different generation. Vodka
Oh my
scrolling
God.
Instagram Reels. Cal scrolling TikTok. Yeah. Just
Are we
living
gonna
their
get like
best life.
sleeping bags and have marshmallows and just like you know, play truth or dare? Like, is that how deep into the night we're going here?
I already signaled BC to get us some takeout, and he brought me a chicken box. I'm hoping there's a second one as well. So KP, strap in. We're gonna have a long night together. Very nice. So boys, get your popcorn, especially between games. You will be here a while. So now, with the horse numbers, Myriad can double down, try to get some damage done, but at the same time, you also as Byzantines don't just want to rely on the fact that you have horses that they're pretty great. Ooh, hello, longbowmen coming on in. So they're pretty great, but you need to be able to micro them well. And Myriad, I'm not taking anything away from him, but he tends to stay a bit too long and take a little bit too much damage. Sometimes with his horses. So I'm a little worried about this being the main composition if he decides that it is.
Yeah, the weird part is it's not an APM issue. Myriad is on the higher end of the spectrum of APM. He's very high. But, you know, there's like a difference between APM, meaningful APM. It's kind of like, I describe with him a spit the Dota brain. Like, I played Dota like that as well. Where it's like click, 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 click. There's like 2 types of players. There's that type, and then there's one that's slow click. And I could tell straight away that he was the former. It just means like sometimes you're just overusing actions to express what you're doing in a fight. And that can be very weird when you're over jittery with the horseman, right? Just like as to your point, leaves you in range for longer, ends up backfiring at the same time you're failing to actually do actions elsewhere on the map.
Now, those villagers are desperately trying to get a house up, and I know that feel when things get a little pop-capped, it does feel urgent. Ali, though, he's got a pretty heavy amount of units here already, and with the amount of horses he has, this is not going to be easy for those longbows. Myriad needs to be careful not to overstep, and the horses of his are all the way in China right now. Literally, because on the other side of the map, and in the Chinese almost base very soon. But they're trying to find some damage. Currently going around. He's going to be able to spot those villagers at the back very soon. And then he's going to know where he needs to attack.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, Central Asia and Asia Minor looks really small when you think about the distance between the two areas on this map. But I don't really think about the game in that way. I did this, just imagine it from that religious standpoint. Like, so these two civilizations just decided to turn up into no man's land and fight. Pretty much. Horsemen now going to be scared away, by the way. The longbow count is already at 10. I think if Gully wants to all-in attack, he's going to need to be a lot faster about this, because when that count gets to 20, you don't really feel like you have an entry point anymore.
And him going for his archers himself, that's going to be pretty great at picking these off, but they are going to be used for those Limitanei. Now, the Limitanei, they handle these attacks pretty well, considering we have 6 of them against 5 horses. That should keep it pretty balanced. And if Myriad doesn't invest any more and just goes castle, the amounts we see from Gully Deckle is going to need to increase here, but that's exactly what's happening. Gully's still investing in horses, still investing in spears, and Myriad looking straight ahead at the castle.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, we shouldn't be surprised by this. It's what Byzantine players try to do every night, isn't it? Just fast castle, 11 minutes, feels good. Golden Horn Tower with level 5 system is a crazy strong power.
Check the raid! Check the raid! Check the raid! Red
On
raid!
the empty goals?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, dead archer. Rest in peace.
Wow! F that guy in particular. Like, the rest of you are fine, but we just really hate that one archer. Here we go. He moves in. He's a thirsty boy. This Gully doesn't want war. It's just he can't find a drink. He's ran across the entire map. So he's going to be looking to gulp down that cistern. Myriad is going to start poking with the longbows. He's just trying to intercept and slow down the pro scout timing.
Now, with that, it's going to be so important to actually try to deny this as much as possible, because those deer that are spread around the floor, they need to be manually clicked. Especially with all those scouts, this is not going to be an easy thing, especially if he keeps his opponent busy, which he has been doing. The horse micro, so far on point. I'm hopeful. Myriad, keep it going. Now, he does have the resources needed to go castle in a moment, but we still need to keep this pressure up. The moment he goes castle, this gives an opening to Gully to attack. So the most important is ensuring he keeps...
Well, that moment to attack is right now, Marika.
Yes.
So to your point, he needs to keep pressure. I'd tick that box. Like, that felt like quite the overreaction by Gully, pulling everyone home.
And he getting all of those units back here just means that he has a little bit of time to get his upgrades. The units now trying to push back, but they stop for a second, and every second they stop means an extra bit of breathing room for Myriad. Myriad needs, I would say, an extra 10 seconds to just get those upgrades in and actually make this matter. With this, he should be able to get a few cataphracts in and respond to anything that Gully puts on offer. But Gully himself, he could switch to castle pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's infamous play for Chinese, right? Especially the pro scouts, just to regurgitate lances out. But I wouldn't be surprised to see cataphracts from Myriad. Like, katas are surprisingly effective in this type of matchup. Just have to make sure you have the raw economy to keep the numbers pumping.
Now, he has enough for 2 of them, getting the upgrades for those longbows as well. And now he's going to ask himself what is going to be priority. As Gully is closing in on that front side, now we see the yellow dots absolutely going everywhere. The horse is being sacrificed to just keep Gully's army busy, and Gully going for castle himself.
And it's clearly going to be clocked. Nah, I mean, let's be totally real. Imperial Palace all the way. Really good on this type of map as well, just because it gives you protection via earlier warnings in what is expected to be a heavy cav mosh pit. Other cool thing, map like this, Byzantines typically either have to go mass olive groves early or they start to spread out fast. That means you can just snitch on it. You get the Imperial scouting ability with your Imperial Palace to just see where they all are, and it gives prime target locations for what is presumably going to be mass lancers.
Now, with the cataphract numbers slowly increasing, Gully will not have an answer to this anytime soon. I'm excited to see if he decides to go for a +2 range defense upgrade here as well, but Gully not constantly reinforcing these numbers. Imperial Palace has been finished. UI just a few seconds behind there, but he has the resources in the bank to do something with this and instantly clicks up those lancers. Scout gets picked off. It's still a heavy amount of archers, but he has to ask himself, what is important here? How am I going to keep making units?
Well, it's Myriad. I mean, we just trust the Golden Horn Tower. That's all we need.
All you need is Horn Tower.
Yeah, you just need this ginormous tower. It will produce everything you ever need. Like, we just get to 50 Lombos. What's Gully going to do? Build a nest of bees? those don't get built anymore. Those aren't real things.
With all this mobility in the army, who needs a little nest of bees? Now, Myriad...
Seriously, it's like...
Yeah.
I think this might be like the hardest matchup to try and nest a bees in. Because of the
horses.
Katas.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, wow, look, that big army in my way. Press one button.
Now, something to keep in mind here. Gully didn't have the goal to get the upgrades on his units. I think the archers might be veteran, but the other units of his are not there just yet. So this could be a pretty good moment for Myriad to try and make a connection here with all the villagers being here on the front goal. It does look like the Gathers are feeling a little feisty, but the spearmen are getting focused down. Spears at the front here as well, sniping at those horsemen like they're made of paper.
It's because they are. They have not been vetted, as you identified. The Lancers try to slip in as well, but the Cata count is going to be good enough. The Spearmen follow up now. Min-range trample there just to try and pull away slightly from Myriad. And this rate, he'll just be able to casually click down this army with Lombos. So Gully is trying to address that right now. Just target firing archers onto the LBs. Cata count still looking pretty good though, right? Like 8 against 5 Lancers and not many Spearmen left to boot here for Gully. He will have to reset.
And Gully may have extended a little bit too far. The longbows have been picked off, quite a significant amount of them. But I don't know if this is going to be enough. The Katas, we can see they're about ready to charge. So them getting on top of these archers could be catastrophic. And we click on one to just see. Oh, I don't know if the UI
I think
allows
they've had it this whole time. Yeah, like the trample cooldown is very short. So a little bit surprised he didn't go for it sooner. He might have just been respecting the overwhelming firepower of like just a few crossbowmen against like the health bars. I think he's just more importantly just trying to hug these Lombos as much as possible. Yeah, Myriad is essentially using it more as a safety play to retreat than an engage. But after these archers are gone, I see a very clear target to engage here.
One right up top, right?
Yeah,
those
they even
juicy
came
villages.
closer again. How nice of them to stay in range.
Wow.
Gully, he's moving away now, but there's already vision around the back. Myriad can just chase this. A lot of Katas going down because they were all 1 HP bars, but at the same time, Gully, where are his Lancers? He's got 2 of them.
Lancers, that's past tense in this case. They are all past tense. As all the
There
villagers
is 2 of them. Somewhere.
Yeah. Dealing with the 2 Katas on the front side, the TC firing at the longbows, and the longbow numbers are decreasing, but Gully ran out of food. So he might still be at 1.2k for now, but that is about to plummet as all the deer, almost all the deer, expired, and the villagers are completely idle. Now, the longbows do get picked off quite a bit here, but there's still so many of them. That TC now firing at a Kata, and that's not what you want to be killing in this scenario, but morecatas.com. He says, subscribe to all of it, as 8 cataphracts in this army is going to make a massive difference. Villagers desperately trying to get any form of resource, but it's just going to be so difficult.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to give up their jobs as workers and take up a job as a funeral parlor because there's just so many bodies to bury here, man. Gully, like you highlighted, his food income abysmal. He calls the GG. The Longbow still too strong in his base. Myriad, a potent start with the Byzantines in this qualifying series.
Now, for those of you wondering why we're going to be making cigarettes and smoking jokes for the next while, it's because Myriad, he is a man who smokes very often. Between games, during games, after games, during casts, before casts, after casts. And after this one, he deserves one. I just wanted to say that. So Myriad, good job. And we'll see you in the next lobby.
I'm gonna actually just throw him on the bus. He was also responsible for a broadcast day slow on the start, shall we say, as some players hadn't appeared yet because they went on a smoke break and then I think they ran out of cigarettes and needed to get more.
Oh,
so yeah, he's...
Yes, that sounds like Myriad.
Actually, I think that was the same day where they went to get food at the worst possible time. Someone listening to this is having PTSD about it right now. Yeah, it was Myriad's a character, I'll give him that. And what is this? English pick coming through for Holy Island.
Ooh. Against Zushi as well. Zushi, a civ that has never shied away from a good old water map, because we know with a little imperial official like the CCP, they're always watching. ensuring that the citizens are working hard, getting all the wood into all of the land, and that's exactly what we will be expecting from here. Gully getting a pretty good serve, but English, we've seen it pull off some pretty crazy plays, especially with the fact that when you play English on this map, you get a land unit, and it forces your opponent to invest on land. It slows them down a little bit on the water, and can easily throw games one way or the other. But Holy Island is not a map that these players are playing too often.
Yeah, I mean, sushi used to just be the bread and butter thing you had to ban here, right? But like, there's been so many higher priorities recently, focus on land and hybridization of certain civs. You know, they've just kind of been slipping through. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, the previous series, sushi ban on both sides. When does that happen anymore? Like, it's just not the case. But I do like the way that Gully kind of drafted towards this. Like, French could be just as much of a nuisance for like an English pick. Order the Dragon Sniper, it's interesting that he prioritizes that as a preference over English, because I feel like there is a land attack here that's really strong against Shushi, with either like a small longbow opening or even just the king.
Now, when I get into a matchup like this, I still feel like at this level, we're not seeing the same type of water play as we saw with games between Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, Vortex, because they're so used to playing these water maps and so experienced at it. So with these two, I do expect them to prioritize water, but at the same time, at this rank, we often just see people still having a chance on land, even when the water goes completely haywire. So that's what makes this so interesting. Last week as well, we saw on this map some players, I think it was Myriad actually, completely foregoing the water aggression and just focusing on the land. And it was absolutely crazy, because the moment he did engage on water, things went out of control. But now
that
for the rest...
That was French Order the Dragon, right? Numidon OOTD, and then we had Myriad on French, and Numidon had I think it was Order the Dragon or HRE. Like, I can't remember. It was a very weird Dark Age rush. I know the one you're talking about. So yeah, like he's definitely no stranger to this. I'm curious about how much prep Gully has on this, because Holy Island hasn't really been a fixation point recently for pros.
And the fact that we're looking at this, Gully is the guy who chose this map. Keep in mind, the loser chooses the next map. So Gully says, hey, water, I actually have a plan. So picking this against an opponent that you saw win this last week, you must be feeling pretty brave. Or Gully has been practicing something we don't know about. So, KP, do you have Holy Island in your map pool?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
I made a quick answer. I'm a businessman. I've noticed when you bring water maps in, usually the viewership goes down a bit. Holy Island's like an interesting one, but I think it's just like, I personally find it interesting. I think if you're if you're a more casual follower of AV4, whatever, it disengages the brain a bit, which is unfortunate, because Holy Island is probably, if we're being totally realistic, the only truly good water map that we have in AoE4.
And it is usually quite balanced as well, with the deep sea fish spawning pretty evenly, usually. But now that I look at this, I'm seeing Myriad with a very close deep sea fish. And on the other side, Gully, if we can take a quick look, he needs to put his dock a significant far way out compared to Myriad, who just could rally downwards to try and get that deep sea fish. So sure, they both have one pretty close by, but one has to work a little bit harder for his catch today.
Myriad's is substantially better. His spawn, because if you look at it, he's got double close, and then the second dock you can place a little bit south here, and it's going to connect nicely with this follow-up to fish, right? But then have a look at Gully's by comparison. So he gets one, maybe ever so slightly closer, much further, and then much further on the southern one. So like, he can kind of balance it out by going for a 4 dock here, but realistically, he's still going to be feeling like he's one fish worse off than Myriad.
Now, with this scouting pattern, we can see Gully might just come out very much ahead here, where there's still a ton of sheep, not fish. Fish are in the waters, guys, just to be clear. But there's a lot of sheep behind the base of Myriad, and Gully is the one absolutely cleaning up behind his base. Myriad then going to be trailing his scout And I wonder if Gully, when he sees that scout of Myriad, if he is going to be able to go and punish him for it. Picks up most of the sheep here at the top, and we do see it already favoring Gully. Now Myriad trying to make his way back and possibly going for his own sheep. No. He believes in the scouting pattern, I think.
This is a man who doesn't believe he'll lose water. And, you know, he is playing English, so it's kind of it's not the craziest statement to make.
Yeah.
I mean, English is a very polarizing one, I think. When you get out of, like, the top 12, I wouldn't be surprised to see them have a better success rate on this map. Because the idea is if you're giving a little bit of breathing room, you will get the extra range. And the extra range is like an insane advantage. It can force bad fights so simply. So, you know, at absolute peak levels, we see it's actually difficult for English to hit that because the maths of it is you may get +1 tile range on your boats, but now you have one less boat. That's a pretty big difference early on.
Now, Myriad just trying to optimize every bit of movement with these villagers, not only now going onto the gold, and I mean, pretty evenly timed here. I wonder, is he even going to go for any gold? Because very often, Zushi players don't even go for gold on these maps, and they just use the passive gold they're going to be getting from the taxes. Oof, that villager already getting spiced up. Now, this is a very interesting play to me, because at this level, I would say between the top 12 and about the top 24, we often see players underreact to this type of aggression, where the villager is taking quite a bit of damage here and not pulling them back in time for that age up. So, or when the aggression starts coming. So Myriad taking a bit of damage here.
He's fine. You can go down to like 25 HP and be content here. Like, all you have to do is bring your scout over like this. Once the tech up is heard from your opponent, you'll want to think about pulling back, because that's when new threats arrive, right? But yeah, I think he has the right idea. Like, just get the double dock at least before you have to retreat. Good idea by Gully. But, I mean, Myriad, he got back in time, despite the fact that there's still a bunch of sheep available. But like we said, if you win water, you don't need the sheep.
Exactly. And with him getting a king, that villager is going to go home and have a lovely time just getting healed up. I have a question about that, KP. Those sheep right there, they're not under the TC. I've had instances where mine get converted all the way out there. Is it just because they were attached to the mining camp?
Like, if they're close enough to the mining camp, it shouldn't be a problem, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
It's a bit weird, right? Because like there's technically there's gather drop-off buildings that count, and then other buildings that are a little bit finicky. There's also okay, he's going for the big boy one. Yeah, this is like this is Holy Island for you. This is why you pick Sushi. So that's gonna be over 100 resources. That's gonna be up 120 resources, Medieval Garden. So really nice. Also, the stone is really good because of the emplacements you'll gradually get on your docks.
And getting that little bit of an advantage on water is massive for Zushi, because with this, you're just investing a little bit less, and you're basically 3 villages up at this stage of the game. So it does feel pretty good, especially when this early game is so important here on water. Myriad, though, he's aging up with 6, trying to kind of match the age up timing, because we know that Zushi, they can age up very, very quickly, especially with 4 villages. And the water is going to be the big question mark. How many ships do I need to respond with?
Oh, ship opening, as expected. You know, when you get these type of tech timings, it's always the good go-to, because there should be a count ship in play yet. So with the way Myriad stockpiling resources, maybe he anticipates this and just goes for a Springald ship straight away. Usually it's safer to open Archer ship, because if you see a Springald, you can run away. And if there's a demo follow-up, you're not in trouble. So yeah, there you go. Archer and Archer.
And instantly going for a double broadaxe, getting that to make sure that he kind of tries to keep up with Gully, but with that supervision. That's the beauty of Zushi, right? You supervise the lumber camp, you get more resources, and your upgrades are so fast. Now Gully, he knows about the king trouble that he will be facing pretty soon, instantly walls up, and this is a very conservative and safe play, and a lot of players underreact to the king, thinking that they will be fine. Rather for going another production or another boat on the water, rather ensuring that his wood is safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a bit disappointed. I saw a transpo ship for a moment there from Myriad. It was just a misclick. I'm heartbroken. I thought we were getting some cheeky like bulk shenanigans, because the transport ships are kind of interesting because they can bait a lot of aggro onto them and they don't have a direct counter. It's like early on It's not a terrible idea. We used to see that on Moving Out. It's like the transport ship would then come and fight with the Navy because it had nothing else to do, but it actually absorbed a lot of shots.
Okay, B. Investing this early into fishing lines, that feels quite dangerous here for Gully. So Gully feeling quite confident here on the water. Usually, you don't want to be spending that amount of resources on anything except for making pure boats.
And he's got 14 fishing, so I can kind of see the thought process here. But it is dangerous for the initial timing. Like, technically, Mirror could have used that to get into his extra range, which also would have been kind of damning. But he's going to show up the 1-1-1. Stables gets intercepted. This is really frustrating. Like, he does have the handgun slits, so you'll eventually have to shift away. But the out of time definitely stings a bit, considering Myriad fords with Springolds. And Gully's in a position where he actually needs a demo now to try and contest this.
Now, Myriad is making yet another Springald ship, and this is looking like a bit of a mirror with regards to the composition, except for that little demo ship that can turn the tide significantly. We do see the scout trying to decrease the amount of value he gets from these resources, but with these boats, Myriad, he probably has a pretty narrow timing to really outscale Zhu Shi here, because now there's horsemen on the way, and Gully is not going to stay in his base with the horses.
No, I mean, the ponies need to get active, especially considering Myriad. You have to remember, the civ he's playing does nothing against horsemen. Like the villagers. The villagers with the short bows, it's just a dream come true when you play ponies into them, because they only have 5 damage, and you mitigate a lot of that. So your only option is to switch spears. Could actually open Gully to do some like Chew plus horsemen to try and end this on land.
Now, Myriad is getting... Is that the extra range? I think he's getting the extra range. And getting his tower on gold as well. He knows that there is going to be some pressure here. So ensuring that he does not get overwhelmed by this on water. Going to be trying to kite backwards with this and producing as much as he possibly can. The king knows he's not going to get any damage done just yet. Just focuses on that meditation garden. But double demo ship coming now from Gully Deckle. And this is usually where things get a little bit too spicy, especially when you don't have enough galleys to try and snipe them down.
And on top of that, he's securing himself on the land so that Mirror doesn't have to really think about that much. So he's going to try to hyperfixate in on this. I'm the one demo who makes this awkward, though. You know, the Springald scaling does make a lot of sense. This matchup is curious, actually, because like one side should be looking to mass demo and the other one should be looking to mass Springald because of the extra range.
Ooh, and those perfectly sniped out a demo. Apparently the number you need is 5, and it looked beautiful. Look at that one range just coming in, doing so much work, but the demos are getting very close and he's not moving. The galleys need to be working backwards, and perfect snipe here coming from Myriad. Absolutely incredible.
Demo does connect onto one of the Springald ships. Myriad, actually, it's kind of unfortunate it's the end of the formation. It gets pathed into the shoreline. So good little strike in there for Gully. He needed some value for that many demos, but you see what I mean. This extra range, this is what English does so well. If they can control the narrative and keep pressing, you're just gradually losing the game. Because unless you can get one insane demo pull to just wipe the fleet, you're always going to lose the range trade.
And this is exactly what Gully did not want to be fighting, a range trade. He wants to be on top of him, try to close the gap as easily as possible, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. Myriad using those boats perfectly. And honestly, I really want to see a demo just making it through to see if he can snipe it out, and it really is going to matter. There is some action on the wood line as well, as Gully is trying to distract and make this a little bit harder, but the short bows, they clean them up pretty quickly, as predicted.
Yeah, that was... I mean, like, it's not good damage, but the thing is, his whole eco on land is there, right? It's like 30 short bows is a lot against only 1-2 horsemen. Gully trying to go wider now, but I mean, the micro just isn't really there. He's just rallied them out to their death. That was just a waste of resources.
And
is he trying to go castle?
And Beastie told me one time, the guy who goes castle first on any water map is the one that loses the game. So this is a very risky move. He needs to keep producing. We can see with 1,200 wood in the bank, this man has everything he needs to keep fighting on water, except for the ships. He just doesn't have any ships.
Oh, good thing he's got 1,200 wood because he's going to start needing more docks at this rate. I mean, it's just a bit of a polarizing play. Usually do get the tech up cheaper. Like, actually, funnily enough, that discovery that he who goes castle first loses was made when we had a lot of play on like Warring Islands type maps, and that was when the Shushi meta was starting to be discovered, where they were kind of getting away with fast tech plays, and even for them it began to backfire. Myriad, oh, he already is aware. The archer ships move across. Remember, they got the extra range. They can intercept easy peasy. Mountain Academy now on the way, but the price of entry feels pretty high. This feels like a man who's about to lose water in the next 2 minutes.
Now, we've seen that this doesn't always mean the game instantly, so Gully will be giving up the water, but this just means that those extra extra sheep he got in the early game is going to matter here. So fishing boats are about to go deliver their last bit of loot before all dying off. Now, Myriad's whole army is here on water. He's slowly trying to transition that to a few spears as well on land to just ensure that the horsemen that he saw earlier won't be a problem. But the thing is, now they will be lancers. We do see those fishing ships just trying their best to get a little bit more food, but now Myriad is going to have the best economy possible.
Just, this is the difference the range makes. This is the type of siege down you only feel confident in once your castle, right? Because you get too close and demos hit you. The extra +1 can never be taken for granted here. So full easy denial. Doesn't even have to wait around and let extra eco come in. Myriad should be looking for a white tower play here. The first Lancers haven't hit the field yet for Gully. He's starting to supervise for them. Myriad has started adding a few spearmen. Double racks, in fact, to secure and double outposts. The food income has plummeted, but that's because I think he's about to have a big drop-off from all the fishing.
He might need to force that at this point because those lancers are coming in quickly. And he has 2 spears, but that's it. And a king, of course. There goes the king. He tickles those lancers just a little bit. Scout takes half his HP. Just getting looked at funny. And Scout does go down. But now with 2 spears, this is not the position you want to be in. And you can see Myriad, he's going to start panicking any second now.
It's 4 spears now. Gully horses on the way very early for Gully, actually, but he has the production rates to justify it. When you're at like 10 of these cavalry units, Gully horses is definitely a worthwhile investment. And he wanted to go blacksmiths already because he needs the undermesh for the dive.
With these lancers, I feel like he's playing it a little bit too passive. He doesn't realize what type of power position he's in. And Myriad is desperately just trying to get a little bit of food to get this done. But this far forward also feels a little bit risky. He's going to have access to the deer here, protect a little bit of that wood line. But at what cost? These lancers are going to make his life a living hell in the next few moments. We do see some villages already falling. But fishing
You
might
just have
make
to
up for
commit.
this.
Yeah, you have to commit. Like, if you back off here, you're just pretty much conceding games. So he'll probably lose like 10 workers. But as long as the white tower goes up, with fishing behind this, you're definitely still in the game. So white tower to complete. Lancers will feel like they've overextended a bit, so Gully starts to bracket them off early. But you can definitely still see that the Reaper came in strong there. I think that was 12 workers in the end on that dive.
And the problem is, now these horses are just going to look for other places to raid. Now sure, the water is his, but he needs to make some units on land. And Juganu are already being the follow-up here. Crossbows now being queued up, but you need a lot more than crossbows. Here, we do see a lot of food being supervised, but he needs to also find a way to move out onto other food sources. Now, +1 being researched for Myriad as well is going to mean we're probably going to see a lot more range units in this composition, or just a heavy reliance on this white tower.
Yeah, you can anchor there for a bit. The secondary gold's close as well. So, you know, he definitely has safe, secure economy for the time being. The wood line actually is the one concern here, which realistically he shouldn't need much of at this stage.
Now, when you are a man attacking a main TC, this does feel like a statement. And apparently that statement is, these horses I shall sacrifice into the spears, and they will bring their value, look at them go, into the spears, under the TC, barely breaking a sweat.
Okay, so this is a race now. He understands the state of the fishing and what it means to the long game. Doesn't want to play the long game. So Siege Workshop now coming down. He's trying to catch Myriad before he's up to like, 20 crossbows with maybe 10 spearmen, because that's a scary point for Gully, even though he's floating lances. Because you don't want to dive a base when there's that many crossbows, and just a few spearmen that stop you reaching them easily.
Now I do see Myriad just trying to get more and more fishing, but he's actually really struggling with that wood. He knows that it's a limited resource, and with him, he does pick off a lancer here, and this is massive. Just picking off one means you are actually getting into a position where your opponent will not be able to replenish anytime soon. Now, we can see that with Gully, having 0 villagers on food, he's probably just going to go migrate to another berry patch and try to get back into this. We do have our first trebuchet coming in now, but Gully, he's looking for some damage, and he needs to find it.
Smart idea as well. Just try and deny undermeshes from coming in. Now that you've revealed the Chug Nu, it's your biggest weakness. That being said, Myriad can actually still counter Chug with that. Armorclads into Men at Arms upgrades makes them beefy enough that the Chug play becomes trivial.
Well, the gold is running very thin there. Luckily for him, there's a white tower protecting the other one just out there. Now the trebuchet is going to start firing at him, but he has to keep in mind, this one trebuchet is not going to be able to do too much for now. He needs to get another one. And relics play now coming in. Gully finally going for some of those relics too.
Yeah, I like the confidence which Gully just parked himself here as well, because I think he put the Siege Workshop in vision of the White Tower before he even started producing. It's almost like he was just trying to goad Myriad to come out. Okay, no, not at all. I thought it was a little bit closer. So yeah, secret reveal then in that case, and double outpost. I like this as opposed to just trying to gather for a keep. It's such an expensive investment. You just want something that makes a dive a bit of a deterrent. And it's not like Myriad can rush a dive anyway. Like, he's full infantry comp. And also fast running out of gold.
Now, with him not having that gold, he's going to need to move down. And every single time he needs to move out, he's spending wood. And I want you guys to notice, he's only got 3 on the wood. That's going to mean that this white tower he's hoping to repair is going to be very, very costly. So getting a few more out there to try and keep this thing alive, he wants to make sure that this fishing eco is doing the talking and he actually has the time to make this matter. Another minute-on being queued up now, right there from the white tower. Or was it just it's just the crossbow. The overlay, just a few seconds behind it every single time. Now, 4 trebuchets. KP, this is no longer repairable. This is difficult.
No, and the wood safety is also a problem, right? Myriad, I don't know if this is enough to hold, especially what Gully just done. It's a Springald switch. Like, Springald's cracks this wide open.
The problem is, Gully is staying up to date with all of this. He's depleting every bit of food source on the map. And this is exactly why this map is not an instant loss when you lose the water. You still have access to all of the food sources, and they are plentiful on this map. You can still see a lot. So it's going to be a long time before Gully Deckle really runs dry and slows down. While this fishing was just another bit of investment that Myriad had to make, and slowing him down from constantly producing. Slowly but surely, he's just doing more damage. And we do see a few units now going up. Try and find some of those villagers looking for wood elsewhere.
Yeah, still a urgently push type feeling here for Gully as it scales a bit, because remember, the fishing does matter. You can see it in the food difference, actually. 408 versus 1,000. And you know that's going to gradually scale because Myriad's still being a bit greedy getting the fishing in. So definitely the onus on Gully to push. Realistically, he should. You know, the army value is somewhat similar, but the unit types are critical here. Myriad doesn't have a solid, easy way of dealing with the siege.
You say they're similar, but there's a 2,000 of resource difference between these two. They might look even in count, but... Oh.
Yeah, well, it's now that you think about it, like, a lot of this army value is water. So Gully must have, like, close to a double up, actually. A nice raid there. Just claps onto the back line. Myriad, he has to give over more of his forward base, which now poses a bigger question. You've got wood. Where are you getting gold?
And even if he's not getting gold, he needs to make units. There are no production buildings, proper production buildings left. Elimination victory getting closer. We see another landmark on fire. And this feels pretty tough. Myriad needs to find a way to get at least a ton of spears to make something happen, but they will evaporate with the Jugunus, and the Springalds just plowing right through. Myriad now sneakily going for a little bit of extra gold, but these trebuchets, they are just too scary, and I don't know if there's an answer to getting on top of them.
Yeah, it's just so many easy targets between the production. Also, all these houses would be prime targets, considering that Myriad hasn't really deleted any of his boats, so he could just pop block himself. Instead, Gully's in a rush. You know, he's another young lad. He's probably got a time that he has to be off the PC by. So Treb's going to move in to go for the landmark victory, which will force Myriad into action.
But it does look like Gully is a little bit worried about his position here. He knows he lost water. He doesn't realize how far ahead he is in army supply. And that's the beauty of the land. If you underestimate the land, it becomes very hairy very quickly. Myriad trying to produce as much as he can. He's got 28 men-at-arms, and honestly, it feels like a lot, but with the amount of springholes you're up against, it still feels like a tough time. Now a keep being dropped in the base, and Gully, the man, feels confident. He just needs to pull more vills. Morevils.com have arrived.
And he's created choke points. They'll make it more awkward for Mira to try and engage. So we'll start to spread out the workers. Lining up around the castle of the drop. There's no way you can stop this. It's just so fast to come up. There's going to be a backstab attempt from a small group of men-at-arms. Not going to work out. The Nest of Bees able to shoot those shots. The Springholds find the alignments to get on top of those men-at-arms. And with a castle drop in, it feels like a destined end to the English attempt on this map. That's the anchor point he needs. The trebuchets still sieging into the town center. His town center now smoking more than Myriad does. And no way for him to come back in this.
Gully with the landmark elimination victory, and now we see why Gully chose this map. He knew where he needed to focus, and he knew the land was going to be a little bit of an underestimation. Military value lead, as we know, mostly on water. So Myriad's military just could not keep up with the amount of units coming out of Zushi.
Means we will not be at risk of a stomperoo. That's what you want to see for a qualifying series. I mean, we've had that consistency, right? No one has just been barrel rolled over completely on this second qualifier. Just shows you how kind of tight the series are. Even when you start to talk about the fact we already have 16 players qualified through. Oh, sorry, no, 12. Our brain.
So these two fighting for those two final spots, and after that game, Myriad is probably getting himself another smoke and going from there. Now, Frisian Marsh is the next one. We saw how Gully felt about a little bit of war on a map, but how does he feel? Yeah, how does he feel about little ponds instead? So Myriad getting not Malians, but Sengoku, and yes, finally recognizing the flags correctly, and HRE on the other side. And honestly, after seeing HRE today, I'm excited to see what they're going to be pulling off here.
Yeah, HRE could just kind of go for like a Dark Age rush. A lot of civs don't like doing this against Sengoku's Yatais because they're stupidly tanky. But HRE has a better economy to do so, and the spin move faster, so it's easier for them to just run down Yatais and kill them. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way that we see the HRE played by Gully. Just maybe 2 to 4 spin maximum. Sometimes you're hesitant because you don't really want to encourage Yuumi play, but I think HRE is one of the exceptions because their archers are basically just better versions of Yuumi. And the price difference, not as high as it once was, if you remember, because they did actually nerf Yuumi cost not too long ago.
Now, this does look like an insane last battle, though. I just want to take a moment to look at how those men-at-arms try to get around and get on top of the siege. But those Junu just absolutely cleaning everything with the Springholes, plowing through that front line. Beautiful play here by Gully. And this just brings me to the situation of imagining what Gully could do with an HRE army to keep you under control. Myriad, he looked so good after winning that water fight. But Gully knew what goes into a transition after that. Is that something that he understands here as well with the HRE? Understanding that limit power that this civilization can wield when they get a little bit of breathing room. But Sengoku, you know, Sengoku be Sengokuing. Yeah,
they're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, like,
pretty good.
You know, it's like Regnitz is probably still the better Castle Age landmark, but Sake Brewery really not far behind, and it doesn't have the same requirements that makes Regnitz constricted at times. Then the unit types, like, it's kind of interesting to think if we get Mine Work, actually, you can kind of compete with the Mounted Samurai. Still not great because of that attack speed or from the Daimyo, but the armor at least allows you to kind of brawl, and I think more HRE players have been respecting and appreciating that element of HRE recently.
Foregoing a mine work on such a thick wood line at the back feels pretty rough, but I can see the value in it. It's so easily covered by just putting a prelate there at the back. So we will have to see if feudal will begin because Gully, he's starting things off pretty heavily with a barracks placed down. Now Myriad, on the other hand, how is he going to respond? This is a pretty standard opening when you're up against Sengoku, who loves to just sit back and eco up. So with him going for that Matsuri, he is going to try and make as many yatais as possible. But is Gully giving him that breathing room? Let's take a quick look at the gold spawns. It looks like they are next to each other on that side. So a tower rush would be very worthy.
Yeah, Myriad seems to be aware of the threat. Like, dropping Forge this early might just try and pivot and react into, like, a rushed gold gathering. But you'd have to be really fast to do this. Like, you know, Gully Deckle and this HRE are just vicious with their Dark Age timing. Better economy early on, and then also the added benefit of the movement speed means they arrive quicker than most civs on average.
Now, I would love to see what this is going to look like as a response from Myriad, because a lot of people would say, okay, in this case, I'm just going to go for a tower and I'll outlast this. It's fine. He's going to need to invest so much more than I will. But those villagers are still chopping wood, and I am a little worried here that this is just going to mean we are going to get more spearmen pouring out to the map on that side. Although there is enough resources for one, but Gallifo goes trying to get it. Oh, 4 villagers on wood now. I think it might just be the water transition from here on out.
Could make a lot of sense. Especially when he sees there's only 1 on gold. Like, I mean, can you build quick enough? No. But can you force him to rush gold gathering before he needs it? Abso-freaking-lutely. As he has to pull 5 out. And even then, like, you see the efficiency of, like, 1 by 1 pulling back. He's actually going to 2 separate golds to try and guarantee he just doesn't get blocked out by the double spear timing. I love that. Gully, he is going to path over there because with the movement speed, if you get the pathing right, you could actually easily get a kill here.
Oh, and some of these villagers are getting real low. That's the beauty of getting this damage done here. Sengoku doesn't have an answer to just being like, hey, I'm going to heal these bad boys up. You need to wait to castle. And by that point, you already have a unit that can handle diving under a TC and taking down low HP villagers. So Myriad only gets 225 gold, which again means that we are in a position where his gold is not really going to align with what Sengoku wants, especially at this point of the game. And Myriad does still have 1 villager on wood, so I'm assuming he's just going to go for yet another yatai. Yes, second yatai now queued up and going to be going onto another food source. But he keeps these quite safe at home so that the spearmen don't take them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 spearmen. You could just actually say to hell with it and kind of move out. Because 370 HP doesn't disappear very fast. But you know, second you tie up towards the Deer Berry location can be invaluable. Normally on this map, you're thinking about going for the board, but you have to reassess that when it is a Dark Age rushing civ. Because, you know, if it is 4 spears total, 5 spears most definitely, you can just pin a yatai and kill it.
Now that second yatai needs to move out, otherwise he's just not going to get the value he needs. But this scout bringing back a lot of sheep to make this other yatai just get you what you need here. And we see a pretty standard age up here for the Cocker Township coming on forward so that he can actually have an answer to killing off these spearmen when he eventually makes something himself. Now, we are going to see Gully Deckle slowly move into going to a fuel age timing in 2. As we see, he's got 416 food already. And now the only thing he needs is that good load of gold. So the villagers all moving out there quite a bit to try and speed things up.
Mein Werk.
It might just work, y'all.
Yeah,
What are we going to see? No, I can't do a German accent. I don't know why. It's the one thing I can't do. Yeah.
So you got to be efficient to make sure that you get the good farming up of the fish. But once you've done that, it's all just about the pump. And you can afford that with all the fishing. Mindfuck becomes quite feasible. All right, that'll be enough.
This is so weird. KP, the way you do accents inspire me to get better. So I appreciate that. Very nice. Kamp, yeah. Kamp is that you, yeah. So those villagers
We could probably just turn it into crackety. We just need to make sure when like China's playing, we're screaming bees constantly, and I think we're good to go.
Another keep! I can't. I tried it before, but my throat just cannot handle the amount of screech that comes out of Kraken. He's got a specific talent. Now,
Yeah,
he
the
does
problem
go-
is we don't swear. We're good people. We don't swear on cards, so we can't actually perfectly emulate how he feels about keeps and bees.
That's true. That's true. You need
That's
to have
Arkin.
the passion,
Oh, come
the
on.
passion and the vocabulary. Yeah, exactly, Arkin. But it's because Gully, he sees that wood line, he appreciates the wood line, he says, "This is my wood line, yeah." And he is going to take that all for himself, get that predator inside, get all the wood he needs, which is not a lot. Let's be fair. This is HRE. HRE, they're going to have a good time with any unit they decide to go for. But when you are up against some archers, you don't mind playing the archer game, do you now?
It's like Yumi is a desirable here, right? Like when you're playing into a count unit, it's perfect. And also just the Yari. This is pretty much Sengoku's like 1-2 pump of popularity. Like it's actually better than the Japanese variant, you know, for multiple reasons. The estates buffs you up. It gives you very clear power spikes, especially around like the Yumi with the +1 damage, which just turns you into regular archers. Like just a lot of interesting elements that make Sengoku feel much better than Japan in feudal. And the cherry on top is always those grenades. Ninjas just coming out, springing a trap, just ruins everything for you.
Wait, are we getting double daimyo coming out this early on in the game?
I think. Wait, is he? Surely
Wait.
not.
No, it's just horsemen. Oh, it's just horsemen looking like that.
Wait, what are you-
Oh my goodness.
No, yeah, no. Wait. You
Oh, I was
confused the
about
crap
to
out of me.
say.
No. Oh, you mean the icon? Yeah, that's a Yari icon. Yeah.
Okay. No, never mind. There
I
we
was
go.
like, I don't
was
know how.
completely
Like, let me
confused.
rewind the replay. How has he done this?
Yes. I'm like, is this the most amazing build? That's just a horseman, guys. Calm
like
down. I know you got excited like I
It's like the
did.
first time. For the first time on a cast, I would legitimately just go, I think he must be cheating. There's no way he can afford 2 estates already. What the hell?
Now, he does have the units here to actually shut down a little bit of this fishing, as Gully is pop cap. You know, I love seeing this about Gully. He's a man who doesn't mind a good old pop cap. And he only does it for a few seconds of time. I've seen the TC idle get stuck like once or twice in his games, but it happens so often. He optimizes those resources in the idle time by the second, and he believes in himself. But now we've got horsemen from HRE.
So you say, like, it makes sense now. The Arhen, that details, all that German efficiency coming in, right? But, yeah, also, maybe he's just a sick thrill seeker, you know? He's like, oh, the risk of maybe missing out on worker production. That is where I feel most alive in AoE 4.
Now, this dock is quite under siege, but to be fair, it's just a bunch of archers and a handful of horses. Now, with your horses, you will go and attack the reinforcement, he says. Gets a few of these, or few, let's say. He gets one. And then he has to back right off. But now villagers have the tower up. They are not going to go too close. You don't want to be getting too much damage on these guys, especially not with your reinforcement here just yet. You need to be able to get your daimyo running with your army to make this deadly.
Yeah, we're not there. You know, like, he's not using too much gold currently, so he's not really gathering any stone. He's not actively gathering stone either. So it does feel a little bit delayed, more than you'd like to see here. I mean, it makes a world of difference just having that attack speed, especially with your Yari scaling. Meanwhile, interception and reinforcements, just trying to slow down this, right? The Yatai does force the ninja to be spawned. At least should be very happy with that. That's a wasted ninja play. He dodged it perfectly.
Yeah, and if he keeps that scout alive, that is going to be pretty great here, as it does have a little bit of a slow movement speed, but it looks like the horses are focusing on other horses, not just on a little scout with no military value here just yet. Now, they do seem to catch up pretty well, and it doesn't look like, do they? They can't have their upgrades, because we don't have a yacht.
No,
Just fast.
it's not.
Charge.
It's not something you always rush here, especially when you got Yumi. It feels like you're going to be stuck more on guard. Like, you're already at your objective, right? Like, you don't have something to weave in and out of. There's a dock here. It's not going to run away from you. So it probably just feels better to get the scale up. Like, I've seen a lot more of these type of games. Early on, people rush the Takeda cavalry tech. More recently, I'm not shocked when I see them wait until castle.
Now, this is quite a bit of damage here we see on the horses, but the problem is with 10 of them already being in this composition, it's going to get a lot harder. He's trying to pick off as many of the archers as he can because he knows when this comes down to a fight, his spearmen are going to need to survive as long as possible to actually deal with this. Now, Gali has lost one of his docks, and this is actually pretty massive. Even though Myriad hasn't been one who's gone out on the water, he's already getting all of this passive resources with his own yatai. And this just means his economy is going to match HRE's pretty soon, especially with his mini Arcan also exoting. What is that? Like a little bit of a boost. How much is our percentage bonus on already? 10%. We'll get there, boys. Just a little bit more.
What was
time.
that word?
When?
Exotic.
Exoting? I don't know. What is the word? It's like giving out.
Exuding.
Exuding! There's the word!
Exuding.
Thank you, KP. I should not use
Oozing's
hard
in the
English
one as
word.
well, but it just
Oozing.
sounds weird, you know? There's something wrong about oozing. Oh, grenades in a medieval fight. Surely the guy with the grenades wins, but hold on a second. The Yari struggling to hang around here. The horseman block from Gully looking pretty good. He's starting to break through, and those grenades are being wasted. It does hold back the spearman, but it means there's no damage buff in his favor, and that means the Yumi are going to be at a critical disadvantage on the second part of this fight. It should be anyway.
And they were not able to snipe out all the spears early on, so this does feel a little bit rough. I feel like Maria did lose a bit here, but he just gets to recover so easily after that. Because of the fact that he does have this economy set up behind it. And Gully is the man just getting a lot of wood. I would love to see what that farming transition looks like, because we see a lot of little dots. Yeah, it's
Like,
starting
this is the thing. He's doing a toss-away strat. Like, it looked weird at first when I looked up the numbers, but you go, oh, it's a 10 eco lead. He's got fishing to pad him, and then he's got this on top. And, you know, the Yatais do a good job, but we have to remember, as the game goes on, you actually kind of start to lose the Yatai value. Like, you can see he's already out on the berries for the Northern Yatai, so that's going to start to deplete the passive income you get there.
The passive income with the Yatai is one big factor of it, but it's also just that you get the bonus on your eco. The problem is just HRE already has that bonus, and they're doing pretty well with that. So Gully knows I need to do just a little bit of damage to really make this my game. I just cleaned up the army. Let's see what I can do here. Gully just denying that tower. Shutting off a little bit, trying to pick off another archer yet again. But keep in mind, these horses... They are going to love to trade, and now we have a Daimyo with us. The thing is, that is going to mean that they run just a little bit slower if they're all bound together.
Okay, do you see the clear difference between the Daimyo and the Yari now? No, it's fine to say you don't. It's there's
only one of the
Yari,
one.
There you go, that's how you're different. So the Yari have a shield by the looks of it. Which is weird because the Daimyo definitely has more armor than the Yari on those icons. Like it it reminds me of the Khan Hunters and Magadai. Oh, ambush! Oh, this could be a good strike. He tries to move in with the Yumi. Could it backfire? Yumi already targeting down the spears. He's hugging the gold, needs to reposition. Remember, those Yari have got the buffed up attack speed. The spearman count quite low. I don't know if Gully really wants this fight anymore. I mean, the numbers starting to even up, and there's more horsemen coming in, so the Gully, this is no longer a good fight.
For a second there, it looked like he was gonna be able to clean this up with all the archers falling like flies. Problem is, with that Daimyo, he just gives that bonus to all the other units, ensuring that they just hit a little bit better and faster. It's attack speed, right? So this does make sure that these units are having a lovely time in these fights. And Myriad now with an insane lead here, militarily.
Well, Gully is up to no good. It's a bug rave build, so he's going to look to blitzkrieg his way through this one. But Myriad not lagging too far behind on accruing resources for a castle attack. And you know, the Yari, with that melee attack speed booster, they can hold back a few men-at-arms initially.
And especially with no upgrades that he's got set up for himself. And I say not set up for himself because he doesn't have the gold in the bank to instantly start clicking up everything. This is not a situation where you get to castle, you click up a bunch of men-at-arms. Your men-at-arms still need to afford the upgrades. You need to be able to get your blacksmith upgrades. And now you're going to get just a little bit idled out here too. So he's got the food in the bank though. So let's see what he can do with this. But the men-at-arms in... Ooh, where's the men-at-arms? Nice.
Wait, he's going spear knights?
He had the food though. Makes sense.
That kind of enables Yumi though. Again, in a very weird way here, right? Like, I think Myriad, when he sees this, would be quite happy to just do Mount Samurai Yumi. And Sakai Brewer in the way.
And him getting that sake brewery. You mentioned Regnus being great, but that is not even the case here. We are now just up against a gold landmark versus a burger. A delicious little meal that we would love to eat, but we are on a diet, so we can't. So, unfortunately, this man will not be snacking on all the relics too easily, but he starts to go and pick them up. We do see putting down the first building to start producing those, ensuring that he tries to snatch at least a few. Myriad is not going to lag too far behind because he does have the wood behind this. But with all that gold in the bank, he's going to be able to make a ton of samurais already. 2 in queue. No Yari upgrade, which I love.
So Gary is trying to rush in very fast to the Lancers. He's outraged that he was not invited to the brewery opening, but he seems to have forgotten he's only 17 years old, so understandable there. We'll be able to intercept one of the food cargoes for the Matsuri. A dive-in that could be pretty impactful here, because Myriad is relying on mounted samurai. He doesn't have any spearmen in the meantime to defend against that dive.
Now, with all these knights running towards the villagers, we do need to pull the boys. I mean, you see the shinobis instantly throwing down the grenades. They should be able to catch up with these knights themselves. Now, it does look like the horses do need to be a bit more careful here with the Wololo coming in and the spearmen catching out quite a bit of them. But we also got a few archers to just try and clean up.
Just a few archers.
Yeah.
It's the ninja, like the grenade effect. It's actually insane what those grenades do to a lot of the Sengoku units. But the one that still baffles me to this day is how good it makes Yumi.
It makes them real archers. They want to be a real archer. And that they will be.
Yeah, it's like, it's insane. It's a 40% increase. You're at potentially 6 damage at this stage. So it's like you're 8.5 damage. It's pretty impressive for a feudal archer to get that high on DPS.
Maybe. You see the amount of men-at-arms that is about to rain down upon
Oh my god,
Myriad.
what?
He did a switch. When we were looking away, he was like, actually, I don't think spears are that great. But let me show you what it looks like if I make my opponent overinvest. These archers are not going to be spicy enough. You can make a Yumi into an archer, but you can't make it into a counter of a men-at-arm, not with these numbers.
And Yumi just need to get rid of the spearmen to give the samurai a fighting chance here. Now, one thing to keep in mind is the grenades, right? The ninja should be coming to cooldown probably in like 40 seconds, 50 seconds at this stage. A frag grenade could be a game changer, especially if you're doing choke point fights where you can't be concaved. Gully just wants that push through. He wants open battlefield area because that gives him surround potential. We are starting to reach the point where you start to idle out some economy here. Myriad choosing to just rely on samurai production. It's a slow and methodical process. It doesn't do what the Burgrave does. It's the polar opposite of a Burgrave.
Now the samurais coming out, they are going to be able to suck up quite a bit of damage here. The villagers standing idle though, that feels very, very tough. We see the Yumis just popping back out, trying to do a little bit of damage, but the men-at-arms are doing an insane amount of work. And we do see the 200 maces coming in, and this is going to mean that extra bit of damage against the samurai. For now, Myriad survived. But
yeah, the grenades were key there. Like, that's the only reason that looked like a clean trade. It just gave him the quick breach through because the heavy maces add so much in. But look at what Myriad's doing. Now, I am a 100% success rate on caster games. When you build Ashigata, you win. So the question now is, can Myriad beat statistics and lose? Or is this going to start to be the unraveling of a Burgrave rush?
Now, you have to keep in mind, Gully does have 3 relics. And now it's starting to be still scary. Because the moment he starts to snack on that 4th and 5th, Myriad is going to be the one who's like, hey, I kind of forgot about these. And now he's got those mounted samurai. You do see one of these being reminded, hey, we should probably stop that. And, oh wow, he's already picked up the others.
Fun detail, though. That Sengoku landmark is going to generate more than the 5 relics.
Really? Oh
if you cap it out, it's like over 100 gold per villager per minute. And if you check the Matsuri, it's almost capped. And has he got the mining? Yeah, he's got mining 1. Mining upgrades affect those mats. So at this point, he's probably at like 80 gold a minute per worker.
That's pretty disgusting. Okay, now I see why people get mad while I play Sengoku and Ladder.
Yeah,
It's a different life.
It's infinite gold. It's right, and I love the fact it just buffs your workers' village like HP as well. So it's already good enough, but they just added that in there because people getting drunk. Estate's coming in a weird place from Myriad. Wait, is he body blocking the Yatai? It's not really going to work. They are going to brute force pass. Not that many Ashigaru just yet, but the ninjas again. This was a key part of the defense last time. Is it going to work this time around? He needs to keep shifting that backline away. Even Yumi doing some notable damage. But the concern here is getting enough gunner boys out. And also, where the hell are the mounted samurai?
Mounted samurais were a thing of the past as they are running around trying to find damage, apparently. But these guys not being in the moment, it looks like they're picking off reinforcements. And reinforcements, they'll get. But the problem is, at what cost? So many villages idled out, so much of this eco just not being put to work. And it looks like Myriad is in a pretty tough spot because behind this, Gully is easily going out onto the rest of the map, doing exactly what he wants. We just see yellow dots all around, trying to shut down anything Myriad tries to do.
Myriad, he does at least keep a decent chunk of the Ashigaru alive. Gully has pivoted on him again. 32 spearmen. I mean, at what point do you just build Springles? Like, you've got the gold. You've got wood in the corner. Technically, Springles are your best friend.
Now, with all of these, he can clean up mostly anything that stares close at him. And of course, he just wants to make sure that the numbers matter so much that there's nothing that can stop this army. And this is exactly what it looks like now. We see with 34 spears, you don't have a lot of answers to that. Now, I will say that I think that is a Daimo that's being built. Because, yes, it doesn't have a lot of armor. There we go. Thank you, KP. Appreciate the coaching.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, you have to be insane to build Yari at this point. Myriad's not crazy.
No. I don't know, but he definitely needs to make some crazy plays to make this work, because he quickly switched back to... Ooh, I was going to say quickly switched back to Yumi, but very fast. Everything else is just idle. We just see Mounted Samurai coming in, but he brings out the Shinobis, and they are throwing grenades.
Oh, wow, he walks away.
Oh.
I mean, he's main now. Remember, he doesn't move very fast like this, so just give better kiting potential, better chase. But Gully can wait this out. Like, I think he's just realized it keeps costing him the kill point. If you just walk away, though, they expire quickly, and then you can recommit.
Now, with this, Gully is in a pretty good spot to just wait and push out the moment he sees that gold expire, too. With these units, he doesn't have mobility, though, and it looks like this is just going to be Myriad constantly kiting back, but he does have the numbers, and Gully looks like he's ready to commit under this TC even, like he's done so many times. We have a lot of idle villagers standing there for Myriad. 17 idle, just not finding anything to do. But Gully is sacrificing a lot of units here to the TC.
Surely this can't go on forever, is what you're thinking, until you remember that the Arhan farm has already been set up. So this is the state of the game for probably the next 5 to 10 minutes. If Myriad can't start to scale the core count of hand cannoneers, it's only going to get rougher. Or Yumi, right? Like either one, but you need something that can trade efficiently, because you don't really have the economy to just headbutt this.
And it is clear that Gully knows that he does. He's not to worry about this. That tower on the outside needs to be repaired urgently. Otherwise, he's just going to lose a pretty massive chunk of his army. That Springald emplacement has taken down more units than most of his military. So it does go down, villagers run for their lives, but now there's no more place to hide, and the units are just thriving. Myriad's economy at a complete standstill, and even with the micro he's got, he is not able to shut down this army. Gully absolutely wrecking his way through. And KP, it looks like Myriad might join us on the
Sengonku, baby. It's not looking good there. The only person I've seen lose the Ashigaru switch, and I mean, could not keep the aura up, so didn't have that attack speed efficiency. Props to Gully, though. Just going for a classic Arhin into Meat Blob and go. Burgrave starting to be back on the menu in 2026, and now lines Gully up for an opportunity to try and slam dunk this in the 4th game.
That economy count really showing us the state of that military in the late game. He had 4 relics as well. That feels pretty damn good at this state of the game. But when you have all your food, all your gold, everything is set up, your opponent just struggles to get out ahead of this. Gully taking down an absolute mirror Chad. in this game. And let's see what Myriad chooses to fight him on next. Front range. Ooh.
Front range. Didn't he get
Interesting.
Ottomans? I think he got Ottomans, right?
Yeah, but is he going to be able to get it? Like, will Gully let him get that through? Because if Gully lets Sengoku through, it means Gully is not scared of much.
I'm trying to remember if Malians got banned. Like, Gully tends to prioritize them above all else, even before they became meta to this extreme. So, like, if that got through, Malians and Ottomans being picked each side, like, those are very strong prime picks that take the lead. I imagine Gully also drafted English. I was a little bit surprised it actually didn't come out here, considering he loves English from Frisian Marshes. And the KPMMs, I think he's at 100% win rate over the last few weeks of picking it on that map.
Didn't he have to use it already on the wall?
Oh, you're right. No, Mirror took it from him. Yeah, my brain. I forgot about that. Yeah, so Mirror took it away from him. So, like, that was kind of like a double whammy value, actually, now that I think about it on the draft. Because, like, Gully is obsessed with it. He's been doing, like, 2 TC Mass Men Arm strats, 1 TC Dark Age Men at Arms rushes. Sometimes I think Kaiser Johan plays a lot of English games, but Gully is trying to compete on that.
Gully making English great again, which I think is pretty awesome because we haven't been seeing players believe in the English way of life for a while. But you can see so many of these points that Myriad was raiding, it felt like he was in charge and Gully was the one on the back foot. But that's the problem with HRE. You just farm transition and eventually you're just going to have more units than your opponent as their resources are running a little bit lower. So, absolute beautiful map pressure here. And we do see the draft. And let's take a second to just look at the bans. Somalians getting banned. And so does Japan. So, Macedonians getting a little bit of a chance out here. And we've seen how crazy they get to be. But Gully, he's got some knights in his pocket. So, what now?
I mean, Macedonians versus French, this sounds pretty depressing for French. However, there are ways. If you just try to raw knight into Radari, probably gonna get a little bit dicey. But, hilariously enough, like, if you can build up a core line of Arbre Trier, Radari look kind of memeful. Like, the whole idea, I think, is you're trying to force them onto spears. If you do that, it's like 1 foot in the grave for them already. I think, like, I've seen a few players that like the idea of Adgir Mafa into a push, i.e. Mass Spearmen, Macedonians. I think that's you saying you need to do damage in Feudal. Because if you don't, then Gambesons memes you out of the game. But, this is the type of map where Feudal presence is very powerful, remember. And both of these civs, actually, desiring of that ball.
Now, when you usually play French, I feel that it's on your opponent to make the damage happen, or to first survive that night, but then try to overwhelm you with their composition too. So, French, I feel like the early game is just so heavily on their side if you can't get the units out quickly. Macedonians, though, with them getting a handful of free horses too, it doesn't feel too bad. They do bring the pressure to you because they do have that mobility. But guys, I just want to tell you guys, sorry for the delay. All memes aside, Maria did need a smoke break, so we had a little bit of a delay in creating the next round. So
why not
that is
just
why
multitask?
Yeah, exactly.
Multitask.
Like, pick my civilization.
Works for Mister.
Making villager. Yeah.
Yeah, like Mister literally gets to the point where, like, you don't, he's one of those people, like, you look at the cigarette, you're like, how is the ash not fallen off yet? Right? So, like, just be like that, That's a good place to aspire, to be like Mister.
So, Myriad, his dream, we should actually introduce him to Mister. See, that's the thing about new players. Like, you and I, we've met Myriad. Oh, no, we've met Myriad, we've met Mister, but they haven't met each other.
Okay,
And
got you.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if those two could just meet?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Mister could bring the way of Mister into Myriad. It's
But I don't think Mister's gonna be there this time. That's the first Wololo since the first AoE 4-1 that he won't be there. He was there for Myth last time. And maybe next time. I don't know. Or maybe Mister's just waiting for Age of Myth 2 at this point.
See, guys, if you are going to Wololo, I'm assuming KP will be there. So KP, since you live in the UK anyway.
I mean, I'm literally casting it, so yeah.
Oh my god, you're casting it? For AoE 2?
Yeah.
Wait, are you hosting or just casting?
I'm casting. I'm the only one who announced it because Winston doesn't have social media.
Okay, that
Classic
makes a lot
freaking
of
Winston
sense.
right there.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, that's the beauty of Winston. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you get to see Winston. So,
Yeah,
guys, aren't you jealous that they get a whole event? And we're stuck.
Yeah, it's just ours.
Like
Like,
Ava
we're
do.
just barring the
Yeah.
door. No one else is getting in. It's gonna be gleeful Winston, you know.
And
Wrecked.
top 4 that will make it through, KP. Where are your predictions at currently?
Oh, here we go. So current
putting you on the spot.
performances. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, sure. Pump me into the ether. So on the current performances, like my expectation would be for top 4 to qualify. Vortex, Puppy Paw, Marine Lord, and the funnel ones are like a little bit more interesting. The funnel one, I think it might actually be Anatand.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
I feel like that's kind of a safe guesstimate based on recent performances, personally. Because I think I might have just quoted close to the top 4 from EGC finals. So you know, my
So we'll
outlier,
see.
maybe Benjamin wants to come home. There you go. He's my dark horse rising. The thing about Dumu, he may not be consistently in the top 4 or whatever, right? But he has moments where you're like, okay, this is the time. Benjamin is back. You just got to believe hard enough. And it's British territory, so it just brings with it a spiritual involvement, a spiritual advantage for Ben.
Yes. Playing on homeland, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's why we saw Louis on China and how deadly that was. And we see Marine Lord on French and we see how deadly that is. Now, Demu just needs to bring in the homeland. Pet the bald, bring the bald to the main event. But, okay. I'm actually really excited to see how this will turn out. Because, of course, right here, they're fighting for spots to play in that qualifier. And a lot of players, they have these dreams of making it to Red Bull Wololo. But, of course, only the top 4 can go. So, this is going to be a pretty hard battle for them to get out there. I see a lot of people asking about Louis. Louis is just taking a little break, but he will be back soon. We just got to give him a little bit of time. We also don't see CSO at the moment. So give the boys some time. Sometimes you need a break. We know many players who take breaks. They come back swinging pretty hard. So they will always have a place here. See? We need our old boys back. You know who I miss? Kazva. Kazva. Oh my
Special
goodness.
K. What a lad. I remember having a talk with him after the first Red Bull Way before, because he had so much potential. I think the thing with Kazva, I was like, when you play the game your way, you're a king. It's when you let the people tell you what the meta is. I miss that guy. I think he had the potential to really just be knocking into the top 8 regularly. It was just he needed to find the strategy that was his to dictate. But let's see who's going to be dictating terms. We are into front range. Game number 4. Do or die for Myriad. He turns to the Macedonians, the angry Vikings, to deliver him salvation, while Gully is looking to close it out as the French.
Yo, you gave Myriad quite an introduction, and poor Gully is the French. He had good hopes and dreams, KP. Come on, man. You did him dirty. Oh my goodness, Gully is going for boar. Okay, I was about to be worried there for a second. I was just waiting for a villager to die. So, he gets the boar, but at what cost? The boar costs enough for you to need to run back the moment he sees the spear. Myriad instantly making the spear, knowing that there is going to be a little bit of a battle for the boar. First one going on out, and this one should be able to get a kill if Gully is distracted for even half a second.
That guy right there would be the one to kill. Yeah, you get out of here. We notice the difference. Even the injured villager here is a little bit tricky because the other 4 is like if you pull one worker back, you're now less frightening. Like the idea of the outpost, so it's going to kind of force Myriad to hard commit with the spearman instead of waiting for 2.
Now, Myriad, we can see, quickly pulling those villagers, ensuring that he builds this pretty fast. This is going to mean that these spears are basically dead weight, for now, at least.
Yeah. Like the realization, oh, wait, there's the tower. What do you mean there's 5 out here? So just a little bit of a stab at it. But no doubt about it. Gully's going to be safe here. We'll just be able to
he gets
garrison and
inside.
scare him away.
But Myriad makes another one. Interesting, love. Okay, never mind. He cancels it. He cancels it. Yeah.
He could have technically tried to attack the gold. It's just not really worth it. I think it's too slow at this point compared to boar, because like if your opponent has boar and you don't, he could even start adding in spears himself. Sounds a bit weird, but the economical difference is pretty strong.
Now, Macedonian, they have a pretty strong tempo, right? This is a civilization that snowballs out of control once they get a little bit ahead. And with Gully having access to the boar, I feel like Macedonia and Dynasty is going to need to snowball significantly, actually doing enough damage to the French to make this worth it. But we do see the Atkermadur. I'm going to call them spears, KP. I can't pronounce these things.
It's Adgirmafur. Come on.
Adgirmafur.
You're talking about Mister and you're not even going to learn his language? Disgraceful. Actually, it's not even his language, but...
I think it's more Serbian. If we click on the... I think
it's more Norse.
It is?
Yeah.
They were actually Viking. That's a Jir. That's Adgirmajir. Is it not Jir?
Yeah, it's like the Mado, the Adgir or Adjir, but it's definitely Muffin. It's like it's Norse pronunciation because the Madder it's almost like mother with like an A and a D.
Okay.
Kind of.
Language.
Sorry, no, it's more like math. It's really weird. That's the classic British response. Languages are really weird. Why don't you all just speak English?
Now, we do see the Hippodrome coming out. No surprises. School of Cavalry, but this is going to be the saddest School of Cavalry you've seen in a while because it has no access to gold. And we can see Myriad also getting his other spearmen onto the side of the other gold because he wants to make sure that there's no sneaky little knight coming on out. But we do see with all the villagers going over to the wood, we're going to see a quick archery range follow-up to try and get back control of the gold, which should not be too difficult. This is pretty standard here in the matchup. You know you're not going to get that knight out so fast, so this shouldn't upset Gully too much. He knows where he's heading.
Yes, into mass spearmen and eventual speed on them heading at him. So, I don't know. I'm curious to see what his intent is going to be here. The idea of opening some knights makes a lot of sense, especially considering you're expecting Macedonians to play out of their base pretty fast. But surely you're going to find yourself eventually at archers.
Now, with the School of Cavalry coming up at 5, it means it's going to be pretty quick. He should not be able to burn that down. It might be worth it to invest to get that thing healed up back to full... Oh, never mind. He's still got a long way to go. The scout is coming to help out, though. He wants to get this burn already on fire.
It's weird to just see no attempt to get knights on the opening, man. I mean, Myriad's going to take note of this, right? And you think, okay, it makes sense, KP. He sees archer, he sees spears and he's archers. But it's Hippodrome. So, you've already now given the lead to just play into ponies. That is interesting from Gully. Wait, why have we got horsemen?
Because legs, attack, destruction.
Okay. Right.
Because horsemen against horsemen, right?
But if more legs equal destruction, then how centipedes not taking over the world?
That's a good point. I didn't prep anything for that, KP. I'm sorry. You brought up a good point. I'm done now.
Yeah, I didn't even know I was going there. And whoops.
Spearman quickly cancelling itself, and I mean, that is the best way to get rid of them. Just get them under the TC. Now the archer is going to be the focus here, but he does need to be careful. We do see the spears trying to find their way around this board, just circling around. Gully taking a big stab here. One of the horses almost going down completely. And now the archer numbers slowly increasing, but we have to ask ourselves, when do we have gold for our first knight, good sir?
It'll be a while. Probably at least 30 seconds, right? 5 on gold. It's not going to be that fast. We are seeing the scale from Myriad. It's just melee, blob, and go, isn't it? We've got the horseman rotating around. A good idea there by Gully.
Now, getting these fills on gold is going to be great, but they should be able to back off in time. Do not have wheelbarrow. One of these, the horse might be going down, but the villager also pays the price. Beautiful.
Now, that's exactly what you like to see if you're French. You're already scaling a work lead, and remember, the weakness of Macedonians is their eco sucks. It's all about the leverage through military force. This could be a good strike, though. The outpost doesn't get repaired by Gully. And remember, that Hippodrome Scout is a buffed up boy, so he contributes a lot of DPS into these type of trades.
And the villager does not make it out alive. He did look optimistic there for a while, but all these villagers standing here at the back, they didn't run back to base. They're fighting against the scout, but they are just pulling out the shivs. And is this going to be enough? We see the spearman just trying to focus on that scout, but oh my goodness, does he take a beating?
I mean, I feel like that guy was just basically raised in a room with 8 guys that keep hitting him with slippers. Like, seriously, the scout having the same health as... I'm pretty sure it's the same as a Castle Age Knight, 230. And they heal. It's just very hard to snipe. Like, you can't rely on archers to do it. And spearmen can struggle to actually get the DPS trade. Horsemen now diving in. And yeah, if you just, like, fought this with the horseman and keep the scout behind, it's a terrible trade for Gully on the A-clicks. He's trying to target down the horseman, but not a great trade at all.
And it feels like he's just rallying these units one by one to their death. He's not constantly able to produce this. The villagers still being this far out just means they are going to be, again, in danger. Villagers running for their lives. The spearmen, a little bit too far to make anything happen here. We do see a little bit of damage onto that villager. And they are turning around, trying to fight this. The archers desperate to do damage, but more villagers pay the price. And the horses get out alive.
He's losing pre-Hippodrome horsemen. So just think about what's about to happen here. That's +2 damage to every cavalry unit in range of that bad boy. Like, if he's already losing the game, this is looking pretty worrisome, considering Gully doesn't have any transition. Like, we're almost 9 minutes into the game, and we've seen a total of 0 French knights.
Now, knights are just overrated, KP. They don't run as fast as the horses. That's why. But... you know what's not overrated? Going back out onto the map to get the food when you know there are horses out. This is pure commitment here from Gully. He says, I don't care how much you throw at me. That boar is mine. I sacrificed for this. So the first knight finally being clicked up, and this is just going to mean he's got a tanky horse to throw into the other horses. But there are more horses to arrive, and Myriad looking very, very aggressive, hoping to get that 2-2 on the board and skip out on casting for the next few weeks.
Oh, 2-2 doesn't guarantee it. He's going to need the full sweep. No losses allowed for him, right? I mean, Mirad, it's definitely a good position. He's now pivoting into Bogmaffer, and we are going to be seeing Gully going into the Knights. Now, interesting thing about the Boggies, the Archers and the Macedonians, they have an ability that pierces through armor. So it ignores 2 armor. Means that they're actually pretty good at trading against everything that French are building right now.
When the main composition is very, very weak units to handle that. Especially when you think about the archers that you're going to fight. But yes, knights, they do have quite a bit of armor to handle this. Problem is just the numbers are so low, and with him having the spears already in queue, this is going to be even harder. Yet again, villages under siege, and we're starting to get, I would say, a lot of idle time. Or not on just on these, but on every side of the economy. The split raids are starting to matter. The knights are going to make this a little bit harder for him, though. But Gully keeps making archers, which, like you said, is just not going to trade too well against those.
Yeah, and I mean, with the tech play coming, the fact that Gully's now pivoting into knights, it just sets up beautifully for the Radari spam, doesn't it? And we love this. Such a strong play. More Varangian strongholds equal. Maybe we just slip out into some stone, because you can just have very efficient defenses there with the arrow sets. Even pulling onto the ball. I mean, it just shows you how confident Mirad feels about his current position on the map.
He's the one that's been raiding. He's the one that's been denying food. He realizes he's the one who gets to go out on the map and use this. But now, the thing is, he's up against the guy who has knights. And you still have to respect the power of knights. You can't just be out here on a ball without protection. And sure, your army has protection. But for now, only if you decide to keep them there. Spearmen going to the front here, but the archers are going to absolutely demolish them. You see the archers going straight for the spears.
Yeah. Hung him around a little bit long there. Gully's tempting fate, man. He's going to try to dive in. Not many spears left for him, though. I think this is just kind of the A-click moment for Myriad, and we should have runestones now if he wants to commit them. It just depends on whether the archer's been getting the finishing touch. Doesn't look like they have. So we'll just trade it out. Horsemen just flood in on that back line. It's now going to be knights versus ponies, but there's a big champion in the mix. That guy right there will kill every single knight in his own. Mark my words.
That guy is made for the next age. He's not supposed to be here, and he is ready to take down anyone who stands in his path. Now Gully not having much more to throw at this fight, and all of a sudden, those villagers that felt so brave going back out on the boar are going to be sitting ducks. You do see that these two knights are hoping to make a miracle happen, but you see that charge coming in. It's barely making a dent.
No, it will be target fire on the scout. See how long it takes even for the scout kill, though. Just need to get rid of any burn power. So going off the spears is a smart move. Knight goes in again. Watch that Rodari. Like, he just doesn't care. And remember, he has healing. So if you half-ass the commitment, he'll still win.
He needs to full send or just kill everything around it. And look at this. Those two villagers in that tower, they are sitting ducks yet again. Myriad says, no more, and pushes out with confidence. With the archer mass just increasing as time goes on, he's putting these guys forward because he knows once those units pop out, he wants them to be nice and peppered to take them down pretty quickly. Getting even further ahead. Gali, he does have the French ability, though. The one where you just get villagers a bit faster. And this has kept him... Yeah. This has kept him in here for a while, but at the same time, for how long? Because Myriad is just the one actively killing anything and everything that dares step out. Now, more archers on the way.
Yeah, the problem here is like the Bog Muffer, they scale really well because you can just start leveling up the damage as he's now doing. On top of that, I mentioned the pierce damage, the runestones. Runestones plus the champion, the kite potential here is brutal. And when you realize that Gully's becoming now reliant on knights to try and carry him back into this, means you can get kited out of the game. Clash comes in, spears get wiped already. That champion is still rock and rolling here, man. Like, it's just... I'm pretty sure his health bar was lower on the boar fight. It just kind of proves how quick this healing is.
Now, when those two pull back, the horseman also heals, right?
Yes, like any of the champions heal. So if you just click on them, you see how fast it is. Like, doink, doink.
Yeah, this means that there's just going to be unlimited fighting for Myriad, and he's the one who's currently thinking about edging himself into the Castle Age, which just means that there's going to be more Rodari coming out, and I don't think there's much Gully can do about a bunch of Rodari coming his way.
I think at this point, he's just praying that Miro does go Castle Age. Because then the attack will stop and he'll get an opening, but Miro just understands it perfectly. Front range is a map all about sending it, and he has not stopped sending it for 15 minutes now. Archers find a few more kills on the work account. Gully now behind by 11, and food access non-existent.
We see the knights looking for a bit of a counterattack as they are going straight for food, knowing that this is usually where people are going to be out at this stage of the game, especially when you're playing against the Macedonian that doesn't have any sneaky farm transitions or pastures to fall back on. But they are definitely going to find some victims. The problem is just how many of his villagers are going to be paying the price.
He's moving so fast as well, this champion range. Just looks to target fire down 1 or 2 workers, and now the full committed. He jams the archers in there. That just shows you how far ahead Mirai feels. Doesn't even try to keep the distance, doesn't feel threatened whatsoever. Now the cavalry rotate all the way around the back and just shift over to the workers afterwards. Archer's going after a few more worker kills. Gully, it just kind of feels like he's processing the loss, or maybe praying that the TC can do that glorious defender's advantage that it's known for.
And I mean, the horses took a lot of damage, but he still has one of his champions alive, and that's the problem. His Rodari champion is the one that's alive, and that one is the problem. He calls it and says, 2-2, I guess we'll go to our final game against Murray Chad. But Gully now, he is going to need to pull out some nasty raids to make this worth it. And Myriad, I just love the fact that he went ahead and was like, I struggled against this man's raids. Let me make sure they cannot happen.
One Rodari wins a game? I mean, it kind of has that feeling about it. Just a really strong play overall. I'm wondering, what does that leave us with now?
What? The lever?
What does that leave us with now?
Oh, leave us with now. Oh, civilization-wise. Oh, my goodness. I really hope the producer can show us. Maybe they press one of those fancy buttons and show us here. Because all we see here is a red graph, and this red is not for the blood. It's for all those beautiful horses that just took control of the whole game. So, let's go and see. I'm winking at our people. There we go. We see the next screen. Oh, Kawa-san. Very nice.
Yeah, and Knights Templar took that kind of... I think your expected bans coming out here leaves Japan and Ibids to get through, though. Ibids has historically felt like a really good civ here. Japan, it's just another example where there's been a lot of other good maps in the last year competitive play that hasn't felt as urgent of a pick, but still a potent one. We always have to remember that Coca Township play to just disable the docks and build an advantage.
Now, with these civilizations, though, you always have to ask yourself, is there not something sneaky happening along the way? Because with Kawasan, now we've seen it time and time again. The map, you think you're going for water, but all of a sudden, there's just so much more happening here. So Gali now getting the Aeubids just means that we can see a lot of different things. With Aeubids, I know for a while, we just had a bunch of people go for military wing in the castle and completely overwhelm their opponent with constant units just flooding into the base. Even if losing the water mattered, they would not care, not even for a bit. So Japan, though, they love that little bit of water boost into their economy. So even if they don't get to shut you down, if they can secure one lake, that constant mounted samurai spawn can just absolutely destroy you.
Yeah, we do have to be mindful of the fact that Japan can Dark Age rush you very efficiently. So, Ibid's probably going to be just expecting the multi-dock strategy. We saw it a little bit earlier today. Just, oh no, you've built Dark Age units, more docks, more docks, more docks. Because only 75 would have popped to just keep your opponent distracted. Pretty damn efficient.
Now, what I'm really glad to see here is that people are still respecting KT on water. Getting that ban out here, making sure that KT is not questioned, it makes sense. We haven't been seeing a real answer to the ability of KT to dominate. And I think at the top level, people are not as scared of it anymore. But the Taklak also, we're getting a constant hell no when playing against Taklak on water. And we'll see if Taklak is then basically the new KT. But Japan, it's such a fun civilization to have in any regard when it comes to a drop of water on the map, just because they have that diverse set of play in the Dark Age. Now, Spearmen opening, great. You can go send them to the dock. Your opponent didn't go dock, you go straight to the gold. Perfectly fine. You go for water right after. Aeubids, though, if they decide to go for Eco Wing, they get that 3 villager boost. It doesn't feel like it is enough, but with the dervishes, you very quickly get control of the land if you wanted to. Then at the same time, do you even need that? Do you go for the military wing like we've seen before? Is that type of aggression on the land the thing that will set Japan back, allow them from losing control of the land? And that's where the big question mark lies, I guess.
I think it's very difficult to justify military wing, right? Because like the desert raiders sound great. You could maybe do it with like a ram rush play, because my concern is if your strat revolves around early docks, you kind of want advancement wing, because Japan, they just rush into the Coca. Like there is actually a strategy where they do not build docks and they just get Coca, and then they just sabotage your docks. So you could rush this dock play that never even works.
We haven't seen the Coca in so long. Would this be the one instance where it's going to be great again? I think so, KP. This might be the moment.
I mean, it's always there. It's just like we don't see it because they're so good on land maps. Why would you ever need it anymore, right? But like this is a tricky map. I think like the counter strategy is you should build enough docks and probably go advancement, because if you get one arch ship out, that should invalidate the play. A play that I'd be very shocked if we didn't see from Myriad.
And Myriad, he's played this map more than enough to know exactly what the capabilities are. Myriad, ready to roll in on the water, he says, and we see with all the villagers chopping on the wood, he is most likely just going to go for a good old dock as we see that villager dropping it down. No crazy Dark Age shenanigans, maybe just a good old shinobi play as required.
Yeah, both can go for the dock. So nothing Dark Age aggro-oriented or paranoid on the other side. Like Gully will be able to realize this very quickly as his scout is already checking in on that. They're both scouting this pond, so they should be aware. I think actually Myriad might not have seen it straight away. But, considering he's going dock opening, it's not like it's going to change anything for him. It's not like he was going to follow us up with immediate racks, right?
Gali has the information for himself already, and now we do see that red line to know exactly what the scout has seen. So Myriad also gets the information he needs. Both of these boys just going to be going for their fishing ships. Now, keeping in mind, Aobid's dock is a lot cheaper, so they just get to save a bit of wood, while Japan's fishing ships make it a little bit easier to also get those numbers in. I guess the real question is who gives in first and goes for the gold?
I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Gully just go double dock, like separate ponds, just because it's so cheap for you. It diversifies the risk. Like you can just kind of add in free fishing here and then pivot to the other one. Because Japan is going to be a little bit less efficient on that. You know, they do get a slight discount on the fishing boat costs, but the 150 wood initial investment is quite pricey. So yeah, Myriad going to be moving across 2 on the gold now. And this does make sense, that Coca timing that we were talking about. I'm curious to see if Gully will go advancement or try something weirdly greedier.
I mean, do you see Myriad stopping production on those fishing boats? He still has 1 villager there on woods, which will drop off, and he will be able to get 1 more if he desires to, I say, without a fishing boat being queued up, and I just jinxed it again. Now, Myriad with his 2 fishing boats, and on the Gully side, did he also idle the dock out? He does still have enough in the bank to do something with it, but it does look like we have 2 fishing boats per side.
Yeah, just going to stop there for the moment. Has set up the how. The interesting thing here, actually, with the map spawn, like this is something that's kind of underappreciated about Karasan. Karasan has a lot of different deviations based on map spawns. So there's essentially 3 different lines of thought here, right? There's this one where you both spawn leaning one side bias. That's usually going to lead to what happened here, which is dock same side. There's central spawns where you could be 50-50 coin flipping. And then there is opposing spawns where one player like yellow would be on the east pond leaning and Myriad would be on the west pond leaning. So really very different type of styles of openings there. Like if, for example, you're playing the split, the parallel, where you've got your own pond, you're making an intentional choice to aggro. I prefer that one or this spawn. The one that I'm not a big fan of is the central bound spawn because it does often feel like a coin flip.
And there we go. We get an industry. KP, the one I did not expect to see, but it does make a lot of sense because you do get the extra wood. You're able to drop that second dock. And like you said, when you have more docks, there's a lot more to sabotage. And Japan shouldn't be able to keep up with that. However, Nagoka Township is finishing in 40 seconds. And for some reason, I have a feeling that there's going to be more than enough shinobi to keep both of those docks idle if Gully decides to put the second dock over there.
I think if Gully wants to be on this pond, he needs to start building the dock before his age up completes. Okay, so he's going for the other pond instead. Kind of just feels like Myriad's going to get to have his way with the east side pond here then. The timing's aligned, right? Then Shinobi's going to take 20 seconds. So we're talking about, 35 seconds from now, he'll have Shinobi running across. And you will still be 30 seconds away from an age up.
And the problem is that villager might just pay the price. We have 2 seconds left, and now the Cocker Township coming in. First ship already on the way, and Myriad is going to secure this pond pretty quickly. Now, Gully investing here onto the second dock. It might just be a little bit too late with that ship on the way out right now.
Well, Shinobi's about to spawn, but the more important thing is the archer ship timing, because the archer ship coin flips, that there is a world in which it maybe just kills you in time here. It shouldn't really, though. Let's see.
That villager is pretty peppered up.
Myriad?
He might be able to finish the dock, but is he going to make it out alive?
No, he gets it! Come on, the RNG on that. A perfect hit to get the kill. So that is pond forfeit, really. Like, Gully can't come back out here now. The Shinobi's going to block that.
Now, we do see Gully has a few extra sheep here, but those little ships are going to be the problem here. Now, the question is Myriad going to invest in another ship over there, or is he just going to try and get the other pond too? We do see, and that's exactly what he does. He tries to go for the other pond, but there's already a military ship. It needs to move out. Is there? Where is he? I thought we were seeing it out. Oh no, that's Myriad's side. Everything is confusing.
That's gonna disable as well, so he doesn't get it straight away. Has got double dock though. I don't know if Myriad actually scouted that yet. But still, it's like if you're sabotaging one dock, you can contest. And he was also burning the east side dock. The problem here is he needs a second Shinobi in place, because like technically Gully could have gambled on a boat coming out there and kind of screwed your plan a bit.
Myriad is getting a lot of wood here, so he will be able to make a a significant amount of ships that he would need to get this pond. But you need that second dock too, and that's the problem here. The villager's got a shiv out. You know exactly where he's going. And the ship is going to be joining him pretty soon as well. Shinobi does get peppered up just a little bit here, but the ship needs to move a little bit north to try and stop that villager from taking him down. Second Shinobi on his way now, and he's going to be able to sabotage this dock any second.
No, interesting thought. Gully needs to walk the right way back. That's a good call. Like, maybe not now the archer ship is here, because the thought is the Shinobi from the left side. So you could basically walk right into his arms and get killed by him.
And these Shinobis are really hoping to keep these docks as inactive as possible, but that's why Gully has invested 3 docks onto this pond to try and make sure this thing stays alive. Myriad needs to pull that villager back, but the dock is still inactive. Is it going to make out the ship? One more fishing boat coming on out, but this might be an issue here. Gully needs to invest in military boats pretty soon. Oh, never mind. He's got control.
There's no arrow slits here from Myriad. I thought he'd try and rush towards that on the stone. He is actually moving across now, so it seems he's kind of changed his mind, but maybe a little bit late to do so, considering that Gully already has a triple dock play on this pond.
Now, this does mean his economy is going to scale pretty fast, but at the same time, you have to ask yourself, is this exactly what Gully, or is this the only thing Gully wants right now? Is Gully happy with having this, or... And I guess Myriad says he isn't happy. Double pond, but there's going to be a Springald ship ready to destroy that villager who dares step that close.
Yeah, he's down. I'm a bit shocked by that. Myriad maybe just kind of losing track of how things are flowing on this water side right now. He was not winning it at that stage. He's slowly eking out an edge with these type of players. You just move him for the sabotage and move away. You need to respect the arrow ships, though, because now that you aren't really able to pose threats big time from that corner, it does mean that Gully can afford to keep boats back to defend. But I love the split here, man. Just in and out constantly. This has to be so tilting for Gully.
Now, Gully is doing an amazing job at doing as much damage as possible here, but Myriad is definitely overwhelming him. You have to keep in mind, Myriad did significant damage by killing those fishing boats. Oh, and the emplacement is in, but is it just a little bit too late with that dock? Looking like it's going to go down pretty soon. We do have a villager coming on out to try and repair this, but the Springald ship... Oh, he doesn't notice, KP.
He's got a lot of time to notice, though. There's no way, surely. Okay, he was like, wait, I should be dead. So he goes to repair again. There's a boat coming out. It's an archer ship, though. This is not really what you're looking for to stand the test of time. The villager will now be sniped, so Gully does realize what's happening. Doesn't really feel like the arrow slits has paid off here.
Now, he does get a boat. Oh, my. Ooh. Okay, KB, I think you need to stop doing this to the poor guy.
Oh, that's the money shot. Okay, but you're still going to lose the dock.
You got your value. You definitely got a lot of value out of it. Of course, you want to win the pond with that, but definitely idled out a lot of docks there to keep making military boats, and that's probably the plan. That was probably all he would need to get himself into this next part of the game. But now, Gully has 8 villages on gold, and we know exactly what this is telling us. But Myriad, he's making horsemen. He's not ready to go for that castle.
Okay. Interesting choice here. I mean, he sees the archers, right? The idea is that if you blob horsemen, you can actually send it on land and just strip your opponent of all gold. But, you know, easier said than done on the timings. It's not like his food income is crazy here.
Gully is making a few spears to make sure he doesn't lose complete control after seeing the horses. Instantly queuing up those spears. We do see the horse raid on the gold there, but we're looking very closely at this ship, patrolling up and down. Quickly lifting the finger from TikTok, and
oh my god! And he has a boat patrolling as well. What a copycat! God, come up with an original idea.
Can we just get a little bit of a follow on that boat too? I feel like we need to give them a little bit of equal airtime.
And maybe some copyrightable music, you know, like the kind of like dancing on ice type music. That would probably hit really well. Like dun 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 dun. No, they don't want to entertain us here.
Where's our picture-in-picture on those boat patrols? That's what the real cast would be about. Oh my gosh, Myriad bringing 2 vills here to the front, ready to tower rush.
What?
11 minutes into the game. Oh, never mind. He goes for something else.
And now
Archers.
a proxy base? Okay, this is getting weirder and weirder. So he's going to blob Yumi and send it. Reinforcement wing has been queued. 2 minutes away for Gully.
It does take a while. He does have a moment here to try and do something, but that is a very risky move here by Myriad. He feels confident though, and I love it. I'm in. I want to see this work. I want the archers to make their way forward and actually just get a few shots on those gold villages where the horses keep them nice and distracted. He's going to see that age up now and realize I am on a little bit of a time crunch here.
Yeah, but your opponent has also chosen Desert Raiders, so you can't really hate that. Like, Yumi is the answer to scale into. Deals with the Spearman, enables the Horseman. Horseman, Yumi both counter Desert Raiders together. Just needs to get that spam going. And I do like the idea that he's brought them forward just to guarantee that troops will be there in time, but does mean you don't really have much of a fallback plan here.
That wall here at the back, pretty five-head from Gully Deckle, making sure that nobody gets out alive if they dare go too deep. And Myriad yeets. He just goes back. He's like, no, never mind. We're not losing these horses. We need them for that next push. And Myriad not backing down. 23 still on wood. He is going to commit to this. But Myriad, you saw what happened last time. You were too committed to a water economy. Let's hope this is not one of those.
And this must suck, the idea that he went arrow slits. Like, sure, he got those kills on the boats in the end, but imagine the difference here. He'd have the Daimyo already, and that would allow him to buff up on the Yumi, or just Uma Bannerman it up. Either one, beneficial, and end up feeling a little bit required for this type of dive. Gully has been incredibly greedy. He's stockpiling a lot of resources, but that means Camel Lancers is the onus, but it's also a slow thing to own with. They take 35 seconds to come out, meaning Myriad does still have time.
Problem with that is a pretty heavy unit to handle, especially with the units he's got and the horses instantly going onto the villagers. He does not get a single kill. The camels pop out very quickly, ready to take a fight, but the horses are ready in position. The Yumis need to focus fire these spears to try and get this down as quickly as possible. The archer numbers from Gully just not enough to fight this off just yet, and he's pushed off of gold for quite a while now because this is not something you're getting back anytime now. With those camel lancers coming out, he should be able to do a bit of damage if Gully doesn't rally it backwards. I would love to see what that rally point is, but Gully looks like the kind of guy who will rally correctly. Yeah, he's just gonna pop out normally. All right, he survived. Very nice.
Like, the problem with correctly is it's subjective. You know, if you believe you just want to full device send it, then correctly is just rallying on the enemy army. But the Golems is a really cool idea here. You know, Myriad doesn't really have a solid solution in the feudal age against this. It's also very lean on your gold usage, which you need to be considering you just got blocked on the forward. And in fact, Myriad is already patrolling the south side, anticipating Gully might try to sneak out.
Now the problem here is, yes, you're killing a few houses, this is all good for you, but this is just delaying the inevitable while you're still making units. And that's the problem. Myriad here, he's just making a lot of units. It feels like he's committing, but it doesn't feel like he's full committing. We don't see any Yumis in queue, but we do see spears. And that's probably just to get rid of those camel lancers. He gets a beautiful surround here.
Definitely committing now. Looks like he's ready to put a ring on it. Yumi just trying to snipe down the spearman, but the horseman, you see the issue, those Golems. The Golems is the really big question mark. May only be 3 of them, but you don't want to be anywhere near them. Your Yumi do low damage. Your horsemen do not trade well against them. Myriad has to retreat, and I mean, he's flowing a lot of wood here. If he rebalances his economy, he could be sneaking castle right now.
I mean, we do see Myriad making a point of sniping every archer he can. Oh, the problem is those camels are just staying alive, not even getting any attention here. With the reinforcement wing, it's going to be something that's going to be a constant pain in his side. Horseman getting a pretty good focus there on the back, but the Gulams, like you said, they are just constant. It looks like those Yumi have stopped target firing anything militarily, but just trying to get as many villager kills as they can, and he does. But the problem is Myriad does not have anything behind this, and now his production here at the front is just going to go down pretty quickly, and that's a significant portion of his production.
All right, here you go. This is the strat. Just have him walk near your boats because you need it right now. Myriad with a lot of forward infrastructure. The burn's going to be coming through, but that does at least buy time for Myriad. The big problem is those workers. That's like, what, a third of his economy? Just walking across the map right now when he needs to be stockpiling resources for a castle timing to get units out.
We do see that Myriad is not going to stand still with this. He knows he needs to delay that army. He sees the villagers. He's going to try to do something about this, but the army is waiting right there. And now with a ram, this is going to be a pretty easy push off. You do see him getting the bannerman and the mounted samurai clicked up pretty quickly, but he needs to find a little bit of food. There's still a pretty healthy deer pack for him to fall back on. Myriad, this is a tough position for him. He is very far behind militarily.
Yeah, I mean, the quality difference is day and night right now. You know, he's trying to get the mounted samurai out, but there's already camel lancers to answer that. Desert raiders aren't terrible at trading into it. It's going to be a difficult defense. You know, Myriad doesn't really have any ace up his sleeve. Even on the economy side of things, he's being mirrored on the food.
Now, we do see these horses still trying to stay active, still trying to engage as many of these units as they can. But the relics are being sucked up by Gully. He's just absolutely everywhere, picking up anything that is close by. But we do see him marketing. You know, this man has had to make some sacrifices during all of this, especially to get this age up and running. Now, Myriad waiting for those samurais to come out and just more Yumi in queue. He's waiting for that upgrade as well. You just cannot let those camels have a good time all for free.
You sound like a bouncer or a club trying to charge the entry. Well, let's see if the price is going to be too high. He gets in. The Ghoulam are going to try to front this. And the samurai count.
And they will.
the Sam count is really not high. There's also idle time to worry about for Myriad. Already 10 workers not just working. And the defense just really isn't there. I mean, the archers can just go after workers now quite freely.
The samurai, they are cleaning up here pretty well at the back. But now, all of a sudden, Gully is doing a pretty good job at taking down a few villages alongside this. The army will get cleaned up. Yeah. And now it will be on Myriad to actually land something pretty heavy. But now, keep in mind, Gully's food workers are all there in the middle too. So, sure, things are getting cleaned up, but they are in a position to get raided, especially by armored mounted samurai.
Yeah, that was nice from Myriad. In the second part, like, he kind of just stopped and thought about it for a second and used the Yumi and the archers instead of letting them kill workers. And then the second wave of mounted samurai coming in from behind did just kind of give that recovery arc. But as you highlight this food burst in the center, you can just see the difference in the food numbers just double up. And I think this is where we're going to see Gully just discard the crap, right? The Ghoulam's were cool for this kind of decisive hold into an initial push, but it's crossbows and camels that will deliver you to salvation. He's even finding the economy to allow for archers to be part of that combo.
And getting archers as part of this combo is going to be so massive when dealing with the sheer amount of Yumi you're also facing, and a possible switch back into spearmen if Myriad desired. You want to make sure that your units are going to be able to run right through them, and with 12 camel lances, you're mostly going to be able to do so. Not a problem at all. Those crossbow numbers from Gully are starting to get a little bit high, though. So mounted samurai should melt like butter anytime now. Gully, you see that military value lead looking absolutely disgusting.
And Gully knocking at the door. He actually has free entry if he wants it, really. The army isn't exactly defending the dive, but that's because he's worried about a shift over on the gold. Gold that Myriad would need to thrive here. All of his gold's eastbound, in fact. He's out on the 8k currently. This is maybe in some ways a good sign for him. Like, Gully's going to spend time destroying the infrastructure instead of shutting down the gold access.
So is this going to be enough for Myriad to actually find an answer? Because we see that he's floating 500 gold there without really a plan for them just yet. But, the Yumi numbers are significant here. The problem is just camel lancers, they don't mind taking a few shots from these guys either. Now, the mounted samurai, they do provide a pretty heavy front line, but again, just until those crossbows really make their mark. Another barracks going down, but a lot of unspent resources here for Myriad.
Yeah, Gully, just a little bit cleaner. The gold wood has got some surplus in reserve. Maybe a little bit of an overextension here in the end, but second wave has arrived. This should make Myriad think twice about the commitment. So it does start to back up when he sees the camels most definitely starting to outnumber him.
Oh, and the archers, going straight for the back line, but because of that, they are on right under the camel lances, and this could just be a massive misclick, but it looks like he believed in it.
He should definitely not believe, all right? Just at this point,
you're going to need to go to a church and get some divine intervention because that was not the move. The Yumi just making it so simple for the camels. And Gully now hitting breakpoint. He has enough camels to stay here. Last time, it was just a trickle of troopers. He can burst down whatever's coming out this time around. And Myriad has to shift the workers further away. That means less Yumi production. It means more one-dimensionality. And on top of that, the workers on the back still getting pushed back. Myriad looking destined for the caster desk here as Gully is moments away from securing a spot in the road to Wololo.
These villagers are running for their lives, hoping for a miracle in that TC, not shooting rockets just yet, but a few units being pumped out. They're looking for a little bit of refuge, but unfortunately, the camel numbers just continue, and Gully's got a stream of yellow units coming straight across. Myriad taps out. Gully will be making it through all the way to the main event here, and that was a destruction. Gully, honestly, looking pretty strong here. Really proud to see how he has evolved in his playstyle, making sure to keep people on their toes by being everywhere on the map.
Yeah, really impressed by the way he kind of executed on this series and shows you that he's leveling up. I mean, the win against Ayame Satu was an inspiration going into this day, and now to 3-2 Myriad. Rough qualifiers for him, right? Twice makes it to the qualifying set, and twice it's just one game difference to fall short for the newest member of Volta Esports. But, he'll get back on that horse. He'll keep grinding. It's still early in the year. It's a shame to miss out on a big line, especially when it's in the country that you're living in. But, I think Myriad, the way he started this year in a lot of areas is promising for how it can progress. But Gully definitely has really started to bring it together. I think we've seen a lot of him in the KPMMs. It can be kind of hit or miss. He has some games on occasion. But we're starting to see him deviate beyond just the, that's a bit cheesy strategies. Like I mentioned, his love for English. He's becoming a more robust player, and that promises a good future for him. And who knows? Maybe a slot at a certain London event if he keeps up performances.
If he can get through Demu in this case.
That's a lot to get through.
So next week we will be kicking off the main event for the actual 4 spots for the main Wololo live event at the Royal Albert Hall, I believe. So
two places, right? It's the Royal Albert Hall, but before that, it's gonna be. I'm trying to remember where part of the event is. I think it was. I can't remember now. My brain is completely. Oh, the Odalux Theater, I think it was, and then we'll switch over to Albert Hall for I think the last 2 days. So yeah, it's pretty clustered. I think it's actually kind of epic. They were looking at the list of things that sold out in Albert Hall, and you've got you're on the same list as things like Queen, which is a pretty big flex for Age of Empires. But we have still got one more set, Warman. There's still one more slot up for grabs.
And let's go see who takes that next game. But we'll be heading into a short break and then coming back with the last set of action. So get your popcorn. We're going to be here until 1 a.m. entertaining you guys right before work on Monday. Woo!
Cal's ready.
Are you guys ready for the next 5.5 hour set brought to you by me and KP and Sassy's Knights? I would say if you had Knight civilizations, but Scatterbrain was like, nah, let me take that French away from you. And also got rid of everything else that Sassy could find a little bit fun here. Ottomans getting banned on both sides, and we're starting it off on the driest of Arabias. Here between Scatterbrain and Sass.
Oh my god, I'm so ready. It's a 3-0 victory for Scatterbrain. The day is over. We can go reclaim the evening. No, this is... Okay, so Sass really likes Golden Horde from what I've been seeing. Like, he's a big believer, a very big feudal presser. French? I think you could just mass knights this.
As French? And overtake?
Yeah, because Torgood are tanky, but they're not everlasting. They don't heal. So they're kind of sucky long term is the only solution. Like, maybe Sass just goes for like a hard feudal commitment with spears, etc. Maybe there's like an outpost rush that could make sense here. I don't know. This is not a matchup I think I've seen often so far, actually.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of Golden Horde at the same time. It doesn't feel like people have found their footing with the Golden Horde up until this point. So now that we get to see it a little bit at every level, it does feel like we'll finally get that little bit of an understanding between these guys. But French, again, it's French. You are the guy who has the aggressive unit, and your opponent has to react because your economy is just getting stronger over time. And sure, Golden Horde does have a few answers for this, but are they going to be better than the answer of Knights?
Yeah, one thing Golden Horde have that's nice is like the villager discrepancy doesn't escalate as quick. Because Golden Horde batch produces villagers, but they produce them slightly quicker. So like that French lead doesn't scale crazily. But I think you have to find a way of being map present because otherwise French can just play out into like pocket deers and exploit that for an all-in scale point with knights.
Where's Sengoku?
Sengoku is Sengonku. They have not been picked for reasons?
Reasons? Very reasons, of course. We don't have an H... Oh, no, never mind. HRE is there. Order of the Dragon? What? Nobody picked it? Nobody picked English? Whoa! What is this? No, I'm joking. But Sengoku? This is something that the top players have continually banned out every single time. But Scatterbrain and Sass, both of them not feeling that there is a place for either of them. And it looks like we will just have a no Malians this game. And luckily, I will not call Sengoku throughout this series either. As we're hopping in, and I see a lot of units on the one side, but the bug has been avoided. And Sassy and Scatterbrain are ready to roll. On the other side, civilizations.
Yes, Scatterbrained is going to be ready to roll in the red on the left side here. Sass in the yellow as the Golden Horde. Now, the good thing about being Golden Horde here is you don't get Dark Age rushed. It's one of the biggest annoyances for Golden Horde. But French haven't really been doing any Dark Age aggro. They have, however, been taking advantage of this. Deer play straight away. Pro Scouts is yesterday's news. That's to the lamos that don't feel safe. How do you win as French? Make everyone else not feel safe on the map.
But also you have to keep in mind the reason they get to do something like this is the fact that Golden Horde doesn't have early aggression.
Yeah.
They only get an answer a little bit later when you've already capitalized on those deer that you just went out happily to go and capture. So this feels pretty good here for Scatterbrain because there's just nothing that Sassy can do in a timely manner. Now sure, you do get a Khan, but the age up takes so long. So it does put him in a pretty good spot to get everything he needs.
Yeah, technically the efficient Dark Age strat for Golden Horde is to go Karash. You're never going to do that against French. Not straight away, right? Nice to have the armor later, but a French knight will just open up and kill all of your Karash. So, you know, the spin and timing does feel just brutally slow, to be frank with you. He'll eventually want spears because it is going to be French knight spam. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just try spear, Torgood, and push. Because now with Scatterbrain doing this deer play, there is a requirement for him to be present on the map. He can't just say, oh, I'll go sit on my base for 20 minutes. It's not your old school pro scout build.
Of course, but even if they pull back, this is where you get to that spot where you're still pretty happy to fall back onto your sheep. We see one of the deer already being completely depleted. And I feel like the moment Sass gets here, we're already going to be 4 deers down. And it's not going to be that much of a loss if your villagers only get pulled back by then. Now, Scatterbrained almost ready for that age up. Sassy following right behind with the food. And I think what gets me about the Golden Horde is that one-dimensional age up that we get from them every single time. Is this, when we look at the two options here, so for those of you who don't play Golden Horde, the one is a production building, right?
2 production buildings, yeah.
Okay. And the other one is a spicy little Khan and Torgoods, where you get the wonderful cavalry, and they are cheaper and more tanky.
A decent amount more tanky, right? They're 30 more HP, and then have this 20% discount stone. And stone's your limiting factor, and Torgood are considered to be your best unit feudal. So it does kind of make sense. The other problem, though, is building carts kind of suck. They move really slow. So building cart can be changed into any military building you have access to. So it can be like archery, stables, racks, blacksmith. But they move at the speed of a slug, and they take 30 seconds to deploy. So for a tempo-based build, it's not as quick as you'd hope. The upside, I think, comes in the fact that you get them per age. So technically that means you can go castle and then drop a monastery because you get an extra cart per age. It just doesn't feel worth it to give up your early timings, though. I think with Golden Horde, the feudal age is far too critical to weaken yourself in compared to castle and imperial.
Now, when we look at the fact that these age ups are going to be pretty evenly matched, you know how I said the Khan is going to take a while? The School of Cavalry finishing right before that is just going to mean that the Knight gets to make that decision. Is he going to go straight for the base? And especially with the resources Sassy has banked up already, is the Knight going to force the Khan to respond to him? Or, ooh, and I love this, already getting that barracks down, getting ready for the Night harass.
You have to, right? Because this is not Mongols, so your resources aren't safe like a Mongol player might be. So that Knight can dive a lot of locations with impunity and go on the gold. If you go out deer early, you be in the deer. Even the Uvu, you can just poke harass at if you don't do anything. So, yeah, I'm not surprised by this. And we mentioned already, like, the idea here of you just going Tortogud Oni into Knights, you'll just eventually lose that. Because Knights will heal and the Tortogud will not.
Instantly coming down with an archery range. He knows what's coming. The standard response already. And beautiful placement here by the deer carcasses too. Now Sassy, he's already screamed with the bird in the sky. And we should be seeing that Khan coming out pretty soon. There we go. And the boy is out, but he's going to be met with a knight. As I see that red dot moving straight towards the deer.
Might be 2 knights by the time he gets here, really. Like, remember, the French knights actually produce pretty fast, so you could just kind of body on this. Good news, though, is like the Batu Khan, you can just back him up and heal him. The Tortogud do heal him when he's out of combat.
Now with this knight, he's standing guard, but the Khan should be able to get a charge off, and that's exactly what he will do. Try to.
Okay, now you can use it. Oh, but that's nicely done. Yeah, I mean, it would have been a hard kill either way, but remember, it's like double damage on the charge initially. It's the thing that actually makes that time in the Batu a little bit annoying. Otherwise, he'd just begins to feel a little bit plastic until you get Tortogud.
So, do you think the reason Sassy picked this civilization is because it's called the Batu Khan, and his name is Batu as well?
I wasn't going to go there, but yeah, I think he is a little bit overly... Like, I mean... It's like the mind of a child in a very beautiful way, isn't it? Like, his favorite civ was Ottomans because he's Turkish. And then now the Golden Horde come out, and from the new civs, it seems like this is his favorite, and he shares the name with their Khan.
Yeah, I mean, it's fate, maybe. Might be the excitement, but it might just be the fate. Now, you see how confident Scatterbrain feels about this. Even though you're up against a civ that has mobility, just like you do, you still feel confident enough to move out onto the boar right next to the deer, which is honestly a pretty crazy spawn to have.
Yep, not even thinking I need spears at all, right? Instead he's in archers, he feels confident that he can just counterplay what's coming next. And it makes sense. Like we said, you can't just raw Tortogud into knights. It's kind of a death sentence. So great read there. And just great leverage of food in a world where Sass should feel very paranoid about coming out. I think he's just shift out to the deer. He's even going to wall up. Nice thing about Golden Horde compared to Mongols, you do have walls, so it gives him an escape point at the back of his base if he gets raided on the food.
You can see that Scatterbrain is feeling a little bit spicy as he rotates towards those horses, but realizes, hey, he wants to go find where the damage could be. Now, keeping in mind, when your opponent goes on the deer, you can see that on the minimap with the deer slightly disappearing. And that's exactly why he's trying to pivot his way over to the other side. And luckily for him then, he will not get stuck behind a wall by trying to run behind the base. But at the same time, Sass is doing the same onto the boar, or at least thinking about it, but no,
onto the gold.
Already.
Yeah, he's going towards the gold, and the spear count's not that great, so wants to be a little bit careful. You can't really dive the TC at this stage with just 3 Tortigood. You'll die pretty fast, so actually 2 Tortigood, right? Even worse. But I mean, this spear count is not really that scary. It's 4 knights versus 4 spears, so not the best contest to try and take. I think Scatterbrain is just kind of temper is still here, right? Not rushing urgently, because we have to remember things like the slow scaling villager count, and also the fact that the knight count is looking pretty stacked right now. Like 6 knights versus 6 spears. You're loving that.
And Scatterbrain, with those reinforcements, ensuring that they're at his base to not overextend, not to assume that Sassy won't be able to find damage. It feels good, but at some point, Scatterbrain is going to need to pull that pile all out and try to do the damage to Sassia. But we do see that Scatterbrain is just rotating, and Sass is already on the defensive position with those spears, and he's just making more of them. He's respecting the fact that French is, and always will be, the superior raiding civilization here, already going into their version of farms, and keeping those villages quite nice and safe in there, just snacking on all the carcasses.
It is incredibly efficient, actually. The stockyard, it keeps 4 villages occupied, but only costs 250 wood. 4 farms would normally cost you 300. And that's before we add in the fact that you usually want a mill in some cases. Then you think about the walk distance, like with the farming, you have to move around, shuffle it back, drop off. Stockyard, you don't do that. You just stand up, you drop off straight away. So really lean food source, actually, for the Golden Horde. It's been a highly desirable element, and it's so safe, right? You just build them so clustered and so tight to the TC. Only thing you have to worry about is obviously if you're up against like mass knight civs, they're very good at diving that cluster.
Now the spearman is standing at the ready, the double wall. I say this double wall, but just because you can easily get control of this by just making that little square he's got in the corner, ensuring those villagers can quickly run in and out when something does matter to slide through. But Scatterbrain is actually deciding to go for castle. Realizing, hey, I'm not going to break through this just yet. I'm ahead. I might as well use this to my advantage. He knows Sassy is not on gold, so he knows this is not going to be something Sassy can contest. But with the amount of knights I see from Scatterbrain, are we finally seeing an era of the Royal Institute yet again?
No.
Can I dream,
We're
baby?
seeing more knights
Just
the
let
time
me
being.
dream.
No, just don't. No, because that would be a nightmare.
Was that necessary?
Yeah, we're
Good
7
pun.
hours into a cast. We've got to have a few puns in there. So, Scatterbrain, I mean, there's no harm in just continuous scaling here, really. Like, oh, no. 5 more minutes of Feudal Age, adding in more knights? That sounds terrible for them. Not for me.
Now, these knights can pull these units out. That's the great part of this. And just get in, get a shot off, and go yet again. Because those spearmen are always going to be lagging behind just a little bit. But it looks like he's dragging him back all the way to his base. Gets a charge in. Very nicely done. And picks off a unit every now and again.
Sass on the offensive. Maybe he's suspicious that there might be some sort of tech timing coming. I think what Scatterbrain has done really well is kind of just hiding the quantity of archers he's parting with. Does not bode well for Sass when you just look at how many spears he's got here. Not too much cavalry to truly threaten.
It's quite a tough spot to be in, because this will require Scatterbrain to make a mistake, to overcommit with the knights into the spears. Well, Scatterbrain needs to just do the micro. I feel like Sassy is banking on the fact that Scatterbrain needs to make this mistake just because of the pure composition difference that they have. But 18 spears is nothing to be scoffed at. If Scatterbrain loses focus for a second, that is a very quick dead 5 knights that will just get obliterated with all the spears. Sassy, though, he still is not on gold. And it's just because these knights are circling constantly. And he is pretty much okay with staying here in feudal for a significant amount of time more.
Oh, nice little clash start there for Scatterbrain. It's a freebie, really. I mean, Sass, that's just damage done, and Boo-Boos can be kissed better for Scatterbrain, right? The chivalry is the important impactor here. It's really on Sass to try and find a good trade. When you look at the army value, though, big questions on how.
The army value looking significantly more here for Scatterbrain, especially with Sassy supposedly needing to get the stone units. I just don't know if they're counting. Maybe that is the difference here.
Possibly? I don't know. It's not the craziest world of difference to imagine when you remember Scatterbrain went boar and he was deer earlier, and he has slightly more workers. Yeah, I'd be curious on that one. There's some things that aren't being tracked. Sass does have Karash, but they won't be here for this brawl, which is a little bit awkward. The Knights are on their way home. He does at least force some idle time. Goes for the burn. Needs to be careful about positioning here because the Knights are sneaking in from behind, and this could be a good charge opportunity, but Sass able to dodge to the side just before Scatterbrain would react quick enough.
Now, this feels like such a dangerous position for Sass to put himself in, because these guys now, if he loses just 4 of these horses, it is going to be a very quick push for Scatterbrain. That is the bodies he needs, and the spearmen are not in position. He gets the charge off and destroys a chunk of those horses already.
To trust the horseman to carry that burden. I mean, he's got high expectations on him. He's trying to sheepdog him into a bad location. Scatterbrain does need to be a little bit careful of this, otherwise he could be scattered to the winds. Chivalry's now ticked in, so Sass, there's more urgency. I mean, this Avline isn't that fat. It's just going to run by, because you need the body blocks. Sass is trying to move to enable it. Archer's on the way. A few Knights do get cut off there. They'll just shift the other way, though.
And this is perfect decision-making there from Scatterbrain. Ensuring he can pull those Knights back is exactly what he needed to do here. The Spearmen, though, they are at the back, and they turn around, get a few shots off on those Knights, and one of the Knights does fall, but the Archers are in position to pick off a few, too.
Yeah, nicely done there by Sass, realizing he used those 3 Knights to his advantage. He just charges onto them, pulling his spears further away. But needs to be careful. Before this was a 2-element versus a 1-element. Now Scatterbrain has brought all elements to the front. There's going to be a clash here to try and get those 3 Knight kills, but the DPS just not that high. Torgo do not hit hard. Horsemen do not hit hard. You just got tanky units in different environments, and now this split up, a dire situation. Sass is going to have to reconvene the armies together. Might open up a smush opportunity for Scad.
A smush feels like it's going both ways. We see the Knights trying to connect onto here, but same with the Archers. The Archers are under the horses and should get a pretty good auto attack off, but just clicks it a little bit late. We see the Spearmen getting that surround on all of the Knights, and both of these players edging towards a lot of resources in the bank, and honestly, where's it going?
It's a concave, but the Knights, they were letting the Archers absorb the hits initially. Like, it's deceptive at first, but you have to remember those Torgo take ages to die, but the moment they do, everything else melts. Sass, where'd the Spearmen go? Where are they?
Apparently moreknights.com. It was the answer all along. Khan staying in pretty deep, calls it a day. Batu Khan will not be strong enough to keep Sass in this. Scatterbrain now, we can see that army value lead. Disgusting. Always being a little bit ahead. But Sassy in that moment, it looked like he kind of had it. He had this around with all of the horses, and he had the spears on top of the Knights, but it just was not enough.
It's a fallacy, right? Because, like, Tortugud at first looked really good. Be like, oh, this unit doesn't do much damage, but it has a lot of health. But when it starts dying, it dies fast all of a sudden. It's the same logic with all the Dragon. Like, wow, my army won 2 fights. Oh, that's weird. All my units just died straight away. It's because the health bars are so big. And similarly here, the smart move by Scatterbrain, he fronted with the Archers. He intentionally griefed with his Archers because Tortugud spears. There's a few horsemen in there, yes, but a lot of the composition with Golden Horde do not kill Archers quickly there. It's only the horsemen, and they didn't really feel like they got the wallop he was looking for. So Scatterbrain, he has a kill point here. He has enough Knights to just start burning into the base.
He's trying his best to try and stop this, but the Knight numbers are so scary. Spearmen trying their best to get through and get a shot off the towers, firing right away at those Archers, but the Knights are barely taking any damage through all of this. And we can see villagers trying to repair this and now paying the price behind it. It looks like the Khan is about to get killed yet again, but the Archer numbers are just too scary, and they can constantly snipe out these spears. The Horsemen and the Torguds are just for weak for this. Yes.
Yeah, they're Torabad. And
bad.
It's now going to be Tour de France. So Scatterbrain looks to move in towards the farming area next. Not much left to hold him back from opening this series with a convincing victory up against the Golden Horde. Shivs out against Knights is never a good look. And neither is the Golden Horde up against the French.
Scatterbrain looking like he was confident in the Knight ability to outdo all of the damage SAS tried to do. We can see that military value lead, just an absolute destruction with that last fight. And Scatterbrain looking pretty solid for their first game one, ending it in under 18 minutes. That feels pretty good with someone who we don't necessarily know as a very aggressive player.
Scatterbrain can actually impress quite a bit there, and he's not a player that's afraid to micro either. You know, this guy loves water, and you know, if you love water, you kind of have to love micro, right? So he's very good at the micro type elements, and he's also willing to kind of like go multifaceted, you know, managing different groups at the same time. But this game, he was never really forced to. He understood the economics at play. He didn't feel this need to send in Knights and then get sniped one by one. That would have allowed SAS to get in the game. He just bulked mass Knights and made it look so simple. And to the micro point, you can even see it there. Look at the APM, 319. So 50 plus over SAS has.
Yeah, the beauty of all the top partners he gets to practice with, B and Anatand, making sure that this man is ready for his main event that he tries to qualify into. But now, we will have to go into game 2 to see if SAS is ready to fight back against this. We can see a few of these fights that were so pivotal. The horses just not able to do the right amount of damage against these Knights, but the next matchup right in front of us here, we can see that HRE got sniped out on the Frisian Marshes. It has been looking pretty good today, but I'm surprised to see we get a little bit of Tuklak sniped out here, because this is not really your standard water map.
Tuklak is kind of busted on this map. It's probably the best map they have. It's the fishing in conjunction with like spear elephant timings to just kind of burn down the enemy docks, and you can't harass their fishing at all. Like the short bow ships, it's really annoying. And if you wait too long, if you wait fuel and then try for a push, they're stronger even in that. Like, yeah, I think like this has been Tuklak's probably most consistent map we have in competitive play. When you get into bigger water maps, it's a bit more dubious. In particular, the Raider Elephants have been of note here. Like, Raider Elephants usually feel a little bit expensive on land map only. They become affordable here. And Raider Elephants are freaking insane. They are just mini rams to deal with docks, and very good at just punishing you for slight overextensions.
And luckily for us, we won't see what those elephants will be looking like on Frisian Marshes, but Japan will be the choice. And again, Japan, a constant pick. Macedonians, we've also seen a lot of Dark Age aggression coming out from these sides, and I'm excited to see whether this is going to be something that Sassy feels comfortable with. Because with this map, you always have one guy going for a barracks and trying to deny that gold. Which way does it go? In this case, does Sassy decide to do something in Dark Age himself? Is this viable for Sassy to do? Or does Japan just reign supreme?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Japan just tries to fish and then reacts with racks. Usually Macedonians, like, look good on this map when they go for an immediate dock. We've seen a few Macedonian picks, and they feel like they need that extra food to really bump up the numbers upon feudal arrival. So it may just turn into kind of a greed-on-greed game. You know, there have been some interesting ideas in the past of, like, building 2 or 3 spears and then outpost dropping the enemy dock. But that was something being experimented with by a few players, like, 2 weeks ago. I haven't really seen it since. It was an intriguing idea, and it theoretically would be really effective against Macedonians, considering a lot of players like to do this 4 or 5 boat start on that first pond. So your outpost would deny a crap load of equity.
And we'll see who's brave enough to actually place down that outpost against. But with these two guys, we don't really know what to expect, because I think both of them, Scatterbrained, you have someone who is sometimes playing pretty standard. Sassy, on the other hand, he looks like someone who wants to be aggressive non-stop, but doesn't always hit the spot when it's necessary. Just like we saw in that last game, he had the horses. It just didn't feel like he could break through the front line of the Knights, but that could just be the Civ matchup here. But Scatterbrain going for his barracks instead of going for a nice little dock. But the villagers not going to continue on wood here. We see one villager on wood, just enough to make a few spears. And Sassy with 5 still on wood, it does look like he's going to be the one fishing.
Yeah, so the anticipated play. I thought Scatbrain would take the trade to get greedy, but I just don't think he wants to enable the feudal timing. So yeah, Dark Age aggro, and to your point on Sass, he can be a very aggressive player. The tricky part for him is like sometimes he can win the aggression and then overcommit into defenses, and that loses him lead, right? Very easy to do, even for high-ranking players. It's been a classic one in the history of AoE4 is just overextension, not respecting the TC fire, etc. This is another map where that can happen. Usually the way you win Phrygian Marshes is not by diving the enemy non-stop, it's by suffocating them in the corner. We've had games like it in the past where someone thinks they have that timing with like Mass Horseman, goes under, rotates the TC like 15 times, and somehow the guy who went castle first and is being dove gets the win. So just needs to be mindful of that type of thing on this map. Luckily for him, he's not going to be the aggressive party, so he didn't have to worry about that.
Well, responding to this aggression is something I really want to see from Saz, how he handles this. You can see he's not constantly making fishing boats. He's got one fishing boat here, and he's floating quite a bit of wood behind this. Now, my big question mark on my head is that just because we're getting a barracks from him, and it seems like that is the case. The Varangian stronghold coming out, and he's going to fight this thing in Dark Age. I'm ready, just with one fishing boat, bringing in that extra bit of food. I can see this working.
Yeah, he's a bit far behind on the spear count already, is the only concerning thing. So you don't want to rush out to defend this. And sometimes people do get a little bit urgent. Like, their damage doesn't look like much right now, but it can scale quite swiftly, especially considering like you've tried to pad fishing, and the Agiramafa, although they are a pretty sick unit, are a more expensive unit as well, right? It's a 90 resource spearman.
Now, might seem almost insignificant with the other one only being 80, but it adds up pretty quickly when your resources are so limited here in the early game. And you don't want to get too many villagers moving out around, having to chop different pieces of wood to be able to place down buildings. And as I say that, I just see 7 spears from Scatterbrain. That is going to be disgusting.
Yeah, because like the difference is even higher, right? We mentioned it's the 10 resource difference, but actually think about the initial investment. The initial investment is 125 resource difference. Because Rack's stupidly cheap for Japan, and Varangian strongholds are a premium production building. They're worth it because of the diversity of units you get, but they still cost 200 wood. And at this stage, you have 0 diversity. There's only one thing you can build.
And we can see Sassy here struggling for wood. Right now, he's pop-capped. And it's an expensive thing to replace here. We see as Akimajir trying to get on top here, poking holes into the spear's head, but does need to back off because the numbers still reign supreme. He does have a 3rd one, 4th one on the way, and it does look like this dock is in quite a bit of danger. He could attack a sheep or 2 there as well, standing there under, but the scout moving them away. And the numbers are just so scary here.
Gotta be careful that injured spearman. Just want to kind of peel him back a bit further. Scout is like, okay, you guys got this. I'm gonna keep torching. I like this. He's trying to just stab and then torch to try and min-max damage. Gets the snipe on the Adgiramafa. And that looks like a dog that will be denied. I mean, not much in the way of fishing here, but the problem is Sass has chosen to invest to defend this. So it's slowing down what would feel like an easier objective, which would be to go feudal age.
Now, the fishing boat going to be completely idle there in the middle, and this is a pretty large investment to lose, because that dock is not playing a civilization where that dock was a small investment. This was massive. Now, with all these spears, he can so easily just rotate onto the gold and shut this down, but instead, he doesn't think about that just yet, only hits the head right now as he's moving out. We do see the boar being pulled there, by accident, I assume, Mr. Scatterbrain. Now, trying to push out, and the thing is, those villagers will not be able to stand here for too long, otherwise they will pay the price. That's a lot of spears to fight against, but he needs to get the gold for this.
Yeah, but look at Scatterbrain's eco. He just needs to grab the gold now as well, so he's really not going to be far behind on the tech timing. We have got the bank camp coming down. The war camp is on the way, which is not a bad idea if you feel like you're going to be losing spearmen, right? Every 6th one going down, you get 1 for free. But he just needs 1 or 2 kills, man. Like, I say that, he needs 5. The runestone is the critical thing, but look at the way that Scatterbrain is milking his health bars. He gets the worker stat up, right? Like, able to push them away. He loses, what, 2 spearmen so far? So runestone's still 60% away. It's going to be a worker going down.
I think Scatterbrain is more than happy with this.
This definitely paid off, but we now see all these spears are trying to make these trades worth it. The scout goes a little bit deeper. He might never mind if the scout survives, but now they are going to be quite healthy and be able to take this fight. Runestone coming out.
Now it's a bad fight. Like, this is where you just don't win anymore because it's +1 damage and movement speed. And that was a nice little bait. Sass basically dragged in on his injured spearman to get that hit, to get that advantage. Scatterbrain didn't rush the people to gold as quickly as I was expecting. I think maybe there was... Is there a little bit of vacuum on villagers? There might have been there because he was waiting for the gold anyway. So tech up to begin soon. A new dot coming in. And we are now seeing Scatterbrain. That makes sense. He's gone for a dot play too.
Just wanting to get ahead a little bit with that eco. He knows he killed a bit. So he might as well just use this to try and get just that bit of a boost in food with him investing so much into the spearmen this early on. Now, according to our sheep counter, there's still a few sheep over here on the map, but we'll see if that is still the situation. But it looks like these scouts are coming back here for the last time. Spearmen now from Sassy's side going to try to push off what Scatterbrain has, but the Korra storehouse only 62 seconds away. The problem is just Sassy still is playing a civilization that does pretty well at doing damage when they need to. And getting that mobility from the Imperial Hippodrome is going to prove quite difficult for Scatterbrain to deal with.
Yeah, like one thing I'm thinking about here, this matchup is quite intriguing because, like, actually, technically, you should be able to win with Mastodons in the Castle Age if it gets there. Like, Ridari can beat Samurai. And what's interesting is actually I've seen Japanese players at the highest level get good at dragging past the Castle Age. Because if you hit Imperial Age, like, that's where Macedonian's economy starts to fall apart. But the cool thing about a map like Phrygian, it tosses the manual out of the window. It's all about who can be present and able in the docks. And I'm starting to wonder if Sass noticed the second dock play.
Now, with this, I think there's one big problem. Scatterbrain just losing all of his spears. So he went in a little bit deep for this. And maybe this was intentional. But now he needs to find a way to actually keep this up. And he does have his samurai, still Dark Age samurai, so not going to be too good at surviving. Does need to pull that bad boy back.
Yeah, it's like Harden's already there, and they have +1 from the runestone. A bit of a questionable commitment. I don't know. It's a bit curious that he went samurai. Maybe he thought he'd be able to keep his spears alive longer. Like, you've seen that's an ugly trade, and at this point, you kind of wish you'd just gone for an archership.
Yeah, I was going to say, he had the resources for the archership, but never queued it up. And now going back into spears after all of this, it doesn't feel like Scatterbrain is too sure of what he wants to do in all of this. But now, Sassy with the man with the units, and now it's going to be a little bit hard for Scatterbrain to stay up to date with this, because the mobility is on the side of Sassy, and he lost 2 vills early. He needs to make this count.
Yeah, and he's now going back for spears because of the horseman detail. Like, that's the other kind of weird predicament about this. Like, was he suspecting, like, Bogmuffer plus horseman? Because you've got to be assuming cavalry here. It's the best counterplay to mass docks anyway. So, yeah, just tries to stand his ground. But Targetfire coming in on the pony means that spearman is just kind of milking the fight. And that's great. If the spearman's getting the kill, that means additional runestones for further skirmishes.
Now, the scout does move out a little bit into dangerous waters, as we can see here, but still no military ship on that water investment. And this feels quite dangerous, because with that, you can always deter your opponent. It just says, it's fine. They can kill the dock, it is what it is. I'll just try and counter-push against this every single time. Floating quite a bit of food here.
Is that TC idle time accurate? That's a lot of idle time for Sass, if so. Like, that's almost 20% of the game that he hasn't been producing out the TC. Holy crap.
That would be a pretty rough one to be in. And Sassy needs every bit of villager that he can. We do see that when I look at that eco difference, sure, we do have 7 fishing ships, but that feels a lot different.
Something's gone wrong.
Yeah, definitely. That's an idle TC for ages.
And also keep in mind, like, one of the one of the eco kills that Scatterbrain got was a fishing boat anyway, so it's not like he killed 2 workers. He only killed 1. So yeah, pretty brutal difference here. And, you know, this is already now amplifying the problem with Macedonians. Their economy is not great. So now, other than the TC like this, it kind of screws up your tempo, your timing. Scatterbrain is now bulking into Yumi. This would be a great time for Sass to consider horseman, but he's in the scale phase, right? He's just triple docked. He hasn't got the food yet to enable that.
Sassy, he still has the mobility here. And now the problem is, that's a pretty heavy army here from Scatterbrain. The thing is, he's keeping them all together. So you got to ask yourself, is this something he's going to be able to pick off at some point? Because Sassy, again, if he can catch out these units that are just walking around from piece to piece, I just hope he can. At least to keep him in this game. But now with the horses, he goes straight for the fishing boats. And Scatterbrain still says, I don't need to reinforce these waters. Fishing is enough. I've got the spears in the vicinity.
I think you could just age here as Scatter. Like, get ahead with the Mounted Samurai timing. Maybe he's just a bit paranoid that Sass was thinking semi-fast castle. It is a great move for Macedonians. Ridari match up really well. But yeah, like, it's been Scatterbrain just recommit. I think he just wants to end this game in the feudal, realizing that Sass may be a bit militarily weak.
He knows what damage he did in the early game. He knows he was on fishing for just a bit more. He should be able to take something like this. The problem is just that Ridari is going to be hitting pretty soon. And the moment that Ridari hits, it feels like it becomes a very uneven game. So he has a little bit of a timer, and I'm very sure this man is aware of it. With the amount of spears he's got, he should be able to handle it for at least a little while.
It's just a bit dicey because of the Varangian detail. You know, like, you've gone half Yumi, so you feel like you now need to do something before it becomes a real threat. Because remember, this Varangian, they can scale double armor. It's insane. They get like 6 melee, 4 ranged. They barely feel a thing. Bash now coming in. Not too many horsemen. I'm going to peel them back to allow the Varangian to go first, and then horsemen try to get access. But Scatterbrain, he's just proven that flexible APM he had in game number 1. Just keep shifting away with the spearmen so you don't get bogged down in a fight. So will be a staggered retreat. He's still holding reserve resources. He's starting to commit into additional samurai.
Now, this makes sense in a way, especially because Sassy is going for Rangians as well. It's something to keep him busy. It's something to keep him engaged while the archers are perfectly target firing, because Scatterbrain just showed us what he did with that. He was accurately making sure that the units he could kill, he killed. The Scatterbrain maybe using that APM we saw on the previous counter and really want to show us exactly what that looks like once he uses that correctly. Now, getting a horse picked off here is a pretty massive win for him, just because every single time that horse mass increases, the archers are in danger. He doesn't want that. He needs those archers to target fire and make sure that the game lands on his side. But now with the double tower here, we know exactly what's coming, and Mounted Samurai are going to be dealing with that Ridari coming soon pretty well.
Yeah, I think the idea with the 2 samurai was just basically Sass might go Bog Mafur, because it could make a lot of sense with the spearman count. So he just wants to kind of make it harder for Sass to micro. Because you can see now, right, the real commitment is for Castle, which just makes so much sense here. He also has got the stone accruement to go towards the daimios, right? So like we should be starting to think about the impact there. Like Yumi +1 damage could be pretty neat here. Alternatively, just use it for the timing around the Uma Bannerman. Uma Bannermans are kind of vile. The fact that you can get your hands on this Castle Knight and Feudal that does scale automatically.
Now, Scatterbrain does not have the resources for this just yet. You see him desperately trying to get that second power up now. Back on the gold all of a sudden, but the problem is he hasn't been constantly producing all the units here, and now it looks like there's a very angry fight about to happen. This gold being used to make a few samurai. It looks like he did commit to 2 more and getting those tower upgrades pretty soon. Now it does look like Sassy decides to go for the fishing eco instead and not for the gold, where it would hurt even more.
Demo ship play to follow up. Timing, it doesn't look like it's going to be quick enough, especially with the scout here. The burn torch damage increase huge. So we'll be able to just intercept, deny. Scatterbrain, ambitious choice, walking back the spears. It looks like he's actually trying to commit to a fight here while teching, which is pretty ballsy. Kind of feels like it's a feigned idea. Yeah, so just hoping Sass would walk away, because 17 Feudal Varangian, pretty bloody effective against the Japanese army.
Now, this could just be a way to keep Sassy in Feudal for as long as possible. Telling Sassy, like, hey, I'm moving out. I actually want to fight you. It tells him, hey, I'm not a threat. I am a threat if you don't keep making units. So this is a pretty smart play here by him, but Sassy is now aging up, and the double tower helping quite a bit here, but he knows he's not going to have access to this for too long. He needs enough resources to be able to ensure he gets his upgrades for his Yumis, and he gets out a few mounted samurai. And right now, that's not on the cards for him just yet. Let's see what he prioritizes.
outpost being forced to be garrisoned here. Torch damage coming in. Yuumi veterancy is the priority for Scatterbrained. He's got some very tanky defenses here. Yeah, finally the scout does turn up, so the burn damage just inflated. He's going to force the melee mosh pit now. Do we have a runestone drop? I don't think we do yet, so it should be one coming through momentarily. The Yuumi taking a long time to get the upgrades they're looking for. No repair attempt just yet by Scatterbrain, but he has forced Sass to commit beyond the forge. So we're going for a full TC dive now. He's still got the champions for the time being. The Radari champ in particular at frustration. Yuumi, veterancy is now in. So these horsemen, not that big of a threat anymore with a plus damage increase.
And now we got Mounted Samurai also on the cards here. And this is going to start becoming a little bit scarier. And Sassy, he is getting a lot of kills, but I don't think this is going to be enough for him. Behind this, he is trying to go for castle himself, so this is not an all-in per se. But he did lose
It's expensive,
a significant
though.
chunk here. It's
So
a very
bloody expensive.
dive.
Yeah, look at what's happening as well. He actually got baited by the monk. He chased the monk, and it meant the Radari champion went down early. And I have not seen any runestones. There's no way he doesn't have runestone charges on that dive, right? Like, he must have 2 in reserve at least.
And he does an A move in that moment. He could have had a few villager kills running away, but no. He's tunnel vision, getting back to base, ensuring that he gets to castle and survives.
Can we do a runestone count? Like, I think it's pretty important there, because he didn't do one on the gold straight away. On the TC, he must have dropped 1 at least, right? I was shocked he didn't have 1 earlier. No. On Scatterbrain's TC, right? For the dive of the runestones. Okay, so he had 1. There's no way he only had 1, right? Like,
With all the dead spears, not a chance.
you'd think that he'd have multiple for the dive, like first at the gold and then a follow-up on the TC and then maybe 1 afterwards. Like, it is important because it allows you to gap close so fast. Like, if you have Radari champion and you have the runestones, your Varangian are charging as quick as knights.
Now, Sassy is pulling one of the cards that Macedonian has, and that's the Golden Horn Tower. Now, of course, this is just your normal age up, but this is... this is usually used to secure a lot of resources. But Sassy is putting that in a position where you would put it as Byzantines. In a very, very safe spot. It doesn't secure much, so when he does get attacked, it doesn't look like that is going to be his saving grace. His front of his base is going to be completely exposed to this, but at the same time, it could cost him the game if this gets intercepted the moment he ages up.
It might get intercepted just before if he's not careful. Yeah, it does manage to steer him to the south side. The Seek Shelter actually kind of griefing Sass a bit there. There's 1 or 2 workers are getting sniped, so we'll be a back away. Now, the key thing to keep in mind here is Sass, he's basically done McDonald's the right way. He's franchised. He's built fishing all the way across the map. And Scatterbrained, he can snipe boats, but he can't stop docks. He's got mass Yuumi and barely any torches.
Now, he is trying to keep these idle as much as he can, but now with Sassy aging up, we can see he's... I've queued up a demo ship there for a second, but changed his mind. Now, getting his cataphracts, this is... Oh, sorry. Radari. Oh, wrong civilization.
Yeah, Cataphract aren't good enough to be called these things. Radari are coming through, but check what Scatterbrain is doing. Onimusha is a very smart call here.
Going to be dealing with Radari as well as anyone could, but oof, that's a lot of Yumis just sniping down any spear that their steps close. The horse numbers, though. Sassy is trying to use them. He's trying to do as much as he can with these guys, but he needs an opening. An opening with a lot of villagers inside. And he just hasn't been given the chance.
No, I mean, the golds are fairly close together. The double outpost makes it kind of difficult until you've got enough Radari to go in, and even then... there is an interesting strategy in mind here, by the way. Sass has started to upgrade his rage damage, and he's also getting a mango emplacement. So this can get disgusting. The problem is you don't really want to scale ranged upgrades too much unless your opponent gives you a reason. The cool thing is he has Onimusha. Ogmathor are really good at sniping out Onimusha because of the runestone drop that gives you more range. So definitely a pivot that Sass could have in mind when he starts to see just how many range units Scatterbrained is building.
You can see Sassy is trying to extend this game. He knows the strength of the civilization when the upgrades outscale, and there is a timing where they do a little bit better. The timing is just not late game in this regard. So now with all of these horses, he's trying to keep this army on the side, while at the same time just doing that slow farm transition to ensure the army can be as big as possible. Radari The numbers are getting quite scary here, but is this going to be scary enough against all those Onamushas?
Yeah, and especially when you think about the long-term food sources. You know, Sass is on burst, he's on temporary, whereas Scatterbrain, kind of similar, but at the same time, he has that Kura. He already has that kind of impact you're seeing on the food side, and also Daimyos that will scale him nicer into a TC flated timing with farms than Macedones are capable of, right? Like, you don't really see Grand Winery for good reason. Like, if it wasn't for Hippodrome, I don't think Sass is really in a competitive position this game.
Now he is investing in more and more archers, trying to do that switch back here because he sees exactly what the Onamushas have in store for him as those fishing boats are getting picked off. And now those temporary food sources are getting destroyed every now and again. They do take quite a bit of damage.
Good. Yeah, the Scatterbrain, a bit of a greedy placement there. Remember, Deflective doesn't get affected by siege damage. Same logic as that you can shoot a cannonball into them and Deflective gets ignored.
Radari just throwing axes right at those Onamushas. They say, I know you have a... Ooh! I know you have the range, but so do we. Samurai diving in a little bit deep here, and those horses look like they are going to be destroying shields as they chase behind.
Radari, remember, they are quicker, so they can just kind of whittle away at you a little bit. Ship damage does definitely add up when you just took a giant explosive ship to the face. So it looks like maybe just a few of these Mounted Samurai to go down. And Scatterbrain, he has got more coming up behind this. He's also starting to stockpile reserves. Daimyo level 2. It's important because he actually doesn't have an Uma, so you really don't want to fight until you've got that buff in from the Bannerman again.
He does try to guide this backwards, but what's the most amazing to me is still even seeing all of this. Ooh, but he does take this fight around the corner, and it does look like he sacrifices quite a few Mounted Samurai here, but the horses have decided we're going straight back onto the food.
Love the switch from Sass. Radari champion plus Adgiramafa, scary. And especially because at this point in the game, now that you have Radari, realistically, you will often be getting kills with Viking units to get those runestones. So it just gives you that surge with Adgiramafa. When they charge, they'll be quicker than the Mounted Samurai and the Onimusha.
Now we can see that's a lot of archers chasing behind, but all of a sudden, Scatterbrain is the one with the full army all here. Sassy's army still scary, but they need to be careful here. We do have some of our champions all bound, all three champions all bound together, so we'll see how this one plays out. But the Mounted Samurai, they look scary, and those charges are going to be quite deadly. We don't have a lot of spearmen to try to impale everything around here, but the crossbows are going to try to perform a miracle. 6 of them might just not be enough.
Rumfire is coming in, but it's still about, what, 20 seconds out, so a little bit of time required here. Offers up an opportunity for Scatterbrain going for the clash. Yumi just trying to snipe that back line, getting rid of the crossbows that threaten the Mounted Samurai. The Onimusha target firing down the Radari, and it's easy to do when they're all on the south side of this. A Runestro drop trying to just be prepped for a dive to chase this away. Scatterbrain, a lot of Mounted Samurai going down on the front side. He is starting to sack his Yumi, which is going to see the military count go down faster. And the Radari count for Sass still looking pretty bloody strong. So Scatterbrain, misreading the situation, will be forced away. Sass able to push away the Japanese beast.
And that will teach him not to fight into the runestones. The runestone drop there definitely made the army look a little bit more in control of what they were doing there. Did Sassy just play this perfectly? Because the archers, they were focusing the crossbows, and it just didn't look like it was enough.
Yeah, and it's concerning because like there's more skill points coming. You took that fight before the Rumfire came in, but I think also that means that Scatterbrain didn't see that the sword upgrades were there for Radari, which is +3 damage. That makes them better at trading. And on top of that, he was diving for ranging strongholds, at least 2 of them that are firing. And now the counter dive comes in. Sass fishing for kills here. It's a lot of Springleton placements to worry about, mind you. We'll just turn for the burn. Army now rallying home, but Scatterbrain is going to be late to the lunch here.
And losing these villages is exactly what Sass needs to be able to... Ooh. Never mind. Sassy pulls back.
Wow.
Yeah, that... See, this is the type of aggression that he needs, but he needs to push it even further.
He's in trouble. No,
He's
this
in a lot of
is a
trouble.
big intercept. Yeah, the Onimusha, they're faster. They can actually chase you down a little bit here. So heavy damage done, but remember, importantly, this damage will never get repaired. So it does feel like Sass is now becoming quite reliant on Adgiramafa to deliver him. Kind of a weird idea here, but I mean, stick with me. What about 2 or 3 Springalds for Scatterbrain?
And we do see another ranged upgrade from what I can see there on the upgrade bar. And Sassy just investing in more and more range units and Radari, because that is the ideal composition when fighting into anyone's base here. Now the thing is, we're getting to that stage of the game where we need to think about moving out onto the map for the gold. Scatterbrain floating a significant amount of resources here, and he is probably thinking in different directions from you or me, KP, and...
I think he crows. I think you crow into the 8k, and that should be enough to scare the Radari away. It's probably like the best move you have here. Because remember what I said, like, Macedonians in Castle should be the bully. If you get Imperial Japan, Macedonians just don't really scale the same. Like, the silver income struggles to get all the necessary upgrades to compete. Oh,
now,
hello.
He does pick up some juicy villages out here. Does not go for the full commit. Doesn't look for anyone else here. Tries to stop the dock for a second. But there's a lot of villages out here that could pay the price as well. Scatterbrain just not going too deep. And Sassy's villagers will survive another day. But the age up is ready. And Scatterbrain, let's go see where it puts down that keep.
On the... Wait, what the hell is that?
Small gold?
Deer and small gold? I mean, I guess it protects both the 4Ks. He probably feels that riding further upfield is really dangerous because Sass has a big army and you haven't forced his whole army back. Like, actually, Sass was posturing with his infantry on the edge of Scatterbrain's base. Scatterbrain now reacting to it with Onimusha. A little bit cheeky here, actually, considering its range mass.
That mass from Sassy looking really good here against the Onimusha, and I think Scatterbrain sees this, respects it. But now, the unit composition that follows here, it looks like he's making a few more Mounted Samurai. But is this the late game unit composition you're hoping for? Mounted Samurai against Radari from Macedonian Dynasty.
With Elite Tech, yeah. It's a big game changer, because you have to remember that you're buffing your base damage and your stats, but then on top of that, you have the Uma Bannerman to buff percentile. So, like, you actually start to compete. It's a really big game changer. And you can already see he's primed up the Elite Tech. One thing's going to continue to be frustrating is Sass creeping these outposts, though. Like, this is fully intentional. The Macedonian Mango strat is the best outpost strat in the game.
With all the stone he had there in the bank, you can definitely see that going to be starting to add up. He just had over 1,000 there. And possibly going to be using that to get some map control here too. But now it looks like Sassy is going to try to do a bit of damage here. And this is the timing he needs. The problem is he needs to do damage. And he's nowhere near going Imperial himself. He knows that with Imperial comes a lot of problems for him against the Japanese. The keep that Scatterbrain had, it does protect that small gold. But later on, he might struggle getting everything he needs.
This is the burst timing, right? Like, Sass got advantage on fishing, so he should be ahead on military count. But now it's gone. You know, like, he's got, I think, a few packs of fish left here. Other ponds are just dry, though. While Scatterbrain, he's been prepping that farm transition gradually over time. Like, his is infinite.
Oh, and this is a beautiful
Nice.
surround here.
The Onimusha coming in now. The second wave is starting to arrive. That is going to force Scatterbrain away. Tries to charge away onto the workers. Good garrison time in there by Sass to slow down the retreat. And he's intercepting these Mad Samurai. Half of them being a bit cruel to them. Good maneuvering by Sass to make it difficult to get away. And now with the runestone drop in, the movement speed increase means that you just have to run as fast as you can.
And the Onimusha.
Wait, oh no!
He moved! Oh no, KP!
No!
Your boys! He's lost all of them, guys. Onimushas are a thing of the past. Onawashas, they are no longer part of this army, and Sassy is feeling pretty good about that exchange. The problem is just his food is not ready for all those replacements and not ready for a later part of this game. Now the runestones, they helped chase this down, but those Onimushas just standing, looking at their doom, definitely adding up quite a bit. Oof. Difficult spot to attack into, though.
Yeah, he still has rocket launcher to protect, but I mean, this looks pretty grim. Like, Sass, he needed a comeuppance. That is the comeuppance. Like, that many Onimusha going down is really awkward. You know, there's still quite a lot of Radari here. In theory, your Mount Samurai alone should be able to win. I would recommend Scatterbrain starts to think about how he deals with the spears. Because your knights in the current state should be able to contest Radari. The spears, however, is a completely different ballgame. And now 2 TC from Sass.
Sassy just trying to get ahead and solidify the worker count because he knows how much he had lost at some point, ensuring that the fishing boats that he has will not just be his saving grace, but also just adding a handful of vills. But at this point, it does feel quite brave to do so. He knows that there are going to be continual raids, but these raids seem to be shut down pretty quickly by these mango towers, wonderfully placed all around the map.
It's just if we get into Imperial Macedonians, I'm going to warn you now. It's the type of thing that's going to lead to a Reddit thread. It's not quick, but like if you drag the game ultra deep, like if Scatterbrain decides this is an hour-long game, you can actually just win with mango towers. It is kind of silly. Like they in bonus damage with all those range techs, if they get to that point, they will almost mirror their base damage on the mango tower.
So what you're saying is we need to get to a 1-hour game. So Twitch chat stays engaged. Yeah. Everyone feels excited. And Macedonian is #1 pick on the ladder.
And also, what we've just done is told people the best civ to play on the Crucible if you want to get deep in the times to set records.
And it doesn't get excluded like KT, right?
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So boom. No, they don't need the infinite scaling in that way. They have infinite scaling in Outposts.
Now, what's pretty crazy to me here is that Scatterbrain, he has 4 relics. So this is good for him. The problem is just now, Sassy is getting ready for Imperial. And like you said, Imperial, late Imperial, is a whole different ball game for this.
Oh.
Sassy doesn't.
He's floated a crap ton of silver. I think he's just planning a mass cataphract wave.
Oh no. That's going to be disgusting.
Yeah, it's 750 for free. It's actually like not a bad deal. But obviously the trade-off is it means you're not getting your additional tax.
We'll see if cataphracts are going to be the answer, especially against those Onamushas. Scatterbrain hasn't continually made them. Doesn't feel like he's making anything right now. Just floating the resources. Changing
he's
ideas.
got wiggle room. The Spearmen are still pretty threatening to scale into even more, because remember, when they blob, they get increased attack speed. So like you're up against mass cavalry. It's really a pretty good idea, but yeah, he's going range attacks. It's going to be more Bog Muffer and just more Mango Towers. It's just so freaking toxic. Skybrain is going to end up in a position where he's going to need to go cannons.
I'm ready to watch that. I need to see.
It's disgusting. It's freaking... Like, ask your husband about it. He done it in my weeklies. He also tried Spring Ults with Flame. That wasn't as good, but the towers literally saved his bacon from getting cooked. They are really good.
And apparently, these guys are not going to be waiting for that. It looks like he wanted to engage there, but respects it. Sassy aging up, but the upgrades are coming in pretty quickly here. You instantly see him spending all that silver. It doesn't look like we're getting cataphracts just yet. Biology coming in for Scatterbrain, though.
Remember, Macedonians are too stupid to read books. They don't have universities. They just have more scaling techs. They get their health off of the armor tech, but that takes a long time to get at this stage of the game. He has not opted for cataphracts at all, by the way. Like, it's just raw going into upgrades.
And all the upgrades, they are ticking. Scatterbrain not realizing what this timing means, and he's not getting a bigger army at all. Nothing in queue, not PopCap. It feels like Scatterbrain is just waiting for something, but I can't imagine what it is.
So apparently he wants to prove that cannons are better than Mango Towers. I don't agree. Yeah, so if you click on that little Mango Tower, because we just got the, I think it's a +4 in. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. +4 already. There's still 2 more upgrades, by the way.
These guys are going to kill armies pretty quickly. But hand cannoneer switch, that's what we were waiting for this whole time, apparently. Scatterbrain holding off. Yeah.
How many archer ranges does he have? Because like, if there's not like 7 or 8, this is really slow. He also, what the hell just happened to the houses? No. We don't care about stats. We care about the hand cannoneer, because like hand cannoneers do not scale quick. Okay, 8 is decent. He really needs to solve the housing crisis right now, though.
Who needs houses, KP?
He's got people in Japan, like literally, like people, like you know, they have one of the highest average ages, and it means that there's just not enough housing to go around. Old people. Now, there's not going to be a housing problem for SAS. That is a heavy hit. Oh my god.
Oh, and Sassy, now on his second TC, is going to need a little bit of time for that one to replenish. And keeping in mind, there's no more fishing ships to go around, but those towers here from Scatterbrain, let's see if those cannons can fight this off.
If they stack hard, it would be a decent trade. Scatterbrain. I'm going to shift away at this point. Feels pretty awkward, though.
So many upgrades already queued, however. Elite. Mad Samurai, elite of the elite, trying to go in. Onimusha backstabbing from the other side. We'll try to just snipe down the Radari, and now it's a flood. The cavalry coming in, the Spearman as well. Is going to draw the rest of the attention. Nice split with the Spearman, chasing onto the Onimusha to just force that defensive element away. But that cannon emplacement is still in effect here, and Scatterbrain begins the concave. It is going to be a surround. Onimusha just striking down any full HP Radari they find. It's starting to look like a bleak fight for Sass. He cannot stick on top of the ladies. Hand cannon is now coming to clear the space. He needs to retreat, but he can't do fast. No, the Mad Samurai and Onimusha can cut him down as he tries to leave this area.
The problem is those archers do not shoot rockets, and they are just falling like flies here. Sassy not in a position to remake these expensive units, just archers and a handful of Radari for himself. But now, he does not even have those towers to fall back on, because Scatterbrain was running around sniping a lot of them.
And also, it looks competitive on the military count because Sass lost so many units that the camp keeps spawning new ones, right? Like, that's the weird rubber band of Macedonians, but the quality is undeniable. Scatterbrain is looking for that clean sweep, and he is just one game away from achieving it and beginning his road to Wololo.
Now, Scatterbrain, he looked pretty scary there for a while, already getting the 2 early kills, but Sassy, he fought back. For a while there, it looked like Sassy was going to be able to bring a heavy little comeback towards his side of the scoreboard, but unfortunately, Scatterbrain just reigned supreme with all of those knights just making a proper dent in every part of his economy. So, Scatterbrain looking pretty convincing here, keeping that Belarusian flag held high.
So here we have the 18-minute timer from Dry Arabia. And we did at least get to see a much deeper game, right? I think it was it 40, 45 minutes in the end. And you see what I mean with the idea around like Japan. Like they can just play the eco game. So it puts the onus on Macedonians to win in castle or around castle because Imperial is kind of uncomfortable to achieve. Wasn't allowed to get deep enough. So great read there by Scatterbrain and just very crafty the hand cannoneers. Like if it had gone on for a next big fight, Sass wouldn't really have had the Radari count to contest 20 plus hand cannoneers.
So the switch definitely came in pretty clutch with Scatterbrain making sure that he has all the resources banked for this. At the same time, it feels like Sassy fighting under those cannon towers may have been a pretty significant difference in this army. Because for a while, those cannon towers just completely destroyed the backline. And it felt like a very close fight for a while there until the numbers started dissipating by the hands of the cannon too.
Yeah, I mean, the cannon's actually proving stronger than Mango Towers. Then again, we didn't really see Scatterbrain overcommit. This was the overcommitment point, right? This is the silly fight, and he's actually lucky there were no Mango Towers in range. It would have decimated me quicker, but it's that Romfai. You see it on the right side there? It just comes in at a clutch time when you still got about 10 Radari left. And Scatterbrain and the Yumi just not really delivering. The weird thing about Onimusha is obviously a bit of a slower attack speed. You kind of can't split the fire. You have to target down Radari one by one. So just good understanding of mass there. But I like that Scatterbrain just pivoted. He understood, okay, great, you hold, but deeper the game goes, Japan does have this kind of comeuppance into Imperial, into biology. And, Sass, to the point of this dive that's coming that you talked about, this 8k gold, I don't think it was necessarily the wrong idea. Like, he can't just sit back because university techs are always going to outscale your pacing to reaching tier 5, tier 6 blacksmith techs. Like, you can see at this point, he can only afford one at tier 4.
And that is usually the difference we feel. But at the same time, with Sassy, I feel like he could have maybe lasted a bit longer if not taking these fights. There were so many instances where he came out ahead and just wasn't able to capitalize by taking down a ton of that economy of Scatterbrain, just like Scatterbrain was doing to him. And Scatterbrain definitely had a lot of openings to that. You can see there are no walls out there. And sure, we have a lot of Springald towers, but with the economy that Sassy had there for a while, he definitely had the opportunity to try and to be on the offensive. Now, we do see that the lobby is getting ready, but guys, we have our next match, and this one, also chosen by Sassy, is going to be Baldland. Now, Scatterbrain says no Malians for you. No so far explosions, but Byzantines is on the cards, and we're okay with it. Now, on Baldland, this is interesting, because Byzantines very easily gets rushed, just not by Ayyubids. Now, I don't count that out. I feel like Ayyubids, they have a lot of answers for anything that a civilization can do, and I did recently see an Ayyubid rush on a very, very spicy Byzantines, shocking me to my core. But Ayyubids has a lot of answers to Byzantines' late startup time as well.
Yeah, Ayyubids, the cool thing here is like you can play for the fast castle. You can actually kind of brawl a little bit in the feudal. This matchup a little bit harder for the brawl because Desert Raiders isn't really on the menu. Like Byzantines, Malians, ironically, the two civs you would not want to really ever build Desert Raiders against. Wouldn't be surprised to see this be a fast tech. You know, just kind of get up on the age, Camel Lance is opening, rush the relics. Very exposed map. You know, unless SAS gets divine intervention from Microsoft and we get like 3+ berry batches behind his base, it is going to feel a little bit uncomfortable. I have seen a few players recently get that on Borderland. It is outrageous. Ironically, I think we had a game in the KPMMs between two talented players where a Byzantine player did get all the berries at the back and then still lost to like an Iobid death push. So even then, it doesn't feel guaranteed or safe.
Well, Iobid death pushes are something that I think most people are not used to practicing against, so you can easily underestimate the power of such a thing, especially with the Byzantines. I feel like there's always that awkward time when you're busy aging up and you're waiting for your upgrades, where your longbows, for your limited everything just feels like it melts like butter, especially when you're up against something like Ayyubids that has camel lances and is going to get to castle a lot faster than you are. So definitely a tough spot for Byzantines in general here, I would say. And this is just my Conk 1 butt making a call. And I would love if people corrected me in the chat, because I'm very aware we have all these chads in Conk 3 and above in Twitch chat. But Ayyubids feels like it has the ability to dictate the pace of the game here, just because of their versatility. Just getting those dervishes in feudal age, it negates so much of the damage that Byzantines could possibly do.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get like maybe Dervish plus 1 or 2 horsemen would be interesting from Scatterbrain, because you want to try to punish Byzantines a little bit, because if they just full pure greed, then there is like the 5 cistern into the Golden Horn Tower factor. It can be impactful, even if you're just fast teching yourself. So like it just forces an overinvestment, because to deal with a horseman or just 2 horsemen and 2 dervishes, you're going to want like what, 3 or 4 spearmen. You're going to want your first wave of longbows. And even then, you probably don't want to come out on the map too quickly. It's just kind of frustrating how good dervishes are at making that trade early. Like we've seen them used, for example, to block French raids for a fast castle play, where you just place a dervish on each side of your gold vein and they can't charge in, right? It's the same logic. Like 5 longbows is a bit of a struggle to get a kill. Because if it's only 5 longbows shooting at villages, the dervish can pretty much just keep kissing the boo-boos better.
I love how you described that. I think Twitch chat just sitting there is like, cringe. KP, that was wonderful. I love your comparison there. Wonderful. But I want to also point out, as we're about to head into the next 2, Sasi chose these. He was like, I am confident on these. Scatterbrained, on the other hand, he's got Holy Island, he's got Front Range, he's got practice partners, top of the top practice partners. He doesn't care about going to game 4. He's ready for this. But we've seen the underdog take it on these types of maps before. So, Baltland, if Sasi survives this one, we'll have to see what Scatterbrained has prepared on the rest of this draft, because the rest of these picks are pretty scary anyway, no matter which way it goes. We still have Taklak, we still have Zushi, and this is going to be tough, seeing that on Holy Island as well.
Yeah. I mean, he still has some solid picks here, right? Like Jushi and Tuklak could be the draft for Holy Island. Maybe just goes China, but we'll have to see if we even get that far. SAS trying to stay alive, like I said. 70s disco here, as Scatterbrain is trying to dance his way through to a smooth 3-0. Will it be the Ayyubids to slay, or is he about to start staking a comeback on Boardland with the Byzantines?
Now, Sasi has a pretty good hairline. I am not too sure of Scatterbrained. I have not investigated his hairline as of yet. So, Sasi might be at a disadvantage here, not really understanding the way of the bald. Although, as we see that Turkish flag, that is the land of the bold fixing. So maybe he just really understands the deep intricacies of a map like Baldland based on his spawn. Yes.
So you're saying we need to basically introduce forestation into Age of Empires 4, and then Sass can come on this map and build trees, and he'll be unstoppable. Because Scatterbrain is like, he doesn't have much hair. He's quite like lean on the hairline. So I don't know if Sass has the advantage here, unless he secretly is a hair transplant surgeon.
No, I mean, now the conspiracy theories are ready to begin.
Like the Batman of hair surgery. He's like, in the day, he's a pro player, but at night, he's the hair surgeon that you don't want but need.
The real reason Anatan's hairline is the best in the scene. Maybe that's why they're such good friends. Sassy the hair surgeon, keeping people not bald. But on Baldland, he knows how to handle this. The problem is, with this map, you have a map that is very barren, sure. We're getting to a point where Byzantines loves having more than enough wood. Aeopid's not really that wood reliant. But Sassy here, still going to be going for those normal all openings where we see with the berries. As we can see, the berries are untouched, so you know this is going to be a standard age up. But logistics are coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting some dervish action, and I hope you're ready. Because 5 villagers on wood, we are also getting a little production building to go alongside it. Ensure that Sassy doesn't just get to go cisterns all for free.
Yeah, horsemen seeming quite feasible here. Like I said, the idea of going desert raiders is very awkward, because if your opponent just builds javelins, desert raiders actually get melted. So there could be like some process if that's worth it to bait your opponent. But I'd expect it to be like 1 or 2 horsemen, and then just see what your opponent does. The whole idea is that it keeps your opponent defending, but also keeps them investing in army, while you probably then don't need outposts to go fast castle.
Now, with Scatterbrains being in the driver's seat here, Sassy might need to be the one investing in those outposts. Or making units, though. Is this something where Byzantines would want to match? Or at least try to match the Castle Age? Or do they just need to accept their fate and make Limit an A?
Yeah, so like you kind of want to get to the castle, but it doesn't really feel that great if you don't have level 5 cistern or bare minimum 4, right? So like he's going to have to keep gathering for the time being. Probably what we're going to see is like he could add in an outpost. It's not a bad idea, but the problem is like double dervish with a horseman will dive an outpost. In fact, they can stand under an outpost for a very long time. So you do just kind of get to the point where it's like safer to add in 1 or 2 spears. And you also then realize that because it's going to eventually go castle, you will need spears anyway due to the camel lances.
It just makes sense to start them nice and early. Now, logistics coming out pretty quickly here. This just means that dervish presence is going to be absolutely everywhere. But we have to look at some weak spots where Sassy might be feeling that type of pressure. And firstly, we're going to be seeing that on the berries, on the gold there at the front. Being on opposite sides means that you need double the limit in A. And when I say double, I actually mean 4 times. So quadruple the amount of limit in A, because dervishes are just going to heal up anything that dares run into it. And the stable is the choice, which is just going to make sure that that Castle Age transition is even easier.
Yeah, and you can see by the macro split, right? We're not slowing down this Castle Age idea. The Desert Raid, like I said, doesn't seem likely here. And cheeky, Scatterbrain going for a deer shove. Sass should notice this. It's literally right next to him.
Now, those 2 dervishes just standing at the ready. Oh, that poor scout. He's just trying to do a little bit of damage. Sassy thinking about what his options are. And putting that barracks right in the range of the winery. Absolutely disgusting. Are we watching Vortex right now? Just taking up the spots of those poor farms. And unfortunately, this will just mean that Sassy is not planning to play this game too long.
I mean, maybe there's a strategy there. He recently had like a 2-0 against Lucifron where like Lucifron beat him in, I think, 25 minutes. So maybe Vortex, Lucifron, like the efficiency there is like, maybe I just need to play more like them. That's how you channel the greats. Oh, he is actually doing Desert Raid, so he wants to force javelins. That is very interesting.
And getting javelins, that actually would be a pretty fun way for us to see some camel on camel action, dealing with a lot of what is that thing called? Oh, it's too late for me to remember.
Camel riders.
No. The camel. I always said distemper. The
debuff.
attack thingy, the debuff.
But
What is the debuff called?
It's called I think camel debuff. If I remember correctly, it's like camel
And
ease. Sorry, yeah.
ease. Okay, so we were both dense there.
But like, well, no, but I'm wondering where you're going with this because if they're both building camels, it does nothing.
Oh, I thought all the camels just get debuffed.
Like, you thought the camels hate, you thought the camels are afraid of their own reflection, like they're basically Tigger from Winnie the Pooh.
Yes, they're cavalry. Isn't the whole point of camel unease to unease the other camels too?
No, that's why camels get crushed by elephants.
Oh.
It's horses. So
It's only horses.
Yeah, it
Oh,
says it on the
no.
tooltip. It literally says like you might as well just say duck horseman. But yeah, like there you go.
Horse cavalry. All right. I just read cavalry. As always, I read only what I wanted to read, and I must confess to everyone here, I've been making camels against other camel civilization as the Byzantines because I thought that they would unease each other. So, nice. Top tier. Love that.
But if you still won, it's fine.
Yes, that's true. 50-50.
Yeah, so it goes longbows. Wait, what?
Longbows make sense though. With the range-ish,
Does
you're
it?
dealing with camel.
You're dealing with
Camel.
archers and desert raiders. There's no spearmen. He needs to now force spearmen, basically.
But longbows always seem to be a pretty safe choice. A lot of pros will constantly choose longbows, no matter the matchup, no matter the composition, just because they are a solid choice in the right amounts. Desert Raider here, taking some good damage, but it doesn't matter because the dervishes, they're standing ready with the healing staffs, and nothing will kill them.
I think
Actually.
what happened here is Scatterbrain was trying to bait him, and Sass realized it. Because like there was literally only one Desert Raider. The only way that the building Desert Raider makes sense here is to genuinely force javelins. So win for Sass. But now you probably feel this urgency to push up. He doesn't necessarily realize that it's just a full attack play. Now that the horsemen's arrived, that's actually really important info. I'm a bit surprised he's still bringing the longbows up because when you see there's no one on gold, your thought should be, okay, so he's actually going to fight me.
He's actually just moving out slowly and pushing into that gold, ensuring that his opponent does not get to be a sneaky snake in Castle Age all for free, but he's about to find out why we don't bring our longbows all the way out here to our opponent's base when there's 6 horsemen about to get on top of them and take out everything you've ever loved.
It's organ harvesting time. Longbows turn for the trade. Does pin one the horseman. Archers are just going to back off here. Where is the dervishes?
Hospital?
They should have been here. They should have been in the fight. They're very far back, actually. What? Maybe a
Hospitals?
misselect on the group? Because there's only 5 longbows.
You need to get rid of them as soon as possible because very soon they are going to be joined by their other longbows who are now going to make it a solid 10, which means one-shots get a lot easier when needed, especially against those archers. But +1 ranged attack is coming in too. Horses now on the front line here, trying to get onto the back of the archers from Scatterbrained, but Sassy needs to play this a little bit safer. He did delay the naked fast castle though, and that's pretty good for Sassy.
Yeah, kind of a funky one there from Scatterbrain. I'm surprised the Dervish weren't in. Like, he had neglected the techs, but with only 5 longbows, technically Dervish can kind of absorb a lot of those shots. You don't really want to be in a position with Sass where you have to use your longbow shots onto the Dervish anyway. So just kind of a missed opportunity to keep pushing. Scatterbrain, no signs of teching, right? He's still floating 200 gold here that just doesn't have a full purpose. And his food would. It almost seems like he wants to see what Sass is doing before he hard commits so that he can pivot a tech just in case. He is also getting ready to creep out on Sass's northern berries. Does he have an outpost? He should have an outpost.
Sassy, if he is greedy enough, ooh, yes, with that reaction, you can instantly see he knows that he needs to rotate top. But there's still a scary amount of units to just see running around. No units will be in danger though, because they're all reinforced by some spears. Scatterbrain needs to be careful with these horses, and they will be going elsewhere. But we do see a yellow blob coming there onto the side of Scatterbrain's base, and let's see if that's going to be an attack that lands. Scatterbrain, not too aware of this, it seems, as he... No, never mind. He's pulling his army back, ensuring they are close to the base. He realizes this army he doesn't have track of.
Yeah, Sass went Exploratorus. So if he hits the villagers, kills them with the horsemen, he gets gold. It's a pretty cool idea here, actually, but You can't do trickle trades. You have to hard commit and get kills. Does see the fat wood line. The stable's going to reveal him early, so Scatterbrain, yeah, does not even give him a whiff of it.
And now the question remains, will Scatterbrain just push forward, try to find his own kills, knowing that there's a batch of horsemen just desperately looking for something? Oh, no, never mind. He says, I will just go up castle and show you what my actual plan was. But the horses get on top of the villagers while he's so focused on this, and they will be able to pick a villager or two off. Yes, there we go.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, kind of rough losses there, Scatterbrain. If he got them away, they just would have been healed better with the Dervish. I don't know, the Dervish's presence just hasn't really been felt in this game. Part of it due to Sass's positioning, but also does feel like Scatterbrain hasn't really looked to leverage him to the full extent either.
Now, Scatterbrain doesn't have all the food that he would want to go into this castle age. We do have still 2 berry patches there at the back, and that's pretty good. Considering Sassy's berry patches are all the way in China, he definitely did not win the spawn game this game. So, Sassy already fighting an uphill battle as he's gathering all those berries from the hill, but Scatterbrain is the one with the back food who will be okay falling and back and just getting all the resources he can. But you have to ask yourself, is this age up taking long, not just going to cost him a significant amount of villagers here? Because this is going to take forever, and Sassy is about to hit that in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like Scatterbrain has reaped bountiful rewards from staying in the feudal age this long. Horsemen are going to at least try and find a few snipes at the back here with the charge through. The industry now on the way. That's 2 minutes away. It is a huge influx of wood. Allows you to get the production line, or where in this case you probably already have it. You could even just think about setting up some farms to give you that longevity of food safely in the corner.
Well, most of the horsemen make it out alive, but some losses were suffered. Scatterbrain not going to be reinvesting into these horses. We can already see with the split here, the focus is purely going to be on getting our camel lancers out, ensuring that destruction is sowed upon. Now, Sassy, he does need to be careful here not to lose these horses either. You need to make sure that your advantage here is used by getting that full mass together, everything upgraded, and then making that push out. Because Sassy does have a pretty good timing now to be able to fight this with him being fully castle.
No priority on the monks, though, is a bit surprising. Considering his position and the slight overburden of gold, like this would be a great time to just rush relics, especially knowing that the dervishes are ready to receive. So you can just essentially cripple Scatterbrain's value out of castle play here.
Now, the longbow numbers are quite scary. We only have 14 here now, but this is more than enough to scare anyone off. And the next 2 groups are going to be joining pretty soon. It did take a while there from the Golden Horn Tower, but not too long. We do have level 4 cistern, so Sassy being very conservative with all of this. But now, Scatterbrain's going to be denied all of that gold, and the 700 and something that he has is going to be all that he has access to for a while, unless Sassy does not put pressure on that top.
Horseman, I'm just going to go for cheeky dive in. The palings are coming up. Waste time on the monk, so we do at least have him now seeking relics. Scatterbrain values that more than just getting a few longbow kills. But the rest of the Lombos are now parked on his gold. 756 has been gathered up. A good number here. Lightly we're looking at Camel Lancers, but Sass is already solving that. Cataphracts, it sounds bad into Camel on ease, but Cataphracts are just such ridiculous castle age tanks. They kind of don't care. It also stops the idea of Scatterbrain trying to rush up a Manjanique to deal with the Lombos.
Now, the amount of archers here makes this a little bit easier to pick off, but ooh, that dervish, he is not taking much damage, just healing himself, running away, not really a care in the world. Now the relics, now completely uncontested by Sass, and Scatterbrain, I think he's going to be focusing on exactly that, bringing that first one back, and the second one, we do see a red dot right on top of it, so I'm going to be picking that up shortly.
Well, Lombo's getting ready for a full dive here, with some melee assistance to make sure they feel safe. Scatterbrain. I mean, there's really not much to gather in this corner, man. Like, it's so awkward when you get pinned on board land like this. The workers of the Seek Shelter, few are not going to make it through. The upgrades to Scatterbrain, I mean, he has got veterancy for archers. It's really all on them to carry the torch. Only 3 Camel Lancers alongside them. Sass will just reset, realizing staying underneath the TC would be a way of tossing away the lead here.
These archers are going to be able to pepper through all this front line, but Sassy moving back pretty well here, ensuring the longbows try to get as much damage done as possible. But the cataphracts not turning around here. They need to be the front line. Longbows do take an extra bit of damage, but the archers might not be enough to handle these cataphracts.
No, it's just a tanky unit. Like, he's already got ranged armor 2 on the way, so it's not going to get any easier here. Skybrain has at least got the dervish back here to heal, but there's literally no front line. Like, this is the difference. It's a composition of 2 elements for Sass and just 1 for Scatterbrain. And there is a little bit of poke in there on the goal just to kind of starve him out further.
Now, this looks pretty grim here for Scatterbrain with only 9 villagers there on the gold, 15 total, but in and out of every single tower as the units keep pouring in. He does pick off a nice little cataphract here, but that's not going to make up for the losses he just suffered. A lot of his army going down, and archers, he's got the upgrade, but he doesn't have any more wood to do anything with that. So spearmen sneaking in like sneaky little snakes and not making this too easy for Scatterbrain to get back in this.
Scatterbrain, I mean, he has by some miracle found the food and the gold. The Camelancer surge is a bit surprising, but you mentioned it earlier, it's that reserve of food in the corner. It's not going to last long, but it gives him a shot here. Especially considering Sass has some macro issues. 1,300 food just sitting there waiting to be used.
Now, the Camelancers seem to be stopped by these cataphracts every single time. And the thing is, they're just not doing enough about it. You can see the cataphracts now turning around. Archers trying to focus fire these longbows, but at the same time, cataphracts are just going to obliterate everything in front of them. And Sassy is showing us that Aeobids that maybe had a winning streak against Byzantines in a lot of these cases, they are no longer the king here. Especially not when Sass is in the driving seat.
I mean, Sass with 4 more cataphracts in queue. You know, the idea here is that he will have more food. Sass has already moved the north corner for the deer, probably considering the boar on the south side, already has some olive groves in. Scatterbrain doesn't. He doesn't have the permanence of food. It's all temporary. Healing, rejuvenation, just not really cutting it. I mean, the Camelance is somewhat contesting, but really, I don't think there's much food left here. We really need to do a check there, because I think he's maybe on the last of the berries. Yeah, he's moving out for the berries south of this fight. So some big risks being taken by Scatterbrain to try and remain in this game.
These longbows are just absolutely destroying anything and everything that comes close to them. Sure, a few losses are suffered, but at this rate, you don't mind losing a few longbows. You're just going to remake them, especially with your farms that you've got set up at the back and the berries. You are still tapping out. He's on the deer right now, but he still has a berry bush there in the north. So Sass just really doing an amazing job with his spawn being a little bit all over the place. And Scatterbrain not able to close that out into a 3-0 that easily.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to give up easily. Scatterbrain isn't really an early GG'er, to be honest with you. He'll keep going until it's dead obvious. Palings drops on the front side, so Sass can just basically camp there with longbows and send cataphracts on the flanks. He's just going to try to burn through these cam lances, but I mean, this type of way of trading here does give Scatterbrain a way to just keep pushing in the meantime, right? He's not going to run out of resources because the gold workers are just chilling.
The problem is just with those cataphracts, he could have potentially just killed 8 more villagers. And instead just focusing on the camels, it feels like Sassy, he's focused on one side and sometimes loses just a bit of control on his raiding units and could be quite a lot more devastating, which just means that there's so many open possibilities for him to destroy people even harder, because you could see this performance from him right now. Just optimizing that a little bit more.
Wait, what?
Would just be an absolute destruction.
Sass is building a cistern next to Scatterbrain's base. Wait,
Oh
what?
no. The
What are we-
manor
Is he-
cistern?
Is he gonna like outpost rush shit with mango emplacement? Or is it like siege workshop with faster production? I don't know. It might just be that he's running out of food. There is a raid on the north side, I think. Yeah, Scatterbrain has snuck out. Oh no! Oh, it's not. That's not a raid at all. Oh god.
Poor guys.
Well, that's
going
gonna be
for
bad
food.
news. They are the food, I think is the lesson here. Here's Siphon now hitting the TC. Camelance is just given a freebie. So yeah, he is doing the mango outpost.
Disgusting. In this day and age, and we get villagers all around. The thing is now, Sassy sees this. He could very easily just go and clean up, but Scatterbrain says, I'll make a tower and make your villagers pay for it. Cataphracts seem to be going top, and Oh, they're going straight for that gold. Oh, it seems like he wanted to go for the gold.
Oh my god, what is this? The amount
lucky
of shared
gold.
resources.
The Cadder? That's the jackpot right there. Okay, that's your lucky charms. Really?
Apparently not. It's not the lucky charm. It's not what he hoped to find. He wants to find something else, but the camel lances are right on top of the archers.
Cams, they're right where they need to be. The cataphracts coming in from behind now. The palings drop here because Sass realized the damage is not worth it versus the stun effect. But the camels, they do peel away. Sass will not be booed off the edge of the base that easily. I mean, it's still a dominant military lead, and we do seem to have some details going unnoticed here. Very important details, like the fact there is an outpost creeping in on that gold.
And the camel lancers shutting it down, but the cataphracts are here to support. Few villagers going down for Sassy, but in the end, it won't matter because the Katas are here to clean up.
This fight, not so good for them. North side one most definitely, and Scatterbrain with that type of idle time. I mean, that's going to push to where he located on the north side too. I don't know. This is what I mean with Scatterbrain. He doesn't really believe in early GGs. He's not going to wave that white flag easily, but like this does require some big fumbles now for Sass to lose.
Now, Sassy is picking up these villages, ensuring that he's spread. Oh, look at all those soon-to-be dead villagers. Cataphracts are trying to get a little bit of a surround. Ooh, charge in.
10-pin Iobins right now.
Disgusting.
Now, once again, Scatterbrain still has got half of Sass's economy, so he's not going to call GG. That's all I've got, really. Like, this could be 5 more minutes of this, to be honest.
And that's exactly what Scatterbrain wants to bless us with. I can imagine how on the edge of a seat we're sitting right now, saying, I can do this. I killed a bunch of villagers at some point, right?
He hasn't built a mango tower yet. I've still got hope. All right, this is some Stalingrad levels of resilience he's attempting, but finally Stalingrad will fall. GG gets called. Sass now finally getting a point in there.
This game definitely made me realize how long it can feel if you are up against someone who has a direct, like a kind of counter unit to you, but your units are just so tanky, so the trades are even and even and even and even. It was watching one of my ranked games for a while there, except, you know, a lot more action and a lot less idle time, except on the TCs. I must say, these boys, those TCs, they deserve a little bit of extra love all around. Sassy, though, takes the game. And now Scatterbrain gets to choose the next place that Sassy needs to go and fight him on.
He'll choose water.
Yes.
Like he'll like it's kind of like that kid that just loves it when it's time to go swimming, you know? Like, they don't care about any other sport or anything else you can do. But there you go. Called it. Holy Island has already been picked.
Wonderful. This means that we have so many wonderful civilizations that can be chosen. I wonder what we're getting next. Guys, it is going to be 1 a.m. when the next game finishes. So I hope you're ready with your popcorn and your tea. And as I say that, I realize my tea is standing here getting cold next to me. I did get a wonderful tea delivery earlier because you can hear the crunchiness of my voice already.
I don't get any of that crap. I just get left in my garage to suffer.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow, is your partner not just watching these streams, excitedly waiting for you to take over?
She's sleeping.
How do you put your kids down this early?
They go down at 7.
Yeah, and they just stay down during the whole stream?
Yeah, they do. They know what's good for them. I mean, when you open up, like, how do you put your kids down? It sounded like a dark vet story, but yeah, no, they just go down at 7. they mostly sleep through. I mean, in warmer weather, Freya will usually just sneak out and come and see what I'm doing and then talk to the stream. But she ain't that dumb. It's freaking winter right now. She's just staying at home, safe inside.
So, we might be the ones who are cooked here. But Sassy and Scatterbrain, these are the men with the resilience. Both of these boys, the crazy thing is we're all in the European time zones here. Yeah. And I love the fact that the Scandinavia is done qualifying. They got that done last week. This week, we're getting the outside of the EU out of the way. Scatterbrained,
Are
from
we?
Belarus. Yeah. Sassy's in Turkey. We have Scatterbrained here.
Okay,
They're waiting for last.
but like is Turkey classified as in
Gali?
Europe?
No, we say no, I said EU.
Oh, okay,
think.
okay, got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so EU is in European Union, not EU is in the continent.
Sorry, UK.
Like,
no.
yeah, you didn't think of because we say NA rise up. I didn't realize many people were still like, woo, European Union rise up in esports.
We do. I'm not in the European Union, but like,
You're just there, like at a LAN, waving your passports, going Schengen.
Yeah.
We don't get to do that anymore, really. So yeah.
Yeah.
We just basically pulled the cable out, the giant Ethernet cable out, and then floated out into the Atlantic. We're gonna rename ourselves to New Atlantis in in 100 years.
I see Beastie posting in the chat, I am exit, but I am Brexit. Nice. Sorry, KP. I know that this causes trauma for all of you young lads who did enjoy the freedom of movement into the EU.
At least I don't get attacked by wild dogs.
Just so you guys know what KP is referencing to. Also, I'm not in the EU. When I came back to Serbia recently, I was walking on the street and living my best life on the way for a little wine with my friend. And I was walking with the wine bottle in my one hand, bag in the other one. And I was walking and it was a little bit icy and slippery. And a pack of dogs came out of nowhere and just came right at me. So I had to go for tetanus shots. It was really nice.
We don't get bitten by dogs. Apparently, we get stabbed. Like, in fairness, though, that's pretty impressive. If you can train your dogs to stab people, okay, like that's the next level of attack dogs. You just put a little Kevlar on them, a little helmet, and just give them a shiv.
I mean, in Britain, they need to adapt, right? In Serbia, we're still getting there. We need a little bit of time before we actually make it out. But yeah, I will say that after that battle, it did not improve my AoE gameplay because I can 100% tell you that melee weapon doesn't do too well against 5. So will not suggest that to anyone else.
I think just next time you are set upon by a pack of dogs, you just need to be carrying a Zweihander. So you just Landschneck them up,
Oh, I like dogs. The next day...
It's like, oh my god, they're biting me. They're mauling me to death. But I do like puppies, so I probably shouldn't punch them or anything.
The stray dogs are so nice, usually, just not in packs. But I must say, that was about 2 days later before I pet a bunch of stray dogs again. So, survived, conquered, and overcame. But we'll see if Scatterbrained is going to be able to overcome this Turkish Chad, because Turkey has the same issue with dogs. They know how to attack. Packs of dogs know how to attack. Just make that very clear. But he's got KT. And I don't know how we feel about KT. Actually, Scatterbrained was like, no HRE, but KT, that's the one, baby.
Man, after all this dog talk, you missed the perfect opportunity. Just ask the question, which one of these two is going to be the female dog? Okay, I'm not going to use the naughty word. This is...
JP.
No?
Who's going to be the top dog? Come on, you missed that one.
Who's going to smell like wet dog would have been more appropriate for a water map.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. I don't know.
It's time for a splosh in the posh of Holy Island. I mean, Knights Templar actually got allowed. I cannot believe HRE got prio sniped over Knights Templar on this map.
What a day to be alive. And China also getting cancelled. Why would you ban China over Zushi? Is there a reason that I'm not good at understanding?
China #1. I think that's what we're going for. So Sushi allowed through here. Sass is like, no, Shushi's scary for the remaining map, so I'll just stomp it out here and move on into that 5th game. Let's see if he can do it. It's Knights Templar time. He'll be surfing into the holiest of islands, but Scatterbrain looking to scatter his ashes here. Shushi's legacy, one of the former #1s, the holiest of Holy Island civs.
I'm just hearing you clap the whole time, and KP is like,
I'm just
there
like,
is
I've
water.
just got like a giant freaking bottle. I'm just smacking. I'm like, this is how we keep ourselves awake. 8 hours in. Welcome to the unhinged hour of the broadcast. Perfect time for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a villager moving out to the water from Sassy. He sees a lot of sheep, knowing that is going to be absolutely delicious later. Whose scout will make it first? It looks like Red is the boy who's going to be picking up all that loot in just a while. And that was it. I don't know what I just did there, but I'm telling you do.
And here we see the scout in his natural habitat picking up sheep. More white than black. Slight racist tones there, but he is going to balance it out. My question is, where's the pink sheep? Nobody ever wants the pink. But the idea here is that he shall thrive in the sheep until he is ready to dive into the fish. The question mark is, how many fishing boats will each of them build?
Well, with Knights Templar, anything can be expected. Because remember again, guys, Knights Templar, they never have to pull off wood. Because we know exactly what wood gives them. And yes, that is food. With wood, we feed the armies and the fisheries, I guess, we will go with. Mm-hmm.
We've definitely reached that calming hour as we approach more of an ASMR approach. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely a perfect time for us to individually count the sheep.
Yes. As people are edging towards their beds with Monday morning work creeping in just a little bit closer, we can count these all the way to 22. 1, 2.
I mean, we can't because they won't let us look at the sheep. They're trying to save ourselves from ourselves here. Like, you know, the thing is, I should be trying to steer this back on course. But you know, sometimes when you just see a train wreck approaching, you don't wave the cars down to let them know. You're like, wow, that'll be a big crash.
Whoa, Gaby, what the hell's going on there in the UK, man?
Huh?
Chill. We like people here. We love them. Look at all those. Oh my god, look at that sheep. That is not a very diverse group of sheep, though. Boys are gonna come back to town, but that is definitely going to be delicious, though.
I'll tell you, there's no pink sheep. I'm disappointed. I don't know actually how many games I've cast of AoE4 since the DLC, and I've yet to see a single pink sheep.
Now, KP, we have decided to make limited edition mouse. Oh my god, is that a barracks? Yes, that is a barracks, and that is a spearman. Can confirm.
Hold up.
Oh,
I mean,
wait.
Wait, Scatterbrained. I mean, this is kind of awkward because you know what you want to do if you're Shushi here. Let's look for the meditation garden placement. Oh,
okay.
That's actually pretty close to his base. It actually might be difficult to stop that. Then again, Scatterbrain is being a greedy son of a gun.
And he's just still focusing on the fishing. And we see he's even going for the shoreline fish. This man, he wants food and he wants it fast. But not for the reasons that Sassy wants the food. And we just see more and more spears coming out. Scatterbrain is coming to scout, but he hasn't seen that barracks just yet. He's about to get a little surprised, though.
Long stick up the poker. Here we go. I mean, there's no getting away from this now. You don't have wheelbarrows, so that's a dead villager. The best thing you can do is just build the dock.
Ich habe einen Stick und du weißt nicht wo... Oh, I don't know. There, I lost my German. It's too late. You don't know where to go. You're going... du bist dort. Ja.
Schnell. Starben schnell.
Komm. So, Sassy going for the gold here, but the jig is up. The spearman has been found, and Scatterbrained is the boy who is going to ask himself, where's my meditation garden going with spears in the vicinity? He might need to go very conservative for this one, though.
Imagine if he just ballsily walks up the north side and does it on Sassa's side. I mean, I would salute him as the most memorable player of the qualifier. Like, yeah, just come over here. He'll never look there.
Where is all this fishing gonna end up as? Because this is disgusting, KP. The amount of fish we see from this man.
He's outpost rushing the gold right now.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god. And he's just gonna guard the north side one as well. He's got 5 spearmen already. I don't really know what the Scatterbrain's plan is against it. You can just pull workers. Like, just get your torches out right now.
He does. He does see it. He does see it. Oh my god, he's making... Oh.
Okay.
Perfect.
I mean, why pull your torches out when you can murder the worker, right?
And Kingdom of France coming in hard. A big investment here. Now let's see if that spearman is going to force them to finish it. They finish it. And nothing gets killed.
Another outpost is really freaking expensive, actually, while your opponent's teching as well.
And keep in mind, this is not just double outpost. This is double outpost with no wood for a mining camp.
And now,
So-
now his outpost is better than your outpost. Nice Templar.
Going for the dock block.
Now, question about that one though. Doesn't the ship outdo the tower pretty quickly though? One spring old ship takes care of that.
You should, or you just, here's a better idea. You just go away. Right? Because the arrow fire should be good against fishing boats, bare minimum. But like you have to remember, they get significant damage boosters when they're shooting boats. So like, if he just garrisons all the spearmen inside, you can't really drop off at that dock.
So you force your opponent to focus his micro on something else, leading to a little bit of distraction on the fronts where you decide to attack afterwards.
He's kind of helping him, by the way. Like killing the dock right next to the outpost as opposed to the one further south. Because then, like, he's going to drop off of fishing further away, which means he's in range of the outpost for less time.
It doesn't look like he's actually planning on burning this one down completely just yet. Fishing boats going to drop off. Ooh, and that outpost is quite spicy. You were right, KP. My goodness. But
Yeah.
with the amount of fishing boats he's got, a 13 to 6,
Wait, I think he's just fast castling.
which makes a lot of sense. When you have 13 fishing ships already, you have the availability to do so. But now, that's a galley going right at you. Scatterbrain going for a safe play, aka the Springold ship in this case. Just going to be able to push that galley back, but Sass already has a second boat too, and both of them are going for fast castle.
What is going on in this game? I mean, Skybrain is being forced off his timing a little bit. And remember, Sass can tech up fast. It looks like it is going to be a reinvest. We are going to be saying Chevalier a lot in this game.
Okay. So not fast castle, got it. It was kind of spicy for a second there.
It looked weird with the macro, but Skybrain was like adding Chug. I thought it'd just be a few Chug in attack, which is pretty cheeky. But yeah, I mean, Chug is like a very weird one up against Chevalier. In some ways, they're decent. In some ways, they're really bad. It comes down to your blacksmith timing. Because, you know, they're plastic knights for a reason. The French knight variant doesn't have as much armor as your standard knight would in feudal.
Oof, and Sassy really just wants to get some kills on these fishing boats. The thing is, this is going to cost him a full ship. And that's the difficulty of this. And just like that, Sassy loses a major part of his advantage here. That boat is just dead on the water already. We have one galley going down, and Sassy now reinvesting into a little bit more on the water, but he cannot actually stop. Scatterbrain realizes this. He also just needs to keep making units. Looked like he was going for a castle age, but is he just going to keep making units now?
Chug just somehow dodging the knights that are coming in towards his base. Scatterbrain will demo ship out the outpost to try and remove it. And there is a dive into his tree line right now. So Sass, first revelation of the knights, and Scatterbrain unready for it. Should be -2 there. Wait, we're going to switch targets. So last second dive. Does get the kill.
He does get the charge, and another one gets peppered up for a raid a little bit later, and another one gets peppered up, and another one. These guys might be going down, but they will be taking a few victims alongside
That's
them,
another
actually.
one. Yeah, so, I mean, that was what, 4 villagers lost on that dive. That's expensive for Scatterbrained. And nicely done. Yeah, so the demo timing, I think, because usually the way it works is the demo, if you get rid of the outposts, remember correctly, it still kills the spearmen afterwards because of the timing that they are released and the demo connection point. It's like a really weird interaction.
So the spearmen got cooked pretty fast there. The Jugunu will be going down pretty quickly as well. Chevalier still inside. Another villager paying the price. And honestly, this is looking pretty good. He does lose the Chevalier, or most thereof at least. And the villagers will get a little bit time back on the food, but now the fight might just continue over here on water. We see Sassy investing pretty heavily into this now. But you still have to keep in mind, Scatterbrained is the one with 13 fishing ships. He's still getting a lot more resources from him.
Scatterbrained, you can see the intent, right? With the food and gold being hoarded up here. Remember, he can go for that tech quicker. Discount as well as faster with Shishi. The problem is you're just going to be on the Knights Templar. Like, what's the goal for them? Like, are they coming in for assault again? Because the cool thing here is Scatterbrain can make it easy to defend on the dot play because of the stone accruement from the meditation garden. It allows you to get to those arrow slits, making it harder for a water attack to come in.
Now, with the amount of boats we see here from Mr. Scatterbrain, we can see he's not really that invested on the water. With Sassy's attack, if it lands here, it might just be quite devastating. He's got a lot of Springle chips in his powder already. But now the army on land looks quite impressive as well. You have to keep in mind, these Archiganu, they are going to deal pretty well, as far as, compared to archers at least. Scatterbrain investing a little bit more here onto the water, not trying to overinvest just too much. But it looks like these Chevalier are trying to get in. They get met with spears and very quickly take a lot of damage.
And Chevalier, in this situation, they do have the undermesh, the Chug. A little bit of a tickle. Obviously, the damage already done initially means that they will have to just scurry away from this. Scatterbrain now opting to go into the spears. More boats coming. So he has been kind of pulled back from that idea of just rushing the tech.
Now, this is a pretty decent position for Sassy to be in, because the moment that Scatterbrain moves to the one side, he's going to have an opening to attack with the horses from the other. But I see now that he's pulled the horses all the way back with the Chevalier. They're trying to split up this army, but at the same time, he's not fully ready to commit to all of this. You do see safe passage coming in now, which is going to mean some pilgrimage trying to make its way out here, and more docks being added for Scatterbrain. So the man is ready to reship it up. Reshape.
Reship and reshape going to be important here. This type of time, it's a little wiggle in here. We even have the archer upgrade coming in, actually, which is not too bad for the galleys. It does actually get a decent little increase in burst damage there. Scatterbrain, that's going to be particularly annoying on his fishing boats, because remember, he's fairly clustered up at 14, double the fishing count, in fact, of his opponent here. Will force a retreat. Scatterbrain, a little bit shy. Collier of the hair moment, like, I'm not sure this is right. Demo ship is being primed. He's trying to drag Sass close. We'll try and turn and burn, and now the demo connects. Sass slow on the reaction there. Just about pulls away with the formation.
That was pretty close. And Sassy's reaction was key here. But we see Sassy now being on the defense here as the units are pushing out. But this is going to mean that Scatterbrain's not focusing on the waters. Neither is Sassy, apparently. And if a demo ship comes here now, this could be devastating.
We demo pull. Both of them have demos in the affair, but the archer ships able to contest Sassy straight away. The Sky Zone is going to get him some space here, but the dive in does not realize it. He tries to react by going up to outpost now. But there's Chevalier. There's Steeled Arrow. But it doesn't mean that you just melt through these guys. He's going to have to start a step back and be focused on the micro. But that means he could end up losing on the waterfront because of it. In fact, he must be microing there right now. The demo connector's trying to come through. The fishing boat's just about able to hold on here. It's a clutch attempt to repair, but it's coming at a high price as Sass can look to target down the fishing. I think we have got some arrows that's coming through to scare him away. The demo will reset him. And Scatterbrain needs to find a way of diving again on land.
Now, it does look like this is going to be a pretty good push for Sassy on the water, but we've seen people lose it from here. This is such a tough spot to be in. Scatterbrain just getting more and more demos, but is this going to be enough against this pretty heavy push from Sassy? But with 7 Springold ship, he is going to need a miracle connection to make this work. Now, the tower is pushing off whatever he can. He does get a pretty good connection, but now the fishing ships are sitting ducks, and we see Scatterbrain not investing anymore.
I mean, he's just going full land now. And if last game told us anything, it's that there's 10 minutes left in this game at least. He's going to be going for an outpost and now just try and shut down the wood. It's just unfortunate, right? Like, the reaction by Sass is so good that the double outpost read was exactly what he needed to kind of hold on. Scatterbrain, like, the idea was cool, but it was a bit of a gambit, and Sass able to fully exploit that now. So we have got to shift out onto Deer. Remember, this is problematic, though. It's Chevalier coming in from Sass, which means that he can raid you for this.
And those Chevalier are going to be fantastic, but not in the current setup. We see the Jugunu now trying to find a way in to do as much damage as possible. The archers here trying to focus fire, but you do need to be careful of all those spears. The Chevalier getting on top of them, and the towers, they need to focus down all of these spears, with the archers doing their best right now. The spear numbers quickly disappearing, and most of the villagers still staying very much alive. Sassy can now invest everything on water.
Yeah, just kind of bulk up. You'll want to move across for a dot play, potentially. Wouldn't be a bad idea either. Like, you'd be able to scout what's happening over here and just start to move a few cavalry units in. For Scatterbrain, it's all about posturing. Needs to be up in his face constantly, because the moment that Sass doesn't feel threatened anymore, he'll be able to exploit the fact that you can't just stay underneath your TC.
Now, Sassy, he is going to struggle a little bit for the resources here once the gold gets shut down. With him only having that one Pilgrim, luckily for him, Scatterbrain is focused on the top side, so he should be able to get that gold every single time with the Pilgrim now going into his boat and going all the way to the far side here. Now, Sassy, he does still have a lot on wood, but you can see the focus being on gold and food here. He needs to make sure that he gets as many units out here as possible. And with the number of archers, they are going to need to be a lot dealing with the Mount Lu Academy, who's coming in pretty fast. Scatterbrain has 17 on gold, so this could be a pretty quick spam into Lances himself.
Yeah, even the Duke upgrade is actually pretty desirable here. We mentioned the Chevalier have less armor, so they get disintegrated by Veteran Chuk, and you can, of course, rush that with Supervision. Scatterbrain opts the Knight instead. Doesn't go for the Duke upgrade. A little bit surprised by this, actually. He's shifting over towards the gold location as Sass has split his economy, and he'll be prepping a tech himself while also looking for a fortress timing here.
It doesn't look like Scatterbrain has queued up anything right now. Now finally getting the Jiganu upgrade, but what's next? This is a pretty tough spot. He does not have all the resources in the bag. The Lancers now, second one on his way out. Anjuman Empire has been clicked up, but he needs to be careful. This is such a critical timing. Pilgrim going to be going down any moment now, and it looks like he's ready to dive. The villagers could be popping into this TC, doing a significant amount of damage, but it looks like they want to just get every resource they can.
Gets the Veteran C. Not a fight that Sass ever wants to be a part of. Now the Chevalier not as tanky. Does manage to get this. Wait, the spears for free though. Scatterbrained. He just sacked them. Chevalier still have to back away. The TC is a problem though, and there's a few Lancers, but remember with Angevin Empire here, with the food access that Sass has, this is the critical ingredient towards Knights Templars' ongoing success on these water and hybrid maps.
So what does the Angevin Empire give him access to?
Giga Spearmen. Heavy spears here, really impactful against the Duke. And then on top of that, the Lancers are going to struggle to snipe them out. On top of all that, on a map like this, you can go for a Fort Fortress, and that will buff nearby Spearmen. So it's a very beneficial play around this timing. Usually the weakness is it's just too food dense. But if you think of maps like Kawasan, here in Holy Island, you have density of food forever.
Oh, that vision just not giving Scatterbrain the extra boost he needed there. Well, quickly the Chevalier take a little bit of an engagement and learn that is not the way to go. Archers getting their upgrade pretty soon, but the Spearmen are the ones that are going to be critical here. Now we see the Chevalier trying their best, but they are still taking quite a bit of damage here from the Jigunu. Not as much as expected right now. These guys do need to back off, and the Archers are looking quite scary as well.
Yeah, the Chuk just aren't going to be able to stand here. The Lancer wave, second one coming in now. Keep in mind, though, Sass is going to have a lot of gold coming through. He just shifted to the island, so he'll be able to just set up a mining camp there, and you won't ever be able to fully stop the gold. So food, gold, eternal for Sass. The Scatterbrain, he needs to find a way of just diving past this. He sacks his Chuk, tries to send some Lancers in a little bit deeper, but so far, Sass's reactions have been on point.
Now, with getting all of this map control, Sassy is just putting himself in a spot that we would have liked to see from Sassy in those first two games. He is showing us the pure control of his ability to run with those cavalry units, overwhelming his opponent on every single angle. Now, Sassy is the one in the driving seat with all of the eco standing at the ready, and those Lancers hoping to make miracles happen, but those Spearmen are just not melting.
They're so tanky. Frustrating unit, right? More health than your standard Spearman at this stage. Then they've got the armor on top of it. Decent damage. You know, the only weakness really being they're slow, and obviously we get crossbows, but getting crossbows here, a little bit tricky. I think Scatterbrain's only way, but needs to be careful not to sack his Lancers in the meantime. His food is limited, remember. He's playing deer, he's playing berries, but these things won't last forever.
Now, we have to keep in mind the army that we see on this counter still includes a ton of ships for Sassy.
Oh, that's cheeky.
But very quickly, ooh,
that's a sick move. What? Sass was not looking.
And those archers are barely tickling these Lancers anymore. They are ready to take a good fight, but we do see Chevalier spread out onto the wood line here too. We do see them trying to find a little bit of damage and trying to split up to do so. But the problem is now we have crossbows and Chevalier are just going to melt away. We do see a big villager migration right now. And where are they going? Just wood?
I think wood here would make a lot of sense. Maybe you just think about getting some spears because your opponent shouldn't really be building archers anymore. It's going to go for the torch in, and now berry workers on the front side. Relics are finally starting to come home here, but for both players. Lancer is going to be there to intercept. Crossbows need to be careful not to be overextending. Wololo is going to be a whiff. But the upgrade is coming through, so fortification will protect there. Scatterbrain has to back away. It's kind of tricky, right? He doesn't have that many crossbows right now, and the food income difference is getting worrisome.
Now, with Sassy just being able to get control of that full water, he hasn't really secured another set of docks there to get the fishing on the other side too.
No.
He's playing this very conservatively, I would say, not trying not to overinvest and spend all the resources there, rather spending the wood on this side to try and defend and survive against these very scary attacks. We do see 5 on stone right now, which means you could get a few of these towers reinforced pretty soon too. But only having 15 fishing ships, it feels a little bit of a risky move against something like the Zushi.
I think the problem here, though, is if you go for the fishing, like, you're weakening your hand and your opponent's all ending you. So, like, the idea that Sass has isn't the worst in the world. Just outlast him, burn him out, because unless he's got some sort of crazy 2TC farm transition, which just doesn't seem feasible for Sushi when they're doing this type of strategy, you will be the candle that should burn longer.
Especially with Zushi very often having to slow down significantly to get that farm transition going, with that wood line being so small. And honestly, on this map, it feels so dangerous to do so. We see 33 villagers out here on the stone. It does feel like Scatterbrained is looking for some aggressive play, and it's to do with a keep very, very clearly.
Think about the issue here. Knights Templar have how many landmarks? We've been here before. It was a smaller map when we saw it. And now the clash coming in. The Lancers are starting to just brute force their way through this. Crossbow contest by Sass is a disadvantage for him. He has to retreat. And now it's looking for the keep drop. It's going to be a very aggressive one, actually. A full dive. It's do or die on this maneuver as he gets ready to drop it right next to the starting town center of Sass. He has the body blocks. He's forcing a bit of stagnant behavior here. The workers do have to back up. It will not be as deep as he was hoping for, but there's no stopping this. Sass has to allow it.
And allowing something like this might seem like something that is a bit risky, but he does have the siege workshop already here. So he's very quickly going to be able to respond to this, and we instantly see that trebuchet being queued up. So the man is not feeling too scared for this. He has the tools to deal with it. He just needs to let that water eco actually do the talking. Now we still just don't have enough of a landmass here. And he needs to make a plan about that very, very quickly, because that's still a lot of units here from the Zushi to handle. Even though there are 11 crossbows, he's been struggling with them.
Yeah, I just don't think Scatterbrain was anticipating the damage that would be done by those towers, right? They just didn't have the Lancers to burn through them. And now, in this situation, you sack villagers doing this. Look at the food income. That was it for Scatterbrain. Like, he's running dry really fast. The options aren't looking great, and he's pretty much just doing the Mia Micro effect. Like, pull the villagers 30 over here, 30 to the next one. You know, he'll get these bursts of food, but it's not going to be consistent and reliable. He has got an advantage on siege timing here, because remember, you can supervise. But Sass already has a few trebs coming out. On top of that, gold, wood, food, like, these are all looking pretty decent, right? Like, not as much wood for him as Scatterbrain. But that's because Scatterbrain basically needs the game to end in the next 2 minutes.
The problem is, this is 5 trebuchets, and Sassy, he's not making units fast enough. He's getting a few crossbows there in queue, and we see the quickly taking down that. But now there's still a keep in the middle of all of this.
Does he go for the... You could actually try for sniping the enemy trap here. A little bit weird. Like, please kill these spring on placements. This is... Don't lose a game because these things are sitting here.
And honestly, that looks like it could be the issue. He's got one trebuchet focus firing there, but now it looks like Sassy might be the one who needs to pull some villagers to keep this TC alive.
It's a fortress, I think, on the island. It's the smartest place to... No, okay, he puts it behind the TC. Okay, no, yeah. So this is a race, though. It's 5 treb, but the reload speed isn't that great. It's only 20 seconds out to get the fortress up.
Sass, I think he survives this. Barely. Yeah, he will get it up on online.
And
That's uncomfortable.
The problem is, this TC going down is just going to mean...
Oh my god, no.
he
Scatbrain
pulled the
thinks that's
boys.
the end. He legit thinks that's the end of the game. Oh no. He's like, wait, what? That Value not dead. It's just like, it's just that shock and almost like, that should have been the game. How is this still going on? He's going to realize pretty quickly what's happened behind this. Sass has built 2 fortresses now.
And this was so critical. Getting that second one up here at the top just means that he can survive a bit longer to let that economy do the talking. Now 80 supply for Scatterbrain. This is a ticking time bomb. We see that keep going down very, very quickly. The problem here is he needs to repair it with stone. And that is not never ending. So finally getting rid of that tower as well. And now he will just start hammering away here at the front. Moving in a little bit closer, but the numbers that he has is definitely not
He's trying to
the
snipe
number
the trap.
he needs. Oh no.
It's like his only play here because like he just can't rush this down. But it's double trap. Like that castle's going to be going down eventually, surely. I mean, Scatbrain, he has got a lot of stone in reserve. He's trying to snipe the village to stop the repair. In fairness, Sass doesn't have more workers. Like, he can't build villages right now, so, you know, sniping them isn't a bad idea.
The keep does go down, but now, the crossbows realize they've stepped a little bit too far forward. The repair from Scatterbrain, it's not fast enough here, but the TC is still dead, and that gives Scatterbrain a little bit of hope. We've seen him not surrender, but now the boys, they are feeling enforced, and they're going straight for it. Some of these trebuchets will be paying the price, but we can see he wants to focus fire these units, putting the horsemen back.
He's still alive. The castle's still up. Now the stone's gone. Like, he burnt through it pretty damn fast here. You are just actually catching up right now. As they've still got 300 according to that. So just shows you how quickly you drain through it when you repair with that many people. So castle now down. And that literally should just be it. That was the only hope Scatterbrain had left here.
And it was close. Honestly, it was pretty close. Scatterbrain definitely played an interesting way to try and secure this. But Sassy reigns supreme with that water control. And that takes us to our 5th game in this series. Honestly, doesn't matter which way this goes. I am impressed. Today has been a day of just constant 3-2s. We had 1-3-1, but no walkovers. It's been an absolute quality set of games. And I can imagine how excited people are for their final game of the day.
That will be an hour long because we've got a 10-hour broadcast target to hit here. Because, you know, it's arbitrary, but it's a nice round number. For those OCD people, it just makes sense.
So, what are we expecting from someone in their final game? Do we see them pulling some crazy things, or is this just where Sassy wants to play a standard game where he can take down the likes of Scatterbrain?
I think it's going to be probably Delhi versus HRE? No. I don't know. Sassa's picks aren't that good if you just ban Marlian. Because he's got Mongol HRE. Like, that's okay normally, but, like, on the other side... Actually, no. I guess Delhi Chinese is the alternative, right? I think Scatterbrain's going to try to force a choice, and there you go. Yeah, so he allows Delhi. That shocks me, though. He banned HRE and allowed Mali. Okay.
This, especially when you're on something like front range, you, as the Malians, you do pretty well with those small goals. So it feels like you're giving your opponent exactly what he needs. And HRE, yes, sure, they love gold, but they get it naturally. And that is the problem we have here. So honestly, getting Malians on this map, Sassy must be a very happy boy.
Yeah, like the more I think about this, is like the dynamics. I think it was just kind of hedging expectations, because if you allowed HRE through and you'd got China, maybe he's a little bit worried Burgrave. HRE also has like a weird kind of build that can work against Delhi here, where like you just kind of scale minute arms in prep for the Burgrave timing. Used to be really ineffective, but on a map like this does have some credence. So Yeah, it's an interesting one, actually, because, of all the games on Front Range, this is going to be the first one where both parties just cannot touch the ball whatsoever.
Now, these two might be a little bit exhausted after this marathon as well, but I did see Sassy earlier in the chat saying he only woke up at 6. So the man may have expected this to be quite a series. And honestly, I think all of us here on the casting seat, not just you and me, but I mean the production, we were all sitting here thinking, oh, this could be a 3-0, right? Not necessarily one way or the other, just it's a late day. A lot of people start losing quite a bit of control here. But these two, they are giving it their A game. And Scatterbrain looks like the one who's getting a little bit worn out by the very, very ready Sassy.
Yeah, I mean, Scatterbrain, like going into this, the expectations of players' performances recently, I would have given him the edge, actually. Just Sass, he's been kind of waiting to show that rise up moment. I mean, what better time to do than here, right? And Mali versus Delhi is like an interesting one. Historically, Delhi has had their number. A little bit of a different map, though. The lack of safe food for you, the fact that Mali now confidently play a lot of Sofa strats. Sofa Donzos has actually been looking decent in this matchup recently. I don't feel like it's as dominant as it was, say, a year ago when you would have probably put Delhi at like an 80-90% chance.
When I think of this matchup, I just remember the days of the Archer spam. And I remember the trauma I had as a Malian player of my javelins not countering archers anymore. But now, I don't need javelins when I have sofas. You have prime furniture on this civilization, but the thing is, you need to make it count. And Ghazi Raiders, they do pretty well against that composition as far as civilizations go that can handle it. But you need to make sure that you kill Ghazis. And sofas, when they don't have the numbers, Ghazis don't really allow that. Because Ghazis are just going to go home, heal up, and take the fight yet again. And your sofas are going to be the ones who are bruised and hammered. So, not really an easy match for Malians, I think. Just because of you having to control your units and make sure that when you land, you grab exactly the right fights. Otherwise, Delhi just takes control.
Yeah, they can roll you. I mean, the upsides here, like it's 2 sacred sites instead of 3. One of them you should always be fighting over. So like the gold influx is a bit weaker for Delhi. And, your pit mines are very close to your base. Like that's another positive. Like it's a bit harder for Ghazi to just slip in and burn them and slip out. But, it's that tug and pull we talk about, right? Donzo Sofa could be an interesting way for him to go. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see old school Donzo Javs. Just not sure if it's the horse to bank on to win the race here.
Yeah, javelins, they become difficult because you have to put so much more into using them effectively. And we'll see. Sassy, though, he's been looking pretty good at microing. But the problem is every bit of gold matters, especially in a map where golds are very, very tiny. But we do see 2 back golds spawning up there for Sassy. And that's the first thing I looked at. That is disgusting.
All right, Dark Age, Delhi, Rax Rush. Here we go. Like, this is... You think I'm memeing. There was a chance when we got into this, you see, because B has been doing that at the moment. And these two scrim together. So I was a little bit like, okay, it sounds like a meme, but... So yeah, we will just get the standard opening from Delhi, just to focus on Feudal Age, and it just means that Sass gets agreed up. Doesn't have to worry about saving for an outpost necessarily. Could just get the efficient play really as well, like you just kind of hang around the goal potentially, and then you just set up the second pit mine nicely.
The nice thing about this map right now is there's going to be no boar action between these two. So no crazy villager kills on the boar. We are just getting a standard old game with 2 civilizations who will not dare touch any boars in the middle of this map. But what I'm really excited for is seeing Sassy now having the little bit of a better spawn compared to his opponent. And now Scatterbrain is going to need to do the hard work, just like Sassy worked for his victory on Byzantines earlier.
And, the rest of the spawn, like, there is some kind of important things to keep in mind here. Like, the Delhi will try to raid you tug pull north-south because all of your food is going to be gravitating south side. All your gold is now hard hitting north side. So there is like a negative element there of how you have to kind of split your focus. Because, you could theoretically survive on just cow, but that does give Delhi an all-in timing. If you're just relying on cow solely to get your food sources, they can play on the deer, they can play the berries, and they can push quite fast.
Now, Scatterbrained, I'm not expecting to see anything too crazy from this man in the early stages. A solid little Ghazi opening with a little bit of a push on any villager he can find to force a reaction out of SAS, because with Malians, you have a few options usually. And on this map, I don't think we ever see something such as... we don't see pro scouts, right, KP? Or am I speaking? Or am I completely wrong?
You'll see it eventually for Delhi. For
Okay.
Delhi, you'll eventually see it. But, like, no, it's not really a priority. Early days, some people tried it. I think it was not that impressive. Like, statistically, there is actually a lot of deer on this map. Because if I'm quickly... I think it's 5. It might be 7 in the center. So you end up with 33 deer in total. But, like, 6 of them should never be grabbed because 3 are underneath each player's TC.
And they could just technically be pushed in if you had the patience. But with their scouts, they are going to get some vision. I like that. I like the fact that Scatterbrained is also using a scout to just get control of those little vision towers, I guess, in the stealth forest.
It's critical because the thing is, it's so easy to forget about. You just you go 20 minutes in this game and you aren't even think about the outposts, and then you click your villagers up into the mountains and they never come home, right? Like, because you just casually walk by it. Like, I've seen it so many times because you have to remember a lot of them spawn in stealth forest. So when your villagers run by, they don't even notice that the tower's been taken.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's just something that players need to get used to the mechanic of to also play effectively. Ooh, Sassy canceling that mill over there. Going for the deer at the back, it seems. Oh, definitely not going to get pro scouts if you're moving all the way out there to do so. So it makes a lot of sense, though. You don't want to be investing too many resources. You'd rather have it on units. So, of course, we see 198 gold already in the bank for Malians. And usually this is spent on getting those early cows in the pen and already starting that economy. And up against this, I see barracks being made pretty early on here. What's going to be our first thing? I'm waiting to see those cows getting queued up or an upgrade or something, Sassy. Do something with that gold, please.
Okay, so Ghazi beginning coming in. I mean, usually you go for the free cow here, right? Plus the ranch. So I don't think there's really anything else that makes sense. There you go. First cow has been queued. He's got 9 on wood, so he will be able to afford the ranch. In fact, it's already being built up. He actually might go for like a more greedy timing here, like leveraging the deer. Maybe he... Wait,
He just cancelled it.
what?
He just
Is
cancelled
he going for the second pit mine? Yeah. Okay, so he's prioritizing pit mine instead.
It doesn't delay
think
him
this-
too much because he does still have 9 on wood, though.
I think this is just going to be a cow rush, really. Like with this type, the only reason I think you put credence on the pit mine over the ranch timing is because you just want to keep flooding additional cow afterwards.
And you see him not moving out on gold with any bills. He doesn't want to put any more effort into the gold than is naturally given to him because, of course, this is just going to make sure that every bit of resource you have is effectively gathered and spent into military. And the gold that you get, all of that goes directly into your investment that you need for those cows to flourish. Now, we only have Ghazis out here for Scatterbrains so far, not queuing up that next one. With 2, you should be able to try and keep those Donzos engaged. The scout now going to see exactly that the second pit mine has been started and more Donzos on the way.
Yeah, so I think Sass just trying to be as lean as possible to just build an eco advantage on the side. And for Scatterbrain, the play should be probably Arch and Ghazi here. The problem is, you know, you feel bad about that to a certain extent because then if your opponent goes javelins, you're just kind of headbutting the wall. But unless you see a mining camp, it's not going to be an insane amount of gold or scaling javelins anyway.
Now, he gets wheelbarrow here, just investing in those early 3. Oh, cancels wheelbarrow. Interesting. What does he decide to go for? KP, you cursed it. He's going for javelins. Archery range has been queued up, and the fact that he canceled that wheelbarrow tells me he's going to be spending that gold elsewhere. Double broadaxe is the research method of choice here, and just making sure that he gets as much wood in here as possible. Now, with the amount of Donzos he's got, those Ghazis need to be careful. But the archers are starting to come in.
The blacksmith timing either out of Scatterbrain is a little bit concerning. Takes you time to scale into this. But the idea of what's happening here isn't terrible for him, right? Like right now, things look good for Sass, but you have to remember, he's now going for a combo that doesn't come out. Trade-off there, Sacred Sites. And you can see Sanctity is about to complete.
So Scatterbrain getting himself ready for that. One thing that Delhi does really, really well, and that's capturing the sacred sites. You need to be able to shut this down, especially on maps like Dry Arabia. But on a map with 2 sacred sites, it doesn't feel as urgent because you are already a civilization that gets that passive gold. Of course, you don't want to give this to Delhi all for free, but like you said, this is just a comp that doesn't move. You can't...
You won't be getting out either, though. Like, he's actually walling him in, which is... Okay. I mean, I don't think he's coming out in a rush. There's a little bit of a surprise here that Scatterbrain's even opting for it.
First Javelin is out, but more cows are coming. Not in the pen just yet. Hopefully Sassy realizes that pretty soon. But now the mining camps are starting to be added here too. Only 1 Javelin in that army. And I'm already a little worried because I feel like Sassy has idled that military building for a while. And that's one of the keys of Malians. You need to constantly be producing. Otherwise your opponent is going to overwhelm you because they're not busy investing economically in a bunch of cows.
I mean, in fairness, he already got up to 9 Donzos, but his Javelin count is null. So, like, I don't mind the idea that, like, Jav should be priority, but he does technically have reserves. Like, either adding another production building to double down Jav timing, which, there you go, he's now doing. Even adding in extra racks, actually. So, I guess he thought it was maybe going to be Scatterbrain rushing Castle, so he didn't want to, like, heavily commit. But now that he sees the Ghazi wave is building, gets a bit paranoid.
And those numbers are telling you that you might have an issue on your hands. So Scatterbrain now getting that second sacred site pretty soon as well. It does put the timer on there, of course, but at the same time, you are feeling that pressure of the gold that is constantly ticking for your opponent. Now, with the cows he's got, it does feel pretty good. I mean, he does have 7. One of them will soon have a home, but this is going to mean that he's constantly going to be able to add those Donzos over and over again. And with the passive gold, the Javelin numbers are going to start getting a little bit more impressive. Keep in mind, though, you need to micro those. And this is going to be the thing that Sassy needs to overperform in.
Moving out now from Sass. He's a little bit concerned what's happening here. Is Scatterbrain actually playing the H? Nice snipe on the north side. Will just deny the Spearman left the guard up there. So second sacred site now being locked in. He discovers the walls. Sass, there's a secret passage.
Right next to it.
It's really secret, but there is a way around.
He's like, oh my god, thanks, Gapey. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
This is just kind of proof that everything's rigged. That'll be 10% your prize pool earnings. Thank you very much. So yeah, it does sneak around. Sass will just go for the decap now.
And he might not be able to get it here too easily with the archers now joining the party. But the javelins are still pretty scary here. The Donzos, they throw their spears right at an archer. This just means they are ready to get picked off if the archers get any closer. But luckily, not committing too hard. One of the javelin throwers stepping too far out, and that's quite expensive to lose.
Yeah, Scatterbrain just a little bit of poke power here, but we talked about this blacksmith timing. It's only now starting to come through, and that's just going to be the first tier of it. Steeled arrow. Meanwhile, Sass, like, he's in a good position technologically. Undermesh, steeled arrow. Also, a choke point is really beneficial here just because of the Ghazi flood. So just hugging these type of areas is a big benefactor for him, and we have to remember it's now 9 cow. So, like, realistically, Scatterbrain, it's going to get very difficult to compete on economy at this pacing.
Now he does move into decap, but he doesn't want to overcommit or lose anything because he knows every unit he loses is going to make this a lot harder. But we do see that Ghazi mass walking out here, and they will find some victims, unfortunately. And there's not going to be follow-up anytime soon. The Ghazis, they are going straight for the kill and going straight for the food because you can see in the fog of war, hey, this man is pushing deer around. This is the time to snack villagers.
Oh, he can just surround.
Oh, no.
Okay, he just casually A-clicks in, so that's actually better for Sass. It gives him some opportunity to move away here. But, oh my god, no, don't want the mill. The mill Greaves seemed to guarantee it. It was unlikely anyone was going to get away, but all but guaranteed there. So now a healthy lead for Scatterbrain. Sass, he'll try to cut him off. But remember, the scout is there. He sees him ahead of time, so he can just steer north. He can even try and, like, snipe the extra workers.
Now, this wall is kind of nice because it does block him in, right? Now, these guys are actually going to be a little bit suboptimal with running around, but they could snipe a villager.
Yeah, why don't we just walk through his base now that his army's out of his base, right? I think that's what Scatterbrain is thinking here. So he could just kill more workers at this basing, actually.
I was hoping there would be some reinforcements, but no. Sassy, a little bit confident here. There's still a lot of villagers out here on the gold. He needs to pull these back. And these Ghazis, only a few going down with 8 workers. This feels like a pretty big loss. Oh,
And more workers. Wait, the wall? Sass, no. These walls are his worst enemy. He's at least going to get the tile up to try and block them. There's still an exit on the front side of the base that's now accessible.
More walls, but now being picked off by archers. 10, 11, 12 dead villagers. And he's not slowing down. It looks like Scatterbrain came in with this final game and he is ready for a freaking fight. Javelin throw is now going to be able to target fire a few of these archers, but at the cost of 12 villagers, you might as well lose all these archers and still be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Scatterbrain, there's options on the table, right? Like, the idea of going castle, not crazy, but I think the recommitment's pretty sexy to him here. Like, remember, Sass hasn't gathered the resources for Fulani. Yes, he's got the full effect. He's got 18 out of 20 cows practically there. But the choice to go tech here could just kill him. When you look at the military difference in strength, like Scatterbrain, there is a timing where you could just pull 10 scholars here and send it.
And for some reason, Sass is just feeling confident about pushing out here, thinking that, hey, maybe my opponent is going for castle, but this is the bait. He's just constantly still producing. So this, giving Sassy a little bit of confidence to move out, and possibly it's just going to be his downfall. He's going straight for the food at the bottom there, trying
Oh my god.
to get a bit of damage.
He's assuming it's a tech play by Scatterbrain. Because, like, you know, you see this type of army adding in elephants as a win. But no. Now it's going to be surround. Sass. He took the bait. It's a trap. Ghazi reveal. The Donzo's going to have to engage. The numbers speak for themselves here. Sass is going to lose the army.
And this is not an army he can replace at any point. The new javelin throw is also coming to just die off. But these Donzos are trying their best at just kiting back so they can take down a few of these Ghazi raiders. But the problem is, Malians, you are not at the economy where you can just sit back and remake. He's trying to pull this army as back as possible because this is the only time he has to try and survive. Remake and survive.
The archer count is too high. Like, the javelins won't defend this. Like, technically, Scatterbrain could just pull the Ghazi and head to the enemy base right now. Interesting choice to actually bring them because there's, like, the Ghazi can't do anything. It's just Donzo's left over. What?
Now, the Donzos are doing a pretty good job at cleaning up a few of these, but at the same time, it's just a bunch of Donzos. Now, you are going to be in such a tough spot in your base. We do see that he has quite a few javelins remade there at the back and a handful of Donzos,
what?
but at least he's alive.
What is Sass? Wait, what is Scatterbrain doing?
I think he misselected the army. Like I was saying, the Ghazi should be going to the enemy base, right? And I think he selected all by accident. Yeah, so pulls off a few archers because you don't need that many to beat those Donzos with your bonus damage. So just kind of mirror the count, send the rest forward because you're assuming that there's going to be more Donzos being built. But this just feels painful, man. Like the Sass, there was no window there to say, okay, now attack. And the wall from Scatterbrain.
He's taking
The
a
cheeky
note from
quick
Sass.
The archers will catch up. So it's going to cost him 1-2 workers, but I mean, worth it to get rid of the backstab threat and now just focus on the push.
The problem is, I feel like Sassy here had an opportunity to kill a ton of workers if he just focus fired. But at the same time, again, now with the archers being split, it looks like Sassy is going to be able to push this back for now. But the losses were so intense, it feels like it's still just a ticking time bomb. He's still keeping these archers occupied, though. But he's
what's
pushing out
coming.
again.
Yeah, but Scatterbrain is going castle. Like, this is the thing. He's still able to win a fight like this. Once you hear that tech up, Sass is going to have to do something drastic. Right? Like, you'll try to push and you'll be outnumbered, or you'll just try to fall back in tech. But by the time you would tech, Scatterbrain can have all his veterancies with a bigger army. Like, it's actually really freaking scary, especially when you remember that Javs tend to overkill. They trade worse into, like, their archers than they do in the feudal age.
So what you're saying is, Sassy is going to need like 6 good mangonel shots and an AFK Scatterbrain to take this.
That's true. If we could just get some mango towers up, they serve Sass well in this series, but I don't know if Marlians have that technology.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not this game. He this is one of those where Sassy's going to look back and feel pretty rough about seeing that he threw away that army, assuming that the Castle Age was coming. And honestly, I think this is just the difference of having a scout. It shows you how quickly people make assumptions just based off of what they know from scouting. And in this case, Sassy did not know a thing, but now he's pushing out, and all those upgrades, they're going to be okay, especially considering that there's 15 scholars.
It's like 30 seconds out in archery. Like it's not that long, right? With this many scholars, I'd assume like maybe 45 maximum remaining. And like that's enough to chase you. Like realistically, Scatterbrain could be pursuing you right now. To that scouting point, it is a bit ironic because at the moment Scatterbrain is pro scouting, so he didn't see the army step that far up, I don't think.
But this is going to be...
Oh, it's that thing that ends games, Marika.
Oh, an elephant! Wow! Where did he get that? Love
Could
that
never
for
have
him.
imagined this.
So, to be fair, one elephant, how many javelins do I need to take that boy down? I feel like Corvinus is the answer.
Oh my god, no. Like 100? Javelins is definitely not the answer. Donzo's is like, you've got some jabs you can hurl. Shiv's out here to deal with those few Donzos that we're raiding. He's going to get a few worker kills, so not for nothing. The Grand Fulani Corral now on the way, and Scatterbrained begins the assault.
Problem is, those javelins are going to need to perform miracles, and they're trying to snipe as much down before that wall breaks down. But this is just going to be a commitment. The moment he sees that Fulani being made, he doesn't even need to see it. He realizes, I got this.
You just go. There's no hesitation here, right? Like, you won't be able to get the upgrades. You need a minute. In a minute, this army could be dead. Ghazi even just committing into Donzo's, baiting him forward. Archer's getting the trade out perfectly. The Ghazi can easily rotate around the back at this stage because Sass isn't really holding the choke point anymore. In fact, at this point, he's fronting with javelins. There's little left in the chamber. Now the dive comes in towards the Fulani. Forces the reaction, the limited spearmen remaining. But it's 50 archers and a war elephant on the way. How the hell do you stop this?
He gets his upgrades queued up instantly, but at this point, there is not much he can do. We see some villagers standing idle around the DC, trying to garrison inside, but there's just no space for them to get back to safety. And he doesn't have a stable. He doesn't have anything to produce those Castle Age units from. And even then, I just realized Sofas need upgrades too. This is an
Hannibal's here.
Travesty. Travesty.
Just call it. This is the moment, right? It's okay. When an elephant is at your Fulani, that is an acceptable point to call the GG. He's got nothing left, Marika. I mean, it looked like there was a miracle recovery maybe they had, but Scatterbrained will lock in that final slot for the road to Red Bull Wololo with a 3-2 victory.
Absolutely cleanly timed here by him, and ensuring that he gets on top of those villagers and with the beer. It was an game changer. The fact that he could get all 8 villagers surrounded there, waiting for Sassy to move out of his base, just being a little bit greedy. Absolutely phenomenal play here. Now, Sassy, valiant effort, just like everyone else here who ended in a 3-2. But Scatterbrained will be the second Belarusian making it all the way through to the top 16.
It's an exciting thought here, right? Like the final lineup, I think most of them, I'm trying off the top of my head now, the results of it, like I think most of them were kind of what we maybe expected. Maybe like, of the swings and roundabouts, I think like Myriad may be the big surprise, right? Of any. Like Gully done phenomenally well there. Me and Micah, it was a case of would he turn up on the day? Corvinus, we kind of expect to come out here, but Scarlet, damn, he made that one close. Even the first qualifier, like just a lot of highly expected outcomes there. Baltoon really just comes out of nowhere on occasions. Voldemar has been looking much better, and Kilyadi just kind of a shooing alongside Numidan. So I think we got, maybe with like 2 exceptions, the most obvious lineup that comes to mind for us. But the fact it was so close just shows you the caliber of AoE4 and how it's improving.
Oh, I love the fact that we used to have a clear top 3, and then a clear top 4, and then a clear top 6. And now we're getting to a point where the top 8, we can't really predict who is going to end where. But it's same to say with the top 16. There are people now falling in and out of that range, and it's getting closer and closer. And that just shows us that the AoE's health is doing pretty damn well. So, guys, that was a pretty great game, and I hope we get taken to our screens so we don't just yap to ourselves. Oh, there's our faces. Very
Just
nice.
talk about the stats. We didn't talk about the stats. I mean, you're right as well. Like, it's getting tight. I mean, you asked me my predictions of who's going to make it, right? And I said, what was it? Vortex, Marine Lord, Poppy Paw, and Anatan. And like some people are like, not Beastie. It's like, yeah, that's how tight I think it is. Like, especially when you look at the EGC finals result where Beastie washed Wham, but like Marine Lord barely beat Anatan, right? And then Marine Lord goes on to 4-2. So you weigh that up, you think, man, it is getting that snug, and kind of criminal. We're not going to be seeing Louis MT that would have made it even snugger, but I'm sure there's some good competitors to take his place there. Definitely excited for it, but America, it's been a long day. We did not hit 10 hours, so unless you want to, are you going to do like half an hour a cappella or something? I don't know.
We could sing like Mongol throat singing.
Are you sure you got that in you? You're already sipping tea.
No. I do not have that in me.
Also, it's dangerous to be on camera going like this. It just gets used for photoshops.
KP looks like he talks out of experience, guys.
I do. They're vicious. They're on it straight away. I think there was I remember when I broke my leg and I was doing like push-ups on my seat, and it didn't look right. They were on it straight away. But you know what, guys? You have to be on it like a car bonnet. That brings us to a close. We have our lineup of 16 players looking to clash, but only 4 will make it to London for the big showdown in the capital city. Who? That's still to be decided and will be decided on this channel on the several following weekends. So make sure you tune in, because BC did not get knocked out. Marine Lord did not get knocked out. No, they're already there. They've just been joined by the entourage. So join us next weekend when the main event kicks off and we begin the real road to Red Bull Wololo.
See you there.